A life for a life. With a throbbing head, she opened her eyes only to be forcefully shoved toward the door. The voice of her close friend, Mayu, echoed in her ears, filled with desperation. Xie Ning, don't blame me. It's either your death or mine. Though we are friends, I cannot bear the thought of dying. Mayu grasped Xie Ning's arm, turning her face away to avoid the icy gaze fixed upon her. Beside them, another classmate, Xie, reached out to pull her back. She's awake. Xie Ning's awake. Shouldn't we wait a moment? Awake? Have you not felt her temperature? She is burning with fever and undergoing a transformation. You intend to wait until she turns hostile before deciding to act? Put away your naive compassion. Kindness serves no purpose in this dire situation. But a fever doesn't necessarily indicate a transformation. It could very well signify the awakening of her abilities. Xie hesitated, recalling their shared history as classmates, and the government's urgent notice that an awakening often accompanies a high fever. Better to risk an innocent life than to endanger our own. Xie, stop wasting time. Soon it will be too late. Yet Mayu remained resolute, shoving Xie aside. At the moment she opened the door, Mayu intended to kick Xie Ning out, but her arm was seized by an iron grip. How could someone in such a daze possess such strength? Mayu gasped in shock. You truly are as selfish as ever, Xie Ning remarked with a light laugh. Her words fragmented. It mirrored the choice made 2 decades ago. To ensure her own survival, regardless of whether Xie Ning was awakening her abilities, she simply wished to cast her out to delay the inevitable. Are you attempting to sacrifice your life for your own selfish needs? It all depends on your worth, Xie Ning exclaimed, fiercely gripping Ma Ye's hair. With a sudden force, she clutched the back of Ma Ye's head and slammed it against the door. Thud! The sound resonated heavily, causing the hearts of the girls present to skip a beat. In an instant, without fully comprehending Xie Ning's swift actions, flames erupted from Ma Ye's hair. With both her body and the door collapsing heavily onto the ground, Mayu inadvertently trapped several decaying corpses beneath the door. Ah! Mayu cried out in agony as the flames engulfed the corpses, swiftly spreading with fervor. The corpses, devoid of sensation, flailed their arms amidst the flames, emitting guttural cries. As the chaos unfolded, Mayu rolled towards the low window in the corridor, fixating on the torrential rain pouring outside. She suddenly leapt. Mayu! Xie called out, rushing to the door, nearly fainting from fright. That was the 3rd floor. Did Mayu truly just leap down? Chapter 2. Racing against time in a fleeting moment as Xie Ning turned around, she was confronted by a corpse, its face grotesquely rotting, lunging towards her. Before she could let out a scream, her expression twisted in horror. Xie Ning swiftly dashed forward, wielding an axe that struck the back of the cadaver's head with precision and ferocity, toppling it to the ground. All that could be heard was the thunderous beating of Xie's heart echoing in her chest, as if it were about to leap out. Where did you get that axe? Xie exclaimed, jogging closely behind Xie Ning, her face a picture of astonishment. Noticing that Xie Ning was unresponsive, she continued. The announcement just came over the intercom. All surviving students and faculty are to gather in the cafeteria. Let's head to the one across the way. Xie grasped Xie Ning's arm firmly. Shaking her head, still slightly dazed, Xie Ning replied, Xie, you just aided me. So I shall offer you a word of advice. If you can, try to leave. Do not linger on campus. The initial zombies are not particularly frightening. They move at a sluggish pace. As long as we run fast enough, they won't be able to lay a finger on us. We must seize this opportunity to break free and distance ourselves from the throngs of people. Xie hesitated, contemplating whether to reach out and take her hand. Xie Ning, are you not coming with us? Xie Ning recoiled slightly, stepping back and shaking her head groggily. Do you truly wish to accompany me? Are you not afraid that I might, like several classmates before me, begin to bite once my fever subsides? Perhaps I am not even awakening to any special abilities. Xie was evidently taken aback, and the few girls accompanying her halted in their tracks, their faces etched with fear as they stared at Xie Ning. Xie Ning fell silent, turning and rushing downstairs. Although her vision was clouded, her heavy head remained somewhat lucid. She was aware that she would not succumb to becoming a zombie. This was indeed a harbinger of her awakened abilities. However, the duration of this awakening seemed excessively prolonged. As she was still engulfed in a feverish haze, she needed to hasten to Ruehua community to rescue those in peril, immediately. The corridor floor and glass windows were spattered with dark crimson stains, alongside fragments of viscera that dripped and splattered down the panes. Xie Ning sprinted down the stairs. entirely oblivious to the gruesome scene. Guided by her memory, she raced towards the parking lot, dispatching several swaying corpses with a fire axe along the way. Soon, she located a 7-seater van. Without hesitation, she eliminated the zombie in the driver's seat and sped towards Ruehua Community. The vehicle crushed a few zombies as it jolted towards the entrance of Donda University. The sounds of wailing and gnashing of teeth mingled together, permeated by a thick, metallic scent of blood, resembling a hellish nightmare. Hundreds of individuals congregated at the entrance, a chaotic mix of running, crawling, falling, and fighting. The once tranquil Donda had transformed into a frenzied amusement park of the undead. Xie Ning closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the vehicle out of the university. The road was treacherous. What should have been a 20-minute journey to Ruehua Community turned into a convoluted route due to the obstructed vehicles littering the streets. After 40 minutes, she finally arrived at Ruehua Community, her head growing increasingly heavy. She sensed something was amiss, according to the timeline of her previous life. She should have completed her awakening by now, and her mind should be clear. Xie Ning alighted from the vehicle, wielding an axe to swiftly fell 2 approaching corpses, her grip on the weapon tightening ever so slightly. Chapter 3. Hard afire. A torrential downpour relentlessly battered the ground. Brother, look over there. Can you believe there are still people risking their lives to come to the neighborhood? A cherubic face pressed against the window, gazing out with keen interest. Did they not realize the area was besieged by zombies? Such audacity this girl possesses. Alone and unaccompanied, what could she possibly intend to do? As the window descended halfway, the misty rain wafted into the car. The man extended his long fingers to test the weather. The rain had lightened. Is it really lessening? Why disembark? We should wait for Team A to retrieve us before going out, he retorted. Otherwise, in this tempest, my hairstyle will be utterly ruined. Get out and assist that girl. Do you truly have the audacity to merely watch? The man reached over to open one side of the car door, then with a swift motion, kicked him out. How heartless and indifferent. The cherubic face nearly burst into tears. The torrential rain was drenching him to the core. He had spent over an hour styling his hair. Now, under the deluge, it was a chaotic mess, disheveled by the winds. Is this what he meant by the rain easing? Drawing the firearm from his waist, he trudged forward with a woeful expression, and from a distance, he beheld several middle-aged zombies being effortlessly dispatched by the young lady, as if she were chopping vegetables. This young woman possesses remarkable prowess. Turning his head, he noticed his indifferent brother also stepping out of the vehicle. The man held a black umbrella, standing tall and poised beside the car. Through the curtain of rain, he appeared ethereal, like a misty apparition of pine and jade. What are you daydreaming about? Looking so foolish. Go lend a hand. Help with what? The young lady is poised and agile. She hardly requires my assistance. The childlike face murmured softly, yet her legs unconsciously moved toward the young lady. After dispatching a zombie, Xie Ning turned her head and shook her drowsy mind. Hey! A seemingly harmless childlike face abruptly appeared before her. Almost instinctively, Xie Ning swung her axe. The childlike face quickly tucked a pistol behind her waist, waving her hands and exclaiming, Wait, wait. Miss, open your eyes and see clearly. I'm not a zombie. I'm a person. Xie Ning's hand paused midair as she exhaled heavily. Miss, this neighborhood is crawling with zombies. What brings you here? Do you live around here? Ignoring her, Xie Ning wiped her face and dashed into the community. Here, take this. It's more manageable than your axe. Suddenly, a long knife was thrust into her hands. Xie Ning accepted it reflexively, glancing up to find her vision blurred. Through the curtain of rain, all she could discern were the man's smiling peach blossom eyes. Something fell off. Her body was engulfed in a burning sensation, a discomforting heat. Her current temperature was likely abnormal. She needed to locate her sister quickly before she fainted. Hey, little girl, it's best you find a safe place to recuperate first. Thanks. Xie Ning shook the long knife in her hand and sprinted towards the community. It was approximately 5 fingers wide and several feet long, resembling a sword more than a knife. The obsidian blade, seemingly unremarkable, proved exceptionally sharp when severing the decaying corpses. Xie Ning effortlessly toppled a putrid body and raced towards the apartment complex. Chapter 4. A critical moment. At that moment, Song Kursen's call fortuitously came through. Sister. The voice on the other end was intermittent and indistinct, laced with a sobbing tone. I've killed someone, sister. What should I do? I killed a bin, but he got back up. He was dead. How could he rise and wander about? Do not speak. I will be there shortly. Xie Ning reprimanded in a hushed yet fierce tone. Stay put. Hide in the wardrobe. Do not move. With a surge of determination, Xie Ning sprinted forward, her heart ablaze with urgency, disregarding her appearance as she dashed madly. In her past life, she had been a moment too late, witnessing her sister fall prey to the clutches of decay. This time, she would not falter. She was certain she would arrive in time. The thought of failure was too daunting to entertain, so she poured all her energy into racing towards apartment 141, where Song Kursen resided. Meanwhile, Song Kursen, heedful of Xie Ning's instructions, clung to her phone in the wardrobe, terrified to utter a sound. The device had long been silenced, and as she glanced down, she noticed the battery icon flickering ominously, on the verge of depletion. A hand pressed against her mouth. Tears silently streamed from the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, with a staggering turn, Abin lurched towards the wardrobe door. Had she been discovered? Song Kursen's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. She pressed her hand tightly against her mouth. Through the thin wardrobe door, she heard a resounding thud, followed by the unsettling sound of long fingernails scraping against the cabinet. Song Kursen shrank back, attempting to curl herself into a ball, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the long nails clawing through the gap in the wardrobe. Bang, bang. Abin pounded fiercely on the wardrobe from the outside. Startled, Song Kursen's hand trembled, causing her phone to slip from her grasp and land on the shelf with a soft thud. After a brief silence, Abin suddenly erupted in a frenzy, relentlessly striking the wardrobe while emitting furious roars. Overwhelmed by despair, Song Kursen screamed, pressing herself deeper into a pile of clothes, wishing she could vanish through the wall. Bang! Bang! The decayed Abin seemed incapable of opening the wardrobe door. Instead, he clumsily battered against it. The flimsy wardrobe doors began to splinter under his relentless assault. It's over, utterly finished. Tears streamed down her face as she widened her eyes in horror, watching the doors shatter into pieces. Desperately clutching the clothes inside, Song Kursen sought refuge. Yet Abin, as if discovering a delectable treat, shouted with excitement and reached out with his sharp fingers toward her arm. Just as she felt herself being dragged toward the wardrobe's opening by the decaying corpse, a black dagger flew through the air, plunging forcefully into Abin's skull. He froze, as if a robot suddenly deprived of power. Xie Ning lunged forward, gripping the hilt of the dagger, twisting the blade within Abin's skull to ensure the abomination was thoroughly dispatched. Only after extracting the dagger did she exhale with relief. Sister, Song Kursen, as if reuniting with a long-lost brother, dashed from the wardrobe and collided into Xie Ning's embrace. You have 3 minutes to gather a few change of clothes and come with me, quickly. Upon seeing her little cousin safe and sound, Xie Ning managed to maintain her composure. She pushed Song Kursen's hand aside and urged her to go inside and gather her belongings. Do you have a large travel bag? Yes, I do. Song Kursen poked her head out from the room and tossed a travel bag to her. Xie Ning seized the black travel bag and made a beeline for the refrigerator, hastily shoving everything inside it into the bag. In the 5th chapter, as chaos loomed, the girl resembled a shopping machine, completing a whirlwind tour of her uncle's house in mere minutes, clearing the spice cabinet and all the rice, flour, and oil into the travel bag. Noticing 2 large bottles of purified water in the corner, she forced them in as well. What are you doing? Seeing her unreliable cousin, Xie Ning felt a surge of frustration. With all this running around, you could have retrieved your sanitary pads from your room. I can't find my charger. What do you need a charger for? Xie Ning hissed, her voice low. Soon, all communication will be cut off, and your phone will be as useful as a brick. It's better to use a watch. We're leaving. Oh, sister, you just mentioned sanitary pads. I'll go get them. Song Kursen hurriedly dashed into the room, retrieving all the sanitary pads from the drawer to stuff into her backpack. There's no time. Hurry up. Where are your dad's car keys? Xie Ning, with one hand clutching the large travel bag, rushed out the door, pulling Song Kursen along. Sister, there are still so many things left to pack. Where are we going? Song Kursen exclaimed in a flurry, grabbing whatever she could. There's no time. Take the car keys, and let's go. Song Kursen gasped. Sister, your hand, it's so hot. Are you running a fever? Rest assured, I shall not become like that wretched Abin. What caused Abin to transform in such a manner? He suddenly fell ill, his consciousness clouded, and he attempted to bite me. Reflecting on past events, Song Kursen could not hold back her tears. In a moment of self-defense, I plunged a knife into him, believing he had perished as he collapsed. Yet, not long after, he rose again. Trembling, Song Kursen asked, "Why is this happening, sister?" Because a damned world is upon us, Xie Ning replied, placing a reassuring hand on Song Kursen's shoulder. Be strong. Tears will not resolve our predicament. The two sisters hurried down from the building. Song Kursen's face flushed crimson. Why not take the elevator? She questioned. Xie Ning, carrying a large black travel bag, had beads of sweat cascading down her flushed cheeks. Sister, you are burning up. Should we not go to the hospital? Song Kursen feared that Xie Ning might succumb to fever. Do not worry. Your sister is quite resilient. Is your father's car parked over there? Let us go. Xie Ning grasped Song Kursen's hand and rushed toward the garden. Along the way, their commotion attracted several wandering corpses. Undeterred, Xie Ning pulled Song Kursen onward until they reached their uncle's dilapidated sedan. She swung open the door and tossed the bag into the back seat. Buckle up. Taking a deep breath, Xie Ning pressed the accelerator, and the old car spun and drifted as it exited the parking space. Song Kursen was momentarily astounded. Sister, didn't you just take the driving test? Your skills seem quite impressive. Xie Ning gazed into the rearview mirror, witnessing a dozen grotesque corpses staggering out from the nearby buildings. A wave of dread washed over her. Surely, the commotion they had just caused, alongside the thunderous roar of the engine, had drawn these wretched beings closer. Song Kursen turned to the window, her expression one of horror. Sister, it seems the number of those corpses is only increasing. What shall we do? What shall we do? Hold on tight, Xie Ning urged, pressing the accelerator and barreling forward, colliding forcefully with two of the flailing corpses that dared to obstruct their path. The impact left two deep dents in the car's hood, eliciting a grimace from Song Kursen. Chapter 6. Rebirth in Flame's brother. The members of Group A have rescued Commissioner Lee's family. Get them into the vehicle. Where to next? The man inquired, glancing at his watch. The young woman with a doll-like face activated her phone. The next destination is Shunfengli Community. It typically takes about 15 minutes to reach there. A bus came to a steady halt beside them, the driver leaping out into the rain to wipe his face. Chief, Commissioner Lee's family is safely aboard. Good. Let us move, the man replied, inadvertently stepping on an unextinguished cigarette, but just as he turned to enter the bus, he heard the young woman exclaim excitedly, Wow. Who is that? Is that the young lady from earlier? Inside the bus, the passengers rushed to the left windows, their expressions shifting to fear as they shouted in alarm. Hurry, drive. Outside, through the curtain of rain, a small car sped out from the community entrance. Following closely behind was a large throng of grotesquely swaying corpses, each trailing the small vehicle at a leisurely pace, yet their numbers were astonishing. A glance revealed at least 100 decaying bodies pursuing the car in a slow, yet relentless manner. Xie Ning maneuvered the vehicle beside a 7-seater business car and brought it to a halt. Song Kursen appeared bewildered. Without further ado, Xie Ning urged her to disembark and retrieve their luggage, directing her to the adjacent business vehicle. A youthful face emerged from the rain, running towards her. Miss, what are you doing? We need to leave quickly. Xie Ning circumvented the car to open the fuel tank cover, inserting a plastic tube into the fuel line. Are you planning to siphon the fuel? The young face glanced towards the foggy rain, where the horde of corpses was advancing towards the entrance. Hurry and escape. You are far too calm. You must be an ability user, right? The young face's voice faltered. Can you manage it? Xie Ning gestured towards the dilapidated car, swiftly and adeptly siphoning half the fuel into a canister. I can't do it, but my brother probably can. As she spoke, her brother approached, and through the misty rain, the young face sensed a somber expression on his countenance. Xie Ning felt somewhat dazed, her vision clouded with a haze of crimson. Your condition is not suitable for driving, the man said in a deep tone. Come and join us. Thank you for your kind intentions. But I see you have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall not impose. Xie Ning looked up and noticed that the horde of corpses was gathering in greater numbers, poised to surge forth from the entrance of the community. Help me. In an instant, Xie Ning unhesitatingly ignited the decrepit vehicle, leaving the doll-faced boy speechless, his mouth agape. Yet, his brother reacted swiftly, delivering a decisive kick. The blazing wreck was sent hurtling towards the entrance of the community, crashing heavily into a horde of corpses. Flames spread mercilessly, reducing countless cadavers to ashes beneath the vehicle. Both the doll-faced boy and Song Kursen instinctively recoiled. Through the thick veil of fire, Xie Ning grasped an oil drum from the ground and cast a profound glance at the man. Subsequently, she swiftly entered the car, flooring the accelerator. As the 7-seater business vehicle whisked away, vanishing from the sight of the doll-faced boy and his brother, the boy, mouth agape, exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! That young lady is truly remarkable. Without a second thought, she ignited the vehicle. If it weren't for his brother's quick reflexes, she might have incinerated them both. The man raised an eyebrow, his handsome features taking on a cool demeanor in the flickering light. Chapter 7. Extinction among the ashes. Use your brain, he remarked, patting the doll-faced boy on the head. Goodness gracious, can one awaken abilities and still roam with zombies? Shouldn't she find a place to rest until her powers fully manifest before taking action? The burly middle-aged man's eyes lit up at this. Boss, are you suggesting that the girl we just saw is a promising ability user? Then we should definitely recruit her into our group. The man's lips curled into a faint smile, almost mocking. She's long gone, didn't you notice? All right. The burly man scratched his head, a look of regret on his face. What a pity. We let a promising talent slip away. If we encounter her again in the future, we cannot let her escape. It remains uncertain whether we shall meet again in the future, the burly man muttered. The man could not suppress a chuckle as he glanced towards the entrance of the community. The charred vehicles, drenched by the deluge, were slowly extinguishing. Accompanying this scene was the gathering of decaying corpses, swaying as they circumvented the abandoned cars, surging forth in a chaotic throng. Time could no longer be squandered. The man narrowed his eyes, instructing everyone to board the vehicle and proceed to the next destination. In a fleeting moment, 2 black jeeps led the way, followed closely by 3 or 4 minibuses hastily departing from Ruehua community. Hand me the eyes from the bag, she commanded decisively. Sister, where are we headed now? To the Xie supermarket, Xie Ning replied with conviction. Xie supermarket? Oh, is that the one where Aunt works? Indeed. Xie Ning gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other pressed the ice against her forehead. Sister, let me help you. Song Kursen quickly took over, applying the ice pack. Do you feel any better? Just keep an eye on the road for me, Xie Ning sighed. My vision is quite blurred. Sister, with your fever so high, are you sure you're all right? Song Kursen inquired, her face etched with concern. Should we stop by the hospital? Xie Ning felt her head swimming, forcing herself to maintain focus. We cannot go to the hospital. It has become a paradise for zombies, a far more terrifying place than the university town. The world has irrevocably changed. Xie Ning spoke solemnly. If we wish to survive, we must adapt to our current environment. Stop crying. Do you remember the laws of human survival? Survival of the fittest. In these times, one must adapt to the entire environment rather than expect the environment to accommodate oneself. Failure to adapt may lead to inevitable demise. One may either be reborn from the flames or perish in the ashes. The choice is yours. Song Kursen fought back tears that threatened to spill. Biting her lip in a desperate attempt to maintain composure, her voice trembling. I am afraid. Xie Ning gently patted her on the head, reassuring her. Do not fear. There is always a path to tread, albeit a challenging one. In the days of peace, there were those online who dramatically lamented the difficulties of existence. Soon they would come to understand the true meaning of hardship. Xie Ning turned to her cousin and smiled. What can we do? Chapter 8. A drastic change in temperament. It is akin to playing a game. The entire world has now entered a hellish mode. Xie Ning shrugged and remarked. How shall I put it? Time will gradually help you adjust to all of this. Song Kursen could hardly contain her laughter. Sister, you were not like this before. Why do you seem so different now? Once, her cousin was a poetic and melancholic girl, often indulging in the sorrows of spring and autumn at school. How is it that now she speaks and acts with such practicality? Faced with such terrifying circumstances, she could still find the strength to smile and offer comfort in jest? In the past, it would have been unthinkable. A literary girl should be huddled under her blanket, trembling in fear at the onset of doom. Perhaps having long succumbed to terror. Xie Ning paused for a moment. To be honest, after surviving for 20 years in this apocalypse, she had long forgotten what her former self had been like. Indeed, to her cousin, the current version of her seems rather peculiar. Sister, be cautious of the zombies ahead. Song Kursen exhaled in relief. Oh my goodness, sister, please focus on driving. I shall refrain from conversing further. Yes, do keep an eye on the road for me. Xie Ning also felt a trickle of cold sweat. Sister, your complexion appears less flushed than before. How do you feel? It seems less feverish than earlier. Xie Ning, belatedly aware, subtly rejoiced within. Thank heaven, this awakening of abilities appears to be nearing its conclusion. With the persistent burning sensation subsiding and her vision returning to clarity, she felt more assured about retrieving her mother from Love Family Supermarket. Turn left ahead. Suddenly, Song Kursen turned her head and peered through the window. Sister, it seems there are a few individuals at the intersection attempting to halt vehicles. Before she could finish her sentence, her sister, with an expression of indifference, slammed the accelerator, nearly colliding with the young men blocking the road. The business vehicle sped past the group, and Song Kursen faintly heard their curses. One should only act within their means. Our primary concern now is self-rescue. Ensuring the safety of ourselves and our family before we can extend help to others. Whether we encounter a treacherous wolf or a deceptive lotus, do you understand? Little White. Song Kursen obediently nodded. Oh, everything I am teaching you now, you must commit to memory. Do not forget by tomorrow. Be more astute. Sister, I am not foolish. I have taken it to heart. The second rule of survival. Do not fear the monstrous or the bizarre. Neither should you flee. Instead, approach with the strength of a socialist iron fist and make them call you father. Song Kursen. What on earth has happened to her sister? Has there been a genetic mutation? She recalls that her sister had never been so decisive in her speech and actions before. The sister she remembers is still that delicate young lady, with a ponytail, languidly weeping over artistic romantic films on the couch. Song Kursen stealthily turned her head as the business vehicle came to a halt with a soft screech at the side entrance of the IGA supermarket. Stay in the car and don't move. Lock the doors and remain silent. I will go up and bring my mother down. I will go with you. Song Kursen said anxiously, grasping her. It's too dangerous up there. You stay here obediently. I will be down in 20 minutes. Chapter 9. Breaking in. Xie Ning ascended the side staircase of IGA supermarket with determination, swiftly dispatching 2 lurking corpses in the corners. She tested the weight of the long knife in her hand, then stealthily made her way to the second floor. Her mother should be at the end of the corridor in the finance office. She needed to act quickly before the zombies gathered in large numbers. To bring her mother out and avoid the fate of being trapped in the supermarket for many days, only to find her mother unresponsive by the time help arrived. As Xie Ning passed the freight elevator, the doors opened just in time. A zombie, wearing a hard hat, staggered out, and with a decisive swing of her knife, Xie Ning sent it crashing to the ground. She swiftly ran toward the end of the corridor, striving to steady her breath. At the office door, 4 or 5 zombies were clawing at the entrance with their long fingernails. Time was of the essence. She could feel her stamina waning rapidly. If she were surrounded by dozens of zombies, it would spell disaster, as her current strength could not guarantee her escape. Xie Ning swiftly dispatched one hunchbacked zombie with a few precise strikes, and then kicked another across the corridor. Before the latter could stagger to its feet, she lunged forward, driving her blade through the back of its skull, thus expediting its demise. The remaining 3 fell victim to her blade with astonishing speed, as she endeavored to control the volume of her actions to avoid attracting other monstrous entities. Once she had dealt with these zombies, she felt a profound fatigue in her arms, a sense of weariness intensifying, and a faint smile of resignation graced her lips. This was entirely understandable. This body had lived a life of luxury before the apocalypse. It was accustomed to a monotonous routine, with only sporadic physical activity during gym classes, swimming, and volleyball, devoid of any rigorous training. Were it not for her extensive combat experience accumulated in a past life, which guided her actions with simplicity and efficiency, her current physical state would likely have succumbed to exhaustion much sooner. Knock, knock. Xie Ning gently rapped on the door, suppressing her emotions as she whispered, "Mom, are you in there? Please respond." Through the door, she could faintly discern sounds of commotion and argument within. "It's me, your little Ning. Why are you blocking me? Step aside, my daughter has arrived. You've lost your mind, Song Yui. If you open that door now, you'll lead us all to our doom. There are countless monsters gathering outside. Do you wish to endanger us all? Daughter, Mom is here." Song Yui strained against the middle-aged woman blocking her path, hurriedly rushing toward the entrance. However, just as her hand grasped the doorknob, a sharply dressed man charged in, forcefully shoving her aside. The middle-aged woman screeched, "Xiaochen. Xiaoli, why aren't you helping to restrain her? What madness is this?" Several individuals firmly restrained Song Yui's arms and head, pushing her into a corner where she was unable to move. Song Yui struggled fiercely, tears welling in her eyes. "Xiaochen, you must let me go. My daughter is outside. The streets are filled with monsters that devour anyone they catch. My daughter is slender. She stands no chance against them. I must rescue her immediately. Boss, do not open the door. We will surely perish if you do." A middle-aged woman shouted, her voice piercing the air. Xie Ning attempted to suppress the raging fury within her. "The threat outside has been dealt with. Open the door quickly. I am here to take my mother away. Nothing more. The fate of the others is of no concern to me. My mother will leave with me, without fail." "Is that truly the case?" A man in a suit leaned against the door, listening intently. He did not hear the roars of the creatures outside. Chapter 10. Breaking in 2. Boss. Do not be deceived. The middle-aged woman cried out urgently. How could she possibly fight those monsters alone? She is merely trying to trick us into opening the door. Manager Wu, there is indeed no sound from outside. A young man who was holding Song Yuai's arm remarked, tilting his head to listen closely. Unable to resist, offering his defense. Knock, knock. Xie Ning rapped on the door again, her impatience mounting. If you do not open the door, I shall break it down. Do not blame me for the noise that may attract other zombies. With that, Xie Ning plunged her knife into the door, startling those inside, their faces paling slightly. Accountant Song, how could your daughter break down the door? Does she not care for everyone's safety? Boss, why don't we open the door and let her in? If the door is damaged, we won't be able to fend off those monsters any longer. The sharply dressed man maintained a stern expression. His thick brows furrowed deeply as he cast a glance at Song Yuai, who was pinned against the wall by Manager Wu. You certainly have raised a fine daughter. The middle-aged woman replied with a mocking smile. With an angry scowl, she struck Song Yuai in frustration, questioning who was selfish. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from behind them. As Song Yuai and the others turned to look, their hearts sank in terror. The usually silent unloading worker in the corner had inexplicably erupted into violence, sinking his teeth into Shaoli's shoulder blade. The sound of chewing sent shivers down everyone's spine. Quick, bind him, the sharply dressed man yelled in a trembling voice, clutching his protruding beer belly as he rushed toward the door. The unloading worker, now a zombie, was drawn in by the man's frantic cries, releasing his grip on Shaoli to lunge at him instead. In a split second, the man seized Wu Hong by the arm and shoved her towards the zombie. Ah! Manager Wu screamed in terror, colliding with the unloading worker in a grim embrace. Seizing the moment while the zombie was momentarily distracted, Wu Hong struggled fiercely to break free, only to catch sight of Song Yuai, who was poised to open the door, a fleeting glint of malice flashing in her eyes. The office door was suddenly battered by a flurry of blows, splintering into a heap of broken wood. The first thing Xie Ning saw upon bursting through the door was Wu Hong, the older woman, forcefully pushing her mother towards the zombie. Mom! Xie Ning roared, charging forward like a small leopard. Heavy fists struck ruthlessly upon Wu Hong's back, causing the middle-aged woman to scream in agony. Enraged, Xie Ning seized the woman by the nape of her neck, forcefully directing her head towards the wall, delivering a resounding blow. With a thud, Wu Hong crumpled to the ground, her cries abruptly silenced. A dockworker zombie howled and lunged towards Xie Ning, foolishly aiming the tip of her knife. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through the zombie's forehead, emerging from the back of its skull. However, upon stepping outside, she was met head-on by a zombie with bulging eyes, who bit into her neck. After a brief struggle, the sounds of her distress gradually faded away. Mother, we must go. Such a commotion will surely attract all nearby zombies. Xie Ning's expression turned grave. There was no time for nostalgic conversation as she grasped her mother's hand and rushed towards the door. No, don't go out. There are countless monsters out there, all of the monsters. Chapter 11. The onset of chaos. A young man named Shaochen hurriedly positioned himself in front of Xie Ning and her mother, his eyes flickering with concern. We are well aware of the situation outside, Accountant Song. These creatures are beyond our capacity to combat. I advise you to wait here. The government will not abandon us and will surely dispatch troops to our aid. If we recklessly venture out, we will only meet our demise. If we await rescue from the government, we can survive. Xie Ning cast a cold glance at him before stepping aside. She understood the situation better than anyone else. Indeed, her country had always prioritized rescue efforts, organizing to save as many lives as possible since the onset of the apocalypse. The principle is to never abandon any living soul, and on this foundation, to provide each victim with a certain degree of assistance. However, there are indeed situations where help cannot reach those in need. Following the outbreak of chaos, no matter how swiftly the authorities respond, rescue operations require time to organize human and material resources. It is not merely a matter of words. The zombie tide surged simultaneously, leaving no one sufficient time to prepare. Consequently, many trapped individuals perished while waiting for rescue. In her previous life, classmate Xie Ning was equally naive, merely waiting for assistance, sitting idly by and lamenting why help had not arrived. Yet she never considered that in the face of disaster, each person must first learn to save themselves. Only through self-rescue can one carve a path to survival. Doing nothing and waiting for death amounts to nothing but demise. During a great catastrophe, while some succumb to the jaws of zombies, many more perish from starvation or thirst in a state of dire resource scarcity. with others descending into emotional despair and taking their own lives in waves. Xie Ning turned to gaze deeply at the young man. The fear of the unknown is what truly terrifies. In reality, if you do not venture outside, you will never know how the world has transformed. If you do not adapt to this world, you will ultimately be cast aside by it. This is the harsh truth. According to the trajectory of her previous life, one would have to wait at least 7 days for the military to arrive at Ijia's supermarket for rescue. 7 days without water, electricity, or food. By the time help finally arrived, it was too late. Her mother was, in fact, dragged down by her colleagues. At that time, there was a clear opportunity to escape the supermarket area before the corpses gathered, yet they insisted on keeping her mother confined there, waiting for help. Thus, Xie Ning held no favorable impression of these individuals. Were their lives reduced merely to waiting? She had no desire to continue idle chatter with the young man, Xiaoqin. Grasping her mother's hand tightly, she strode purposefully towards the door. Then I shall accompany you. Xiaoqin hurriedly followed them, inexplicably feeling a sense of security trailing behind the daughter of Accountant Song. It seemed she had undergone some training. Her skill in dispatching zombies was executed with a remarkable swiftness and precision. Xie Ning, with a cold expression, retorted, "It would be better for a young man like you to act independently, rather than be encumbered by us women and children." She was acutely aware that, with her limited abilities, it was already commendable to protect herself and her mother. To take along a suspicious young man? Apologies, even the mightiest champion could not manage that. "Hey, don't go," Xiaoqin exclaimed, only to quickly cover his mouth. As Xie Ning led her mother out of the office, they unexpectedly encountered a limping zombie around the corner. "Old Wang," Song Yuei gasped, covering her mouth. The zombie, known as Old Wang, fixed its grayish eyes upon the mother and daughter. As if sensing the scent of flesh, it emitted a low howl and staggered toward them. Song Yuei, pale with fright, continued to push Xie Ning behind her. "Ning, run. Quickly." Xie Ning tightened her grip on her mother's hand, then dashed forward in a swift motion, wielding her blade with precision and speed, driving it decisively into the zombie's skull, and promptly withdrawing it, leaving behind a pool of dark red ichor. Song Yuei felt a slight weakness in her limbs, while Old Wang collapsed heavily to the ground, producing a muffled sound that echoed painfully in her heart. Xie Ning turned around and reached out to embrace her round, plump mother tightly, saying, "Mom, do not be afraid," as she once again felt her mother's warmth. No matter how resilient she was, tears began to well in her eyes. For her mother, it had only been a few hours since she last saw her daughter. However, for Xie Ning, it felt as though an entire lifetime had passed. After enduring prolonged solitude and being engulfed in enduring darkness, reuniting with the light brought a sense of caution and unease to her heart. Song Yuei, holding her unharmed daughter, was overwhelmed with emotion. She gently patted Xie Ning's back, her voice soothing, "Little Ning, do not be afraid, Mama is here." Xie Ning felt an overwhelming urge to cry, a surge of emotions that she could no longer contain. Her mother's words echoed the dying wishes from a past life. In this life, it was her turn to protect her mother, ensuring she would never want for anything. "Mom, I'm not afraid at all." Song Yuei scrutinized her daughter from head to toe, her voice slightly choked with emotion. "Little Ning, you cannot imagine the fright I felt when I received the message. My heart was filled with worry for you. Thankfully, you are here. At last, I can breathe easy." At the onset of the chaos, before communication was completely severed, the government sent multiple urgent text messages. Although the specifics eluded her memory, she had a vague impression that they mentioned a virus of unknown origin causing persistent high fevers in individuals, which could lead to two extreme outcomes. One is the transformation into a soulless corpse devoid of any desire for flesh, and the other is a genetic mutation that bestows certain abilities capable of combating these undead. It may sound like a jest, yet it is the grim reality of our world. Thus, a persistent fever does not necessarily herald a transformation into a zombie. This is a fundamental truth that everyone must grasp. In the early days of the apocalypse, such harrowing events were all too common. Xie Ning sensed her mother's hand trembling slightly and squeezed it reassuringly, whispering, "Do not fear, mother. These initial zombie creatures are not as terrifying. Their movements are exceedingly slow. As long as we conserve our strength and can run, we must avoid being surrounded." "All right," Song Yuei responded, clenching her fist. "I will strive to adapt and will not hinder you." The mother and daughter descended the stairs cautiously, making every effort to minimize noise to prevent attracting unnecessary trouble. In the stillness of the supermarket, occasional distant roars echoed, accompanied by the chilling sounds of gnawing that sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 13. A Confined Space? Mother. Song Kursen is still waiting for us outside. We must hasten our movements. Xie Ning spoke in the softest of tones to Song Yuai. You brought Kursen with you? Song Yuai replied in a hushed voice, her expression one of surprise. Is the child unharmed? We are both fine, mother, Xie Ning reassured her. Then why is your hand so warm? Song Yuai asked, her concern evident as she grasped her daughter's palm, sensing an unusual warmth. Xie Ning hesitated for a moment, then resolved to speak candidly. I am much better now, mother. I have been awakening my abilities today. Generally, for those with powers, the awakening follows a high fever and occurs within about 2 hours. However, she appeared to be somewhat peculiar. According to the timeline of her previous life, she had been burning for over 4 hours. Superpowers? Song Yuai's face was a canvas of astonishment. Xie Ning, have you perhaps developed supernatural abilities? Mom, you are truly perceptive. Xie Ning replied, nodding as she leaned closer to her mother and whispered, I have just discovered that I possess a small space where I can store certain items. The flame she had previously ignited on Mayu came from a lighter taken from that very space. In that moment, she had no time to ponder. With a mere thought, she summoned what was needed. The large axe was also an item from her space. Now, as she reflected calmly, it struck her as exceedingly strange. That axe was a resource she had gathered in her past life, one she had utilized consistently, allowing her to recognize it immediately. Mom, we must not speak of this small space to anyone outside. Do you understand? And let's keep it from Xie for now. It should remain a secret known only to us. Song Yuai nodded, her eyes gleaming with delight, yet she could not help but scold her daughter playfully. Of course, I know, I'm not foolish enough to disclose such confidential matters to anyone. But Xie is still quite young. She might inadvertently spill the beans in her sleep. Xie Ning couldn't help but chuckle. She was well aware of her dear mother's disposition. Her mother was incredibly warm-hearted, albeit somewhat prone to showing off. So she needed to be gently reminded not to blurt out secrets in moments of excitement. Just as the pair descended to the first floor, they heard a series of loud thuds emanating from the supermarket. Several survivors rushed out from a corner of the store, casting a frantic glance at the mother and daughter before hastily fleeing. Simultaneously, 2 decaying corpses staggered unexpectedly around the corner, causing Song Yuai's complexion to pale. Do not be afraid, mother, watch me, Xie Ning said, wielding her long knife with precision and speed, demonstrating how to eliminate the 2 zombies effortlessly. Let us see if there are any knives left on the shelf. Mother, you must also have a kitchen knife for practice later. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Song Yuai nodded repeatedly, learning the basic movements from her daughter. Was her daughter truly maturing in an instant? Observing her remain unflinching and composed while demonstrating on the bloodied back of a zombie, Song Yuai felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. How fastidious, in particular her daughter, had once been. A mere layer of dust on the ground would have elicited her disdain for an eternity. Now, she seemed utterly unconcerned. Heartbroken, Song Yuai gazed at her suddenly grown-up daughter. Come on, mother, Xie Ning urged, gathering several bags from the food section, hastily filling them with whatever she could find. The food area had already been ravaged by waves of people, leaving behind only a meager selection. 3 melons and 2 dates, hardly sufficient. Chapter 14. Are we still in the mobile mansion? Xie Ning asked, how much can we fit into a small space? What are we supposed to take? Not much. The space is quite limited. Bottled water, biscuits, instant noodles will suffice, preferably items that are easy to store. Come here, there is something. With over 20 years of experience at Jia Supermarket, Song Yuai was intimately familiar with its layout. Seeing her daughter in a shopping frenzy, she swiftly pulled her aside to the lower shelf, opened the cabinet, and retrieved boxes of bottled water and instant noodles. Xie Ning placed her hand atop the boxes, and Song Yuai widened her eyes in curiosity as she watched dozens of boxes vanish into thin air. At that moment, Xie Ning stood there, her expression a mix of bewilderment and peculiarity. She had anticipated that the small space would resemble the meager one from her previous life, merely a 2-square-meter area, sufficient to accommodate a 1.2-meter bed, and perhaps a few dozen boxes of instant noodles. However, her face was now a canvas of utter confusion. To her astonishment, she found herself in the circular sofa area of her villa's living room. After closing her eyes and attempting to steady her breathing, she gazed once more at her diminutive space, nearly losing composure in her astonishment. It was no wonder that a person who had traversed the apocalyptic world for 2 decades would react thus. The small space had undergone an extraordinary transformation, evolving from 2 square meters to their expansive living room of over 100 square meters. The familiar floor-to-ceiling windows, cascading curtains, and the well-known plaster ceiling with acoustic panels adorned the area, complemented by a broad television wall. Before her lay a cozy reading nook, where neatly stacked books, many of which had never been perused, adorned the shelves. Beside it stood a smart water dispenser, upon which rested her beloved bear-shaped teacup, seemingly containing half a cup of overnight water. With a flicker of thought, the bear-shaped cup materialized in her hand. Song Yui's eyes widened in disbelief. After enduring half a day of shock without a drop to drink, she was indeed parched. Upon downing the half cup of water, her stomach growled, reminding her of her hunger. Mom, did the box of ugly oranges and the box of cherries I ordered online arrive? Who could have foreseen such a sudden upheaval in the world? Alas, what a shame about the abundance of food in the refrigerator. Still bewildered by the circumstances, Xie Ning hastily thrust an ugly orange into her mother's hand, suggesting they have a few bites to quell their hunger before exploring what other treasures they might uncover. Song Yui gazed at the orange in her hand, somewhat bewildered, yet she refrained from asking further questions. The mother and daughter duo advanced quietly, making every effort to minimize any sound. Fortunately, the number of zombies in this area was quite limited, allowing for a smooth passage. As they passed the checkout area, Xie Ning seized a large plastic bag, handing some to her mother, collecting whatever edible items they could find along the way, with the intention of later retrieving some essential supplies. Items such as toilet paper, tissues, soap, and shampoo may appear inconspicuous in everyday life, yet one can never predict their future necessity. Chapter 15. The small space feels quite ample. Ning Ning. Should we take this pork and such? Will it spoil in the small space? Her mother inquired, trailing behind, meticulously considering each piece of meat with a serious and reverent demeanor. Let us gather it for now. Xie Ning replied without much deliberation, nodding in agreement. After all, the living room was relatively spacious at present, and they had little to fear from accumulating more. Moreover, their villa boasted higher ceilings than those of smaller apartment buildings, providing hidden space for storage. In due time, they could stack the bags neatly without wasting any area. Be careful while collecting. We wouldn't want anyone to pop out and see us. I understand, Mom, Xie Ning responded, taking 2 hefty bags filled with fresh meat from her mother's hands and placing them into the designated space. They navigated towards the freezer section, discovering an abundance of frozen foods still stored within. The groups of survivors who had previously raided this place had overlooked these items. After all, what use would they serve? Without proper refrigeration, these perishable goods would quickly spoil and emit an unpleasant odor. It was far more pragmatic to gather a few boxes of instant noodles for sustenance. Xie Ning, struck by inspiration, nodded in agreement and proceeded to heed Song Yui's counsel, promptly removing all 6 freezers. As she collected the freezers, Xie Ning deliberately arranged them neatly along the row by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding how long the contents could remain fresh without power. Observing this, Song Yui was filled with astonishment, exclaiming, "My dear, this small space seems quite ample to me." Xie Ning was momentarily taken aback by her mother's words, resorting to vague reassurances to deflect the conversation, for she herself was at a loss on how to elucidate the transformation of what was once a mere 2-square-meter area into their spacious villa's living room. The two then hurried to the household goods section, collecting various items. Fortunately, Song Yui was well acquainted with the layout of Ijia supermarket, leading her daughter directly to their desired destinations without unnecessary detours. After they had thoroughly cleared the shelves of essential long-handled kitchen knives and usable tools, Xie Ning glanced at her phone to check the time. Let us go. Song Kursen must be anxiously waiting. It was not safe to leave her cousin in the car for too long. They needed to hurry. All right, Song Yui said, gripping a long-handled kitchen knife and brandishing it playfully at the air. How did you arrive here? Xie Ning suddenly turned to her mother and suggested, Mom, shall we take the truck that delivers goods from your supermarket as well? Meanwhile, Song Kursen was growing increasingly disheartened from waiting. It turned out that her sister had not changed. The unreliable person had no sense of time. They had agreed she would be out in 20 minutes. Yet nearly an hour had elapsed. In the past, whenever they planned shopping trips, she always ended up waiting. Sitting in the car, Song Kursen felt stifled and restless but was too timid to open the door. What if one casually steps out of the vehicle and encounters a zombie? At that moment, a delivery van emerged from the supermarket's rear entrance, smoothly parking beside her business vehicle. As the door swung open, Xie Ning and Song Yui leaped out. Song Kursen hurriedly opened the door of the business car, her excitement palpable as she rushed out. Sister. Aunt. Chapter 16. The Path of Escape. Thank heavens. They have finally made it out. Song Kursen exhaled in relief, tightly grasping Song Yui's left hand. You and sister are all right, aren't you? All is well, replied Song Yui, directly handing her a long-handled kitchen knife. She patted Song Kursen on the shoulder. Kursen, take this for self-defense. Soon, we will learn to fend off the undead with Xie Ning. We must grow stronger quickly. Look at your sister, a literary young woman, already capable of slaying zombies. We cannot lag behind, Song Yui chattered on. Meanwhile, Xie Ning glanced back towards the supermarket, urging Mom. Let's go? We'll talk on the way. What is this delivery van for? Song Kursen inquired, but before she could receive an answer, Xie Ning shoved her into the business vehicle. Song Yui, with her plump figure, swiftly climbed aboard the delivery van, quickly following Xie Ning's business car as they both drove out in tandem. Song Kursen reached up and touched Xie Ning's forehead, her eyes sparkling with joy. Sister, you don't seem as feverish anymore. Yes, my vision has cleared considerably. Rest assured, I am quite resilient, Xie Ning replied, flooring the accelerator as they sped out of the AIGA supermarket's entrance. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of two burly men on the roadside, frantically waving to flag them down, seemingly intent on approaching aggressively. Xie Ning paid no heed and drove away with determination. Song Kursen, feeling uneasy, turned her head to glance at the small cargo truck following behind. When she saw her aunt accelerate to catch up, she finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Where are we headed? To Song Family Pavilion. To grandfather and grandmother's place? Song Kursen straightened her posture. Isn't that area free from the virus? The virus indiscriminately attacks. The entire world has been contaminated, wouldn't you agree? Xie Ning cast a sidelong glance at Song Kursen. However, the countryside is vast and sparsely populated. Compared to the crowded cities, Song Family Pavilion is indeed the best destination. Will the government take care of us? They will, Xie Ning affirmed with a solemn nod. If all goes as planned, the survivors in the vicinity of Song Family Pavilion were relocated to safety zones quite early on, roughly around the 10th day after the apocalypse began. All right, sister, we'll follow your lead. Xie Ning nodded slightly, only to be interrupted by an incongruous growl emanating from Song Kursen's stomach. You should eat something. I can hold on, Song Kursen replied, her face slightly embarrassed. Food is scarce. We should conserve it. It's fine. Xie Ning reached out to tousle the young girl's unruly hair. Have a few biscuits to tide you over. Song Kursen rubbed her complaining stomach, then retrieved a package of chocolate biscuits from her backpack, took a couple of bites, and offered some to Xie Ning. The vehicle journeyed out of the bustling city, passing by 3 pharmacies. Each time, Xie Ning would disembark to swiftly gather some essential medications, stuffing them into her large black travel bag. The rice, flour, and cooking oil that were once neatly packed in the travel bag now lay heaped in the back seat of the car, a chaotic mound. Upon exiting the urban area, the usual journey along the elevated highway would take just over half an hour. However, Xie Ning was uncertain. Should the highway be completely congested, it would become impassable, and turning back would pose a significant challenge. Perhaps the West Mountain Road would be a better option. It would take an additional 20 minutes, but offered greater safety. The two vehicles had been cruising smoothly, one following the other, when suddenly, an erratically swerving SUV came barreling in from the opposite direction, colliding with Xie Ning's car with a deafening crash. Xie Ning instinctively jerked the steering wheel to evade the impact. With a resounding thud, the SUV's body careened, sweeping across the road. Despite Xie Ning's swift reflexes, there was no altering the fate of the impending collision. All she could do was instinctively push down on the head of her passenger, Song Kursen, in the front seat. The windows shattered in a cacophony of splintering glass. The airbags deployed, and shards of glass flew in, prompting both women to instinctively lower their heads in avoidance. From the opposing SUV came a low, guttural groan, and a bloodied hand crashed against the window, swaying ominously, a grim reminder of life's fragility that weighed heavy on their hearts. Xie Ning yanked off Song Kursen's seatbelt, forcefully slammed open the passenger door, and urged the bewildered Song Kursen outside. Go to your aunt's place. Hurry, run. Is it zombies? Song Kursen shivered, glancing back as if to salvage the rice, flour, and cooking oil in the back seat. Xie Ning swatted away her greedy hands, exasperated. Just run. What are you thinking at a time like this, you silly girl? Song Kursen was on the verge of tears. Abandoning the supplies seemed utterly foolish. Yet time was of the essence. A series of anguished roars echoed from all directions. Stumbling from the vehicle, she caught sight of several swaying zombies approaching from behind the SUV. Letting out a short scream, she clutched her backpack and sprinted desperately towards her aunt's small cargo truck. Xie Ning turned her head, placing her hand on the back seat, swiftly pulling in the disheveled pile of rice, flour, oil, and bottled water. Grabbing a large black travel bag, she forcefully kicked open the driver's side door, sending a staggering corpse reeling back half a meter. Slinging the travel bag over her shoulder, Xie Ning retrieved a long knife from her space, aiming it directly at the approaching undead. As she kicked it away, she agilely climbed atop the vehicle, leaping forward in a single bound onto the adjacent SUVs. The zombies, gathered around the business car, lunged at empty air, their sluggish movements betraying their confusion. Xie Ning crouched atop the SUV, exhaling in relief. Following her awakening abilities, her physical condition had markedly improved, although she remained a somewhat mediocre spatial ability user. Her physical prowess had undoubtedly surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The interior of the SUV erupted with a cacophony of roars. A bloodied hand clawed desperately at the window, furiously banging against the vehicle, accompanied by furious growls. Xie Ning rolled over on the roof, dispatching the pursuing corpse behind her with a swift strike, before hastily jumping down. There, she beheld the SUV's owner, bound by the seatbelt to the driver's seat, his pale eyes rolling as he bared his teeth in a fierce growl directed at her. Xie Ning regarded him with an impassive expression, swiftly plunging her blade into the back of his skull, thus resolving the matter with efficiency. Upon opening the trunk, she discovered that this man had evidently been preparing to flee, as it was filled to the brim with provisions. 2 cases of mineral water, 2 cases of sports drinks, alongside a considerable stock of tobacco and alcohol, as well as 2 bags of rice and 2 bottles of soybean oil. Her companion had indeed shown foresight. She silently expressed her gratitude for his generous assistance. "We shall honor your wishes and continue to live well," Xie Ning whispered to herself, promptly gathering all the supplies from the trunk. A series of low growls echoed in her ears, signaling that there was no time to linger. She swiftly turned and dashed towards the small truck. Song Kursen and Song Yui were both on the verge of impatience, contemplating whether to descend and investigate, when they observed Xie Ning leap into the passenger seat, squeezing in beside Song Kursen. "Drive," she urged. Chapter 18. All equipment comes from scavenging. Song Yui pressed down hard on the accelerator, glancing in the rearview mirror to see a dozen grotesque corpses meandering slowly from the disordered traffic. However, these decaying figures moved at a lethargic pace, and soon, Song Yui's driving left them far behind. Xie Ning and Song Kursen turned their heads to watch the scene unfold behind them. As the scent of flesh was gradually carried away by the wind, the zombies began to disperse. Song Kursen exhaled in relief, swallowing hard. "My goodness, these creatures must have been drawn here by the sounds and smells." Xie Ning nodded in agreement, noting that the sound of the recent collision would have attracted every zombie in the vicinity. If we had delayed our departure even a moment longer, we would have been encircled by dozens, if not hundreds, of these corpses. Song Kursen shivered, understanding the gravity of their situation. "I see, sister. We must proceed with utmost caution in the future." Song Yui maneuvered the small truck with unwavering focus, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. "Mom, don't be anxious. Drive for a while. I will lie down in the back to regain some strength. I'll come back to take over in half an hour." Song Yui nodded attentively, her gaze steadfastly fixed ahead, unwilling to afford even a moment of negligence. The vehicle came to a halt in an unoccupied area. Xie Ning turned her head to exchange a glance with Song Yui, silently conveying a message. Song Yui instantly understood, nodding with a smile. "You've been chopping those corpses for quite some time. You must be tired. Take a short rest. There's no rush. Even if you rest for an hour before coming back, it's perfectly fine." Song Kursen sighed, her head drooping. "It's such a pity about the food we left in the back seat." Casting a glance at the large black travel bag in her sister's hands, Song Kursen felt an urge to lament. "We shouldn't have replaced the food in the bag with medicine. Now we find ourselves in dire need of sustenance and water." Xie Ning chuckled at her younger sister, playfully patting her head. "You won't go hungry." Song Yui pulled the truck to the side of the road. "Rest assured, Kursen, Annie has plenty of reserves to share." Song Kursen, however, felt a growing apprehension. "That's really unnecessary, Auntie." Without elaborating further, Xie Ning swiftly jumped out of the vehicle and darted to the back, unlocking the door and climbing inside. The cargo area was brimming with goods, 3 tons in total, neatly stacked in boxes. The majority comprised imported snacks and dairy products, with an array of biscuits and vacuum-sealed jerky also present. As Xie Ning breathed a sigh of relief, she hurriedly began transferring the items into the spacious living room of the grand villa. Fortunately, The ample area in the living room meant that the stacked boxes would not occupy too much space. Their once splendid villa's living room had now transformed into a veritable emporium of odds and ends. However, with such an abundance of supplies, Xie Ning felt a newfound sense of confidence. After hastily organizing the items from the cargo van, she contemplated leaving behind a few bags of jerky and a carton of milk. After all, they had just lost all the provisions from the business vehicle. She certainly couldn't allow her unfortunate little cousin to starve. More than half an hour later, having tidied everything, the small cargo van came to a halt. Xie Ning unlocked the door and leaped out, her gaze settling upon the gas station sign in the distance. Should she head to the gas station to procure a better vehicle? Perhaps even some fuel? This idea seemed rather promising. "Curson, there are milk and jerky in the back." "Really, sis?" "Yes, lock the cargo area and go eat. I'll accompany Mom to the gas station. It will only take 20 minutes. Chapter 19. One must learn to survive independently. Why is it always 20 minutes? Song Curson had developed a strong aversion to the notion of 20 minutes. But before she could voice her objections, Xie Ning tugged her aunt along as they hurried toward the gas station. "Mom, stick with me. If we encounter a corpse, I want to intervene this time. I will instruct you on how to handle it," Xie Ning remarked, casting a serious glance at Song Yui. "It's not that I won't help you, Mom. It's essential for everyone to learn how to deal with corpses to enhance their chances of survival. Otherwise, if something were to happen and you two became separated, what would an untrained mother do?" I understand," Song Yui replied, her hand trembling slightly as she gripped the long-handled kitchen knife. "Mom, let us go." As the mother and daughter duo entered the gas station, they came to an abrupt halt. Before them stood a robust woman clad in a staff uniform, pinned against a pillar by a van, the front of which had crumpled under the impact. Her grayish-white pupils rolled as she emitted a series of guttural shrieks. Upon seeing Xie Ning and her daughter rush in, her eyes brimmed with a desperate longing. Song Yui, clutching a long-handled kitchen knife, was drenched in cold sweat as she stammered, "Mom, I'll go cut her." As a mother, how could she allow her daughter to face danger alone? Fear must not deter her from action. Xie Ning stepped forward alongside Song Yui, guiding her on the most effective approach. "Mom, don't be afraid. Aim for the back of her head. Tilt it slightly away. Yes, just like that. Prepare yourself for the blood that will surely spurt forth." Despite all the mental preparation, when the knife plunged and dark blood erupted, Song Yui could not suppress her urge to retch. The woman's face contorted in agony as she howled. The blow failed to sever the corpse's central nervous system, and the body continued to writhe, as if attempting to escape from the van's front. Xie Ning, her hands slick with perspiration, fought the impulse to assist. After the corpse collapsed to the ground, Song Yui turned away, unable to contain her violent vomiting. Xie Ning gently patted her back, offering a tissue. With trembling lips and a quivering voice, Song Yui murmured, "I'm so sorry, Mom. Am I really that useless? When I watched you take down monsters, I could face even the most repulsive corpses without flinching. Why do I falter now?" "It's different, Mom," Xie Ning reassured, embracing her daughter's rounded figure. "You have endured the harsh realities of this apocalypse far longer than you can imagine." In the beginning, when she first experienced the apocalypse, she was even less courageous than her mother. It was merely a matter of habituation. Gradually, one becomes accustomed to it. Xie Ning took out a towel and began wiping the bloodstains from her mother's hands. Suddenly, Song Yui asked, "Is it all right to get this blood on you?" "It's nothing," Xie Ning replied. "The viruses from these decaying corpses primarily concentrate in the mouth and under the nails. As long as you are not bitten or scratched, you typically won't have any issues." Song Yui nodded, but then looked at her daughter with a hint of curiosity. "Dear, how do you know this so well?" "The government's emergency broadcast didn't mention this." Xie Ning was taken aback for a moment, quickly shifting the topic. "Mom, I just noticed that the fuel nozzle here isn't dispensing. Let us check the storage tanks at the back." Song Yui, somewhat bewildered, nodded her head, feeling that her daughter's actions were remarkably swift. From locating the fuel intake to adeptly opening it with tools and extracting the manual pump to begin siphoning the fuel, it all seemed to flow seamlessly. Chapter 20. The Gift of Limited Space. How could her daughter, who usually preferred to lounge like a salted fish, suddenly possess such skills? It felt quite astonishing. Xie Ning glanced at her mother, who wore a bewildered expression, and said, "The teachers at school taught you us." "The teachers taught this?" Song Yui exclaimed. "Where did you even get this fuel tank?" Xie Ning was equally puzzled. The supplies collected in her previous life had never been seen in the villa. How had she managed to extract them? After pondering for a moment, A thought flickered in her mind. At that instant, what appeared before Xie Ning was no longer the hall of her villa, but rather a familiar 2 square meter space from her past life. In that small space, she was intimately aware of the purpose of every single item. Though small, the space is filled with numerous useful tools, including 2 fuel barrels and a compact manual oil pump. The large axe, which has seen better days with its blade nearly dulled, leans quietly beside the toolbox. Xie Ning hesitates to discard it. Even though her current long knife surpasses the axe in sharpness and speed by a considerable margin, she cannot bring herself to part with it. With a shift in her thoughts, the grand living room of the villa reappears before her. This is rather pleasant, Xie Ning muses. Realizing that her diminutive 2 square meter space has not vanished, it can be summoned at any moment. Thus, she now possesses both a large and a small space. Although peculiar, it ultimately proves advantageous. After all, within that small space, she had stored several highly practical tools and handcrafted maps made for navigating the apocalypse. Losing these would indeed be lamentable. It's nothing, Mom. The barrels and the pumping tools were actually bonuses I received after acquiring my spatial abilities. The small space even comes with professional tools? Song Yui inquires with wide-eyed curiosity, recognizing the generous benefits of this spatial power. Xie Ning offers a forced smile, acknowledging the secret shared among them. Song Yui nods vigorously, gesturing for silence. Don't worry, my daughter. I won't say a word. After filling 2 barrels with oil and tidying up the tools, the pair hastily exits the gas station. As they lift their eyes, they catch sight of 2 young individuals, visibly distressed, dashing out from the nearby convenience store. Each is clutching an assortment of disheveled food, dropping items as they flee, while frantic shouts echo behind them. Mom, let us go? Xie Ning grasped Song Yui's hand and swiftly turned to flee. The glass door of the convenience store shattered abruptly, and a bewildered zombie, its head adorned with shards of glass, stumbled out of the building, swaying unsteadily before pivoting in the direction of the terrified couple's screams. Get away! Get away! The woman shrieked, repeatedly hurling the snack bag from her arms at the approaching zombie. In her panic, she collided with a tree, letting out a pain cry. Her scream seemed to signal the zombies, drawing them toward her as they swayed. The woman's legs grew weak with fright as she cast a desperate glance at the man who had sprinted several meters away, pleading, Save me, Zhang Yang. Just then, a swerving RV careened toward them, roaring wildly. Xie Ning muttered a curse under her breath, pulling her mother aside. The RV, resembling a drunken stagger, zipped past them with a deafening rush, crashing into the convenience store with a thunderous noise. Chapter 21. Crisis. Xie Ning's gaze lingered on the RVs, stealing a glance before tightening her grip on her mother's hand. Mom, let us go take a look. Song Yui nodded and followed her daughter toward the convenience store. Coincidentally, the couple who had just escaped from the store had successfully drawn several zombies away, allowing the mother and daughter to reach the entrance with relative ease. The RV measured over 5 meters in length and appeared to have undergone reinforcement and modification with a notably elevated chassis, despite its violent crash into the shattered glass door. The bumper remained completely intact, a testament to the vehicle's exceptional quality. Although the fuel consumption has increased somewhat with this vehicle, they can endure a slightly more comfortable existence even while fleeing and wandering about. Mother, be careful. There may be zombies inside. Don't look at me. Song Yui nodded. Daughter, you take care. Xie Ning cautiously approached the vehicle, peering through the window. Suddenly, an elderly, wrinkled face pressed against the small window, with grayish-white pupils staring directly at her. Xie Ning, her expression unchanging, swiftly opened the RV door and deftly looped a coarse rope that she had previously retrieved from a small compartment around the zombie's neck. With a forceful tug, she yanked the creature out of the vehicle, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. Song Yui barely registered her daughter's swift actions before the elderly zombie's skull was pierced by a long knife. She shuddered, unable to bear the sight, and turned her gaze away. At that moment, Xie Ning had already moved to the driver's seat. Through the glass window, she observed a middle-aged man slumped back in his seat, a gaping wound on the left side of his neck oozing blood that trickled down his body. Taking a deep breath and closing her eyes, she opened the door and unfastened the man's seatbelt, forcefully dragging him from the driver's seat and discarding him onto the ground. Before his grayish pupils could deepen, she plunged a knife into his skull, granting him a final release. Observing from the side, Song Yui noticed that her daughter performed all these actions with an almost numbed expression, displaying remarkable calmness and composure. She felt hesitant to speak, standing awkwardly nearby. Xie Ning retrieved her frequently used plastic sheet from the small compartment and spread it over the bloodstained leather seat, then turned to urge her mother, "Mother, please sit here for now. We will go call Kursen." After speaking, she leaped into the passenger seat, signaling her mother to drive. Song Yuei dared not utter a word of dissent, sensing her daughter's current discontent. The RV swiftly turned around and sped towards the box truck. Before they could approach closely, they were met with a cacophony of grating, corpse-like wails, seemingly emanating from near the truck. Xie Ning's expression shifted, and Song Yuei abruptly pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt with a screech. "Ning Ning, look at that." With her keen eyesight, Xie Ning had already discerned the scene. On the hood of the box truck stood a man and a woman, desperately hurling their meager rations, snacks like chips and bread, at four surrounding zombies. The creatures showed no sign of response, their eyelids remaining unfazed. The woman screamed in terror, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." She seemed only capable of repeating those few words, while the tall, slender young man beside her appeared equally pallid. "We're done for," he muttered. They were ensnared in a circle of zombies, clinging desperately to the faint hope of climbing atop the truck. Meanwhile, locked inside the cabin to dine, Classmate Song Kursen huddled in a corner, clutching a box of milk and 2 bags of jerky, gazing up at the ceiling. The roof echoed with the sound of footsteps, accompanied by indistinct female screams filtering through. A sense of unease gripped Song Kursen's heart as she clutched her precious food and crawled to the cabin door, hesitating whether to open it. Suddenly, she heard her sister's hushed voice from outside. "Kursen, Kursen, come out." Song Kursen hurriedly removed the interior latch from the door, her body shrinking to the side as she pushed open the compartment door. As she descended, Xie Ning called out once more. In a flurry, Song Kursen leapt from the vehicle, clutching the food, only to find several zombies sprawled atop the hood of the small truck, howling and reaching out with grasping hands. 2 young individuals stood on the roof. One, a woman appearing to be in her early 20s, was screaming frantically, as if driven mad. The young man beside her glared at the woman with evident fury, occasionally shouting, "Stop screaming. Do you wish to attract more of these creatures?" At that moment, Zhang Yang was engulfed in overwhelming regret. He felt as though he had been blinded by folly. How could he have thought to return and help this foolish woman? Now, he found himself ensnared in the same predicament. Xie Ning was utterly unable to contain her screams and panic. Turning her head, she noticed the CS sisters retreating from the rear of the vehicle. In a moment of emotional upheaval, she cried out, "Hey, don't leave. Help us, please. Go. Go to your aunt's place." Xie Ning urged, nudging Song Kursen and gesturing towards the direction of the camper van. Clutching the milk and jerky, Song Kursen sprinted towards the vehicle. Seeing this, Xie Ning became even more frantic, shouting, "You can't just abandon us. Help us, please." Xie Ning glanced back and saw a dozen or so decaying corpses staggering from nearby, all converging towards the small truck. Suddenly, one limping zombie quickened its pace and lunged at the compartment, crashing against it with a heavy thud. The sound startled Xie Ning, causing her to fall onto the roof. Her face streaked with tears, reflecting sheer terror and helplessness. Xie Ning cast a glance at them, then turned to gaze at the increasingly encroaching horde of zombies from all directions, tightening her grip on the long knife in her hand. Ultimately, she resolutely pivoted and strode directly towards the RV. Hey, stop. You can't just stand by and watch. Are you even human? Help us, please." The heart-wrenching cries echoed in Xie Ning's ears, carried by the wind. The young girl's expression grew colder, and she suddenly leaped into the passenger seat of the RV, gently slamming the door shut. "Mom, drive?" Song Yuei trembled as she placed her fingers on the steering wheel, her gaze fixed on the small truck surrounded by the zombie horde ahead. "Are we really going to leave them?" "We can't," Xie Ning replied with an unwavering calmness, her tone firm. "If it were just 7 or 8, I could help them. But now there are dozens, and soon there will be hundreds. I am acutely aware of my own limitations. Moreover, the unpredictability of bringing them along was too great. That woman couldn't control her emotions and could attract the zombies at any moment." Xie Ning took a deep breath, her voice tinged with fatigue and hoarseness. "I cannot risk your lives, absolutely not. Drive, Mom." Song Yuei clenched her teeth and nodded firmly, pressing down on the accelerator as the RV surged forward with remarkable speed. Chapter 23. The Request. I am a creature traversing the apocalypse, devoid of any moral compass or benevolence. When necessary, I would forsake everything that can be abandoned, solely to safeguard my own life and that of my family. This is who I am, Xie Ning, a being so selfish that it leaves no room for reproach. Such a version of her must have frightened both her mother and her little cousin. Xie Ning consistently gazed out of the window, her eyes reluctant to meet theirs. The atmosphere within the caravan grew exceedingly oppressive, with none of the three uttering a word. Ning Ning, are you angry with Mother? Song Yui's voice timidly broke the silence. Mother reflected on her own shortcomings, acknowledging that the situation had indeed become quite dismal. It was a sudden shift that she found somewhat difficult to adapt to. Nevertheless, she resolved to strive for better adjustment in the future. Mother, I am not angry, Xie Ning replied, turning to meet her mother's anxious gaze. I truly am not angry. It is merely my own inadequacy. Nonsense. Song Yui raised her voice slightly. Our Ning Ning is already quite remarkable. Yes, my sister is impressive. Truly impressive, Song Kursen quickly affirmed, her mind still slightly dazed. Although her sister had once again failed to keep her promise, making her wait for nearly an hour instead of the agreed 20 minutes, she had astonishingly conjured a caravan. It was simply unbelievable. She surveyed the interior, which was impeccably tidy. Upon entering, there were facing double seats, and at both ends, there were bunk beds that could comfortably accommodate 5 to 6 individuals. Furthermore, it boasted a private restroom and an open-plan kitchenette. It was practically a mobile home. Though small, it was fully equipped. And this caravan was undoubtedly far more comfortable than a small truck. Song Yui briefly recounted their venture to the gas station and how they happened to witness the caravan entering the convenience store. Reflecting on this, her mood slightly dampened. Ning Ning, did he not get bitten by his own mother? Xie Ning softly affirmed with a gentle hum. Song Yui retrieved a bloodstained notebook from a half-open storage compartment. Xie Ning, in silence, began to leaf through its pages, discovering that they had embarked on a journey. He was a devoted son, having traveled across the nation with his 80-year-old mother for nearly half a year. Consequently, the RV had been outfitted with a chassis bumper for enhanced safety, and a wind turbine was mounted atop for energy generation. The man's filial piety was truly commendable. Alas, his elderly mother succumbed to death after suffering from a high fever. In her delirium, she bit through the vascular structure of her beloved son's neck, leading to the horrific scenes they had witnessed. Xie Ning closed the notebook and handed it to the girl in the back seat, Xien. Song Xien was quite sensitive and was brought to tears after reading just a couple of pages. They had traveled from Yang City, originally planning a year-long expedition in Country C. Little did they anticipate such a calamity. The future would not merely remain as it was, it would deteriorate further. When order collapses in the human realm, chaos and monstrosity will inevitably revel. Song Yui gripped the steering wheel tightly and suddenly spoke. Ning Ning, promise me something, will you? If Mother ever transforms into a monster, you must take care of me before I can harm you. Xie Ning felt a sharp pang in her heart, as if struck by a heavy blow, causing her discomfort. Instinctively, she grasped her mother's hand and said, Mom, that will never happen, absolutely not. Chapter 24, Transcendent Mastery. Minutes later, 2 jeeps, 6 buses, and a military truck pulled up at the entrance of a gas station's convenience store. The vehicle came to a halt in front of the convenience store as 100 soldiers, wielding automatic rifles, swiftly disembarked from the military truck. They unleashed a volley of silent gunfire at the horde of zombies surrounding the nearby van. In less than 3 minutes, the entire mass of undead was dispatched, their heads exploding and collapsing to the ground. From the top of the van emerged a man and a woman, their faces pale and devoid of color, staring at the crowd. A piercing scream erupted from Xie Ning as she beheld the gruesome scene of a zombie's head suddenly bursting, blood splattering everywhere. Zhang Yang, unable to contain his frustration, turned and slapped the woman across the face. Stop screaming, he shouted. Do you want to attract more of them? Each bus was crammed with at least 50 or 60 individuals, and under such dire circumstances, the notion of overcapacity was moot. The directive was clear, bring as many as possible to safety. Everyone had gathered by the windows, watching the couple on the van as they exchanged heated insults. A youthful face leaped down from the jeep, waving impatiently towards the van. Hey, you two, please keep it down. We can't afford to draw the zombies closer. Our ammunition is extremely limited. Stop screaming, Zhang Yang urged, pulling Xie Ning forcefully as they slid down from the van's roof. Upon reaching the ground, she stumbled onto a pile of zombie corpses, gagging at the grotesque sight. Listen up, the youthful face commanded, maintaining a serious demeanor. Each group must send 1 representative to the convenience store for supplies. We will regroup in 20 minutes, do not be late, as the vehicle will not wait for any stragglers. Subsequently, the doors of 6 buses swung open, and a group of men, each representing their respective families, hurriedly disembarked, racing towards the convenience store. Brother, Am I articulating this correctly? A youthful face leaned toward the window, blinking innocently, exuding a demeanor of flattery. Very well. The youthful face turned and signaled to two armed soldiers, who promptly moved to the side of the convenience store to inspect the two corpses. Oh, how swift and precise. Brother, I am 100% certain that is the lady we encountered previously. After all, the celestial blade was bestowed upon her by your own hand. In this world, no other wound could be rendered so exquisitely perfect. You truly have a penchant for comparisons. From another nearby jeep, a handsome visage emerged. The man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, rolling his eyes in exasperation. The boss instructed you to go and take a look, sensing the situation already. Do you not tire of chattering incessantly? Do you not tire? Do you not tire? Does your entire family tire? The youthful face shot a glare at the man with gold-rimmed glasses. I am conversing with my brother. You, with your peculiar demeanor, should refrain from interrupting. Boss, the fuel inlet has already been opened. A burly middle-aged man approached, pointing towards the rear of the gas station. Additionally, the man paused. Send someone in to keep an eye on them. Chapter 25. Obedience to orders. The middle-aged man nodded in understanding. I shall dispatch individuals to monitor the survivors. We will ensure that they do not create a ruckus over food. After all, a mere disturbance is trivial, but attracting a horde of zombies could spell disaster. I wish to meet your leader, Xie Ning insisted. Just as she called out twice, two stern-faced soldiers seized her. You are the military sent to rescue us, aren't you? Why treat unarmed civilians like this? Shouldn't you be safeguarding the lives and property of the people? Within 3 minutes. I do not wish to hear another bothersome sound, commanded the man, his expression cold. The young soldier immediately nodded and approached the restrained Xie Ning. Hey, sister. Could you please keep it down? The young soldier produced an identification card from his collar and waved it in front of her, declaring, Special Operations Team, Xie. Apologies, but we are not the military sent to escort you. We have our own mission to attend to. And whether or not we take you along is entirely at our discretion. Madam, if you continue to lose control of your emotions and frequently resort to shrill screams, it will be quite challenging for us to have you accompany us on our journey. What did you say? Xie Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Yang quickly stepped forward, politely nodding at the young soldier Xie. Thank you for your assistance, officers. I would like to accompany you. I assure you, I will not be a burden. Xie scrutinized the tall, slender Zhang Yang for a moment. Very well, but if you join our team, you must follow orders without question. Whatever we say must be adhered to, and no objections can be raised along the way. Can you comply? Yes, absolutely, comrades. Xie then gestured toward Xie Ning. Zhang Yang hastily shook his head, asserting his unfamiliarity with the woman. His words incited a rush of anger within Xie Ning, who turned to glare at him fiercely. What are you saying, Zhang Yang? Are you truly intending to sever our ties? Zhang Yang, with evident impatience, cast her a glance. At this juncture, what more do you expect from me? From now on, let's part ways, each on our own path. Your affairs are no longer my concern. Zhang Yang. Xie Ning emitted a sharp cry. Xie quickly covered his ears, casting a disdainful look in her direction. Hey, can you manage your emotions, please? Xie Ning turned, glancing at Xie with a hint of trepidation. She sensed that uttering the words I cannot would likely result in her being discarded like refused by this group. Thus, she gritted her teeth, feigning composure as she nodded. I can. Now, this is my final warning to you. Xie gestured as if sealing his lips, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the woman. Control yourself. Maintain your composure. With a sidelong glance at her, Xie turned and briskly walked towards the convenience store. We have 2 minutes until the appointed time. I urge everyone to exit the convenience store immediately and prepare to board the vehicle. We will not wait for those who are late. Mom, didn't we agree to go to Chishi Valley to have fun? The young woman patted her son's head. That plan will have to be postponed. Chapter 26. Upholding my rules. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated at the entrance of the small convenience store. Why are you stealing my instant noodles? Why are you taking my things? What is all this noise about? Did you not comprehend what was just said? A muscular middle-aged man strode over briskly, forcefully separating the two men who resembled roosters in a squabble. Among them, a man in a white shirt with black-rimmed glasses bore a bruise on his forehead, evidently a result of being struck. Did he steal my belongings? The bespectacled man exclaimed, visibly irate. Enough of this chatter. Get in the car. The muscular man barked at them, urgency in his tone. Hurry. No dawdling. We are about to depart. Honey, were you attacked? A young woman, cradling her son. inquired anxiously, glancing at the man in the white shirt. I'm fine, he replied reassuringly, offering a gentle smile as he handed several packets of instant noodles and snacks into the arms of his wife and son. Dear, please take these. Oldly. Start the engine, the muscular man instructed, his expression stern as he occupied the front passenger seat. The driver nodded, firmly shutting the door with a decisive thud, preparing to ignite the bus's engine. Just then, a portly man emerged from the convenience store, waddling towards them. He was burdened by a hefty black bag slung across his chest, his ample form jiggling in rhythm with his hurried steps. Don't close the door. Don't start the engine, the stout woman shouted, attempting to extricate herself from her seat. Yet, the aisle was already congested with people, rendering her immobile. The elderly woman seated nearest to the door grumbled, all the other vehicles have left. Why are we still here? The officer had just stated that we should depart immediately at the designated time without waiting. What are you shouting about? Didn't you see the corpses approaching? The men and women seated at the back of the bus began to shout in unison. Hurry, drive. There are zombies coming. Indeed, why the delay? Drive quickly. Don't go. My husband, my husband. At this moment, a portly man had already rushed to the side of the bus, banging on the door and shouting. A dozen zombies, aimlessly wandering along the roadside, were evidently drawn to the sound and began to converge toward their bus. Squeal. A jeep suddenly halted beside the bus. Xie Ning stepped out with his brother, cautiously glancing at his brother's furious expression. Open the door quickly, the chief is coming. The muscular man immediately stood up, instructing the driver. As the door swung open, the portly man attempted to squeeze in but was frozen in place by a cold glare from the man. Xie Ning and the man boarded the vehicle in succession. What is all this commotion? He demanded. All of you from bus number 6 will receive a demerit. Accumulate 3, and you will make your own way to the safe zone. A chorus of wails and complaints erupted from within bus number 6. The man raised his hand, his expression impassive, signaling for silence. It was clear to everyone present that they were all core research specialists from various scientific institutions. Along with their families, individuals deemed valuable by the state. I am Gu Qin, one of the principal leaders responsible for your transfer to the safe zone. The special task force I lead has never failed to accomplish even the most perilous and challenging missions. Therefore, I expect everyone here to adhere to my rules. Chapter 27. Gratitude for cooperation. Please cooperate with our endeavors and refrain from causing any disturbances that may complicate our tasks. Unless you choose to disembark and confront the zombies yourselves, or decide to operate independently, I have no further comments. If all have comprehended my words, kindly acknowledge. Got it. 2 young women in the back suddenly emitted an incongruous and playful sound. Noticing the collective gaze upon them, they quickly lowered their heads, their faces flushed. The elderly lady seated near the door eagerly raised her hand, prepared to speak. Gu Chun regarded this motley crew, finding the situation both amusing and exasperating, and turned his attention to the elderly lady. Please, go ahead. The elderly lady stood up with fervor, addressing the group. Young man, you are so handsome. Everything you say is right. From now on, we shall heed your words and ensure we do not cause you any trouble. At this, laughter erupted throughout the vehicle. To be frank, even when reprimanding others, those of striking beauty possess an irresistible charm. His profound, mesmerizing eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of galaxies and oceans. A breathtaking spectacle. Moments ago, everyone had been captivated solely by the young man's enchanting visage, hardly paying attention to the content of his admonition, merely enchanted by the melodious quality of his voice. Gu Chun smirked slightly, a blend of amusement and irony gracing his features. I appreciate your cooperation. He then turned to the driver. Oldly, please proceed. Oldly nodded in acknowledgement. All passengers watched as Gu Chun and Xie Ning exited the vehicle, those closest to the right side window observing intently. Upon disembarking, the 2 young men swiftly drew silenced pistols from their waists, their bullets striking with such speed and precision that they pierced the skulls of several zombies at the rear of the vehicle, leaving no room for the creatures to react. Xie Ning, seated in the second-to-last row by the window, caught a glimpse through the glass of a man executing a zombie with a headshot, causing a rush of blood to surge to her head. She clamped her mouth shut, suppressing the urge to scream, her gaze fixated on the man named Gu Chun. This man, clad in black and possessing an astonishingly handsome visage, emanated an aura of immense power and confidence. When his smiling peach blossom eyes focused on someone without uttering a word, it evoked an inexplicable sense of oppression. He was undoubtedly a figure of authority, as his innate presence was not something an ordinary individual could feign. If one could align themselves with such a man, a life of comfort and ease would surely follow. Comparatively, the likes of Zhang Yang were mere trifles, unworthy of being mentioned alongside Mr. Gu. A peculiar glint flickered in Shi Ning's eyes, momentarily illuminating her thoughts. The RV traversed a desolate and barren road, presenting a stark and forlorn appearance. The route to Songjij was initially scheduled for completion by the end of this year. But in the wake of unforeseen events, all work had been halted. The laborers who had been constructing the road now wandered in scattered groups, their eyes a ghostly white. Occasionally, a zombie would leap from the roadside, only to be swiftly evaded by the alert Song Yui. Xie Ning suggested that Song Kursen take a moment to rest and rejuvenate. However, in such dire circumstances, Song Kursen dared not close her eyes. Despite her evident fatigue, she remained vigilant, her eyes wide open as she nervously surveyed the road ahead. "Mother, please stop the car for a moment up ahead. Allow me to take the wheel. You and Xian should rest in the back for a while." "No, it's unnecessary. I'm perfectly fine, sister," Song Xian hastily replied. "I can sit in the passenger seat and help you keep an eye on the road conditions." Xie Ning turned to her and insisted, "No need." Chapter 28. The heartless woman. Since emerging from the Ruihua community, Song Xian had remained in a state of heightened mental tension. Xie Ning was acutely aware that, under such circumstances, it was imperative for her to obtain adequate rest. "Do not worry. I possess competent driving skills and will ensure that we arrive safely at Song's family pavilion." Song Xian nodded. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the scenes beyond the windshield. Along the way, they encountered a multitude of wandering non-human entities, and the few normal individuals glimpsed were desperately fleeing for their lives. Song Xian's attention was drawn to a small car awkwardly positioned beside a streetlight, exuding an air of desolation. "Let us stop there, mother," Xie Ning indicated toward the two silver sedans. Song Xian's expression turned notably anxious. "There are zombies, sister." "I am aware," Xie Ning replied with a sidelong glance. "Just now, mother single-handedly dispatched a zombie. Now it is your turn. What happened to the long-handled cleaver the first gave you?" Song Xian bit her lip, stammering, I, just a moment ago." Xie Ning, her face grave, fixed her gaze upon her. "Song Xian, do you remember the first and second rules of survival?" "Yes," Song Xian nodded fervently. "The first rule is to avoid picking up strays, lest one encounters a white lotus or a treacherous wolf. When encountering malevolent spirits, do not succumb to fear. Instead, rise and deliver a vigorous blow of socialist iron fists that will leave them howling." Song Yui's focused expression while driving revealed a subtle crack beneath the surface. Is this the survival mantra my daughter has composed? What has she truly learned in her first year of university? Did the teachers instruct her on how to pilfer fuel? Or teach her the art of combat? Xie Ning remained oblivious to Song Yui's precarious state. Nodding earnestly as she continued, "Now, sister, I shall impart the third lesson. Never relinquish your weapon, regardless of the circumstances. It is far better to forsake sustenance than to part with your armament." She retrieved a long-handled kitchen knife from beside her feet and handed it to Song Kursen. "You made a grave error earlier. Upon descending from the small truck, you only thought to clutch the milk and jerky, entirely neglecting the weapon you left behind." Song Kursen grasped the knife, her small hand trembling slightly. Am I supposed to slay zombies?" "Indeed," Xie Ning affirmed with a nod. "You must accomplish this on your own." "Mom, don't get out," Song Kursen urged. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Xie Ning beckoned her sister with a gesture, indicating for her to exit the car. With a gulp, Song Kursen, clutching the knife, stealthily followed her sister, her eyes darting around. "What are you looking at?" "Over here." Xie Ning pointed toward the vehicle ahead. Through the glass of the window, Song Kursen caught sight of a man in the driver's seat, hunched over the passenger side, gnashing and tearing at something with a gruesome fervor. Upon turning his head, she noticed the man's mouth stained with blood, his face contorted into a terrifying visage. The woman in the passenger seat bore a gaping wound at her throat, from which a steady stream of viscous fluid cascaded. Her disheveled hair framed a pair of hollow eyes, forever devoid of life. Song Kursen felt a wave of nausea. The milk and jerky she had just consumed threatening to rise again, and her body involuntarily rolled back, eyes rolling. Xie Ning sprang forward, pinching her sister's acupoint. Her face stern and unyielding as she spoke. "Don't faint. Finish the task before you vomit, and after you vomit, only then can you faint. I'll drag you to the car." Song Kursen thought, is this really my kind-hearted, lovely sister? No, this is a ruthless woman. I'll handle the two in front. You take care of the ones behind. As Xie Ning opened the car door, Her long knife plunged swiftly into the skull of the male zombie, silencing its roar instantly. Chapter 29. Overcoming psychological barriers. Once Xie Ning dealt with the pair of zombies, she turned to see Song Kursen staring intently at the back seat. Gripping a long-handled kitchen knife tightly, her body trembling slightly. Understanding dawned on Xie Ning as she approached for a closer look. "What are you waiting for?" Song Kursen's palm was slick with sweat as she stammered, "Sister." "Yes, she was just a child." "You are mistaken." Xie Ning's voice was icy. "She is not a child. She is merely a little zombie." Song Kursen's gaze fell upon the little girl, half of her face obscured by a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. The girl's pale gray eyes stared vacantly at them, moving with excruciating slowness, swaying as she shuffled towards the car, emitting faint hissing sounds. There was no focus in her gaze. She was instinctively drawn to the scent, unconsciously approaching Xie Ning and Song Kursen. Step by step, Song Kursen retreated, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within her. "Song Kursen, do you wish to live?" With fierce determination, Song Kursen nodded her head. "To survive, one must overcome psychological barriers. What lies before you is not a human being, but merely a corpse on the brink of decay. In the future, you shall encounter even smaller and more pitiable clusters of the undead, some of whom may only crawl. Will you allow your compassion for their plight to lead you to offer your neck for their biting?" Song Kursen, with tears brimming in her eyes, silently shook her head, her grip on the long-handled kitchen knife tightening as she twisted it nervously. "The world has plunged into hell, and as you traverse this boundless inferno, it is imperative to acquire the skills necessary for independent survival. No one can remain by your side indefinitely to shield you. True strength lies solely in your own fortitude. Strike her, Song Kursen. Aim for her head." As Xie Ning's words fell, Song Kursen turned her face away and brought the blade down forcefully upon the head of the approaching small zombie. Dark crimson blood gushed forth, nearly causing her to lose her grip on the knife, her palm slick and her arm growing weak. Xie Ning, filled with anxiety, fixed her gaze on Song Kursen and the small zombie, desperately suppressing the urge to rush forward and assist, her voice steady yet cold. "Song Kursen, look carefully at the monster before you. Would a normal person's mouth stretch to such an extent? Strike her, continue to strike, do not hesitate." With her lips pressed tightly together, Song Kursen yanked the knife out and brought it down again, sobbing, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Thud. The small zombie fell to the ground, lifeless. Song Kursen's hands trembled uncontrollably, and the knife clattered to the floor. Xie Ning quickly approached, wrapping one arm around her neck while gently patting her back with the other. "You have done remarkably well. You have wronged no one, and you are truly admirable. In the future, we may encounter even more formidable monsters. If we do not strive to improve ourselves, we shall ultimately face a dead end. Sister may face peril, injury, or even disability. She cannot always remain by your side. Therefore, you must cultivate the ability to protect yourselves. Do you understand?" Song Kursen felt as if a heavy stone had lodged itself in her heart. She instinctively embraced Xie Ning's slender neck, burying her face in her disheveled hair, weeping softly. "Nonsense. You will not die, nor will you be injured or disabled. You will always be well, sister." Chapter 30. Something feels off all right. We are all fine. Xie Ning reassured her, patting her sister's shoulder. "No matter how arduous the world becomes, we shall strive together." Song Kursen lifted her head slightly, her voice thick with emotion. "Let us work hard together." Xie Ning gazed at her sister's face, which was smeared with dirt, and could not help but smile gently. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Kursen hurriedly pulled out a tissue from her pocket to wipe her face. Xie Ning then moved around to the back of the small car and opened the trunk, rummaging through it for useful tools. She also collected several unopened packets of snacks. Turning to Song Kursen, she tilted her head and said, "Let's go." The two climbed aboard the RV, and Xie Ning sent their mother, Song Yui, to the back booth to rest. Song Kursen, having just endured a significant shock, felt both mentally and physically exhausted. When Xie Ning suggested she take a nap, she readily accepted. The aunt and niece had originally planned to rest for a short while, but to their surprise, they fell into a deep slumber. Not far away, a stray cat, cloaked in a shroud of darkness, seemed startled by the sound of approaching wheels, letting out a plaintive meow before leaping into the nearby thicket. As Xie Ning drove past, her gaze fell upon a splotch of crimson on the ground. It was the carcass of a bird, its abdomen gruesomely eviscerated, half of its head already consumed. A heavy weight pressed down upon her heart, as if a massive stone had settled there, rendering her spirit unbearably heavy. Animals should not mutate so swiftly, yet one must not afford to be complacent. The weighty wheels traversed the uneven terrain, slowing their pace as they approached the village. Songjai lay to the southwest of Beijing, bordered by the Xiangshan to the south and adjacent to Weigang Town to the west. The eastern side was enveloped by water, facilitating both aquatic and terrestrial transportation. Within the village, a winding corridor arched gracefully over the lakes, adorned with flourishing flora and exquisitely crafted pavilions. However, the once picturesque village had been marred by the presence of a few wandering corpses. When Xie Ning had stayed with her grandmother, she often strolled through the cultural park near the corridor, relishing the fresh air. Yet now, even before entering the village, she was met with a scene of desolation. Several zombies lingered by the water's edge, turning their vacant stares towards her as they sensed the sound of the engine. "Sister, what are we waiting for?" came the hushed voice of Song Kursen from behind. Xie Ning pursed her lips, sensing something was amiss. "What feels wrong?" she inquired. There were over 300 households in Songjai, comprising at least 1,000 souls. Yet now, listen, is it not strikingly quiet? Perhaps everyone is hiding indoors. Xie Ning remained focused on navigating the vehicle deeper into the village. "Wake my mother." Song Yuai was jolted awake by Song Kursen, sitting up straight. "Did I fall asleep?" She glanced out the window at the familiar pavilions and waterside structures. "Have we arrived?" "Sister, should I call Dad to inquire about the situation inside?" He came to the village yesterday to obtain some land documentation for Grandma and Grandpa. Song Kursen pulled out her phone, checking the lock screen. There were still 2 bars of signal, so it should connect. Yes, Song Yuai nodded eagerly. It would be good to ask Xiaoji where he is now. Xie Ning, with a serious expression, shook her head in protest. "Don't call. What if Uncle is hiding from zombies? Your call would expose his whereabouts. Let's go in and take a look first. You two grab your weapons and prepare for battle." Song Kursen nodded anxiously, suddenly noticing 2 group messages in their family chat. "Dad is at the village committee." The young girl's face turned pale. Chapter 31. Evolution. Song Yuai quickly snatched Song Kursen's phone and scrolled through it. "Oh no. Xiaoji sent a message 20 minutes ago, saying the village committee building has been barricaded by a horde of undead. He warned everyone to stay indoors as much as possible." Song Kursen's eyes reddened with panic. "So Dad is trapped in the committee building? What should we do?" "We must remain calm," Xie Ning replied, steering the car into a secluded spot within the cultural park. "Mom, you and Kursen stay here, lock the doors, and don't move. I'll go to the village committee building and bring Uncle back." "No way." Song Yuai felt a surge of anxiety. "Mom should go with you. Let Kursen stay here to watch the car." "Sister, enough. Everyone be quiet." Xie Ning hurriedly interrupted the 2. "Rest assured, I have a plan to bring Uncle out. I shall rely not on sheer force but on cunning. There is absolutely no issue." Xie Ning winked at Song Yuai. "Mom, can you still doubt me?" It was then that Song Yuai remembered her daughter possessed extraordinary abilities. However, would that small space prove effective at a critical moment? Anxious thoughts swirled in Song Yui's mind, leaving her uncertain. Song Kursen opened her mouth, her brow furrowing deeply. The mere mention of 20 minutes sent her into a panic. Her sister's perception of time was perpetually fixed at 20 minutes, no matter how long it truly took. Xie Ning leapt from the vehicle, waved her hand at the 2, and turned to dash towards the village committee building. The office building was not far from the cultural park. A shortcut through the forest path, with just a couple of turns, would lead her to the back entrance. However, the journey was fraught with zombies. Xie Ning swiftly dealt with a few solitary ones she encountered along the way. Since Uncle mentioned that the horde is congregated at the foot of the village committee building, I must devise a strategy to lure them away. Xie Ning contemplated as she veered off onto a side path, heading straight for the parking lot behind the building. Moments later, several piercing alarms blared from within the parking area. The commotion instantly attracted the nearby wandering zombies towards that direction. According to the WeChat message from Uncle, it was clear he was trapped in the 4th floor office. Just as Xie Ning reached the 2nd floor, she spotted 2 uniformed female clerks stumbling towards her, one with a bruised arm and a flushed face. The 2 individuals were initially descending the stairs, but after only a few paces, they were confronted by a horde of zombies staggering toward them. One of them, overwhelmed by panic, let out a scream and abruptly turned to flee. The grotesque creatures crowded at the staircase's entrance, each adopting various postures in their ascent, only to be tripped by the steps and tumble to the ground. Suddenly, one of them managed to place its foot on the first step, wobbling precariously before ascending another level, quickly finding its balance. The remaining zombies, as if discovering a new realm, followed suit, jostling each other as they climbed upward. Chapter 32. Encircled Xie Ning cast a glance back and immediately turned to race up the stairs, prompting the two staff members to hastily follow suit. However, as they ran, one of the employees, whose arm bore an injury and whose complexion was alarmingly flushed, began to emit a chilling, guttural noise, her steps growing increasingly heavy. This female colleague had her mouth agape, drool unconsciously dripping from the corners of her lips, and her pace slowed significantly. When she lifted her gaze towards Xie Ning, her eyes, resembling those of a lifeless fish, were void of any expression. At that moment, Xie Ning had reached the third-floor landing and peered down. Noticing that the female employee remained frozen on the stairs, she could not help but shout, "Hey, why aren't you running? Your colleague has been infected and is turning into a corpse. If you don't move now, it will be too late." Xie Ning bounded up to the fourth floor, pushing open the heavy glass door of the stairwell. A glance revealed several zombies rising unsteadily from behind desks, their insatiable hunger for flesh causing them to gaze vacantly in her direction. Bang! A sudden, sharp cry pierced the air within the small conference room. "Hold him down, quickly!" The chaotic scene unfolded as they lost control. Xie Ning's gaze shifted to the tightly locked door of the conference room, gripping the long knife in his hand, prepared to confront the three uniformed zombies that lunged towards him. Behind him, the frantic breaths of a female staff member echoed, "What should we do? They're all coming." "Secure the door," Xie Ning calmly instructed, dispatching one of the uniformed zombies with a few swift strokes. The female staff member, breathing heavily and scanning her surroundings, suddenly dashed to a nearby filing cabinet, seizing a large U-shaped lock. Just as she managed to pull the heavy glass door shut, the chilling groans of zombies resounded from outside. Trembling, she wrapped the lock around the stainless steel door handle, but before she could press it down, two uniformed zombies slammed against the glass door with a resounding thud. After eliminating several zombies, Xie Ning turned to see the heavy lock fall to the ground with a dull thud. The female staff member, trembling in fear, stared at the clawing zombies outside the glass door, her body retreating involuntarily as she lost the courage to approach the door and secure it. Bang! Bang! The zombies were on the verge of breaking through the glass door. In a rush, Xie Ning picked up the U-shaped lock from the floor and swiftly secured it around the handles on both sides, locking them with a decisive click. Having completed this task, Xie Ning dashed to the entrance of the small conference room and knocked urgently. "Uncle, uncle, Xiao Ning?" The voice of his uncle echoed through the door, somewhat muffled by its sturdy construction. "Knock, knock." The female staff member followed suit, her face etched with anxiety. "Director Ma, please open the door and let us in." The glass door could hardly withstand the relentless assault for much longer. As the horde of zombies gathered, it was only a matter of time before the door shattered. Xiao Zhu, noticing someone had opened the door from the inside, hurriedly pulled the female clerk in. Upon entering the small conference room, Xie Ning was taken aback to find it cramped with no fewer than 17 or 18 people. At the conference table, a plump woman was bound with curtain fabric. Her body sprawled over the table as she emitted a series of frantic howls. "Uncle!" Xie Ning's gaze swept through the crowd. "Ning, Ning Ning, Ning Ning." A perspiring Song Yoji emerged from the throng. Chapter 33. "Things are not looking good, uncle. Are you all right?" Xie Ning scrutinized her uncle from head to toe. Song Yoji had come to the village committee for business today, donning a suit he rarely wore. Now, the sleeves of the suit were torn, and he was covered in dust. Fortunately, he had not sustained any injuries, which eased Xie Ning's worries. "What brings you here?" Song Yoji, still shaken, looked at Xie Ning with concern. "Did you come alone?" "No, my mother and Song Kursen are waiting outside. We must find a way to leave this building quickly." "Kursen is here too?" Song Yoji's expression shifted to one of surprise and joy. Trapped behind the village committee building, he had been anxious about his daughter's safety. Hearing that she was unharmed lifted a heavy burden from his heart. "That's wonderful," Song Yoji exclaimed, grasping Xie Ning's hand with fervor. Suddenly, an elderly man in his 60s interjected with a scolding tone. "It's easy to talk about leaving, but the ground floor is swarming with those creatures. How do you propose we get out? If there were a chance to escape, who wouldn't he desire it?" "The young girl truly possesses a remarkable talent for grandiloquence." Xie Ning disregarded the individual, turning to peer out of the window at the scene below. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she glanced at Song Yoji. There may very well be a low-level zombie lurking here. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how the zombies congregated at the building's entrance, effectively blocking the exit. Most had already been lured to the parking lot at the back, and logically, after wandering without detecting any human scent, they should disperse on their own. With a stutter, Song Yoji inquired, What is a low-level zombie? To clarify, the creatures you see before you, those sluggish, vacant-eyed monstrosities, are all the most primitive form of zombies. Once they evolve into the first tier, their speed and climbing abilities will be 2 to 3 times greater than before. Song Yoji swallowed hard, as so they run faster? Can they catch up to us after evolving? Xie Ning fixed her gaze into his eyes and nodded earnestly. Yes. Uncle, we need to go to the rooftop. To the rooftop? We can reach the old building next door from there, and it won't take more than 5 minutes to descend to Cultural Park. We can escape from there. As she ascended, she had already devised an escape route. If the front door proved impassable, this was their only option. An elderly gentleman interjected. Do you think this is a film? There's a platform between these two buildings. Jumping over won't kill you. Xie Ning paid no heed to the old man, merely gazing at her uncle. Are we taking the risk, uncle? Resolutely, Song Yoji steeled himself. Let us take the gamble. The two of them squeezed toward the door, prompting Director Ma to urge, young Song, don't be so impulsive. In this moment, we find ourselves relatively secure. The conference room door, crafted from heavy metal, is robust enough to withstand a typical breach. Is it truly prudent for us to await rescue here? Why must you heed your niece's words and embark on this perilous endeavor? Xie Ning turned and cast a profound glance at Director Ma, knowing that passively waiting is never a viable solution. Uncle, we must leave. Wait, hold on. The female staff member hastily squeezed through, exclaiming, Song, Uncle Song, I wish to accompany you. Xiaozhu, do not be foolish. Director Ma scolded, exasperated. To go outside is to court death. Chapter 34, The Breakout Sighing. Director Ma shook his head, warning, you may regret this. Xie Ning, unwilling to indulge in further pleasantries, forcefully opened the conference room door and dashed outside. Song Yoji hurried after her, while the female staff member Xiaozhu, with a determined expression, followed suit. The conference room door slammed shut behind them. Upon glancing upward, Xiaozhu beheld the two locked glass doors, now besieged by at least 40 or 50 grotesque, decaying corpses. The glass was marred with spiderweb-like cracks, threatening to shatter under the relentless assault. To the rooftop, Xiaozhu inhaled deeply, leading Xie Ning and Song Yoji toward a side door. The trio exited through a back entrance and swiftly ascended the staircase. Meanwhile, the office's glass door could no longer withstand the onslaught of the undead, bursting open with a resounding crash and shattering into countless shards on the floor. A horde of zombies clamored and howled as they surged through the gaping hole in the glass door, their heads swaying with excitement as they gathered before the door of the small conference room. Bang! Bang! The deafening sound of pounding on the door reverberated in the hearts of those within the room. A few women huddled in the corner could not restrain their screams. An elderly man followed suit, shouting, What are you yelling for? It's a wailing ghost. These creatures possessed an acute sensitivity to sound, and upon hearing the faintest murmur from within, they intensified their assault on the door. Director Ma, his face ashen, turned to glance out the window. Before the building stood a dense throng of over 100 decaying corpses. Even if one were to fashion a rope from the curtains and attempt to lower themselves from the window, it would be akin to walking into a lion's den, a certain death. What shall we do, Director Ma? At that moment, some began to regret their decisions. They should have ventured out with that young girl. At least they might have had a fighting chance. Now, trapped in the small conference room, devoid of food and water, how could they endure this tormenting weight? Would help truly arrive from above? And if so, when? The plight of those suffering within the small conference room was far from Xie Ning's thoughts. There were countless reasons to abandon the hope of self-rescue, each more foolish than the last. Xie Ning, along with Song Yoji and the staff member, Xiaozhu, ascended via the safety stairs. Just as Xiaozhu reached for the iron door, Xie Ning halted her, saying, Wait, step aside. With a grave expression, Xie Ning inclined her head slightly and glanced at the two others, cautioning, Do not make a sound. Song Yoji and Xiaozhu nodded in unison. Xie Ning took a few steps forward, gently sliding the door open just a crack. The three of them peered through the narrow opening and beheld several grotesque zombies, their crooked eyes and twisted mouths fixated on the iron door from which the sound had emanated. Xie Ning whispered a command to stay put, then forcefully pushed the iron door open and dashed outside. Song Yoji, anxious, opened his mouth to call out, but recalling his niece's warning, promptly silenced himself. In a mere minute, Xie Ning had dispatched 2 decaying corpses and swiftly turned to kill another that lunged at him from behind. Come in, Xie Ning shouted towards the iron door. Song Yoji and Xiaozhi hastily ascended the platform. Something is approaching. Xiaozhu glanced down at the safety ladder, his expression changing dramatically. Lock the door. This door can only be secured from the outside. At this moment, Xie Ning had reached the front of the platform. His gaze fixed intently on the old building across from him. Find something to barricade the door. Chapter 35. The breakout. Song Yoji grasped the iron door tightly and turned to the clerk, Xiao Zhu, saying, "Come here and hold the door." His eyes shifted to 3 old-fashioned distribution boxes nearby, and he pointed, "I will try to drag that over to block the door." The clerk, Xiao Zhu, turned pale with fright, biting his lip and nodding vigorously. Fortunately, those dazed and dim-witted zombies were incapable of opening doors, merely pounding against the iron barrier. However, the noise was deafening, reverberating deep in their hearts and instilling fear in Xiao Zhu. Song Yoji rushed over to pull the old distribution box, initially expecting it to require immense effort. To his astonishment, he effortlessly lifted the entire cabinet with a single motion. Taken aback, he hesitated only briefly before swiftly dragging the distribution box over to Xiao Zhu, positioning it firmly against the door. Immediately after, they dragged over the other 2 as well. The final old distribution box was laid horizontally, securely blocking the small iron gate. Onward they moved. Song Yoji beckoned to Xiao Zhu, and the 2 hurried towards Xie Ning, who was standing at the edge of the platform, seemingly lost in thought, staring blankly at the opposite platform for quite some time. "What's wrong, Ning?" Song Yoji felt a surge of anxiety within him. He truly feared that his niece might utter the words "there's no way out," which would spell disaster for them all. Xie Ning had initially intended to take advantage of their moment of blocking the door to retrieve a rope and hook from the space, intending to secure them to the safety ladder on the opposite side and climb over. While this would indeed be quite arduous, it would ensure the safety of the 3 of them. However, just moments ago, as she stood before the platform, staring at the safety ladder, she thought how much easier it would be if the ladder could simply extend across. And then, a sudden change occurred. The safety ladder, as if attuned to her silent wish, began to transform right before her eyes, gradually extending horizontally, bridging the gap between the 2 adjacent platforms. The safety ladder, once affixed to the wall, now slowly unfolded in midair, forming a bridge for swift passage. Xie Ning's left hand, clenched tightly at her side, trembled slightly. She could feel a strange energy coursing through her fingers, distinct from the fluctuations of spatial abilities, a novel and peculiar energy. There was no time for Xie Ning to ponder further, as she heard Song Yoji's low exclamation nearby, "Ning, Ning, am I seeing things? That ladder?" Without hesitation, Xie Ning took a step forward, firmly landing on the floating ladder. Due to the sudden elevation, the support structure noticeably sank. Xie Ning quickened her pace and dashed towards the opposite platform. One by one, she gestured to Song Yoji. Without uttering a word, he gritted his teeth and moved forward with determination. The moment he leaped onto the horizontal ladder, he felt himself descend. Xie Ning stood across from him, raising her left hand, exerting energy towards the ladder with great difficulty, continuously murmuring in her heart, "Reinforce, reinforce, reinforce." A layer of peculiar substance gradually enveloped the ladder, stabilizing Song Yoji's sinking body perfectly. "Uncle, hurry." Cold sweat beaded on Xie Ning's forehead. Song Yoji hastily ran to her side. With a powerful leap, he soared forth like a tiger breaking through the moonlight, landing heavily behind Xie Ning and shattering the cement platform beneath him. Bewildered, he gazed at his niece. Xie Ning glanced at the fractured ground, a spark of brilliance igniting in her eyes. Meanwhile, the small metal door, obscured by the distribution box, emitted a series of clanging sounds, growing increasingly intense. Chapter 36. Metal-based abilities. Suddenly, the small metal door had been wrenched open by several zombies. Though it was unclear when this had occurred, the distribution box before them could not hinder their insatiable thirst for fresh flesh. 7 or 8 zombies roared, violently crashing into the distribution cabinet, their claws reaching towards her. "Come over quickly." Song Yoji, drenched in sweat, frantically waved at the staff member, Xiao Zhu. Trembling, she leaped onto the safety ladder but, upon glancing down, was immediately struck by dizziness, nearly losing her balance. "Hurry, hurry." Song Yoji glanced at his niece beside him, noticing her drenched in sweat with a face as pale as parchment, and his heart filled with deep concern. Ning, are you all right? What's the matter?" Xie Ning felt a wave of intense dizziness and pain surging through her head. Grasping Song Yoji's hand tightly, she pleaded, "Uncle, hurry. I can't hold on much longer." Song Yoji quickly extended his hand to support his niece and turned to the paralyzed Xiao Zhu on the precarious safety ladder, shouting, "Xiao Zhu, what are you doing standing there? Come here quickly." Move. Uncle Song. I have a fear of heights, Xiaozhu stuttered, trembling uncontrollably, completely losing her composure. Song Yoji opened his mouth in frustration. I will bring her over. Xie Ning suddenly clutched Song Yoji's arm, her face drained of color as she shook her head vigorously. Her meager energy could barely sustain herself, let alone support both Song Yoji and Xiaozhu's weights. The safety ladder could snap, and they would plummet together. Meanwhile, several zombies had staggered to the edge of the platform, reaching out claw-like hands toward Xiaozhu on the ladder. If you don't come over, you'll be trapped here forever, Xie Ning said coldly, gripping Song Yoji's wrist tightly. Uncle, we must leave. With that, she decisively pulled Song Yoji to turn away. Seeing this, Xiaozhu nearly broke down. No, don't go. Don't leave me. Then hurry over, Xiaozhu. Think of your daughter and your mother. Run over quickly. It's just a few steps. Move. Song Yoji shouted back at her. Ah. Xiaozhu appeared as though he had just emerged from a river, shouting as he stumbled forward and dashed several steps in a frantic manner. Jump. The calm voice of Xie Ning rang in his ears, responding to her command. Xiaozhu leaped, but as his foot landed on the step, he suddenly slipped, plummeting off the edge. Simultaneously, a horde of zombies followed closely behind. Stepping onto the precarious ladder, the weight of their presence caused the ladder to snap with a resounding crack. In despair, Xiaozhu thought it was all over, but he could still hear Xie Ning's composed voice urging him to hold on. She clung tightly to the half-broken ladder, gripping the frame with all her strength. Turning her head, she witnessed several unfortunate zombies who had stepped onto the unstable ladder plummeting down, crashing into the throngs of zombies below, their bodies shattered upon impact. The supports beneath her creaked ominously. Xiaozhu looked up at the edge of the platform where Xie Ning stood, noticing that she had somehow procured a long rope and tossed it down. Uncle, step on it with all your might. They're coming, they're coming. Song Yoji secured one end of the rope to himself, stomping down with force. The ground sank deeply. As the broken ladder fell away, Xiaozhu desperately grasped the rope, enduring immense difficulty as Song Yoji and Xie Ning yanked him up, collapsing in a sweat-drenched heap on the ground. Song Yoji wore a peculiar expression as he turned to his niece. Ning Ning, do you think something might be amiss with your uncle? Chapter 37. Taking the initiative, Xie Ning pressed her temples as waves of sharp pain assaulted her head, forcing a strained smile at her uncle. Uncle, it seems you have awakened a power-type ability. Were you not feeling unwell before? Did you have a high fever? Song Yoji nodded hastily, feeling as though the fever had dulled his senses, though for half an hour, he did experience a heavy sensation in his head. Ah, and his hands were still warm. He had initially attributed it to the suffocating atmosphere of the small conference room. Let us depart from here. We can discuss matters on the way, he urged. Quickly, Song Yoji pulled Xiaozhu up from the ground, gathered the hanging rope, and slung it over his shoulder, following his niece as they made their escape. Curiously, this hefty coil of rope had appeared from nowhere, and at a critical moment, it had saved Xiaozhu's life. The trio of Xie Ning, Song Yoji, and Xiaozhu climbed the nearby ladder and reached the rooftop, where they opened the safety door. Fortunately, there were no zombies in sight, and they made their way down to the first floor without incident. There, they encountered an elderly zombie, its face riddled with brown spots, staggering up from behind a desk. It was the former building manager. Xiaozhu stifled a gasp. Just as Xie Ning was about to approach, Song Yoji intervened, saying, Ning Ning, let your uncle give it a try. Xie Ning nodded and pointed to the old toolbox beneath the desk, suggesting, see if there's anything useful inside. Song Yoji rummaged through the box and unearthed a rusted fire axe. Where should I strike, niece? He asked. It seemed almost effortless for his niece to dispatch zombies as one would chop vegetables. How could he, as a grown man, allow a young girl to take the lead in such perilous encounters? Xie Ning gestured towards the slowly swaying zombie, demonstrating the action. Aim for the head and lower it slightly. With a decisive swing, Song Yoji brought the axe down, severing the elderly zombie's head cleanly from its shoulders. The clerk, Xiaozhu, was so frightened that she covered her eyes and turned away, trembling uncontrollably in the chilling grip of fear. A severed head rolled across the floor, while the elderly zombie continued to mouth incoherent sounds. Song Yoji was taken aback, astonished that the creature could still move its lips even after losing its head. Uncle, you did not damage its brain stem, the vital center of life, said Xie Ning, stepping forward to expertly plunge a blade into the zombie's skull. It must be done like this. With practice, you should be able to master the necessary force. Just remember to maintain control. Xie Ning waved the black long blade in her hand, embodying the pinnacle of supernatural ability, capable of precisely regulating her power output without wasting even the slightest excess energy. Each fragment of power was crucial, vital for survival in critical moments. Understood, Song Yoji replied, his expression turning solemn as he nodded vigorously. Let us leave this place quickly. The vicinity of this building is eerily quiet. If we take a shortcut, we can reach Cultural Park in just 3 to 5 minutes. Mother and Song Kursin are probably worried sick. Then let us hurry, he urged, swiftly grabbing the somewhat worn toolbox. Noticing Xie Ning's glance, he smiled and added, there are many useful tools in here. We should take it along. After all, Uncle has plenty of strength. Xie Ning nodded in agreement, then glanced at the trembling Xiaozhu before departing. Uncle, I'm deeply worried about my husband and Chi-Chi, Xiaozhu said through tears. I fear for their safety. How has the world turned so terrifying? In a single night, everything has changed. Chapter 38. No time to reflect on the past. Song Yoji forcefully stuffed a coil of hemp rope into the toolbox, allowing him to carry it in one hand while wielding a fire axe in the other, unencumbered by the fear of tripping over the rope. It feels as though the world has suddenly transformed into something so bizarre that it instills a deep sense of dread. Xie Ning remained speechless. Are you still going or not? Sister, do you still have time to dwell on the past at a moment like this? After barely escaping the clutches of the zombies, shouldn't we be making a swift exit? Uncle, to the exit. Song Yoji responded promptly. Without waiting for Xiaozhu's emotional turmoil to subside, the duo dashed towards the door. Xiaozhu hesitated for a moment but quickly suppressed her apprehension and hurriedly followed, unwilling to remain in that eerie place even for a second longer. Once outside the old building, Xiaozhu kept pace with the swift strides of the uncle and nephew, taking a shortcut towards the Cultural Park. Just as she was gasping for breath, she looked up to find a 5-meter-long RV before her. Xie Ning hurriedly led the two to the driver's side window and gently tapped on the glass. As they anxiously awaited, Song Yui turned to see her daughter and brother, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Who could fathom the anxiety they had endured in the vehicle for nearly an hour and a half? Let's discuss it while driving, Xie Ning suggested, patting her shoulder. Song Kursin released the two, only to notice an additional passenger in the RV. Sister, who is this? This is Zhu Weijin, the daughter-in-law of your grandma Lu. Oh, is that Lu Apa from the later chapters of Zhuangzi? She is an old friend of grandma's, often visiting their home for a chat. Little Zhu shyly smiled at Song Kursin as they settled into their booth. With outsiders present, Song Yoji refrained from asking about the origin of the RV and instead looked at his daughter with a sense of relief. Kursin, I was so worried about you. Thankfully, you were clever enough to come along with your sister. Of course, Song Kursin beamed, her pride manifesting as she declared, my sister and I share a bond forged over centuries of camaraderie. When trouble arises, she will undoubtedly come to my rescue. Xie Ning rolled her eyes at her sister's boastfulness. As Song Yui drove out of the Cultural Park, she remarked, Ning, that 20-minute delay was excessive. Did you encounter any danger at the office building? It was quite perilous, Song Yoji sighed, nodding. The entire ground floor of the office is now blocked by a couple of hundred zombies. We were fortunate to break free. When we left, Director Ma and the others were still trapped in the small meeting room. We have no idea how their situation stands now. Song Yui turned pale with fright. So many? Mom, it's all right. We outsmarted them and didn't engage in combat. Will Director Ma and the others be all right? Were they hiding in the small meeting room to await rescue? Certainly, Song Yoji sighed. But will help arrive? I find it doubtful. Xie Ning remained calm, stating, rescue will surely come. But whether it can reach us within a day or two is another matter entirely. Song Kursin was taken aback. Sister, so they have been trapped in that small conference room waiting for rescue? How many people are there? 17 or 18, Xie Ning replied, taking a deep breath. I've seen it. There are only a few bottles of water in the conference room, no food at all. And think about it. With so many people confined in that small space, they must have needs beyond mere sustenance. How long can they hold it in? When the time comes for them to address their physiological needs in such a cramped area, the stench, it would likely be overwhelming. Xie Ning spoke with a calm demeanor, acknowledging that while they might endure for a while longer, their sanity hung by a thread. Zhu sat quietly beside them, absorbing the conversation, her fingers clenched tightly in response. This must have been the very reason Xie Ning had resolutely chosen to leave the small conference room. Remaining there was akin to waiting for death or madness. She felt a sense of relief. She had not been mistaken. Zhu followed Xie Ning and Uncle Song, feeling victorious in her gamble. Stealing a glance at the young girl, Zhu nervously spoke up. Miss Xie, may I ask you for a favor? You opened her mouth, her lips trembling as tears threatened to spill. But you are so capable. What could it hurt to lend a hand? We are all from the same hometown. How can you turn a blind eye to our plight? Hey, Sister Huijin, you can't morally blackmail us like that. Song Kursen retorted indignantly. It's wrong to coerce others with unrealistic demands. We've already explained everything to you. Zhu Weijin clenched her icy, sweat-soaked hands in desperation. That is not what I meant. But Xian's sister, you should alight at the intersection ahead. Xie Ning's indifferent voice rose. Mother, drop her off nearby. Song Yui nodded silently, without further comment, as she guided the vehicle onto the direct road leading to Songjai. Zhu Weijin, being a young bride with a delicate disposition, felt embarrassed to remain in such a dismissive atmosphere. Chapter 40. Honest declaration. Once she exited the vehicle, Zhu Huijin's legs trembled with trepidation, fearing that a zombie might suddenly emerge from the shadows. Fortunately, the Songjai village was enveloped in a serene stillness, with every household's door firmly shut, covering her mouth. Zhu Huijin could no longer suppress her soft sobs. Anger began to simmer within her. What a cold-hearted girl she was, so resolute in her words and actions, leaving no room for negotiation. How did such a creature emerge from the esteemed Song family? Cold-hearted? Indeed, she was. Xie Ning leaned against the chair, casting a glance out the window. Having traversed the apocalypse for 20 years, indifference had become an intrinsic part of her protective armor. If one were to find a word to encapsulate her current state, it would perhaps be numbness. Having witnessed, heard, and endured far more harrowing experiences, the events before her now seemed trivial in comparison. Ning, let us disregard her. No matter what she says, we shall remain true to ourselves, Song Yui remarked, observing her daughter's blank expression through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, Song Yoji placed a reassuring hand on Xie Ning's shoulder, reminding her, back on the old building platform. Had we not intervened, she would have met her end. We owe her nothing. Xie Ning turned to look at them, chuckling softly. I am not upset. Why would I be angry with outsiders? The village boasted over 2,000 acres of land, and due to the development of agritourism several years ago, every household had prospered, constructing 3- or 4-story villas. The old Song family resided at the eastern end of the village in a 4-story villa, encircled by a wall over a meter high. This was precisely why Xie Ning was determined to take her mother to her grandmother's home. First, she wished to prevent the tragic events of her previous life from repeating. Second, the villa offered adequate protection, far safer than remaining in the city. Once the government issued a notification for a unified relocation to a safe zone, the agritourism villas would be well stocked with supplies, ensuring they would not go hungry. Of course, at this time, she had yet to realize that her personal space had expanded into a villa. Now, concerns about food were certainly alleviated. The RV arrived at the Song family's entrance and came to a halt. The 4 of them exited the vehicle, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The area appeared secure, with no signs of zombies, prompting everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. As Xie Ning stepped out, her parents were busy in the kitchen. Song Yoji retrieved the keys and opened the door, driving the vehicle inside. As they pushed open the intricately carved vintage doors, Song Yui maneuvered the car into the courtyard. Xie Ning and Song Kursen followed closely behind Song Yoji, and upon entering the courtyard, they were momentarily taken aback. In the yard stood 4 or 5 young men who turned to look at the sound of the engine, their eyes glimmering with interest. Xie Ning noticed the 2 elders being restrained by a couple of young men, sitting in rattan chairs at the 8 Immortals table, their expressions fraught with unease. The 2 honest and simple elders now wore looks of trepidation. Who are you? Song Yoji strode forward with purpose. What do you want? One of the young men, noticing Song Yoji's unsavory demeanor, immediately adopted a stern expression and scolded. Be honest. We are the executors of the Song Family Pavilion Rescue Association, here to register your household details and resource status. You must report everything truthfully, with no concealment whatsoever. Chapter 41. Resource Seizure. Xie Ning narrowed her eyes, a faint, sarcastic smile playing at the corners of her lips. How swift they are. It is merely the first day of the apocalypse, and already the monsters have emerged. The 2 elderly individuals appeared somewhat startled, yet their spirits seemed relatively intact. After years without seeing her grandparents, Xie Ning felt a fleeting moment of disorientation, quickly shaking it off as she hastened forward. However, before she could approach the wicker chair, a figure obstructed her path. Who is this little beauty? Haven't you heard us speaking? Another young man, sporting bleached blonde hair and a swaggering demeanor, approached Xie Ning with a grin. Step over here to register. Song Family Pavilion Rescue Association. Indeed. The blond youth crossed his arms, eyeing Xie Ning with great interest. You must be aware of the changes in the world outside, right? Monsters are rampant. If we hadn't swiftly organized a rescue and sealed off the entire Song family pavilion village, do you think you would be enjoying such a tranquil and happy village now? The Rescue Association will now uniformly allocate and manage all village resources. And we hope everyone will cooperate. Brother Huang, this vehicle is quite impressive. The man reached out to tap on the sturdy double-glazed window, opened the door, and began inspecting the supplies. I suspect there is quite a lot of goods inside. Song Kursin widened her eyes in disbelief. Who do you think you are? Calling yourselves a rescue association? They are nothing short of robbers. Excuse me, beautiful lady, one can eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. We are merely conducting a lawful registration. Would you kindly cooperate? Are you police officers or representatives of an official organization? Song Yoji scoffed. This is hardly an appropriate approach. What do you mean by appropriate? Our actions are for the safety of everyone. Does your rescue organization solely register supplies and conduct a census? Surely, it cannot be that simple. Xie Ning interjected with a smile, addressing the rowdy individual. It's best if the charming lady takes the lead. The young man waved his finger, and immediately someone presented a booklet. According to the regulations of our Song Family Pavilion Rescue Association, we are legally entitled to collect a portion of supplies from each household as a form of protection fee. Furthermore, each household is required to surrender a key to their front door, allowing our inspectors to conduct checks on the status of supplies at any time. He then turned his gaze towards the RVs, declaring that all vehicles must be submitted to the Rescue Association for contingencies. Song Kursin was infuriated. You are nothing but shameless bandits. What gives you the audacity to impose such demands? The young man's expression darkened. Little girl, you ought to choose your words carefully. Kursin, don't speak. Kursin. The elderly couple sat helplessly in their wicker chairs, their eyes filled with panic and distress. Xie Ning smiled at the young man. You frightened my grandparents. I truly apologize for that. The young man shrugged. We initially had no intention of resorting to force. We merely hoped for the villagers' cooperation. Release the two elderly individuals. The young man beside the blonde-haired boy furrowed his brow, finding the two elderly gentlemen utterly uncooperative. Not only did they refuse to register, but they also closed the village gate. Such a spirit of passive resistance is unacceptable. Do you understand? Uncle, is the iron gate locked? Xie Ning suddenly turned and inquired with a smile. It's locked, Song Yoji replied, somewhat perplexed. In the next moment, a sharp metallic spike erupted from the tip of his niece's finger, piercing directly into the shoulder of the blonde-haired boy. Ah! He screeched with a voice akin to a duck's quack. Xie Ning swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap. Silence, you fool. Did I permit you to scream? If you dare to utter another sound, I shall pierce your throat. With one hand, she pinned the blonde-haired boy onto the table. The metallic spike poised menacingly at his throat. Oh my! The young man beside them was taken aback by Xie Ning's sudden aggression, and as he stumbled backward in shock, another metallic spike pierced his calf, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The remaining three young men were equally paralyzed by fear. The youth, who had been circling the RV with greedy eyes, was the first to regain his senses, bolting towards the iron gate in panic. Monster, monster, it's a monster, he yelled. Uncle. At Xie Ning's command, Song Yoji immediately grasped the young man's neck from behind and effortlessly lifted him as if he were but a small chick. Song Kursin stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Uncle, let us bind them all before we proceed. By the time Song Yoji realized what had transpired, he had already bound the four young men together with hemp rope, effectively silencing them. His swift actions left even him momentarily astonished. Following the siege incident at the building, he had instinctively obeyed the directives issued by his niece. Song Kursin hurried to assist the elderly couple from their wicker chairs, inquiring, Are you both all right, Grandma and Grandpa? All is well, Song Yaoguo replied, though a flicker of concern lingered in his eyes. He recounted how the group had knocked on their door, claiming to be officials from the village committee. As soon as the door was opened, they barged in, insisting on forcibly registering some materials and population data. Alarmed by their menacing demeanor, the elderly woman had promptly shut the villa door. Oh dear, let's not dwell on that. What should we do now? Who on earth are they? Why are they here to register anything? What did they mean by saying the outside world has changed? Kursin, please show Grandpa and Grandma the videos we recorded earlier, and explain the situation to them, Xie Ning subtly signaled to her sister. Song Kursin nodded and approached the elderly couple, saying, Grandpa, Grandma, let us go inside and watch some short videos. I must warn you, please prepare yourselves mentally. The The situation is quite dire. The elderly woman cast a worried glance at her granddaughter before turning to Xie Ning, asking, Ning Ning, aren't you coming in? Grandma, I will join you shortly. Xie Ning replied with a reassuring smile. Do not worry, everything will be fine. As Song Kursin guided the elderly couple into the villa's living room, she closed the door at Xie Ning's discreet gesture. Xie Ning turned her head, her gaze dark and profound, fixating on the young man with yellow hair pinned against the 8 Immortals table. The young man was already terrified, his soul seemingly detached from his body. Although Xie Ning had retracted the metallic spikes, the cold blade rested against his neck, its slender edge exuding an icy chill. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Xie Ning looked down at him with a semblance of a smile. You appear quite unfamiliar to me. You are not from the Song family's village, are you? The young man, holding his neck defiantly, stammered. You are opposing our rescue association. I warn you, you will regret this. Xie Ning tightened her grip around his throat. Indeed? Just how much regret are we talking about? The young man's eyes widened in terror, momentarily rendered speechless. He felt as though a vice-like grip had ensnared his throat. Why? How could such a young girl possess such strength? Chapter 43. Are you preparing to ascend the throne? He struggled to breathe. Fear flickered in the gradually dimming gaze of the young man, his voice cracking in a pitiful plea. I am sorry, it was my mistake. Xie Ning loosened her grip, allowing him to take a deep breath, his tongue lolling as he coughed uncontrollably. Tell me everything you know about the Song Family's Rescue Association. What is the current situation there? The young man's eyes darted around. I need to bandage my wound first. Blood continued to seep from his shoulder, yet the girl before him seemed utterly indifferent to his injury. Xie Ning raised an eyebrow, the cold blade resting against his neck slowly gliding down his skin. You now have 2 choices. Firstly, there is death, and secondly, the complete revelation of all matters. Thus, if I confess everything, I shall be spared, correct? You are in no position to negotiate terms with me. You are merely a fish upon the chopping block. Understand your predicament. Xie Ning narrowed her icy gaze, expressionless as she brandished the knife against his throat. You may choose to remain silent. The young girl tilted her head, her indifferent eyes fixed upon him, and then you shall be utterly useless. When she emphasized the word useless, her tone deepened, instilling a sense of terror. The depths of her dark, profound eyes glimmered with a cruel coldness, as if she might snap his neck in the next instant. The young man with yellow hair was gripped by an inexplicable fear, his mouth agape in sheer fright. I will speak. I shall say everything. The young man was genuinely frightened to tears, his face streaming with both tears and snot. Xie Ning looked upon him with disdain, her eyes betraying her contempt. The young man, witnessing her fierce gaze, trembled as he stammered. We are visitors staying at Songjai number 98, here for a rural leisure retreat. My cousin, along with relatives and friends, organized a group of 15 to spend half a month at Songjai. Miss, we are truly not bad people. We are merely ordinary tourists. This morning, many suddenly developed high fevers, and we all received urgent messages, realizing it was due to a viral disturbance. The high fever has caused us to veer towards 2 extreme outcomes. My cousin, Wang Han, after his fever, has become incredibly strong. At this moment, the young man with yellow hair seemed to suddenly grasp something, trembling as he glanced at Song Yoji, who, like this older brother, possessed remarkable strength. In contrast, the others who had suffered from high fevers were not as fortunate as my cousin. They had transformed into the monstrous entities described in the messages, a horde of flesh-hungry corpses. We, the unmutated ordinary individuals, under the leadership of my cousin Wang Han, set about eliminating these corpse-like monstrosities, intending to establish No. 98 as our temporary stronghold. Beautiful lady, this is not our concern. We are merely acting on Wang Han's instructions, my cousin remarked. He asserted that the world had changed, and we must seize control of the initiative. To thrive in such dire circumstances, we first needed to eradicate all lingering corpses within the village to secure a favorable living space. Secondly, we would inventory all food supplies in the village for systematic distribution. Xie Ning raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, the cousin of the young man with yellow hair was quite adept at assuming his role, while everyone else wore bewildered expressions. He had already discovered a swift method to rise to prominence, preparing to ascend as the local sovereign in the Song family's stronghold. Chapter 44. An aura resembling a villain. Just as the young man with yellow hair sighed in relief, a sharp metallic spike shot out once more from between her fingers, piercing his thumb. The young man was nearly driven to madness by the sight of this girl. He felt that his cousin, endowed with immense awakening abilities, was likely nothing more than a useless chicken in the presence of this young beauty. The girl's spiny attacks were overwhelmingly aggressive, and her elusive movements made her nearly impossible to defend against. Furthermore, have him bring a truckload of supplies to me within the hour to collect the person. If he is late by even an hour, I shall present him with a finger as a token of our meeting. Until his arrival, I shall wait. Xie Ning, with a heavy foot, kicked a young man who was weeping profusely, speaking softly yet deliberately. Silence. What is a grown man crying for? Just moments ago. Were you not boasting before the elders? You all only know how to bully the weak. When faced with someone slightly tougher, you instantly cower. Brother Huang, save us. The young man with yellow hair scrambled to his feet, nodding fervently. I will certainly convey your words. I have just implanted metal fragments in your finger. Xie Ning coldly regarded the young man. If I do not assist you in extracting them, you will never remove them yourself. The fragments will wander through your bones and blood until they reach your brain. She tapped her own head, mimicking the gesture of scattering flowers, and exclaimed, boom. Upon hearing this, the young man was so frightened that he fell to the ground, nearly begging for mercy. Beautiful lady, please spare me. So, what will you do? I will ensure that my cousin delivers the supplies, and I will never dare to disturb the lady's family again. Xie Ning nodded slightly. I truly enjoy conversing with sensible and obedient individuals. It is quite comforting. Then, may I leave now? Go ahead. Xie Ning glanced at him. Remember, you have only 1 hour to accomplish your task. Little Yellow Hair swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to bolt out the door, yet he couldn't help but timidly inquire. Excuse me, is this a mutated hedgehog ability? Song Yui looked at her daughter in bewilderment. What on earth is a hedgehog ability? Hadn't her daughter claimed to have awakened a small space? Xie Ning cast a glance at Little Yellow Hair, her expression devoid of any excess emotion, as if she were genuinely curious. Little Yellow Hair was instantly frightened into tears by her chilling gaze, hurriedly shaking his head and exclaiming, No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't know anything. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. He wished he could slap himself for speaking too much. Why did he have to say anything? Television frequently teaches that the more you know, the quicker you die. The expression on that villainous beauty's face clearly indicated a desire to silence him. As a law-abiding citizen raised under the red flag, encountering such a fierce antagonist made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Cousin, please save me. Watching Little Yellow Hair flee in a panic, Song Yui felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. What nonsense! How could her daughter, so charming and beautiful, be so terrifying? Chapter 45. Just fooling the outsiders. The young man, despite his youth, appeared frail, walking unsteadily like an old woman. Song Yoji approached and locked the heavy iron door, his face full of curiosity as he gazed at his niece. Ning, is this also an ability of yours? Xie Ning extended her finger, revealing the sharp spines for them to see up close. Uncle, it's the same as yours. I have awakened a metal ability. I used it previously on the old building's platform. That suspended ladder came from it. Oh. Song Yoji suddenly realized. No wonder your complexion was so pale back then. It was due to the overuse of your abilities. Xie Ning nodded slightly. Song Yui inquired with concern. Ning, what happens if one overuses their abilities? Does it affect the body? It's all right, Mom. Currently, our abilities are at a low level, and the energy is relatively scarce. Once we use it, it gets depleted quickly. In fact, it doesn't pose much harm to the body. On the contrary, repeatedly exhausting energy can actually accelerate personal growth. However, the sharp pain and dizziness that accompany each depletion of ability can be quite uncomfortable. Song Yoji gazed at Xie Ning eagerly. Ning. Your metal abilities seem far more useful than mine. What you mentioned about the metal fragments left in that little yellow-haired boy, is it true or false? Xie Ning chuckled softly. Of course, it's false. I was just deceiving him. She blinked playfully. It's merely a trick for the inexperienced. My metal abilities have only just awakened, and I can easily deduce that I couldn't possibly be that formidable. The only reason I managed to fool the little yellow-haired boy is that I had witnessed how powerful metal ability users fought in my past life. Yet, these details are not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that in my previous life, I possessed a rather useless spatial ability, and in this life, I unexpectedly awakened to metal abilities. Xiaoji, you have awakened your abilities as well? Yes, but they are quite ordinary, just a little stronger than average. That is still commendable. Song Yui expressed a hint of envy towards her younger brother. I have yet to gain anything myself. It's fine, Mom. It's better that way. A high fever is worrisome. After a high fever, One can swing to the opposite extreme, and there is no guarantee of becoming an ability user. Indeed, peace and safety are blessings. Song Yoji echoed, and then as if recalling something, he exclaimed, "Oh right, Ning Ning. That 98th house mentioned by the young fellow is actually the residence of Xiao Zhu, Zhu Huijin's family. In their pursuit of profit, they surreptitiously added a 5th floor last year, accommodating at least 30 guests." Song Yoji furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of the young man's words. Had his cousin Wang Hanjiao indeed taken over Xiao Zhu's family abode? It seemed likely. Xie Ning subtly nodded. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. The one with the strongest fist commands authority, a truth that is indisputable. However, individuals like Wang Han, who could respond promptly at the onset of the apocalypse, belong to a notably astute group. Isn't this merely an act of forcibly seizing private property? Song Yoji expressed his discontent. Did these outsiders truly believe that the Song family's residence was unprotected? Uncle, situations like this will only become more frequent. As the three conversed, they were suddenly struck by a cacophony of anguished wails echoing from outside. It seemed to be coming from the old Li family across the way. Song Yoji hurriedly dashed to the door, peering through the ornate iron gate, unable to suppress a whisper of alarm. "Oh no, this is serious. Ning Ning, come take a look." Xie Ning and Song Yui followed closely behind. They beheld the neighbors directly opposite their grandmother's house, whose door stood wide open. A young couple tumbled out, their papers and pens scattering across the ground. Chapter 46. You are a murderer. Two grotesquely positioned corpses clung to the legs of a young man, gnawing at him as if feasting on a brittle bone. The man screamed in agony, dragging a trail of blood as he attempted to crawl away. The young woman, utterly terrified, was rendered pale and disoriented. As she attempted to rise, she stumbled and fell again, limping as she got back to her feet, her face contorted in pain. She forced herself to dash forward despite her injured leg. Fortunately, the two crawling zombies were too engrossed in their gruesome meal to notice her. "Annie, help me," cried the man named Annie, who had been abandoned in his moment of desperation as she fled in panic. "Those two youngsters must be part of the rescue association," whispered Song Yui, hiding behind an iron door. "Indeed, judging by their demeanor, they are likely here for a census of supplies," replied Song Yoji. "Look at those two crawling corpses. Aren't they Uncle Li and Aunt Li from across the street?" He continued. "Yes, it is indeed them. Mom, Uncle, stay here and lock the door tightly. I will go deal with them." Song Yui and Song Yoji quickly restrained Xie Ning's hand. "Ning Ning, are you going to help them?" "It's not help. It's about resolving a nuisance," Xie Ning replied with a grave expression. "The screams are too loud. They will attract unnecessary trouble. Most importantly, the stench of blood outside is overwhelming. If we don't take care of it, other zombies in the vicinity are likely to be drawn here." "Right, Ning Ning has a point," Song Yoji concurred, seeing her mother's face filled with worry. Xie Ning gently squeezed her hand and whispered reassurances. "It's all right, Mom. They are merely two zombies. It will be resolved swiftly." She then turned to Song Yoji and quietly instructed, "Uncle, please fetch some soil and straw. We shall cover the bloodstains later." Understanding her intent, Song Yoji hurriedly dashed to the backyard to gather the items. Xie Ning exchanged a glance with her mother before swiftly exiting the door and making her way across the street. Song Yui locked the door and kept her gaze fixed on her daughter's retreating figure. In truth, Ning Ning's ability to eliminate those decaying monstrosities did not warrant their concern, for her movements were exceedingly swift and efficient, culminating in a rapid resolution. In the blink of an eye, the two elderly zombies were dispatched with ease. Xie Ning cast a glance at the young man whose pupils had slightly dilated and expressionlessly dealt him a final blow. Simultaneously, a young woman clad in a short pink skirt burst forth from the farmhouse. Witnessing the gruesome scene before her, she raised her hand, pointing at Xie Ning, and screamed, "Murder! You are a murderer! You killed my grandparents!" The girl's eyes widened in horror, fixated on Xie Ning, her finger trembling uncontrollably. Song Yoji, pushing a small cart filled with soil and straw, rushed over to clarify. "Li Xiang, your grandparents had already passed away from a high fever. Their current movements are due to their transformation into zombies. You are the one who has turned into a zombie." The girl shouted furiously. "My grandparents were merely ill. They were not dead. It was you. It was your niece who killed them." Xie Ning cast a glance at her with a rather indifferent expression, the corners of her lips curling into a sardonic smile as she remarked, "I have never seen you show any filial piety towards Uncle Li and Aunt Li. Speak up. What do you desire?" The neighboring family across from her maternal grandparents was an eccentric entity, following the tragic demise of their son and daughter-in-law in a car accident. The elderly couple's adoration for their grandchildren reached extraordinary heights. In Chapter 47, Toxic Friends, they would grant any request, providing a ladder to scale rooftops or a rope to leap into wells. These two siblings had always been a source of disdain for others. Their grandson, Li Dawei, dropped out of middle school to spend his days engrossed in video games, cycling through girlfriends with alarming frequency, none lasting beyond 3 months. The granddaughter, Li Xiang, was even more peculiar. She submitted a blank exam paper during her transition to junior high, declaring her disinterest in education. When Xie Ning was in middle school, Li Xiang pursued a wealthy, bald businessman. By the time Xie Ning reached high school, Li Xiang fancied herself a princess at KTV establishments. Upon entering university, Li Xiang whimsically aspired to attend college, believing it would be an opportune environment to attract affluent suitors. Uncle Li and Aunt Li brought 2 plump hens to Xie Ning's grandfather's home, beseeching him to leverage his connections to ensure that Li Xiang could be admitted to university, preferably at the same institution as Xie Ning. This request caused quite the uproar in the Song family, leading to a 3-month period of isolation and refusal of visitors. Ultimately, their endeavors bore no fruit, resulting in resentment towards the Song family. In his youth, Xie Ning's grandfather held a modest position as a director, wielding some authority, but not to an overwhelming extent. Moreover, he had been retired for 10 years. Had he possessed the influence to enroll Li Xiang, who only had an elementary school diploma, into a prestigious university, he would not have merely been a minor director. Thus, the two families fell into irreconcilable discord. Li Xiang often referred to herself as the dear friend of Xie Ning, her childhood neighbor. After their falling out, she incessantly claimed that her former friend was toxic, unwilling to lend a hand even in the slightest, and could not bear to see Li Xiang thrive. Were it not for the fear that the sin of blood would attract the nearby zombies, Xie Ning would have little desire to set foot on Li's property. Song Yoji, acting swiftly, had already begun to bury the 2 corpses on the spot, covering and smoothing over the bloodstains. Li Xiang turned and shouted, "Brother, brother!" Li Dawei emerged from the house, bare-chested, and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Brother, Uncle Song's niece has killed our grandparents. You must demand an explanation from them." Xie Ning could not help but roll her eyes. "Li Xiang, I believe I have mentioned numerous times that this is my maternal uncle, not my uncle. I am my uncle's niece, not his nephew." Upon hearing this, Li Xiang turned pale with anger and exclaimed, "Xie Ning, what do you mean? Just because you've gone to university, you think you're so impressive, looking down on our rural kin for being less educated?" As Song Yoji continued to shovel dirt, he nodded in agreement. "If you want to put it that way, you are not entirely wrong." "Uncle Song, how can you speak like that?" Li Dawei retorted, his neck stiff with indignation. "Are our families destined to walk the path of enmity?" Song Yoji nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens, exasperated. "I've told you countless times to watch fewer melodramatic television shows and read more serious literature, yet you refuse to listen. When these 2 children were younger, they were quite decent. Alas, they have been spoiled by old Li and his wife, growing increasingly misguided. What shall we do about Xie Ning having killed my grandparents?" Xie Ning looked at Li Dawei and said, "I understand now. You are waiting here to provoke a confrontation, aren't you? You were already aware that the 2 elderly had transformed into corpses. When the rescuers arrived to register, they deliberately released them to bite people." Li Dawei's eyes flickered. He could not comprehend your words. "Well, let me put it this way. Previously, it was our grandparents who cooked and did the laundry. Now that you have killed them, it falls upon you to take responsibility for the sustenance and well-being of my siblings and me." Chapter 48. One must always be cautious. Indeed, a glint of calculation crossed Li Xiang's eyes as he nodded in agreement. "It is your family, the Songs, who must now oversee our future livelihoods. After all, it was your family member, Xie Ning, who caused the demise of our grandparents. A life for a life. Yes, a life for a life. Yet, you need not pay with your lives now. You are simply tasked with providing for us. Consider yourselves fortunate." Meanwhile, Song Yoji, possessing extraordinary strength, dug a pit beside the Li family's villa to bury the 3 zombies, effortlessly disposing of the scattered entrails. He then covered it with a half-load of soil and straw, completely masking the stench of blood. After completing this task, he overheard Li Xiang and Li Dawei engaging in a verbal duel, shouting at their cousin. Song Yoji raised his shovel and aimed a blow at Li Dawei's head. "Who are you trying to scare? Your grandparents are zombies. What has done is done." Li Dawei quickly recoiled, saying, "Uncle Song, what are you doing? Do you intend to kill us as well? You little rascals. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your deceased parents." Song Yoji threatened the two siblings, deliberately slamming the shovel onto the ground. The siblings, Li Dawei and Li Xiang, were taken aback as they witnessed Song Yoji, a veritable force of nature, wielding a shovel with such ferocity that it carved a deep pit into the ground, leaving their faces ashen with fear. "I will deal with you two rascals. To dare to extort from my niece is tantamount to courting death." With that, Song Yoji brandished the shovel and pursued the siblings. Accustomed to preying on their grandparents, they now audaciously sought to exploit their neighbor, Ning Ning. Such shameless scoundrels. "I'll show you what it means to prey." Li Dawei and Li Xiang, terrified, turned tail and fled in a panic. Song Yoji chased them for a few paces before halting, pointing at the Li family's door and berating them. "What an extraordinary breed of oddities you are. A pack of worthless scamps. What do you think you're up to?" He lifted the shovel, turned away in a huff, spat with contempt, and muttered under his breath, "Thank heavens XNX didn't he witness these two. Otherwise, she would have surely pounced on Li Xiang to engage in a brawl. What use is there in having both large and small? Do you truly believe those two rascals would dare to invade our home, seeking to reinforce the front door? I fear it's not that simple." As Xie Ning and Song Yoji continued their conversation while hastening their steps, Li Dawei and Li Xiang lurked by the window, casting a furtive glance before erupting in loud insults. "Who do you think you are? Do you fancy yourselves capable of reprimanding us on behalf of our parents?" "Huh." Li Dawei slammed his fist down, creating a hole in the windowsill. "Brother," Li Xiang gasped in astonishment. "You?" In a flurry, she pulled out her phone to check a text message. "You're not actually experiencing a genetic mutation that grants you superhuman abilities, are you? Is it true?" Li Dawei's face lit up with euphoric delight. "Have I truly become an extraordinary being?" Li Dawei could hardly contain his joy, bursting into hearty laughter. He glanced down at the deep indentation on the windowsill, then turned and gently squeezed a porcelain cup, which shattered into fragments in his hand. He laughed with unrestrained glee, proclaiming, "I am an extraordinary being now." Chapter 49. A century of professional dependency. Dawei, what has brought you such delight? A woman, draped in silk pajamas and possessing a graceful figure, descended the stairs, her eyes sparkling with charm. Li Dawei, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, "Ying, I have awakened my powers. I feel invigorated, as if I could vanquish a bull with ease." Had he known his abilities would awaken, he would have confronted Song Yoji without hesitation instead of retreating. "Zhao Ying, are you just rising now? Were you born a sloth?" How could her brother be enamored with such a lethargic woman? She contributed nothing, sleeping until dusk, relying on others for every necessity. She remained oblivious to the unfolding events, living a charmed life. The siblings had endured a feverish stupor for over an hour, only to awaken to their grandparents' bizarre behavior, resembling ravenous creatures. Upon piecing together the situation through text messages, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The siblings, along with Zhao Ying, had become adept at living off their elders, avoiding any form of labor, to the extent of not even peeling an egg. Now that their grandparents had transformed into zombies, who would attend to their meals and laundry, the siblings tapped their foreheads in unison, devising a plan. They decided to confine their grandparents in a room and later deceive the elderly Song couple into coming over. In times of adversity, there is little to fear, after all. They can continue to rely on their elders. The calculations may seem sound, yet the unexpected arrival of well-meaning rescuers for registration complicates matters. To safeguard the scant food supplies remaining at home, Li Dawei resolutely released the elder zombies. Although events did not unfold as planned by the siblings, the outcome was ultimately similar. Xie Ning took decisive action and eliminated their grandparents, which meant that the Song family would be responsible for their sustenance in the latter part of their lives. When it comes to the art of depending on one's elders, they are undeniably experts. "Be careful how you speak to your sister-in-law," Li Dawei warned, casting a cautionary glance at Li Xiang. "Ying, come here. I want to show you a video. Do not be afraid. I will protect you." "What is it?" Zhao Ying approached Li Dawei with a puzzled expression, curious about the video. Upon watching, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she covered her mouth in shock. "Is all of this real?" Elder Song grasped Song Kursen's hand tightly, her anxiety palpable. "What about your uncle and aunt? Are they safe right now?" Song Kursen shook her head gently. "Grandma, please do not worry. My aunt just messaged in the family group, urging everyone to come here as quickly as possible. If necessary, we will devise another plan. Once we have fortified our surroundings, I will personally go to fetch Junjun." Xie Ning, along with Song Yoji and Song Yui, entered the main room. Song Yui closed the door behind her, surprised. "Ning Ning, Are you really going to Sioux City to pick up Junjun? Xie Ning nodded. Mom, I've already planned for this matter. We'll discuss it further later. Chapter 50. Reinforcing the courtyard. Song Yui nodded, suddenly realizing that her daughter had unwittingly become the backbone of the family. Initially, everyone felt anxious. But upon seeing her calm and composed face, their hearts gradually settled. Grandpa and Grandma, please take a seat. Xie Ning assisted the elderly couple onto the sofa. You have just watched the video. The situation outside is rather dire, but the Song family courtyard is temporarily safe. There hasn't been any news from Aunt and Uncle yet, but don't worry, no news is, in fact, the best news. Based on her experiences from the previous life, Aunt and Uncle, along with their family, had encountered little danger in the early days of the apocalypse. Conversely, her cousin Song Shijun, who was alone, faced significant peril in Sioux City. Song Yaohua, usually more composed than his wife, acknowledged, Ning Ning speaks wisely. Please do not fret too much, my dear. Is it truly dangerous for Shijun and his classmates to travel to Sioux City for the math competition? Song Yui inquired. Indeed, it is exceedingly perilous. Xie Ning struggled to find a way to convey this to her mother without inciting further worry. Frankly, revealing the truth would only heighten their concern. She vividly recalled the harrowing memories from her past life, when, 5 years into the apocalypse, she accompanied her team to Sioux City on a mission. In an abandoned instant noodle factory, she encountered her frail brother, emaciated to the point that his ribs were starkly visible. At that time, Song Shijun had completely lost consciousness. Yet he would still stare at her vacantly, his grayish-white pupils devoid of any luster. As the zombie companions lunged towards Xie Ning and her group, Song Shijun stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at her. Once a radiant youth, he now appeared disheveled and tattered, his left hand long lost from sight. Xie Ning believed that after enduring 5 years of the apocalypse, her heart had become sufficiently hardened. Yet, witnessing the brutal decapitation of Song Shijun still shattered her composure. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, Song Shijun was gone, and Xie Ning had lost her last remaining kin. Strictly speaking, it was from that year she truly transformed into an emotionless automaton. Yet, at this moment, all was not lost. She could not afford to panic. Her actions must be methodical and deliberate. She needed to stabilize the situation before seeking out Song Shijun. Xie Ning was determined to avoid reliving past tragedies. Never again. Grandparents, uncle, mother, her awakened golden abilities were not yet formidable, but fortifying the courtyard should pose no significant challenge. Song Kursen raised her small hand. Sister, why have you and Dad awakened abilities, but we have not? Song Kursen had just witnessed their father effortlessly lift a heavy dining table with one hand, utterly astonished. Because our bodies have previously endured high temperatures, Xie Ning paused, you, your mother, and our grandparents did not experience that, which might not necessarily be a disadvantage. There is one thing that must be stated. Starting from today, apart from our grandparents, the rest of us must engage in physical training, whether we possess abilities or not. Survival is a skill in itself. From now on, we shall run the circuit from the front yard to the back every day, pushing our limits. Song Yuai and Song Kursen, the aunt and niece, simultaneously wore expressions akin to bitter gourds, yet they persevered and nodded affirmatively. Chapter 51. Water source pollution. By tomorrow evening at the latest, I shall strive to fortify the entire courtyard. The sooner, the better. For even Xie Ning is uncertain when Junjun transformed into a zombie in her past life. However, she is acutely aware that once someone becomes a zombie, they retain the appearance they had at the moment of death. Junjun, having withered to mere skin and bones, could not have starved to such a state in just a day or two. Thus, Xie Ning deduced that Junjun must have endured for at least 3 months in the apocalypse to have wasted away in such a manner. Are you going alone? Elder Song gasped softly. That simply won't do. Indeed, how could one manage alone? I'll accompany you, her uncle insisted. Xie Ning shook her head. No, uncle. You must stay here to watch over our home. Sister, I'll go with you. Song Kursen exclaimed, bouncing up and down, clenching her fist. Though I may be a bit useless, I can assist you with driving. Do you even have a driver's license? Xie Ning asked, her expression impassive as she regarded her. Do you? Kursen retorted. Your sister lacks a license, but she has driven for 20 years in her previous life. That surely counts for something. Song Yuai quickly volunteered. You cannot go. You are but a child. Stay here with your father. Ning Ning, mother will accompany you. My driving skills are top-notch. Xie Ning acquiesced. All right. Then it's settled. I worry for your safety on the road, Elder Song fretted. Don't worry, Grandma. Curson replied confidently, if any monsters dare to approach, I shall pierce them with a metal spike. I'm quite formidable now. Madame Song, with a furrowed brow, managed a faint smile and said, my dear child, please be sure to prioritize your safety. Now let us discuss two pressing matters. The tap water is no longer safe to use. Xie Ning grasped her grandmother's hand and inquired, have you used tap water while cooking? No, we have always relied on well water. Very well. Xie Ning replied with utmost seriousness. The tap water has been contaminated and is likely harboring viruses. Song Yoji was taken aback, recalling that he had consumed the boiled water while conducting business at the village committee. So that explains why you have been running a high fever? Indeed, Song Yoji exclaimed, realization dawning upon him that it was due to the water. Song Curson, however, brightened up. Does drinking tap water grant one unusual abilities to induce a fever? Drinking tap water could very well lead to becoming a zombie, Song Yui retorted playfully, giving her a light smack. You silly child. Do not venture such experiments lightly. The consequences are unpredictable. Xie Ning shot a stern glance at Song Curson, who quickly nodded in acquiescence. Will the underground well water also become contaminated? Yes, indeed. A global acid rain has fallen, devastating surface water sources. It is merely a matter of time before it permeates to the underground. Based on experience, in just a few hours, the underground water will also be rendered unusable. Therefore, uncle, I urgently need you to draw up as much well water as possible and store it for future needs. Understood. Song Yoji, brimming with energy, was eager for tasks to occupy him. Upon hearing Xie Ning's words, he dashed towards the backyard to take action. The onlookers exchanged glances, bemused by his fervent haste. Song Curson, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, having supernatural abilities indeed makes things quite different. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds echoed from beyond the iron gate. Xie Ning rose to her feet, realizing that the rescuers from the Song family had arrived. I shall go and meet them, she said, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of excitement. Chapter 52. Do not panic when encountering monstrous beings. Xie Ning stepped out of the room and closed the door behind her. As the lock clicked softly into place, the young woman's bright eyes narrowed slightly, and she abruptly tilted her head to gaze upwards at the top of the surrounding wall. A man was perched there, gun in hand, seemingly preparing to climb over. Clearly startled by Xie Ning's sudden upward glance, he nearly let the rifle slip from his shoulder. A wave of despair washing over him. What on earth? This girl looks like a mere student, innocent and harmless. How could she possess such acute awareness to detect me lurking on the wall? Xie Ning fixed her cold gaze upon the man half sitting on the wall. In the next instant, a sharp metal projectile shot forth from her hand, piercing directly into the man's calf. The man let out a wail of agony, tumbling off the wall and landing in a heap. With remarkable agility, Xie Ning darted to the wall's edge. At the same moment, a small lead bullet whizzed past her pant leg. Her eyes turned icy, filled with a chilling ferocity. Metal swiftly enveloped her fair knuckles, delivering a series of powerful blows to the man's abdomen. After 3 strikes, his howls ceased, reduced to pitiful whimpers as he begged, Sister, sister, I was wrong. I was wrong. Xie Ning turned and pressed against the wall on the other side of the iron gate. Her delicate palm slipped through the ornate wrought iron, grasping the barrel of the gun. The man outside, startled, pulled the trigger, only to discover that his air gun was twisted into a spiral. His arm became ensnared by the contorted barrel, leaving him utterly immobilized against the intricately designed iron gate. Xie Ning unlatched the gate and swung it open, delivering a fierce blow with her metallic-clad fist directly to the man's face. The previous assailant, who had called her sister, crumpled to the corner, clutching his abdomen, eyes wide with terror. Even had her fist not struck him, he could palpably sense the ferocity behind her strike. This young lady, with her seemingly soft and adorable exterior, proved to be far more ruthless than any man in combat. The man glanced at his companion Wang Zhongshuan, who was equally unfortunate, his left hand hopelessly ensnared by the twisted barrel, leaving him pitifully suspended against the ornate gate. After delivering several punches to the ornamentation of the gate, reducing him to whimpers, Xie Ning finally yanked him down, dragging him inside and unceremoniously tossing him to the ground, her movements both forceful and elegant, executed in one fluid motion. With a cold expression, the girl closed the gate and bent down to retrieve the intact air gun from the floor. She swiftly loaded it, aiming at the head of the man still grasping his belly. No, no, sister. Sister, he cried, his pupils dilating in sheer panic. This air gun was evidently modified. with a rapid loading mechanism and significantly increased range. The lead pellets, if they were to strike her leg, could cause severe injury, even if not fracturing the bone. It would impede her mobility. Delaying her journey to Sioux City to rescue Junjun was merely an attempt on her brother's life. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xie Ning's eyes as she aimed her air gun at the man's head, advancing step by step. The man was on the verge of losing control, acutely aware of the grim specter of death drawing near, its presence palpable. "Sister," Song Kursin called out from the window. Instantly, the oppressive dread that enveloped him diminished significantly. "I surrender. I surrender." Chapter 53. A strike that made him call her mother sister. "Sister. Sister. International conventions dictate that offenders should not be killed. Please spare me, O great sovereign, O goddess." Ji Taiyan was genuinely terrified. And if kneeling could win him the goddess's forgiveness, he would readily do so. Xie Ning cast her gaze upon him, and then glanced at the man curled up beside him like a shrimp. "It seems your king wants to play tricks with me? How delightful." With a chilly smile, Xie Ning slightly nodded. "Uncle, bring them over." Coming. Song Yoji set down the water bucket and hurriedly rushed to the storage room, dragging 4 young men, akin to squealing piglets, to the door. Xie Ning placed a foot on one of the young men sporting earrings and slowly crouched down, the metal at her fingertips coalescing into a razor-sharp edge aimed at the young man's pinky. "Did that little yellow-haired boy convey my message to you? If you fail to deliver the supplies for an exchange, I shall send your king a finger every hour." Ji Taiyan's eyes widened in horror as he swallowed hard. He glanced at his quivering companions and stammered, "Sister, sister, must it be so extreme? Is this grand gift acceptable?" Xie Ning raised her delicate brows, casting a frosty gaze in his direction. "Sister, sister." Witnessing Xie Ning's blade poised to sever her companion's finger, Ji Taiyan immediately fell to his knees, raising his hands in fervent plea. "Dad, daddy, daddy." Song Yoji stared blankly at the strikingly handsome young man before him. With a countenance resembling that of a delicate youth, he appeared devoid of merit, yet it seemed his intellect was equally lacking. Peering through the window, Song Kursin bore witness to the second survival rule her sister had established. What does it mean to face malevolent forces without fear? A single socialist iron fist had him calling for his father, and here it was, a live demonstration, ensuring thorough understanding. "There are supplies. Here, I'll give them to you." Ji Taiyan shouted repeatedly. "Let us trade. We shall exchange." As he spoke, he began to convulse as if possessed, his body twitching violently, raining down an array of instant noodles, biscuits, and other goods. Song Kursin hurriedly opened the door to join the commotion, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, I didn't expect someone so slender to conceal so much." Xie Ning turned away with a serious demeanor, instructing her foolish sister, "He is a space ability user." "What?" Song Kursin's wide, sparkling eyes shone with envy. "Is it like in the novels, where one can enter and exit at will, cultivate land, raise chickens and ducks, and possess a spring of mystical water?" Her eyes gleamed with excitement. "Then when you encounter zombies, you can hide inside to escape." Ji Taiyan glanced at the young girl, shaking his head vigorously like a rattling drum. No, it's merely a 50 square meter storage space, not meant for human entry. What good could come of it? Farming or raising chickens and ducks? Spiritual springs, what nonsense is that? Just look at his appearance as a young master. He hardly seems the type to till the land. Furthermore, if the space were truly as the young girl described, allowing for free entry and exit, I would prefer to remain there indefinitely, avoiding the repugnant zombies altogether. I certainly wouldn't end up being beaten like a dog by the female monarch today. All that S worth is barely half a person. Xie Ning spoke coldly. Ji Taiyan nodded repeatedly, understanding. I see. I shall fetch something for you from inside. The entrance is rather unsightly." This space ability user certainly had their fair share of troubles. What was unsightly about retrieving items at the entrance? Where was the lack of decorum? Chapter 54. Indeed, it was quite unseemly. Xie Ning instructed her uncle to drag the 4 grunting pigs into the house, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Ji Taiyan. The latter shivered, stepping forward to assist the curled-up Wang Zhongshuan, obediently entering the house under Xie Ning's frosty stare. After helping Wang Zhongshuan settle onto a nearby stool, Ji Taiyan swiftly began to lift his shirt. However, as he commenced this action, a sharp metallic object pressed against his temple. "What are you doing?" The girl's cold voice echoed in his ear, causing the young man to tremble. I am taking off my clothes." In his hand, he clutched a thick hemp rope, as if prepared to strangle him at any moment. I'm just taking off my clothes to fetch something. Ji Taiyan was on the verge of tears. He truly harbored no ill intentions, not even the slightest. What are you taking? Song Yoji barked at Ji Taiyan with a fierce glare. This little rascal was being brazen right before his eyes. Ji Taiyan clutched the hem of his garment tightly and stammered, I am taking supplies for my sister. Xie Ning grasped the situation, casting him a sidelong glance imbued with a hint of unspoken words. You need to undress to retrieve something from your space? Uh-huh, Ji Taiyan replied, his head nodding with a semblance of innocence. Move quickly, Xie Ning commanded. Understood, Ji Taiyan responded eagerly, unfastening his shirt buttons and lifting his garment. What followed was a sight to behold. He began to shake uncontrollably, resembling a puppet caught in a frenzied dance, his limbs flailing about erratically while he muttered incantations. Xie Ning silently turned away, pressing her forehead in exasperation. She could not deny the truth in his words. It was indeed rather undignified. Noticing her younger sister, Song Kursen, gaping at the spectacle, she swiftly turned her sibling's head away. As Ji Taiyan continued his chaotic movements, an assortment of items tumbled from him, forming a haphazard pile at his feet. Eventually, a sack of flour plummeted down, landing heavily on his instep. Ji Taiyan winced in pain, retracting his foot and exclaiming, Sister, is this enough? Song Yui, who had been assisting the elderly into the hall, was utterly taken aback by the scene. That should suffice. Xie Ning instructed her family to neatly arrange the items in the corner. Turning back, she caught sight of Ji Taiyan, resembling a timid rabbit, hurriedly clutching his open shirt. With each step she took forward, he retreated further, calling out, Sister, 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 what else do you wish to do? Suddenly, Xie Ning thrust the metallic spike in her hand towards his finger. It merely grazed the surface, yet it sent this man into a cacophony of screams, akin to a wailing ghost. You now face two choices. Two. I choose the second. Crouched on the stool, Wang Zhongshuan averted his gaze from this second-rate individual. Xie Ning nodded, acknowledging his choice, expressing confidence that he would not regret this decision in the future. This space manipulator must remain under her control to safeguard her grand villa, Xie Ning contemplated, before turning to confront Wang Zhongshuan. Captivated by the young girl's formidable prowess, Wang Zhongshuan casually adjusted his sleeve, not even furrowing his brow as he complied. Chapter 55. Back to number 98. Xie Ning found herself quite surprised. Could it be that these two had unraveled her scheme? Did they realize that there were no metallic fragments implanted in her arm? Pondering this, Xie Ning furrowed her brow. Previously, the two of us owed Wang Han a small favor, which led us to be dispatched against your family. However, having been defeated by you, we have come to terms with our defeat. Indeed, how could one not submit after being bested? After the girl's few punches, even a man of his stature felt as though he might vomit up yesterday's meal. To resist would be foolish. He was not that naive. Though survival in these times was quite arduous, his rather dubious companion had acquired spatial abilities, thus allowing them to survive comfortably for the time being. But let it be known, I do not possess powers akin to that of Princess Ji. However, my marksmanship skills are quite commendable. His name is Ji, not that Ji, but the one from the tales of King Wu vanquishing Zhou, that Ji. Ji Taiyan wore a look of discontent. I am Ji Taiyan, and he is Wang Zhongshuan. Ji Taiyan. Xie Ning nearly burst into laughter. It's not the two idle Tai, but the peaceful nation Tai and the virtuous and good Xian. Ji Taiyan was on the verge of depression. Noticing the suppressed amusement on the faces of the nearby uncle, aunt, and younger sister, he could guess their thoughts. Ji Taiyan, Wang Zhongshuan. Xie Ning nodded and rummaged through a drawer to retrieve a roll of bandages, tossing it to them to tend to their wounds. Later, we will go out to work. What work? Ji Taiyan was taken aback by the sudden call to action. He felt somewhat bewildered. What did Wang Han say when you arrived? To be honest, we aren't very familiar with Wang Han. My brother and I came here for a vacation, and we were never part of their group. This morning, someone suddenly transformed into a zombie, and Wang Han saved Zhongshuan. Out of gratitude, we heard that resources are abundant on your side. So we thought we would assist Wang Han in rescuing a few companions and, in the process, gather some supplies. Ji Taiyan awkwardly scratched his nose. In truth, helping Wang Han rescue people was merely a secondary objective. Primarily, they sought to procure supplies for themselves. However, Wang Han was rather despicable. He had not mentioned Ji Taiyan's capabilities, merely stating that members of the rescue team were detained here and requested a small favor to help extricate them. Xie Ning scoffed coldly. So, if it weren't for your skills, would you have deserved to have everything at home taken away? Ji Taisien, upon seeing her sardonic expression, quickly retracted his neck and offered a conciliatory smile. Sister, what do you wish for us to do? We would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire to atone for our mistakes. The two of us have been deceived by that scoundrel Wang Han. Wang Zhongshuan cast a disdainful glance at him. If you wish to descend, do so on your own. Who asked to accompany you? Having such a fool alongside on the road to the underworld would indeed be a stroke of terrible misfortune. Where are you headed, Ning Ning? The family inquired almost in unison. Song Kursin regarded her sister with a blank expression. 20 minutes? She suspected her sister was exaggerating, yet at that moment, she had no evidence to refute it. Xie Ning picked up the air gun leaning against the door and tossed it to Wang Zhongshuan. Let us go? Ji Taiyan and Wang Zhongshuan exchanged glances as they followed her out through the iron gate. Where to? To number 98. A cold smile played on Xie Ning's lips. She intends to go to number 98? Surely, it cannot mean what they think it does. A flicker of amusement crossed Wang Zhongshuan's eyes as he turned to his foolish brother, and they proceeded. That scoundrel Wang Han, having ensnared us so profoundly, must not have anticipated that retribution would arrive swiftly and delightfully. Ji Taiyan, may I ask you something? Xie Ning, leading the way briskly, could not help but inquire. Is it always such an ordeal for you to retrieve items from that space? Is it impossible to do so without shaking? Not quite. Ji Taiyan honestly shook his head. Retrieving a few items is manageable, but once the quantity increases, it becomes necessary to exert oneself as before. Sometimes, one must leap vigorously to collect the items. Xie Ning, quite peculiar, isn't it? Yet, it's certainly better than lacking any abilities at all. Wang Zhongshuan sighed. Not entirely. Xie Ning glanced at him, asserting that with good practice, as long as one's shooting accuracy is sufficient, it could indeed be a commendable skill. Do not speak. Our old Wang is undoubtedly the best marksman. In the entire courtyard, only Chun Ji's shooting skills surpassed those of our old Wang, while the other minor figures could hardly be compared. Who is your old Wang? Wang Zhongshuan rolled his eyes almost to the heavens. Xie Ning glanced at Ji Taisien, who was desperately trying to speak favorably of Wang Zhongshuan, and silently turned her head away. She was not truly fierce and did not resort to violence without reason. So such overt attempts at flattery were unnecessary. Since you are all busy gathering supplies, why then exert such effort to rescue a few unfamiliar individuals? You are not even on the same team, and you have revealed your spatial abilities before me. Indeed. Ji Taisien paused momentarily, then whispered, Aren't you just hastening old Wang's demise? I am anxious. Furthermore, supplies can be collected anew. We cannot simply stand by and watch as those few are harmed, losing fingers for no reason. Although we are not well acquainted, we have shared a few days together. Even a fleeting encounter is a form of fate. Ji Taisien rubbed his nose. If Wang Zhongshuan were not so close to the iron gate, I might not have been able to capture him. Xie Ning spoke calmly. It was precisely because Ji Taisien had shown such loyalty earlier that Xie Ning decided to grant these two a chance for redemption. After all, possessing such an expansive spatial ability from the outset is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongshuan could not help but smile wryly, attributing it to his own underestimation. Wang Han had deceived the two, claiming that number 85 was merely filled with the elderly, weak, women, and one robust man, suggesting that their rescue would be a matter of mere moments. In mere moments, the situation was resolved, and the scoundrels met their fate. As they spoke, Xie Ning and her companions swiftly arrived at number 98, deftly maneuvering to the back entrance. Wang Zhongshuan and Ji Taiyan initially assumed that the young girl would devise an elaborate offensive strategy. However, to their astonishment, she exhibited no such inclination. There are 3 of us at the back door. I'll take care of 2, and surely you can manage the last one? The 2 henchmen exchanged puzzled glances, and before they could fully comprehend the situation, they witnessed the valiant girl grasping the security window bars with both hands and forcefully prying them apart. The once formidable bars yielded to her strength as effortlessly as pulling apart fried dough sticks. My sister is truly remarkable, Ji Taiyan thought, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Wang Zhongshuan struggled to face his foolish comrade. After all, was he not the one being called daddy? He felt he might never shake off the absurd image of that imbecile kneeling and addressing him in such a manner. Just as thoughts raced, Xie Ning pressed her hands against the windowsill and nimbly leaped inside. The 2 men still smoking outside turned to investigate the commotion, their expressions frozen in shock. Chapter 57. direct confrontation. Xie Ning discovered that since awakening her metallic abilities, her speed, strength, and agility had all ascended to a new level. Now, delivering iron-fisted blows to ordinary individuals was a trivial task. Typically, 2 punches sufficed. 3 indicated that the opponent possessed exceptional physical prowess. After Xie Ning dispatched 2 ordinary men with a series of punches and kicks, she turned to see the last young man also subdued by Ji Taiyan and Wang Zhongshuan. I thought you would devise a strategy before confronting these petty thieves. Is it truly necessary to complicate matters? She mused. How did you know there were only 3 in the backyard? Her precision is astounding. This reminded Ji Taixian of the piercing gaze cast by the young girl when he was half suspended on the wall. He could swear upon his own head that he had barely been climbing for a mere second before she had noticed him. Wasn't such acute perceptiveness somewhat frightening? Xie Ning had no particular feelings until Ji Taixian's inquiry left her momentarily stunned. Indeed, it seemed that after her rebirth, her senses had become significantly sharper. Could you gather all the cement bricks and stones over there into your space? Is that feasible? Xie Ning asked with concern. Do you need to strip and dance in the wind? You take your time over there. I will stay here to assist, she added, her tone laced with a hint of disdain. So you're going alone? Ji Taixian whispered. Yes, there's no one upstairs. I will go to the front hall to draw their fire. You all hurry and gather what you can, Xie Ning declared before leaping from the window and dashing forward. Ji Taixian muttered about the audacity of youth and quickly pulled Wang Zhongshuan aside to collect bricks, cement, and other materials. Before long, a loud bang resonated from the front yard. Ji Taixian was taken aback. Indeed, his sister had no apparent plan. Her entire strategy was simply to confront directly. The commotion at the entrance naturally alerted everyone in the hall. Zhu Huijin, scantily clad, huddled in a corner, tightly clutching her 2-year-old daughter, her eyes shut tight. Not daring to lift her head, fear made her tremble uncontrollably, causing her daughter to fidget anxiously in her embrace. Damn it, let's see what happened. A burly man, bare-chested, jumped from his seat, cursing as he strode toward the door. A man adorned with a thick gold chain, as robust as a mountain, calmly uttered a warning, be careful. The bare-chested giant chuckled derisively, asserting no one would dare to cause trouble in their territory. As the door swung open, the man stepped forward, only to behold a slender young woman standing in the courtyard, clad in cartoon-themed short sleeves and capri pants, her hair styled in a bun, her dark eyes fixed intently upon him, creating an impression of adorable innocence. However, at her feet lay 2 brothers, curled up like shrimp, writhing on the ground. Xie Ning cast a glance towards the corner of the yard, where a man and a woman were bound back to back, appearing like a mother and child, their mouths gagged with cloth. Upon catching sight of Xie Ning, their expressions turned frantic, and they emitted muffled calls towards her. Well, where did this little beauty come from? The bare-chested giant inquired with a grin, though a palpable sense of wariness shimmered in his eyes. His instincts warned him that the woman before him was no ordinary person. You would do well to remain still, Xie Ning murmured, her gaze fixed on the man's advancing steps. Yet, the giant had no intention of heeding her words. With a swift thought, he surged forward, his hand poised to seize the girl's shoulder. Suddenly, a metallic shard darted toward the bare-chested giant's palm with astonishing speed. However, the anticipated piercing did not occur. Instead, a thick layer of earth materialized around the opponent's hand. The metallic shard penetrated, but only managed to leave a faint imprint on the giant's palm. Despite this, the giant was taken aback, a flicker of peculiar brilliance flashing in his eyes. You are also an ability user. How is it that you can harness such a multitude of powers at once? The bare-chested muscular man was taken aback, his astonishment quickly turning into profound fear. Was this girl truly so ruthless? To strike at someone's neck without provocation, plunging so many times, surely it would lead to death, or at the very least, severe injury? The man hastily encircled his neck with a layer of earth, yet it was a moment too late. A metallic spike suddenly lunged towards his temple. At that moment, a man adorned with a large gold chain burst through the entrance, holding a toddler, approximately 2 years old, aloft above his head. You had better think twice before you kill, he warned. If you take his life, I shall take hers. Kiki, Kiki. Zhu Huijin stumbled out, and upon spotting Xie Ning standing there, she cried out as she lunged forward. Miss Xie, please, I beg you, do not harm my Kiki. Xie Ning subtly furrowed her brow. Was this woman out of her mind? It turned out she was an acquaintance. The man with the gold chain grinned, raising an eyebrow. Miss Xie, You must be the hedgehog ability user my cousin spoke of. Brother, it's her, it's her. The little blonde rushed out from the house, pointing at Xie Ning and exclaiming loudly, Brother, this woman is extremely dangerous. You must be cautious. Xie Ning narrowed her eyes at the little blonde and sensed something in his hand. To her surprise, she discovered that remnants of metallic essence lingered on his fingers, stirring something within her. Attempting to manipulate the scattered fragments of metal, a slender, sharp spike suddenly emerged from the boy's thumb. It erupted from within, the piercing sensation causing the little blonde to gasp and yell in shock. Xie Ning, too, was taken aback, realizing that as long as she could perceive the metallic essence, regardless of its location, she could summon it forth. It appears quite favorable, as the terrifying effect is rather effective under the veil of ignorance of others. For instance, at this very moment, the young lad with yellow hair is paralyzed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, pleading, Do not kill me, do not kill me. It seems he is reminded of Xie Ning's earlier threats. The mere thought of metallic shards teleporting to his head, resulting in an explosive demise, causes him to lose control and fear. In reality, the metallic aura merely lingers beneath his skin, failing to infiltrate his bloodstream, thus rendering it incapable of circulating within his body. The young boy is entirely a victim of his own terror. Does he wish to survive? Xie Ning's eyes held no glimmer, a profound darkness akin to a still, cold pool of water. The young lad swallowed hard, contemplating. Xie Ning gestured towards the corner, instructing him to fetch the rope to bind him. The man adorned in a golden chain, observing her calm demeanor, could not help but chuckle in anger, remarking on her apparent indifference to the boy's fate. What concern is it of mine? Chapter 59. Who do you think you are? Have you watched too many television dramas to the point of losing your mind? Xie Ning cast him a scornful glance. Do you truly believe that by gripping this child's neck, you can dictate my actions? That you can command me to cease, or even to end my own life at your whim? Who do you think you are? The man in the golden chain was rendered speechless by the girl's words, utterly at a loss for a retort. Meanwhile, the young lad with yellow hair had swiftly regained his composure, deftly removing the bindings from the mother and child, firmly securing them around the muscular man's wrists. The golden chain-clad man, Wang Han, was on the verge of being infuriated by his cousin's actions. I apologize, brother, Huang Mao cried pitifully. If I do not adhere to Sister Xie's wishes, my head will surely burst. The sharp thorn still pierced his hand, though only a few centimeters long. The pain was excruciating, rendering it impossible to touch. Zhu Huijin, with tears streaming down her face, turned to see her mother-in-law and husband freed from their bindings, and rushed forward, exclaiming, Mother, husband, what shall we do now? You must be Xie Ning, the granddaughter of old Song, Lu Apa hastened to say, pushing aside her daughter-in-law's hand and stepping forward. I am a dear friend of your grandmother, Lu Apa. You recognize me, don't you? You are here to rescue us, aren't you? No, Xie Ning coldly replied, brushing aside Lu Apa's hand, and ran towards Wang Han. The man adorned with a gold chain was taken aback, swiftly grasping the child by the neck. Do not come any closer, I warn you, he shouted. Suddenly, a sharp bite pierced his leg. Wang Han cursed under his breath and looked down, kicking at Zhu Huijin. At that moment, Zhu Huijin's husband lunged forward and wrapped his arms around Wang Han's waist. Enraged, Wang Han summoned his strength to throw off Zhu Huijin's husband, only to find a metallic spike had already penetrated his shoulder blade. 4 or 5 metal spikes erupted from Xie Ning's fingertips, piercing Wang Han's hands and legs, creating several bloodied wounds. The child in Wang Han's grip was immediately dropped, wailing as he fell to the ground. In a precarious moment, a curved metal spike ensnared his waist, suspending him in midair. Zhu Huijin's husband tilted his head back, hurriedly reaching out to catch the child suspended in midair, his eyes brimming with tears of regained joy. Xie Ning cast a cold glance towards Lu Abo's family, then strode towards Wang Han, who lay on the ground wailing. At that moment, Wang Han found himself incapacitated, his limbs rendered useless, leaving him with nothing but his wide, bewildered eyes fixed intently upon her. The little yellow-haired boy rushed over, wearing a foolish grin. Sister, there's no need for this. Really, take whatever you want. It's all yours. We will give you everything. Just then, Ji Taixian and Wang Zhongshuan burst out from the main house, waving at her. Ningjia? There's indeed no one upstairs. Xie Ning glanced at the two boys, realizing they had thoroughly searched both upstairs and downstairs, likely reaping substantial rewards. Drag this person to the village entrance and bind him, Xie Ning instructed, pointing at Wang Han, who lay on the ground glaring at her. Can your air gun pierce a zombie's skull? Sister, what are you going to do? What do you want from us? The little yellow-haired boy was on the verge of tears. Why are you talking about binding him at the village entrance? Xie Ning turned to him, revealing a chilling smile, reminiscent of a villainous sorceress. The boy's pupils contracted in fear. Please, sister, don't. The little yellow-haired boy lunged forward, weeping profusely. We know we were wrong, sister. We promise we won't appear before you again. I swear to the heavens, if we dare provoke you again. May we be struck down by thunder and meet a terrible fate. That won't do, Xie Ning replied with an exceedingly faint smile. I still need you all to accompany me on this journey. Upon hearing the words set off, the young man with yellow hair shivered uncontrollably. For reasons unknown, those two syllables sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. Suddenly, a sound erupted from the rear window. Who is it? Wang Zhongshuan hurriedly approached, soon grasping a woman who was flailing her arms and screaming. Sister, this is Annie from our team, the young man quickly explained. Brother. Annie is just an ordinary person. Please don't grip her so tightly. Wang Zhongshuan released his hold, and the woman named Annie, her face a mask of terror, cast a glance at the pool of blood where Wang Han lay, before retreating to the side. Didn't you say Wang Han brought your group of 15 to this farmhouse? Xie Ning counted the heads, noting that, including the 4 I was escorting, their group was indeed quite sizable. Surprisingly, out of the 15, 13 had survived. One had to admit, that survival rate was rather impressive. No, that is not the case. The young man with yellow hair quickly shook his head. These are survivors from neighboring houses who managed to escape. Originally, there were 15 of us, but now only 4 remain. Me, my cousin, brother Guangzi, and Annie. This morning, after the monster tide broke out, my brother led us to clear the zombies in the area, and then he took us to eliminate the creatures in the surrounding 4 villas. Xie Ning raised an eyebrow. One couldn't he help but commend Wang Han for his cleverness. He had the foresight to seize the initiative and plunder resources. After all, at the onset of the zombie outbreak, supplies were indeed quite abundant. Car keys. Xie Ning cast a sidelong glance at the young man. He swallowed hard and hurriedly rummaged through his pockets, producing several keys and respectfully handing them over to Xie Ning. Very well. Xie Ning greatly admired Xiao Huangmao's sense of pragmatism. Now, gather everyone on the ground and follow me, she commanded. Where are we going, sister? One queried. Just go when I say so, no more nonsense. Ji Taixian stepped forward and lightly kicked Xiao Huangmao. Confused, Xiao Huangmao cast a bewildered glance at him. How come? Weren't these two deceived by my cousin to rescue someone at number 85? How could they turn against us so quickly? Is there no justice left? With a heavy heart, Xiao Huangmao followed behind, feeling despondent. Seeing that they were about to leave, Lu Granny rushed forward to stop Xie Ning. You can't just walk away like this. Today, they came to our place, ate, took things, and even bound me and my son. How do we settle this? Xie Ning stepped aside. You handle it. What do you mean? Lu Granny stood there, dumbfounded. If you want to kill or maim, that's your decision. Xie Ning gestured for her to proceed. You. Lu Granny was infuriated by Xie Ning's indifferent demeanor. You, a fellow villager, won't help me? Did I not assist you in getting rid of them? The house is returned to you. Is that not sufficient? Do you require more help? Perhaps something heartfelt? Lu Granny was momentarily at a loss for words, staring blankly at the girl before her, whose gaze was cold and detached. Chapter 61. Playing mind games with your sister. Just then, Xiao Zhu's husband, cradling a child, stepped forward to offer a few words of comfort, prompting Lu Granny to huff in resignation. I'll go fetch the car. Ji Taixian accepted the car keys tossed by Xie Ning. As he turned, a sharp scream pierced the air. Zhu Huijin suddenly seized a rusty axe from the side and, without a word, swung it violently at Wang Han's neck. Ji Taiyan, startled, took a step back. What unfolded was a horrifying scene as the once despondent Wang Han was struck 3 times on the head by the woman, blood gushing forth. Xie Ning stood beside Wang Han, her expression blank, while the young man with yellow hair trembled, clutching his chest, watching the gruesome event unfold before his eyes. In a frenzy, Zhu Huijin wielded the axe, splattered with remnants of flesh, raining down blows upon Wang Han, panting heavily with each strike. The burly man, bound by coarse ropes and gagged, could not suppress his terror, his eyes darting in fear. Guangzi, cried the young man with yellow hair. Zhu Huijin, staggering forward. brought the axe down upon the burly man's arm. Lu Aper and her son, pale with fright, watched in horror as the seemingly deranged Zhu Huijin continued her assault, striking the man's chest and neck, blood splattering everywhere, a crimson tide spreading around them. Xie Ning cast a cold glance, her lips curling into a faint smile. Brother, brother. Guangxi, brother. The young man with yellow hair collapsed to the ground, covering his face and weeping bitterly. Xie Ning looked down at him, saying, enough of the pretense. Isn't this precisely the outcome you desired? The young man's hands paused momentarily, yet his face remained buried, refusing to lift. Do you think your sister is playing mind games? Who could possibly be oblivious to that? Slowly, he rose from the ground, lowering his hands to reveal a face devoid of tears. And with a grin directed at Xie Ning, he asked, Sister, when did you figure it out? Perhaps it was when you inquired about the hedgehog's extraordinary abilities? Xie Ning offered a gentle smile, glancing at the bewildered Ji Tai Xian and Wang Zongxian beside her. Perhaps it was indeed during the time when these two fools came to trouble me. Had it not been for your revelation to them, the misinformation regarding my family, consisting of the elderly, women, and children, would have been manageable. Why else would Wang Han have sent only these two? If they had not come to disturb my household, how could they have provoked my ire so thoroughly? Xie Ning spread her hands, smiling faintly. Am I not here as you wished? The young man with yellow hair retracted his playful demeanor, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, Humph, they are not human at all. My sister has been suffering from a high fever, and because her condition persisted longer than theirs, they intend to dispose of her. The information clearly stated that not everyone would turn into a zombie, yet they stubbornly insist on this course of action, treating my sister as if she were mere acquaintances. What sort of ridiculous relatives are these? My sister is only 20 years old. Tears welled up in the young man's eyes, in the prime of her youth. Merely 20. She should not have to face death. He wiped his face, regaining his composure. Now that you are aware, feel free to do as you wish. Xie Ning scoffed, turning to leave. Boring. Ji Tai Xian looked at Wang Zongxian in confusion. Chapter 62. Utterly ruthless. Is society truly so perilous? Or are others merely too naive? Why had he been oblivious to the deep-seated hatred the young man harbored towards Wang Han and the existence of Guangxi? Bring them out. Feeling rather idle, aren't you supposed to be driving? What about the mushrooms? Oh, I see. Ji Tai Xian hastily stepped outside, glancing back at Zhu Huijin, who was dumbstruck beside the bloody corpse. With a twinge of compassion, she remarked, perhaps you should have your man incinerate the body, otherwise it may attract zombies. Having uttered these words, Ji Tai Xian hurried off to the vehicle. 3 vehicles were neatly parked at the entrance, a golden van and 2 sedans. Surely, they must be plundered supplies, thought Song Yui, not daring to inquire further. In traditional farmyards, feng shui is paramount. Courtyards are typically constructed to encircle the main house, seldom exceeding 2 meters beyond the walls. However, in these extraordinary times, such principles became secondary. As long as materials sufficed, the walls could be raised higher. By nightfall, the group had worked tirelessly and their stomachs grumbled in protest. Song Laotai and Song Yui prepared a large pot of fragrant rice and made steamed pork to treat everyone. The 9 members of the rescue team, along with Annie and the young blonde, looked somewhat exhausted after their labor. Yet, their pace at the table was swift, and soon the plates were nearly empty. Song Laotai, Sun Meiying, inquired with genuine concern, has everyone had enough to eat? If not, I can cook some noodles. We're full, the group responded in unison. The 4 young individuals who had come to collect supplies appeared quite embarrassed. We sincerely apologize, Grandma Sunday. We were misled by Wang Han and followed him into wrongdoing, but that will not happen again. Song Laotai smiled kindly, acknowledging that recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is indeed commendable. She sighed, lamenting the inexplicable transformation of the world around her. A fleeting sense of confusion was, after all, quite understandable. You will sleep in the courtyard tonight, and we shall depart together in the morning, Xie Ning said coldly, her voice devoid of any fluctuations. Where to? Apart from the young boy with yellow hair, the other members of the rescue association gazed at Xie Ning with unease. Wherever it may be, that is not for you to know. Just ensure it is far from my home. We acknowledge our mistakes. We promise we shall no longer intrude upon your family's life, they pleaded. Xie Ning turned her gaze, fixing a cold stare upon them. Unfortunately, I do not believe you. The atmosphere grew somber in an instant. The once cheerful dining table now radiated an icy tension. Grandma's son, I do not wish to leave the village. My entire family has perished, leaving me as the sole survivor, a young man said, nearly on the verge of tears. Grandma's son, you have watched me grow up. You know I am not truly bad. Elder Song looked troubled as she regarded the young lad. He seemed to be the grandson of the family at the village's edge. Xie Ning slammed her chopsticks onto the table, declaring, if you do not wish to leave the Song family, then so be it. She then produced a knife from behind her, striking it forcefully onto the dining table. Choose your fate. In that moment, all chaotic sounds ceased. Ji Taixian silently continued to eat, his head bowed low. Chapter 63. Reunion. Do not blame Ning Ning for her coldness, old woman. Regardless of how benevolent these individuals may sound now, it is merely due to Ning Ning's presence that they speak so. Tomorrow morning, when Ning Ning departs from the village, the true nature of the situation remains uncertain. Song Yaowa whispered softly. Grandmother Song shot him a glance. Am I not aware of my own granddaughter? Is it necessary for you to mention it? Embarrassed, Song Yaowa gestured for Song Kursin to close the villa door. Xie Ning urged the elderly to retire for the night, while she busied herself fortifying the walls in the courtyard. Concerned for her daughter, Song Yui stayed close by, witnessing firsthand how metal sheets were transformed into sharp spikes under Ning Ning's skilled hands. She found the process utterly fascinating. On the towering wall, Xie Ning had installed metal spikes, even lining the corners entirely with them. Now, the entire top of the wall bristled with sturdy metallic points. After 2 hours of labor, Song Yui noticed her daughter's complexion had turned slightly pale and quickly supported her. My dear, have you overexerted your abilities? I'm fine, Mama. I feel quite well. Xie Ning replied with a smile. Song Yoji, who was guarding the group of rescuers in the courtyard, heard the commotion and rushed over, asking, What's wrong, Ning Ning? Nothing, Uncle, Xie Ning replied as she approached him. You came at the right time. I need to discuss something with you. Tomorrow, after Mother and I take them away, you and Kursin should stay home and not venture out. The vicinity isn't particularly safe, as there are still many zombies within the buildings that haven't been cleared. Xie Ning's expression turned serious. These low-level zombies are rather foolish. As long as no one opens the door, they cannot exit on their own. Song Yoji nodded attentively, taking in every piece of advice she offered. Be cautious in the coming days. We cannot be certain if Uncle and Aunt will attempt to flee here. They have arrived. Xie Ning took a deep breath, her voice slightly somber. We must first isolate ourselves. Song Yoji tightened his fists, acknowledging, You are right. I will be vigilant. He closed the notebook and cast a lingering glance at the mother and daughter. Be cautious, especially when passing by the village committee. I understand. Xie Ning bit her lip slightly. The family relies on you, Uncle. Song Yoji nodded solemnly, saying nothing further. All was conveyed in silence. The following morning, Xie Ning and her mother boarded a car driven by a young man with yellow hair. Ji Taixian, accompanied by Annie and 5 others from the rescue team, boarded a Jinbei van, while the remaining individuals followed Wang Zhongshuan into the last vehicle. Regardless of how many were reluctant to embark on this journey, none could avoid joining Xie Ning in action. It was a choice between life or remaining in the village. The decision was clear to all. As the vehicle started, the silent young driver suddenly spoke. Thank you. He was acutely aware that without Xie Ning's presence to bolster him, Zhu Huijin, that timid woman, would never dare to seek revenge. In truth, he might even be less courageous than her. Faced with the formidable ability users, he lacked the audacity to act. Ultimately, it was others who avenged his grievances. I thought you would deal with someone like me, he continued. Xie Ning lifted her chin slightly. Why would I? The world has come to this. Ability users should wield greater influence than ordinary people, yet I have schemed the demise of 2 ability users. Xie Ning chuckled lightly. How dull. It seems there is a car blocking the road ahead. Drive slowly. The vehicle moved slowly, and 2 soldiers, armed with rifles, stood by the roadside, signaling them to halt. Chapter 64. Reunion 2. Xiao Huangmao lowered the car window and flashed a smile at the soldiers. Brothers, what's going on? Traffic is temporarily restricted. Please wait a moment, one soldier replied, his expression serious, ignoring Xiao Huangmao's playful demeanor. Xie Ning leaned out of the rear window, her gaze fixed on the village committee building in the distance. It appeared that the zombies surrounding the building had been eradicated by these soldiers in uniform. How wonderful. This meant that Song Family Pavilion was evidently a little safer now. At that moment, from the 2 vehicles behind them, Ji Taixian's voice erupted in curses. Hey, what are you doing? The soldier turned to see a disheveled woman, resembling a madwoman, leaping from the vehicle and frantically running towards them. Help me, help me. Annie, in a frenzy, dashed to the soldier's side, grasping one of their arms. Comrade, comrade, save me, save me. I've been kidnapped. Xie Ning chuckled softly, silently observing the woman's performance from the car without intervening. However, Song Yui's expression grew tense, and she discreetly tugged at her daughter's sleeve. Don't worry, Mom. Xie Ning reassured her, gently patting her mother's hand to indicate she should relax. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a tattered zombie leaped down from the third floor of the village committee building, emanating an aura of charred decay as it hurriedly fled towards them. A first-tier zombie. Xie Ning tensed and quickly pushed open the car door, exclaiming, "Stay here." This was the first-tier zombie she had sensed earlier within the village committee building. She had not anticipated its rapid evolution. The speed of this run has now become comparable to that of an average human, starkly contrasting with those dazed and confused, stumbling first-level zombies, and screamed, releasing her grip on the soldier's arm, forcefully pushing him forward to fend off the first-level zombie that was careening towards them in a panic. The soldier, not lacking in wits, swiftly raised his firearm and fired several rounds at the approaching zombie. However, due to the proximity and the haste of the situation, the bullets failed to penetrate the zombie's skull, instead ricocheting off its body. Just at that moment of distraction, Xie Ning had darted to the soldier's side, unleashing several metallic spikes that shot forth with lightning speed, piercing towards the zombie's head. The sharp metallic sounds rang out, but the spikes failed to penetrate the skull, being completely thwarted. This was a defensive, first-level zombie. As this realization flickered in Xie Ning's mind, two figures suddenly burst forth from the building, racing towards them, one in front of the other. Simultaneously, two bolts of lightning, imbued with irresistible force, struck the zombie's skull with a crackling sound, causing it to howl as a portion of its cranium was violently shattered. This brought to mind her former captain. The fleeting thought was quickly quelled by Xie Ning. When she looked up again, the first-level zombie had been dispatched by a youthful figure with a doll-like face, who had shot it in the head with 2 rapid shots. The young man approached with an expression of awed joy at their unexpected reunion, exclaiming, "It's you. I can't believe we meet again so soon." Xie Ning found his voice somewhat familiar, her scrutinizing gaze sweeping over him. "Who are you?" The youthful figure with a cherubic face suddenly displayed an exaggerated expression of recognition, exclaiming, "It's me. How could you pretend not to know?" Chapter 65. I am Gu Chun. I encountered you at the entrance of Ruihua community. My brother even gifted you a weapon. The young man glanced around, seeking someone. "Hey, where's Tianren?" Upon locking eyes with the charming lightning ability user, Xie Ning's memories resurfaced. It was indeed them, the individuals who had assisted her in fending off zombies and had provided her with an extraordinary weapon at the entrance of Ruihua community. At that time, she had been in such distress, her vision blurred by flames, that she had failed to discern their features, only vaguely recalling a pair of striking, sparkling peach blossom eyes. Now, upon closer inspection, the beauty of the stars and the ocean paled in comparison. "Miss, what brings you here? Have you awakened a gold ability? You seem quite formidable." The young man chirped incessantly in her ear. "Hello, I am Gu Chun." A magnetic and melodious voice interrupted the young man's chatter. Xie Ning's gaze shifted to the lightning ability user before her, who had stepped forward. She offered a formal apology. "I apologize for not recognizing you earlier when we met at Ruihua community. I was rather disoriented by the flames. I am truly grateful for the weapon you provided. Had it not been for that black blade Tianren, was it? My journey of slaying zombies would not have been so manageable." "No need for thanks," they replied graciously. With a cherubic face, Zhai Ruobai's eyes squinted with mirth upon our first glance, leading us to believe he was exceptionally gifted, far beyond the ordinary. Gu Chun placed his hand atop the chattering Zhai Ruobai's head, nudging him aside to assess how Fengzi was faring with the vehicle repairs. If all was well, they would proceed into the village. "Brother, I haven't finished speaking with the young lady yet," Zhai Ruobai pouted, his doll-like visage scrunching in discontent. "Go." Gu Chun shot him a sidelong glance, prompting the latter to mumble and turn away, puffing out his cheeks in irritation. Gu Chun then turned to smile at Xie Ning, observing, "That kid enjoys rambling endlessly. I hope he hasn't troubled you." Xie Ning shook her head. "Are you planning to leave the Song family pavilion?" Just as she nodded, a cacophony erupted from Annie's direction. Whirling around, she spotted a young man with yellow hair gripping Annie's arm, preventing her escape. "Let go of me, let go." Annie's frantic gaze darted towards 2 nearby soldiers. "I was kidnapped. Help me, save me." Xie Ning, unfazed, retrieved her phone and opened a video to share with Gu Chun and the others. These individuals have previously formed the Song Family Pavilion Rescuers Association, masquerading under the guise of rescue efforts while extorting resources from households as protection fees. I can only feel at ease knowing they are under my watchful eye, she asserted. Indeed, Gu Chun nodded in agreement, finding her rationale quite sound. Sound rationale? Annie's expression morphed into one of disbelief as she turned to Gu Chun and the others, clutching the arm of a nearby soldier and exclaiming, "You? Aren't you the soldiers tasked with protecting the citizens? Why are you siding with the kidnappers?" The soldier she grasped was the very one she had pushed forward to defend against the zombies moments ago. Chapter 66. I am Xie Ning, the young soldier. With a stern expression, shook off Annie's hand and silently brushed off his sleeves in annoyance. I am merely a woman. What threat could I possibly pose to your family? I refuse to leave. Just let me remain here at the Song residence. I am utterly powerless. As I lifted my gaze, I chanced upon Annie still causing a ruckus nearby. Ji Tai-hsien, visibly irritated, pushed open the car door and exclaimed, "What are you still fussing about? No one has more business here than you. Hurry and get in the car." His gaze suddenly paused beside Xie Ning. A youthful face bounded out from behind his brother, pointing at Ji Tai-hsien in astonishment. "Xiao Xinzi, what are you doing here, brother?" Ji Tai-hsien was taken aback for a moment before turning to call out to Wang Zongxian in the car behind them. Old Wang, come out. Brother is here." Without waiting for Wang Zongxian to exit the vehicle, he dashed over to Gu Chun, as if he had spotted a long-lost sibling from 500 years ago. Xie Ning observed as Mr. Gu rolled his eyes and swiftly dodged Ji Tai-hsien's enthusiastic embrace. The girl lowered her head, scrolled through her phone, and with a few taps, opened a video, presenting it to Gu Chun and the youthful face before her. Previously, you two brothers unlawfully invaded a private residence, intending to commit murder and robbery. Wait, sister. Ji Tai-hsien's face turned pale with fright as he rushed forward to snatch the phone from Xie Ning's grasp. Get lost, Gu Chun scolded with a stern face. The youthful face, Zhai Ruobai, immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, I told you, Xiao Xinzi, you've made quite a name for yourself. Have you learned the art of robbery to achieve wealth?" "No, absolutely not." Ji Tai-hsien felt a wave of despair wash over him, wishing he could kneel before his brother. "I swear, I and Lao Wang were merely victims of deception. We never intended to trespass." Xie Ning silently opened the video hanging on the wall, revealing scenes of Wang Zongxian shooting with a toy gun. Ji Tai-hsien and Wang Zongxian both knelt in disbelief. It was unexpected that the cunning young girl had such evidence. She discreetly took screenshots of the surveillance footage. With undeniable proof, what could they possibly argue? They had already acknowledged their mistakes and were undergoing labor reform. Why couldn't they be forgiven? Suddenly, Zhai Ruobai charged forward, his fist raised. "Brother, allow me to help you clean up this mess. Feng Zi, hurry over and drag these two fools away for a beating." That's what brother said. Excitement radiated from Zhai Ruobai's youthful face. Gu Chun felt a headache coming on and pressed his temples. "Apologies. These rascals are quite the troublemakers." Xie Ning tucked away the video and flashed a smile at him. "I'm taking Ji Tai-hsien and Wang Zongxian out for labor reform. You don't mind, do you?" Gu Chun smiled and extended his hand. "Then I shall trouble you with this task. Train them well. It will enhance their chances of survival." This is a rare opportunity. Xie Ning found herself admiring the man before her, whose charming eyes sparkled with understanding. She extended her hand and shook his gently. "I am Xie Ning. It's a pleasure to meet you." Gu Chun's eyes lit up as he smiled back at her. Many years later, when Gu Chun reminisced about this day, he would be immensely grateful for having devised a retreat route to Song's pavilion. It was a splendid morning, bright and breezy. Apart from the gruesome sight of the bloodied zombie carcass on the ground, everything appeared remarkably beautiful. Chapter 67. I believe your deceit. When Ji Tai-hsien and Wang Zongxian were dragged in, both bore the marks of their ordeal, resembling raccoon-eyed victims. Xie Ning silently cast a glance aside, and, in a sudden motion, a metallic spike shot forth from her hand, prodding the zombie's head in the pool of blood. The onlookers were initially baffled, but soon they witnessed the young girl extracting a gleaming, granular object from the zombie's skull. She turned and tossed the particle to Gu Chun, who raised his hand to catch the object she had thrown, his expression marked by a hint of astonishment. "What is it?" "I have no idea," Xie Ning feigned ignorance. "I merely noticed the shiny object when you cracked open the zombie's head and thought to retrieve it for a closer look." I know. Ji Tai-hsien, with a face bruised and battered, eagerly raised his hand, striving to present himself as the diligent student. Speak, his brother shot him a disdainful glance. Xie grinned sheepishly, then winced as he covered the corner of his mouth, muttering softly, "This should be a zombie crystal core. It has been mentioned in films and novels. Hold it in your hand, and it can be absorbed by an ability user. Brother, why not give it a try? I have come to believe your deceit. Brother, do not trust him. He is merely indulging in his own fantasies." Xie Ruobai was quick to undermine the claim. "Brother, trying it out one tea hurt us." Xie persisted, turning to Xie Ning with a toothy grin. "Sister, with your vast knowledge, what do you think?" The use of honorifics in addressing this individual clearly indicates that he has been intimidated by Xie Ning. "Perhaps your brother could enlist some experts to conduct research?" Xie Ning has provided a direction. She is certainly aware that this is a first-order zombie generation crystal nucleus, but she cannot openly state it. In truth, what the individual has said is both accurate and inaccurate, for the crystal nucleus cannot be directly absorbed by the human body. Forcible absorption could result in bloodline disruption and catastrophic demise. In her previous life, this had been studied by a team of experts, and the findings revealed that the crystal nucleus could yield an essential element to catalyze the advancement of supernatural beings. After rigorous filtration, this essential element could be transformed into an advancement potion capable of hastening the elevation of human supernatural abilities. High-grade potions are exceedingly rare and expensive in her past life. Xie Ning lacked the financial means to purchase such luxuries. Moreover, throughout her journey, she had consistently been a tragic figure among space manipulators, unable to progress her abilities despite slaying countless zombies. The wealthy consumed potions to enhance their powers, while the impoverished tirelessly fought zombies, holding on to the hope of advancing their own abilities. As for her, her space manipulation powers had become as rusty as old machinery, completely stagnant. Had it not been for the unwavering support of her teammates, Xie Ning could hardly fathom what her existence would have become. Wei suffered a loss. She thought, having slain so many zombies earlier, had they not missed out on a considerable number of crystal nuclei? A coarse voice interrupted Xie Ning's musings. Turning to look, she saw a burly middle-aged man striding towards her, his muscular arms exposed. Guchen raised an eyebrow. "I doubt it. Those sluggish zombies we encountered earlier didn't seem to possess such things." Xie Ning silently bestowed another card of commendation upon Mr. Gu before her, feeling that he was quite agreeable. At that moment, a speeding SUV came to a halt nearby, and two soldiers in uniform swiftly assisted an elderly man in disembarking. The old man waved at Xiao Chun, signaling that there was a particularly urgent task at hand. "Excuse me for a moment," Guchen said, offering a slight nod to Xie Ning before hastily departing. Chapter 68. Is this merely a trivial task? When the assignments were initially distributed, they had clamored eagerly to take the Sioux City route. After all, they were the ones who had been given the first choice of routes. "Not at all," grumbled the middle-aged man, Xue Feng, as he leaned against the side of the vehicle with his arms crossed. "Now they send old Wu to plead their case. What does that imply? What could it possibly mean but for my brother to clean up their mess?" Xie Ruobai seethed with anger. "Brother, let's ignore them. Why should we?" Xie Ruobai's frustration grew. "That little scoundrel, Yang Yiling, better not fall into my hands again. I'll make him pay for it." The two soldiers standing behind Gu Chun exchanged glances, feeling a touch of awkwardness as they overheard the curses. They had accompanied old Wu and were acutely aware that this matter was rather underhanded and completely unjustifiable. Yet, what could they do now? "Captain Gu, I deeply apologize," one of them ventured. Gu Chun, however, was not overly perturbed. He merely inquired with a hint of detachment, "Were the casualties among Team B severe?" "More than half. Quite serious indeed. Team leader Yang and his men were caught in a blockade and did not manage to reach Dr. Wei and the others in time. It is said that Dr. Wei has recently relocated with several of his assistants from the laboratory to a nearby processing plant." "Heh," Xie Ruobai chuckled. "What does this even mean? Is my brother supposed to go to the processing plant to fetch Dr. Wei? Or must he rescue that fool Yang Yiling?" The middle-aged soldier smiled awkwardly. "Captain Gu, you are well aware of how significant Dr. Wei and his team are to us at present. They must be brought to the safe zone, and it would also require your assistance to visit the largest seed base in Sioux City. Hey, Laudu, I must ask you, what route are we supposed to take? What do you mean by on the way? Where has that rascal Yang Yiling blocked the path? Moreover, this is hardly a minor task, is it not? This is clearly 3 distinct missions. 3. The bespectacled gentleman hurriedly stepped forward to restrain the enraged Jai Ruabai, calmly nodding his head. Although Airbai's demeanor was less than agreeable, he was indeed speaking the truth. Retrieve Dr. Wei, scour the seed base for supplies, and rescue Yang Yiling and the others. Who are we trying to fool? Does anyone really think we are still in elementary school? The middle-aged soldier surnamed Du rubbed his nose. Captain Gu, the task is indeed somewhat challenging, but the organization has great faith in you, and I believe you can accomplish it. Gu Chun, who had been silent until now, shook his head in response, indicating that it could not be done. Du Zhonggong. Gu Chun looked at him with a sense of difficulty. My 6 vehicles are in dire need of supplies. Furthermore, is the Song family building even safe? Having just dealt with an exceptionally swift and agile zombie, I remain uncertain about the number of such creatures lurking in the vicinity. If a mishap occurs, will you take responsibility alongside me? Chapter 69. Speak your conditions plainly. All members of our Special Operations Unit cannot treat the lives of ordinary citizens as a mere jest. It is our unwavering principle to see missions through to the end. We cannot simply abandon civilians midway. Such an act is utterly unacceptable. Du Zhonggong. Another officer beside Du Zhonggong tugged at the corners of his stiff mouth. Xiaogu, please state your conditions openly. The organization will surely accommodate your requests. If we rescue Team B, then its members will be under our jurisdiction, severing all ties with Yang Yiling henceforth. Du Zhonggong was at a loss for words. He knew that this young man had been eyeing the promising members of Team B for quite some time. Old Wu had informed him that, despite Xiaogu appearing agreeable and nonchalant about any task assigned to him, his intellect was sharper than a blade, and he possessed a rather roguish demeanor. I am currently short on personnel, and Old Wu had anticipated this predicament a month ago when he suggested a team-wide leave, only for us to encounter this unforeseen circumstance, effectively rendering our break null. However, provisions and food supplies must be maintained. Our team is also in need of a spatial ability user, as our operations are somewhat hindered without one. On my way here, I heard that a young traffic officer from the city's first squad has awakened a spatial ability. Shall we consider transferring him to our team for a trial? The military officer beside Du Zhonggong displayed a fractured smile upon his otherwise stern face. The space ability users of the traffic police's first team have now become a sought-after commodity, with everyone eager to partake. It was surprising how well-informed Gu Chun was. Regarding personnel adjustments, a report to the higher-ups is indeed necessary. Oh, Gu Chun nodded. Then let us first file a report about our support mission to Sioux City. Lu Wei. Gu Chun called out to the bespectacled man with a warm smile. Of course, boss. I'll send someone to borrow a computer from the nearby residence at once and draft the report before the power supply is interrupted. Du Zhonggong remarked. Wu Lao was right. This young Gu is indeed a tough nut to crack. Is that permissible? Gu Chun inquired cautiously, considering the complexities of the system involved in the task. Gu Chun nodded. We shall wait for that space ability user at the elevated road on Tai Lang Road. Du Zhonggong chuckled and turned to report to Wu Lao. Ruabai, you and Fengzi stay here to lead the team. Gu Chun methodically assigned the subsequent action tasks, instructing to find 2 vacant villas to accommodate everyone together. Lu Wei, come with me. Understood, boss. Lu Wei adjusted his glasses and nodded. Brother, I want to go with you too. You are a distraction, always calling every girl miss and flirting shamelessly. The young face, slightly pouting in discontent, fell silent at the disdain. We'll take 20 people with us. The rest will stay here to guard. Gu Chun patted Jai Ruabai. Now, hand me the map. Immediately, someone presented a large military map. Gu Chun, with his slender fingers, lightly tapped several points on the map. Chapter 70. Unreasonable Disturbance. The Song family pavilion is situated by the mountains, while this area is Weigang Town. Although we have thoroughly cleared out the oddities near the village committee, we must remain vigilant against any potential threats from Weigang Town. Rest assured, we will keep a close watch here and will not exhibit the slightest negligence. Once the group had finished their arrangements, Xuefeng instructed someone to call down all the individuals from the 6 large buses. Approximately 300 people, burdened with packages, dragging suitcases, and shouldering bags, crowded together in 2 or 3 rows, uncertain of their purpose, casting anxious glances at one another. Suddenly, a woman burst forth from the crowd, rushing towards Xie Ning and Song Yui, who were standing beside a small car. It's you. Xie Ning, upon seeing Xie Ning again, was nearly driven to madness. You heartless woman, how dare you show your face here again? Xie Ning shouted angrily at Xie Ning. How can you bear to appear after abandoning us? Song Yui, startled by the sudden outburst, instinctively stepped in front of her daughter. Who are you? You dare to ask who I am? You wretched creature. At the gas station. You only cared for your own escape, leaving us behind to fend for ourselves. Are you even human? Do you possess any sense of humanity or morality? The woman advanced, shoving Song Yui, only to be firmly grasped by Xie Ning, who forcefully pulled her back. Xie Ning stumbled backward, but was caught by a gentleman who rushed forward. Mr. Chung, thank you. I'm fine, she said, turning with red-rimmed eyes to express her gratitude to the man. Chung Zihao furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at Song Yui and Xie Ning, mother and daughter. Why did you resort to violence? Is there nothing that can be discussed amicably? Xie Ning raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Xie Ning's bewildered face. I did it, so what? Gu Chun, Zhai Ruobai, Lu Wei, and the onlookers were taken aback. It seemed that no physical altercation had occurred prior. Yet the young girl had struck because of a mere comment from the gentleman. Xie Ning's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression one of grievance. Seeing this, Chung Zihao's anger flared. You, young lady, are being rather unreasonable. Reason is meant to be communicated. Xie Ning coldly retorted, if you don't leave, I'll strike you as well. Don't think that just because you're a man, I won't hit you. The crowd of onlookers, including Gu Chun, Zhai Ruobai, and Lu Wei, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Her words sounded rather peculiar. Should it not have been don't think I won't hit a woman? She is truly exceptional, unlike anyone else. I recognized her talent at first glance, Zhai Ruobai remarked with a grin. I adore this kind of spirited young lady. Gu Chun smacked Zhai Ruobai on the head. Go attend to your own matters and stop idling about, merely spectating. Young people ought not to languish in despondency. With that, he strode towards Xie Ning. Zhai Ruobai wondered, is my brother reprimanding me again? As Gu Chun approached, an elderly gentleman with graying hair also moved closer to Chung Zihao. Zihao, Professor Li. Chung Zihao quickly turned to explain, Miss Xie has encountered a bit of injustice. I have nothing to do with it. As soon as Xie Ning caught sight of Captain Gu Chun approaching, tears rushed forth from her eyes. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you, Captain. I sought an explanation from this young lady, but to my astonishment, she offered no opportunity for dialogue. Just then, as Gu Chun drew closer, he witnessed Xie Ning deliver another resounding slap to Xie Ning's face. Chapter 71. Keep arguing, and I'll feed you to the zombies. Chung Zihao was instantly incensed, his face turning crimson as he pointed at Xie Ning. Miss, you are being utterly unreasonable. Xie Ning's gaze hardened as she swiftly seized the man's wrist. The force of her grip was overwhelming, causing Chung Zihao to wince in pain, his pupils dilating as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Xie Ning smirked coldly, a glimmer of icy light in her eyes. If you continue to prattle on, I can resort to even more outrageous measures. For instance, I could feed you to the zombies. If they claimed she was violent, she would demonstrate it before their very eyes. If they accused her of stifling conversation, she would silence them completely. If they deemed her excessive, she would escalate her actions further, just to prove their accusations unfounded. Had it not been for Professor Li's presence, Gu Chun might have burst into laughter. Professor Li, taken aback, quickly interjected, young lady, it's merely a small misunderstanding. Please, do not incapacitate Zihao's hand. Xie Ning released the man's wrist, a faint, icy smile gracing her lips. TSK, if you wish to display your heroics before a beauty, you must first ensure that you are indeed a hero. The onlookers were left speechless. This young lady certainly possesses a sharp tongue. Chung Zihao's face burned with embarrassment, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Xie Ning remained indignant, incredulous at the cruelty of one who stood by and did nothing, yet acted so fiercely. What harm is there in a few complaints? Why resort to violence? Professor Li gazed sternly at Xie Ning. Zihua is our newly appointed research specialist at the Agricultural Research Institute, a person of considerable talent. Fortunately, you did not injure his hand. Otherwise, we could have sought government intervention, and you might have had to bear certain consequences. As a young lady, you ought not to act so impulsively. With that, the old professor shook his head and turned to leave, not allowing the fuming Song Yui a chance to retort. What sort of people are they? Ning Ning. I shall confront them, she exclaimed. If they hadn't instigated this situation, would any of this have occurred? It's utterly absurd. Mother, it's best not to engage with them, Xie Ning replied. How could she spread such falsehoods? In that moment, I could not have sacrificed my own life to save hers, could I? Is valuing one's own life a crime against the obligation to rescue? Captain Gu, is passage permitted now? Xie Ning glanced at Gu Chun, her tone somewhat frigid. Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Yes, it is. We happen to be heading to Sioux City as well. Perhaps we could go together? Perhaps not. Xie Ning shook her head, her expression enigmatic. Do not come too close to someone who would stand idly by in the face of death. I could very well undermine you at any moment. Gu Chun instantly perceived her annoyance. He promptly turned to Song Yui with a smile. Auntie, I am Gu Chun. I met your daughter Ning Ning earlier at Ruihua Community. Song Yui found the young man before her strikingly handsome, as if he had stepped out from a painting. His tall stature and captivating smile evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Aunt, it takes more than an hour to reach Sioux City, and the journey is rather arduous. Perhaps it would be better for our convoy to pave the way. I sincerely apologize for the earlier chaos. With a large group, there are inevitably some individuals who are somewhat uncontrollable. We shall enhance our management in terms of mental discipline moving forward. As Xie Ning turned her head, she observed her mother nodding vigorously, her head bobbing like a drum. Chapter 72. The Emergence of Mutated Zombies. Sister Ning, what video did you just show Annie? The young man with tousled hair, driving, wore an expression of curiosity. The previously loud and restless Annie, upon viewing the video Sister Ning had shared, suddenly began to shiver and hugged herself tightly, falling into silence. This notion of posing no threat is something Xie Ning cannot accept. If even her own dear boyfriend can be sacrificed to the zombies, who knows what twisted ideas others might conjure. In the courtyard of her grandmother's home, there were ample provisions for winter, including potatoes, yams, cabbages, and carrots. Although defenses had been reinforced, it was wise to remain cautious against those with ulterior motives. They had never harbored malicious intent, yet it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. The young man paused, realizing that Annie's boyfriend had indeed been sacrificed by her own hand to appease the zombies. Such is the complexity of human nature. He couldn't help but reflect on the past. He had never imagined that his cousin, Wang Han, could be so deranged. In a bid for personal safety, he had mercilessly decapitated his feverish sister, allowing her to bleed out. Moreover, he had cruelly conspired with Brother Guangzi to bully the petite wife of number 98. The collapse of societal order is truly terrifying, and this is merely the beginning, he thought, gripping the steering wheel tightly, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. In truth, Sioux City is adjacent to their location in West City, and typically, a self-driving journey would take merely 1 to 2 hours. The reason Xie Ning planned the trip to last 1 to 2 days primarily stems from the uncertainty surrounding the current road conditions, which leaves her uncertain about potential delays. She finds herself feeling rather drowsy, prompting Song Yui to provide her with 2 cushions to support her back, allowing her to recline in relative comfort. Take a short nap. You hardly slept last night. Perhaps it was the result of last night's indulgence? Her grandmother's steamed buns are exceptionally delectable, and having longed for that taste, she devoured 3 in one sitting. Subsequently, she drifted into a muddled slumber, plagued by nightmares, and upon entering the vehicle this morning, she struggled to keep her eyes open. Ahead of her, Gu Chun and his entourage paved the way, with the driver of the small yellow car following closely, maintaining a relatively smooth ride. In her drowsiness, Xie Ning managed to doze for a brief moment, feeling an odd sensation in her dreams, as if something flickered past her eyes. In a flash, a 2-story supermarket named Tianrun appeared before her, the light casting ominous shadows upon the faces of the hundreds of zombies gathered at the entrance. The rate of decay seemed to have accelerated significantly, as these zombies appeared even more repulsive than the day before. As the light flickered erratically, Xie Ning's gaze fixated on the top floor of the supermarket. There, a tattered zombie sat cross-legged on the platform, resembling a practitioner of cultivation, seemingly absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Suddenly, it opened its eyes wide and let out a furious howl towards the east. An overwhelming sensation of dizziness washed over her. Xie Ning too abruptly opened her bright eyes and sat up straight. Had she awakened? Song Yui was startled by her daughter's sudden and expansive movements, quickly turning to inquire. What is it? There are zombies, Xie Ning murmured, her expression gradually becoming serious. It seems to be a mutated zombie. A light tap resounded against the car window. Chapter 73. A lack of time awareness. Only then did Xie Ning realize that the vehicle had come to a halt, and outside the window, she could see Ji Taixian's somewhat foolish face. Sister Ning. As the window descended, Ji Taixian's voice grew increasingly clear, We will wait for 2 minutes. Chen Ge is expecting a member from the spatial team to arrive. He should be here shortly, at the latest in 5 minutes. Are we not taking the elevated road? Xie Ning frowned. The elevated road on Taolang is impassable. It's congested with vehicles, and it would be more troublesome to get on and off. Ji Taixian grinned at her. Just follow me. Sister Ning, rest assured, we will definitely arrive in Sioux City within 2 hours. We can even have lunch there. However, Xie Ning's expression bore no trace of amusement. Where are you planning to go? Have you thoroughly examined the routes below? Wait a moment, sister. Ji Taixian turned and dashed off, soon returning with a scholarly-looking man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Hello, I'm Lu Wei. Xie Ning nodded. Hello. Could you show me the route you've planned? Of course. Lu Wei handed her a map and briefly outlined the forthcoming route. Xie Ning listened attentively and opened the map, pointing. Is this a 2-level supermarket? Yes, it is the largest Tianrun supermarket in the vicinity. Lu Wei continued. Miss Xie, are you planning to pass through there to gather some supplies? This matter requires clarification from the superior. No. Xie Ning interrupted Lu Wei with a serious expression. How far is Tianrun supermarket from our current location? Approximately 6 kilometers. Are there alternative routes that do not pass by the supermarket? Although she could not comprehend why she dreamt of a first-stage mutated zombie on the rooftop of a 2-story supermarket, it was prudent to take a detour to avoid wasting precious rescue time. Not taking the route by Tianrun supermarket? Lu Wei appeared momentarily taken aback, pondering briefly before replying. Please wait a moment. Seeing him turn to leave, Xie Ning followed suit and got out of the car. Ji Taixian, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer and whispered, Sister, why are we avoiding Tianrun supermarket? Xie Ning gazed into the distance, her eyes directed towards the realm of her dream. It felt peculiar. Despite the supermarket being a considerable 6 kilometers away, in her dream, it felt alarmingly close. Her gaze seemed to hover near the vicinity of the supermarket, oscillating oddly. Sister? It's nothing. Xie Ning gently patted Ji Taixian's shoulder. Typically, supermarkets attract a multitude of zombies. If we wish to conserve time and avoid clearing them out, it is wise to circumvent that area. 10 minutes later, Gu Chun arrived accompanied by a tall, sprightly young man. He first beamed at Song Yu Ai in the car, saying, Auntie, I apologize for the wait. Song Yu Ai appeared slightly flustered by his attentiveness, waving her hand dismissively. It's no trouble at all. Sister, if we take a detour around the supermarket, it may take us an additional 15 minutes. Who is your sister? Xie Ning silently rolled her eyes. Captain Gu had previously mentioned waiting for 5 minutes, yet his concept of time appeared rather inaccurate. Gu Chen blinked his beautiful, almond-shaped eyes and exclaimed, Oh, really? My bad. The tall, slender young man trailing behind Gu Chun hurriedly stepped forward, apologizing for the wait. I am Wu Meng, formerly of the first squad of the traffic police. Xie Ning raised an eyebrow at him. Are you the spatial ability user? Oh, you truly are a spatial ability user. The somewhat foolish Ji Taixian immediately perked up, stepping forward to pat the young man on the back. What is the extent of your space? Chapter 74. Comparing people can be quite frustrating, Wu Meng answered honestly. It's only about 35 square meters, not very large. Not bad at all. Ji Taixian praised. Gu Chan turned to see the young girl's face suddenly darken upon hearing this. It was quite peculiar. Her previously expressionless face was now tinged with anger. Boasting. She must be upset due to the bragging of a spatial ability user. Gu Chen quickly understood. Casting a glare at Wu Meng, return to your position. And you, what is there to inquire? Is the size of the space not merely for storing items? Ji Taixian, feeling inexplicably reprimanded, cast a pitiful glance at his brother and quietly retreated to the side. Xie Ning was indeed quite irate. She recalled when she first awakened her small spatial ability, it was merely 2 square meters. 2 square meters. Moreover, the spaces of other spatial ability users, even if only 2 or 3 square meters at the outset, could be expanded over time as they progressed. Her small space felt as though it had been welded shut, showing no signs of change over the years, which was quite frustrating. It became evident that comparisons between individuals were futile. Some were simply born geniuses, like that fool Ji Taixian, and then there was this little traffic officer before her. After her rebirth, she had naively believed her space had expanded, thinking she had made progress. However, due to the butterfly effect, she discovered that others had also experienced an increase in their spaces. Sister? Gu Chun tilted his head, cautiously calling out, Are you about to level up? Who is leveling up? Xie Ning snapped, her frustration mounting. The apocalypse had only just begun. How could she possibly level up? Besides, it was inconceivable that she would be among those who could. She considered herself a pitiable soul destined never to advance. You know, recently, have you felt a bit bloated, lacking energy, and often drowsy? Xie Ning was taken aback. Could it be? In her previous life, she had been stuck at the initial level of her spatial abilities and had never experienced what leveling up felt like. Thus, from yesterday to today, she had simply attributed her bloated sensations to overeating. Have you leveled up before? Xie Ning asked. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to the man. Guchen smiled, nodding repeatedly, of course. The moment I saw you like this, I felt you might be on the brink of leveling up. How long does it typically take to level up? It depends on the ability level and purity. Generally speaking, the higher the purity and level of the ability, the longer it takes to advance. For someone with E-level purity, it might take about half an hour to rise from 0 to level 1. However, for those with A-level purity, it could take as long as 2 hours. Xie Ning narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him up and down. How could this individual possibly be aware of the purity of abilities? Surely, this must be intricately linked to the Ability User Academy. Thus, it begs the question, had the Ability User Academy been established even before the apocalypse? Xie Ning's thoughts were abruptly whisked back to the past, as familiar scenes flickered before her eyes. A disheveled young girl, dragging a tattered suitcase, stepped into the academy, unlocking the gateway to a new realm of abilities. Her privileged classmates whispered and pointed at her. The grueling 15-day assessment period was fraught with challenges, yet she managed to stumble through to the end. However, on the final day of the team competition, only 2 pitiful souls joined her in forming a team. It was evident that this trio stood no chance against the opposing teams of 5 or 7 members. Ultimately, they were eliminated together. Chapter 75. Advancement is quite simple, little sister. Gu Chun observed the young girl with curiosity. How does one advance? Xie Ning posed the most crucial question. In her previous life, although she had entered the Ability User Academy, she had been eliminated in a critical team battle, failing to become a formal student. Consequently, many aspects were gradually imparted to her by her teammates, as she had never undergone systematic training. Moreover, her stagnant spatial ability, which had become increasingly disheartening, led her to cease inquiring about matters related to abilities and advancement, ultimately resigning herself to despair. Every ability user possesses an energy source within them, Guchen patiently elucidated. Advancement is, in fact, quite straightforward. Typically, ability users will experience a sense of awareness. Once sufficient energy accumulates within, it can surge forth to impact our energy source, breaking through the barrier of 0 and entering the realm of 1. The young girl nodded, ascending from a novice to a first-tier supernatural being. Thank you for revealing the truth. I shall try it now. Xie Ning gestured towards the man with a nod before turning and getting into the car. Gu Chun, witnessing her urgency, couldn't help but chuckle. Xie Ning then leaned her head out of the car window, saying, Captain Gu, let us take a 15-minute detour, avoiding the supermarket. All right. After Gu Chun departed, Xie Ning devoted her entire focus to exploring this so-called supernatural energy. The young man with the yellow hair resumed driving, closely following Gu Chun's vehicle. Meanwhile, Xie Ning closed her eyes, attuning herself to the energy within her body. As she gradually quieted her mind, all distractions faded away, and a swirling vortex slowly materialized before her, seemingly located just beneath her chest. Within the vortex floated 2 transparent crystalline objects, each the size of an olive pit. One was golden, while the other was colorless, nearly blending into the vortex, making it difficult to discern without careful observation. Her body felt as if it had become transparent, and inexplicably, Xie Ning could perceive streams of energy circulating through her abdomen, continuously converging and flowing into the vortex. Is this the energy source within a supernatural being? What a wondrous sensation. Xie Ning's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. After patiently waiting for a moment, the energy of the supernatural being smoothly surged into the energy source. Unbeknownst to her, the young man driving nearly veered the car into a ditch upon catching a glimpse of the rearview mirror. Song Yui was equally startled by her daughter beside her. Her daughter was radiating light, as if she had a spotlight atop her head, illuminating her entirely in a brilliant white. This sacred appearance left Song Yui hesitant to reach out and touch her own child. The young man with the yellow hair pressed the accelerator fiercely, yet regrettably, his skills were lacking, and he failed to surpass the small golden van driven by Ji Tai Xian on 2 occasions. The vehicle continued its journey into Sioux City. where Gu Chen's convoy came to a halt in front of a gas station. Song Yuai hurriedly opened the car door and called for Gu Chen to come over and take a look. It's all right, she is advancing. Gu Chen, along with Lu Wei and a few others, approached to catch a glimpse, unable to suppress their astonishment. Has it been 2 hours already? Is it truly taking this long to progress to level 1? The calm demeanor on Lu Wei's refined face began to falter. Hearing that her daughter was mostly unharmed, Song Yuai breathed a sigh of relief but felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she might have overreacted. It's fine. Let Lu Wei take the others to the gas station to fetch some fuel. Auntie, I will stay here with you. As she spoke, her gaze flitted across the various expressions on Annie and the others' faces. Chapter 76. Seizing the moment. At that moment, Annie and her companions were in a decidedly dismal mood. They longed for the security of the Song residence rather than being dragged around by the fierce woman. Where were they headed? To Sioux City? Who could fathom the multitude of uncertainties awaiting them there? They had finally hoped for an opportunity to escape when the fierce woman seemed unwell, but alas, Captain Gu had chosen to remain behind. Having witnessed Captain Gu's formidable prowess in vanquishing zombies with lightning speed, none dared to act recklessly. Song Yuai felt an increasing fondness for this young, dashing lad. What a splendid young man he was. Had he not volunteered to stay and assist, it would have been quite challenging for her, an ordinary person, to manage Annie and her group. Soon, 20 young men emerged from the gas station, each carrying large and small containers. Let us proceed. There are numerous zombies trapped behind the glass doors of the convenience store nearby, unable to escape for the time being. Lu Wei securely fastened the large and small barrels into the vehicle. Auntie, let us depart from this place, allowing the young lady to gradually level up in the car. All right, let us set off quickly. Song Yuai urgently nodded, urging the young man with the yellow hair to hasten into the vehicle. The group swiftly departed from the gas station. On the expansive road, vehicles lay haphazardly, some overturned and crashing into others, reduced to mere shells by the flames. As Song Yuai gazed out at the desolate street, a pang of bittersweet sorrow surfaced within her. The vehicle had not traveled far before it came to a halt, the path ahead completely obstructed by a jumble of cars. Leaning out to survey the situation, she noticed Gu Xiaoshui and several young men rolling up their sleeves to lift and move the vehicles blocking the road. Witnessing their effortless strength in raising a car, Song Yuai was taken aback. It appeared that many of Captain Gu's team possessed formidable physical abilities. Turning her head, she found herself locking eyes with her daughter's bright, inquisitive gaze. Oh, you startled me. Ninging, you're awake? Xie Ning nodded, a hint of confusion gracing her features. Where are we now? We have reached Sioux City, but the road ahead is congested. Young Gu is instructing others to clear the way. By the way, Ninging, do we have a specific destination? We cannot aimlessly search in such a vast city. It would take us a day to find anything. Let us first head to the venue where Junjun is participating in the mathematics competition, Xie Ning suggested, contemplating. If it's not there, we can search the surrounding area. In her previous life, she encountered the instant noodle processing factory that was merely 6 or 7 kilometers from the competition venue. It was evident that after escaping from the venue, Junjun must have fled alongside the throng of survivors towards the food area. The reasons behind Junjun's missed opportunity to relocate to the survivor base have become inconsequential. What truly matters is seizing the present moment. Xie Ning glanced at her watch, 12:35. It had been 3 full hours since she began her advancement. Xiao Gu and the others procured some gasoline at the gas station, providing us with 2 barrels for backup. Truly commendable, they are all good children. Being from a military background, Song Yuai praised. Xiao Gu. Xie Ning mused that her mother's endearing nickname for Captain Gu seemed overly familiar. What is your name? Young man with the yellow hair? Xie Ning inquired, glancing at the serious yet somewhat clumsy driver. Sister Ning, you can call me Xiao Yuan. My name is Yuan Kaida. Xie Ning nodded. Xiao Yuan, have you ever been to Sioux City? He surely had not, as he was still a novice behind the wheel. Chapter 77. A sudden halt. Song Yuai couldn't help but tease. You have no idea. He doesn't even know how to overtake. He nearly drove me crazy just now. Despite his yellow hair, he drives in a very conventional manner, akin to an elderly person's mobility vehicle. The young man's face flushed crimson as he awkwardly gripped the steering wheel and said, Auntie, I've only had my driver's license for just over 3 months. Song Yuai chuckled, picking up the kitchen knife resting by her feet. That's all right. We can let Annie take over soon. Xie Ning cast a glance at the kitchen knife in her mother's hand, and suddenly, an idea struck her. She subtly focused her thoughts, attempting to gather metal within her palm, slowly shaping it according to her intention. Before long, a slender metal blade, resembling a tang sword and measuring approximately 80 centimeters in length, materialized in her grasp. With a long, ergonomic handle for easy handling, Xie Ning gently swayed the blade in her hand. "Mom, let me take that knife," she said, lightly tapping the stainless steel knife her mother held with her newly crafted long knife. With a crisp snap, the kitchen knife was effortlessly severed into 2 pieces by the blade in Xie Ning's hand. "Is that a Kiamizu knife, Auntie?" someone remarked. Regardless of the brand, the true marvel lay in the sharpness of the metal knife crafted by the daughter, slicing through vegetables as effortlessly as through tofu. Xie Ning was also taken aback, a smile gracing her lips as she extended the metal blade to the astonished Song Yui. Mom, you can keep the kitchen knife. This is for self-defense." The innate ability to forge weapons from metal was indeed impressive. Song Yui, captivated, examined the knife with great care. "Be cautious, or you might cut yourself," Xie Ning cautioned, scratching her cheek as she pointed to the colorful blanket nestled beside the rear window. "Mom, I can't yet make a suitable sheath for this knife. Why don't you cut a piece of the blanket to wrap it up for now? Wouldn't that be a significant reduction in elegance?" Xie Ning added with a light cough. Song Yui chuckled. "Rest assured, I won't be foolish enough to cut my own hand." Xie Ning could only acquiesce to her mother's confidence. "Come, let's get out of the car." Song Yui waved the newly acquired knife in her hand, exclaiming, "Mother will slay a zombie for you to witness." Xie Ning paused momentarily, a smile gradually blossoming in her eyes. It was as if her mother intended to convey through action that she could be independent and even protect Ning Ning. While Gu Chen's associates were still unloading the vehicle, the 2 women alighted and made their way directly to a row of clothing and hat shops by the roadside. "What a leisurely day. Ah, sister, here I come," Ji Taiyan exclaimed as he hurried towards the mother-daughter duo. He trailed behind, stuffing clothing, shoes, and socks into his spatial storage. "No need to pack too much. Skip the frilly dresses. Just grab some casual wear, and if possible, a few winter garments. It's already September, although the weather remains warm. It could turn chilly at any moment." "All right, sister, I'll follow your lead," Ji Taiyan replied with a smile as they entered a clothing store. Just as they opened the door, an elderly zombie staggered towards them. Without hesitation, Song Yui lunged forward, knife in hand, initially intending to make a clean cut through the zombie's skull. However, to her astonishment, the blade cleaved through, severing half of its head from its neck. She was momentarily taken aback, but quickly stepped forward to deliver a decisive blow, creating a gaping hole in the zombie's skull, silencing its incessant movements. Chapter 78. A test of courage. The zombie collapsed with a thud, and Song Yui was momentarily astonished by her own swift actions, exclaiming in surprise, "So fast. This knife is exponentially sharper than the previous kitchen knife." Behind the mother and daughter, Ji Taiyan was equally astonished, his eyes gleaming as he circled around the long knife held by Song Yui. "Auntie, could I take a look?" he inquired eagerly. "Where did you find this knife?" "Found it. This was custom-made by my daughter." Song Yui proudly lifted her chin, exuding a sense of accomplishment. Ji Taiyan cautiously accepted the knife from Aunt Song and tentatively probed it into the body of a zombie. The blade effortlessly pierced through, withdrawing without a single drop of blood clinging to it. It was truly a remarkable weapon. "Oh, I see now. This knife was crafted using my sister's golden abilities." Ji Taiyan realized, his admiration growing. "Indeed, my daughter is quite formidable," Song Yui said, patting the young man's hand before reclaiming her long knife, feeling a surge of confidence. "Could I borrow it for a moment, Auntie?" Ji Taiyan murmured, trailing closely behind her like a shadow. "I'll lend you a kitchen knife instead." "Forget it. Your little Qian brand kitchen knife is already broken, isn't it?" Though the two spoke in hushed tones, their eyes remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, even glancing upwards. The row of clothing stores along the street were all privately owned, each occupying a mere 10 square meters. Upon entering the one they chose, they found the garments had been mostly looted. Xie Ning took a quick look around the small storage room in the back, only to discover it had also been largely emptied. There were just a couple of colorful striped shirts left, and after a moment's hesitation, she discreetly tucked them away. "When I truly have nothing to wear, at least these will suffice." The trio exited the small shop and proceeded to several neighboring stores, each presenting a similarly desolate scene. Some shop fronts had their glass doors shattered by human hands, and all the merchandise had long been swept away. Finally, The trio halted before a shop with an unbroken roll-up door. Xie leaned against the door, listening intently. Within, the sounds of zombies clawing at the entrance and growling echoed, suggesting there was more than one. No wonder no one dared to pry open the roll-up door. They likely feared uncovering a den of zombies. Xie Ning nodded to the two and stepped forward, placing her hand on the roll-up door. Her metal-based ability surged forth, allowing the door to stretch and contort at her will. Xie stood enviously by, muttering under her breath about the utility of such power. Was it true that any metallic object could be altered in size and shape by a metal manipulator? This ability was simply extraordinary. Jealousy welled within Xie. She yearned to exchange her spatial powers for Xie Ning's. As the roll-up door twisted upwards, 7 or 8 zombies of varying sizes surged through the opening. With a few hissing sounds, neat bullet holes appeared in the foreheads of the leading zombies. The ones behind stumbled over their fallen comrades, awkwardly pressing forward. Song Yu AI gripped her knife tightly, delivering a powerful slash that sent half of one zombie's body crumbling to the ground. Oh dear. She quickly stepped back, visibly disgusted. Gu Chun, accompanied by several spirited young men, rushed over and swiftly shot down the remaining zombies one by one. Are you all right? Wu Ming inquired with concern, casting a reproachful glance at the group. It's too dangerous. With so many zombies, how could you even think of prying open this roll-up door? Chapter 79. A bountiful harvest. Xie Ning was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts drifting into a haze. She seemed unaccustomed to such concern from others. Perhaps the young girl had always positioned herself in the role of protector for her family. Gu Chen's heart stirred slightly. Noticing her evident discomfort, he promptly suggested, "Let us go inside and take a look." Song Yui suddenly murmured, "It seems that in the future, when battling zombies, we must don protective gear. Otherwise, with all this ghastly blood and viscera spraying about, I might just regurgitate last night's dinner." Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Auntie, may I take a look at the knife you have? Here." Without hesitation, Song Yui handed over her prized possession. "It's a testament to your skill with knives." Gu Chun flicked the blade lightly, producing a subtle metallic hum, as an invisible wave of energy rippled through the air. "What an excellent knife." His eyes sparkled with admiration. The spirited young men under Captain Gu, without needing any orders, conducted their customary safety sweep of the store upon entering, deftly dispatching a couple of zombies that had been lurking in the corners. This shop was a 3-room establishment, considerably larger than the previous ones they had visited. When the calamity struck, it seemed the staff had hastily lowered the electric roller shutters upon witnessing some customers transform. Remarkably, this store had escaped looting, as rows of down jackets and vests remained neatly displayed. Xie Ning waved to Gu Chun, indicating a division of goods. Turning to Xie, she urged, "Get some of those autumn trousers and jackets over there. Leave the rest for your brother." This store surprisingly specializes in men's clothing, leaving Xie Ning in a state of melancholy as she rests her forehead in her hand. Men's clothing is merely men's clothing, should the temperature drop. It matters not whether it is for men or women, as a hefty winter coat will suffice for warmth. Xie acknowledged the remark and hurried off to fetch the goods, but his brother was taken aback, his face a mask of curiosity as he followed, exclaiming how idle he must be. "Have you awakened your spatial abilities?" "Hey, brother, you're unaware? I awakened long ago. Impressive, right? What are you up to? Why are you undressing to collect something? Is that truly appropriate? Why are you trembling?" It was no wonder that the young girl had disappeared early on. She must have been well aware of Tai Xian's peculiar habits when gathering items. Xie felt quite embarrassed, especially when he noticed his brother's subordinates surrounding him, observing him as if he were a gorilla on display. Xie Ning stepped into the rear storage room, and as she turned, a metallic spike pierced the shoulder of a zombie lunging towards her. The zombie, now impaled by the metallic spike, struggled desperately against the wooden crate behind it, emitting anguished cries. Gu Chun, hearing the commotion, rushed over to provide assistance with another shot, inquiring, "Are you all right, sister?" Xie Ning shook her head slightly under the dim light, her gaze falling upon the man's face, which could only be described as classically perfect. A boy with such striking features must surely be quite dangerous in everyday life. Gu Chun, oblivious to the girl's sympathetic glance, scanned the cramped storage room. "Everything seems fine. I shall step out while you continue your search at your own pace." Xie Ning nodded, feigning the act of removing her backpack from her shoulder. Once Gu Chun exited, she examined the goods in the small storage room and began to load several boxes of thick down jackets into her grand villa's living room. After surveying the surroundings, she also packed away some autumn jackets. Regrettably, this store exclusively sells men's clothing. Xie Ning stepped out of the small warehouse, exchanging a knowing glance with Song Yui. The latter understood and seized hold of Ji Tai Xian, who was dressed in shorts and a tank top, drenched in sweat. "You're too idle. There's no need to overexert yourself. This should suffice," she remarked. Chapter 80. An unwanted request, Annie. I can still pack more. Ji Tai Xian gasped for breath, utterly fatigued. While Song Yui did not voice her thoughts, her mind was tumultuous with disbelief. Previously, her daughter had effortlessly packed 6 freezers without shedding a single garment or breaking a sweat. Moreover, her daughter's space was merely a small area, certainly not as expansive as Ji Tai Xian's 50 square meter space. You really should engage in more exercise, young man. You cannot afford to be so weak. Song Yui gently patted Ji Tai Xian on the shoulder, her concern palpable. Ji Tai Xian felt as though he had been somewhat offended. Xie Ning cast a glance at Lu Wei and his group, who were still busy moving goods, and strode directly to Captain Gu Chun. "Captain Gu, thank you for your care along the way. I believe it is time for us to part ways. You must head to your mission point, and we would not wish to impose." Gu Chun smiled at her, his starry, deep-set eyes sparkling. "Sister, before we take our leave, I have a small request. Shall we come to an arrangement?" Xie Ning regarded him with an impassive expression, sensing that despite his casual stance against the wall, an aura of vibrant blossoms seemed to bloom around him. "I noticed the metal knife you crafted for Auntie was exceedingly effective. Could you assist our team in producing some?" The man's eyes twinkled with mirth, suggesting a trade of resources in return. Xie Ning exhibited no hesitation or reluctance, nodding in agreement. It was indeed feasible, and no materials were necessary. However, with my current metal energy, I could only forge 2 metal blades. After all, I needed to conserve some energy for the journey ahead in search of Junjun. Depleting my abilities entirely would be troublesome should danger arise. "It is certainly possible, but you must provide the materials," she insisted. "How could my brother take advantage of you?" Gu Chun nodded repeatedly, a cheerful smile adorning his face. "Then let us prearrange 30 blades. Take your time. The remaining can be settled upon our next meeting." Xie Ning cast him a silent glance. His certainty suggested they would indeed meet again. "Please wait a moment." She moved to the fabric sofa by the window and began to meticulously craft the metal long blades. With her current ability level, each blade required approximately 5 to 10 minutes to complete. It was a quarter of an hour later that the 2 metal long blades were finally finished. Gu Chun handed one of the blades to Wu Ming, the space ability user in their team, for protection. Wu Ming received the blade with exuberance. The 2 long blades crafted by Xie Ning were approximately 40 centimeters longer than the one in Song Yui's possession. After all, the gentlemen were all over 1.8 meters tall, making a blade of around 1.2 meters quite fitting. "You are truly remarkable, little sister. I adore this blade. Your metal abilities are exceptionally useful." Wu Ming exclaimed with delight, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Xie Ning. Slightly embarrassed by the praise, she waved her hand dismissively. "It was but a small effort. No need for thanks. We shall take our leave now." "Wait a moment," Gu Chun interjected, moving closer to Lu Wei to whisper a few words. The latter nodded, busily calling a few young men to help move the goods, placing box after box into the trunk of Xie Ning's car. Gu Chun approached Xie Ning with a smile, insisting she accept the small items. "Thank you," Xie Ning thought to herself, realizing why her mother now affectionately referred to him as Little Gu. He truly knew how to make others feel at ease. "Mom, we're leaving." "Oh, all right." Song Yui bid farewell to Gu Chun with the same endearment before hastily exiting the shop. "Let us go, my dear." Chapter 81. Little Gu is quite thoughtful on their way to the competition venue. Xie Ning lowered the car window, catching a glimpse of that strikingly tall figure in her peripheral vision. The roadblock ahead had been cleared by the special operations team, and the young man with yellow hair asked, "Sister Ning, which way should we go?" Xie Ning had a general idea of the roads in Sioux City. She leaned forward to look and replied, "Go straight, then turn left after 3 traffic lights. Stop here for a moment. Let everyone get out of the car," she instructed, pointing to a spot where a few zombies were gathering on the street. The young man swallowed nervously. "All right, Sister Ning." In no time, 3 cars parked neatly along the roadside, and everyone was ushered out. As Xie Ning opened the trunk, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of 7 or 8 boxes filled to the brim. This little Gu had indeed been quite considerate. He had provided them with 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, 2 boxes of mineral water, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and 3 boxes of dehydrated vegetables. Additionally, he included a portable gas stove along with a canister of gas. With such provisions, even in the harshest outdoor conditions, they could enjoy warm instant noodles. Xie Ning's lips curled into a faint smile as she picked up a large bundle of long-handled kitchen knives from the corner. When closing the trunk, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, and she stealthily concealed the items given by Xiao Gu within her opulent villa. As Xie Ning turned, she swiftly masked her smile, adopting a serious expression as she faced Annie and the others. The young girl cast a cold, assessing gaze over the 11 members of the Rescue Association. I shall not protect any of you. In the face of danger, you must summon your own courage to confront it. She spread the bundle of knives upon the hood of the car, selecting her weapon of choice. Do you see those zombies over there? Form groups of 3 and eliminate them. In truth, as soon as the car came to a halt, the previously aimless zombies wandering the street seemed to catch a whiff of flesh, swaying toward them. Annie turned to glance at a zombie still wearing a hard hat and whispered in alarm, I am just a woman. Such elementary zombies could be easily dealt with by any ordinary person over the age of 15. Xie Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. Consider your options. If you are unwilling to fight, step back. However, once confronted with zombies, no one would risk their life to shield her. The young man with the yellow hair nodded earnestly. I understand. The 4 individuals who had previously accompanied him to demand money also stepped forward, trembling as they selected their knives. Song Yui offered encouragement to the yellow-haired youth. Xiao Yuan, it's actually not that difficult. Just aim for the back of the head and apply some force. Xie Ning mentioned that they must destroy the central nervous system, or else the zombies will still be able to move. All right, Auntie, I will give it my all. Auntie, let me demonstrate for you. Song Yui volunteered to take the newcomers along. Xie Ning, amidst her amusement, couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. This is her mother, who has always supported her silently in her own way. Seeing the other 5 follow the little blonde boy to practice, Annie could only approach with a pale face, hesitantly grasping a kitchen knife, and reluctantly followed suit. She was indeed terrified, but with that fierce woman, Xie Ning, watching from behind, she had no choice but to steel herself and advance. Sister, Ji Tai Xian leaned in, grinning, you're trying to train their self-defense skills. Chapter 82. The Path to Self-Rescue. Unfortunately, individuals like Annie may not appreciate her sister's intentions, only perceiving her as a heartless woman. I'm not that bored, Xie Ning retorted, striding toward the group of panicked individuals battling the zombies. Don't be troubled by their grotesque appearances. Just envision them as monsters from a game. The group silently criticized. Some things are truly unimaginable. Nevertheless, under Song Yui's guidance and direction, they managed to dispatch the scattered 4 or 5 zombies. The men surrounding the little blonde boy appeared somewhat invigorated after the encounter, seeming to find the task less daunting. These are merely low-level zombies, Xie Ning remarked as she observed them. 1 or 2 can be easily handled by ordinary people. Here's a piece of advice. If you encounter more than 10 surrounding you, it's best to flee. Additionally, exercise caution when facing zombies that match your speed. If you cannot handle them, you must run for your life. Perhaps there is still a chance to escape peril. Xiao Huangmao and the others listened attentively, committing every word to memory. Annie, biting her lip, quietly complained, if you hadn't insisted on taking us away from the Song family pavilion, we would not have encountered this danger. Wang Zhongshuan frowned. The Song family pavilion is not entirely a secure location. How can it be unsafe? There are troops stationed here to protect us, she retorted. Is it possible that this place is more perilous than Sioux City? Song Yui quickly waved her hand. As Xiaogu mentioned, they are here on a mission, not specifically to escort the residents of the Song family pavilion to a safe zone. Furthermore, one must rely on self-rescue to survive. Depending on others for protection incessantly is simply impractical. And Song is right. We must learn to fend for ourselves against the zombies. The speaker was Mo Li, the young man who had previously been punctured in the leg by Xie Ning's metal spike. She had deliberately avoided striking a bone, aiming merely to frighten them, and after treating his wound, he was now able to move with relative ease. Seeing that Xiao Huangmao and the others supported Xie Ning and Song Yui's approach, Annie could only bite her lip and fall silent. Once again, they boarded the vehicle, and when they encountered a few scattered zombies along the way, Xie Ning would instruct everyone to disembark and practice their skills in dispatching the undead. By the time they arrived at the competition venue, it was nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Xie Ning felt her stomach rumbling, and it dawned on her that the group had missed lunch and were likely hungry. She rummaged through her backpack and pulled out 3 loaves of bread. handing one to her mother and tossing another to Xiao Huangmao, suggesting they eat a little to tide them over. Xiao Yuan, you stay here with Tai Xian to watch the vehicle. Xie Ning alighted from the vehicle and instructed Ji Tai Xian, take out some biscuits to share. You all wait here while we go inside to take a look. She then called Wang Zongxian and, accompanied by her mother, hurried towards the competition venue. Song Yuai thought to herself, have I given birth to a devilish coach's daughter? This venue is so vast. Will we be able to find Junjun? If they couldn't locate him, they could only search along the streets, as Junjun would likely follow the survivors from the competition venue towards areas with more food. However, Xie Ning had a strong intuition that Junjun and the others had likely lingered at the venue and hadn't departed yet. As the trio dashed past a plaza and arrived in front of the competition building, they noticed 7 or 8 zombies simultaneously turning their heads to gaze at them from the flower bed beneath the shade of the trees. Chapter 83. Awaiting benefits. Wang Zongxian swiftly dispatched 2 zombies with his air gun. Xie Ning glanced at him and inquired, did you modify that air gun yourself? The young man appeared quite impressive. Though typically reserved and less loquacious than the talkative Ji Tai Xian, he possessed an astute attention to detail. It was evident that the air gun had undergone modifications to enhance its sound. I learned a bit from Chengge, Wang Zongxian replied, scratching his head. Actually, I used to practice archery, and I switched to air guns a year ago. Xie Ning nodded slightly, committing this information to memory, contemplating the possibility of crafting a bow or crossbow for the young man in the future. In the meantime, Song Yuai had effortlessly dispatched an elderly zombie. Ning Ning, this weapon is particularly effective, Song Yuai exclaimed, wielding the 80-centimeter-long metal knife and demonstrating a slicing motion. When I used a kitchen knife to deal with zombies before, it felt rather cumbersome, but now it feels seamless. It cuts through as smoothly as slicing tofu. Shall we go up and take a look? Ning Ning suggested. Xie Ning nodded in agreement, just as a flurry of urgent shouts echoed from above. Hey, are you the government rescue team? Why are you so slow? Hurry up and save us. We have injured people here. Song Yuai looked up at the commotion coming from the third-floor window, where a throng of about 80 to 90 individuals, men, women, and children, were crammed together. She sighed in frustration, muttering softly, Dear, there are hardly any zombies down here. Why don't they come down? Xie Ning, with an indifferent expression, curled her lips slightly. Let them wait for rescue. Did you not hear them claim that they were sent by the government to save them? Should we go up? Let us first check the second floor. I'm here to find my brother, not to be a savior. All right. Song Yuai turned to call out to Wang Zongxuan. Zongxuan, keep your gun ready and stay close behind us. Be cautious. Yes, Auntie. Rest assured. With determination, Xie Ning pushed open the glass door of the building, the metal spikes piercing the skull of a zombie leaning against the door. Let us go. Ning Ning, don't you find it strange? Why are there so few zombies around this building? Could it be a trap? Xie Ning cast an appreciative glance at her mother. In this post-apocalyptic world, those who could think critically were destined to survive longer. I think it's because, look over there. Xie Ning pointed to the heavy conference room door at the end of the second-floor corridor, which was secured with a chain lock. From within, sounds of scratching and clawing could be heard. Peering through the gap, they could see numerous sharp fingertips reaching out. Has someone locked the mutated zombies in there? Song Yuai was somewhat taken aback. What were they waiting for? Why not hasten their escape from the building? They are waiting for assistance, Xie Ning scoffed. Waiting for the government, waiting for rescue. In the first 3 months following the onset of the apocalypse, everyone harbored such naive and whimsical thoughts, herself included in her past life. At this moment, within a classroom on the 3rd floor, bright and clean, a petite girl clad in a blue and white athletic outfit frowned, her expression one of discontent. Aren't those 3 supposed to be here to rescue us? She questioned. I doubt it. They certainly don't appear to be military personnel. What are we to do now? She lamented. Just then, 2 individuals entered the classroom from outside, one following the other, their expressions grave. We must leave this place quickly, declared a middle-aged man, his complexion dark and his eyes piercing. His well-tailored black suit was marred with splotches of dark, dried blood. Dad, didn't you say it would be extremely dangerous outside? If we go out recklessly, might we not encounter monsters attacking us? Chapter 84. Do you have any medicine? Yet now, the building was running short on water. It seemed the water supply system had malfunctioned, and the tap water was gone. You still dare to drink tap water? Aren't you afraid there might be a rotting zombie lurking in the water tank? A cold voice taunted from outside the door, laced with scorn. The girl in the blue and white athletic outfit grimaced in disgust. How repulsive. Who are you? Song Yui hurried to the front, glancing at the dozen or so people crammed into the classroom, then turned to a man in his 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, who bore a striking resemblance to a teacher. "Excuse me, have you seen Song Shijun? Have you ever encountered Song Shijun from Shisher No. 1 High School?" Upon hearing her mother's words, Xie Ning observed the man in black-rimmed glasses, whose eyes behind the lenses flickered with unease. "I apologize, the scene was particularly chaotic yesterday. We are from Sioux City now, 2 High School, and may not be well acquainted with those from Shisher No. 1. Xie Ning turned her gaze towards a girl in a blue and white tracksuit, who hurriedly averted her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. What is it that these individuals are hiding? Her gaze fixated on the girl in the tracksuit. "You are of similar age to Song Shijun and are also a participant, correct? I do not recognize anyone by the name you mentioned." Xie Ning smirked coldly. "Song Shijun, the prodigious young talent from Shisher No. 1, who consistently ranks first in competitions. Are you truly claiming ignorance?" The girl was at a loss for words, stamping her foot in frustration. Everyone was engrossed in their work yesterday when suddenly, individuals transformed into zombie-like creatures and began to bite. The classroom descended into chaos, with throngs of people fleeing. How could I possibly have noted where Song Shijun had gone? A middle-aged man with dark skin stepped forward, questioning. "Are you relatives of that Song Shijun? Why trouble a young girl? Are you, perchance, from Shisher?" The man in black-rimmed glasses' eyes flickered momentarily, and he inquired, "What is the situation outside? Are there any military personnel on the way to escort us to safety?" Xie Ning, unwilling to engage in further idle chatter, turned decisively to her mother and Wang Zhongshuan, instructing them to search on the 4th floor. "Hey, our dean is asking you a question. How can you be so rude?" Chen Jiaga glared, clearly displeased. Song Yui grew increasingly anxious. "Then let me ask you, why are you all so evasive and silent? You are the teachers and students of Sioux City No. 2 Middle School, but where are the teachers and students from our West City No. 1 Middle School who came to participate in the competition? What about the students and teachers from other schools? Surely, they haven't all turned into zombies, have they? Who knows?" The man with black-rimmed glasses, referred to as the director by Chen Jia, adjusted his spectacles. "Hey, don't leave just yet." A woman in a white shirt and black skirt, dressed in a professional suit with hair cut to her ears, rushed forward to stop them. Our vice principal twisted his ankle while running. "Do you have any medicine? Just any ointment that can relieve soreness will suffice. We just need him to be able to walk." Xie Ning squinted, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the woman before her. Had she met her before? For a moment, she couldn't quite recall. The woman casually remarked, "Just show me any ointment you have." The short-haired woman frowned and spoke in a tone of entitlement. "Aren't you from outside? Surely you must have collected at least some medicine along the way." Song Yui looked at her with an expression of incredulity, almost amused by her presumptuous tone. Was she out of her mind? They were complete strangers, and she had the audacity to demand medication? "We truly have no time to gather any medicine," Song Yui retorted curtly. "That's impossible." The short-haired woman displayed a hint of anger. "How could you be like this? Are you unwilling to lend a hand, even for a small favor? How excessive." Xie Ning's short-circuited mind has been abruptly reconnected. Su Yu. This woman before her is none other than Su Yu of the Swift Leopard team. She recalls that in her previous life, she only encountered Su Yu a year after the apocalypse while undertaking a mission at the base. Xie Ning remembers having heard from others that this Su Yu was a teacher before the end times. So, she was indeed a teacher at Sioux City No. 2 High School. How astonishing that she has crossed paths with the unparalleled oddity Su Yu a year earlier. Su Yu's classic quotes remain vividly etched in her memory. "You won't even lend a small hand. Isn't this rather excessive?" If one were to label Su Yu as a saint, that would hardly capture the essence of her character. Su Yu aligns closely with the archetype of a so-called savior discussed online. In her past life, she frequently used the interests of her fellow Swift Leopard team members to garner public favor, causing widespread discontent among many in the team. Yet at that time, Su Yu was the girlfriend of the team's captain, and others dared not voice their grievances against her. Now, Su Yu has appeared. Had she previously been a member of the Swift Leopard team, she would surely have taken the opportunity to eliminate her at once. Alas, that was not the case. Their encounters had been limited, and the animosity between them was not sufficiently deep. However, there were a few individuals in the Swift Leopard team she held in high regard. Perhaps in this lifetime, she could recruit those few into her own team? Xie Ning contemplated this as she continued to walk outside. Mother has left. Su Yu, seeing that they were genuinely about to depart, grew anxious. Can't you show a little kindness and assist the vice principal with a small favor? There's only one lecture hall on the 4th floor. The director of the black-framed glasses shouted at them. It's futile for you to go up. Why not take us with you instead? Given that they had managed to enter from the outside seamlessly, exiting should certainly pose no challenge. Chen Sheng pondered for a moment before speaking. Director Shun, it seems we cannot linger here any longer. Dad, isn't it dangerous to go out? Didn't they say we should stay here and wait for rescue? The girl in the blue and white sportswear pouted in displeasure. I do not wish to confront those repugnant creatures. I want to do it. Chen Sheng gently ruffled his daughter's hair, patiently explaining, initially, we could afford to wait a few more days for help since there was no issue with the water supply. However, with no water left now, staying any longer could result in greater problems. We must depart immediately and seek a safer location while awaiting rescue. Chen Jiaga bit her lip. Dad, do you think Song Shijun could truly be found by them? I find it hard to believe. And even if he is found, what good would it do? Chen Chong mumbled something indistinctly, pulling his daughter towards the exit. Suddenly, a metal spike shot through Chen Jiaga's arm with incredible speed and precision, piercing 3 inches deep, eliciting a sharp sting. Chapter 86. Where is Song Shijun taken by surprise? Chen Jiaga let out a piercing scream. Ah, Dad. Xie Ning's cold gaze fixated on the father and daughter, calling him Dad. It won't help you, even if you call him ancestor. What are you doing? Let go of my daughter. Chen Chong was equally startled by the sudden aggression. An ability user? This girl, seemingly of similar age to his daughter, was also an ability user. Moreover, her extraordinary ability appeared remarkably formidable, as she effortlessly unleashed a metallic spike from her hand, something never witnessed before. Where was Song Shijun? Xie Ning, wielding the metallic spike, dragged Chen Jiaga closer to herself. Chen Jiaga was on the verge of agony, feeling waves of unusual pain radiating through her arm. Furthermore, the cold gaze from her opponent was terrifying, as if she were intent on killing her. Where is Song Shijun? Xie Ning enunciated each word with an icy chill. She had suspected that the group before her harbored ill intentions, and indeed, upon a slight probe, their true forms were revealed. Chen Chong glared at Xie Ning with resentment, hesitant to act rashly. A girl of similar age to her daughter possessed such profound cunning. Initially believing they had genuinely gone to search the 4th floor classroom, she was taken aback to discover that these 3 had merely stepped out to eavesdrop by the door. Hey, don't go too far. Suyu stepped forward, adopting a stern expression. What purpose do you have in troubling an 18-year-old girl? Release her at once. Which school do you attend? Do you lack any sense of propriety? Xie Ning hesitated momentarily, feeling a slight inclination to smooth over the obstacles for the Xuanbao team. She truly detested those who spoke incessantly. Was it not preferable to quietly observe the unfolding drama? Why must they leap forth to assert their presence? Where is Song Shijun? Xie Ning pressed the metallic spike deeper by a centimeter, eliciting a scream from Chen Jiaga akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Scream louder, do. It will only excite the passing zombies further, Xie Ning remarked, her tone light and calm, with a hint of chill in her eyes. Chen Jiaga trembled, pressing her lips tightly together, beads of sweat the size of peas cascading down her pale face. I implore you, release my daughter. Classmate Song Shijun and the others are in the 4th floor lecture hall, Chen Chong declared, his face a mask of fury. At that moment, the students were engaged in a competitive examination when some suddenly collapsed, succumbing to high fevers. The teachers swiftly called for emergency assistance and carried the afflicted away, while Song Shijun and his companions, gripped by fear, refused to emerge. Subsequently, those who had fainted began to awaken and bite, prompting them to lock the doors of the lecture hall. It should now be safe. I insist, you must let my daughter go. Suddenly, Chen Jiaga opened her mouth, emitting a low sob. Xie Ning's metallic gaze pierced deeper, a smile curving her lips. This student's father, it appears you are not particularly skilled in weaving tales. Your hastily constructed narrative is riddled with inconsistencies. If you wish to prolong this conversation, that is acceptable, but I fear your daughter may not be able to endure. Chen Chong looked at his pale-faced daughter, his heart aching. I have said it time and again. You mentioned that some students collapsed and were carried away, yet there are others who were not evacuated in time. With nearly 1,000 students participating in the competition and at least 100 teachers supervising. Even if these individuals were to become zombies, they must have somewhere to go. Song Shijun is on the 2nd floor. Chapter 87. A reluctant confrontation. The unbearable pain drove Chen Jiaga to cry out. Song Yui's face paled in response, trembling as she asked, "The second floor? Is that the conference room we saw locked with a chain?" Xie Ning's gaze was profound, and from her fingertips, a metallic thorn shot forth, curling into a loop that ensnared Chun Jiaga's neck. In this manner, the coiled metal seemed poised to claim Chun Jiaga's life at any moment. "What are you doing?" Chen Chong bellowed. "As an ability user, you cannot bully others like this." "I am merely bullying you." Xie Ning's voice was icy, laced with a hint of mockery. "You will pave the way and accompany me to rescue someone. Otherwise, I shall take your daughter's life right now." "No, please. Do not put my daughter in jeopardy." A flicker of panic crossed Chen Chong's face. "Fine, I will go with you to save her. Let's go at once." Xie Ning tightened the metallic loop around Chun Jiaga's neck, and with a gentle flick of her pinky, she commanded, "After you. Director Shun, please help us. You are swift enough to divert the zombies' attention. Rest assured, I will follow closely behind to ensure your safety." Chen Chong pleaded, casting a desperate glance at the bespectacled man. Xie Ning cast a sidelong glance at him. "Oh, so, the director of Sioux City No. 2 High School has awakened his speed ability." Shen Wei hesitated. "There are too many zombies in the conference room. We cannot handle them." Chen Chong glared at him in anger. "But you were the one who locked Song Shijun and the others in the conference room. I see none of you are innocent," Song Yui retorted angrily. "Let us go. All of you follow us. Clear the way ahead. Help us open the conference room door." Mother, with her ample figure, seized Su Yu's arm and pressed a metallic knife against the woman's neck. "Move. What are you doing, you crazy woman?" Su Yu exclaimed in exasperation. "I haven't done anything. Let me go. You cannot treat me like this." Xie Ning silently praised her mother in her heart as she hurled several metallic darts aimed at a few individuals attempting to flee. If they wished to survive, they must obediently comply with orders. The escapees halted in their tracks, terror evident in their eyes as they glanced towards Xie Ning and Song Yui. The vice principal, propped up in pain, managed to stand, his injured foot causing him to wince continuously. He calmly implored, "Can we not resolve this peacefully? We are all human beings. Why must we escalate the situation to such a tense standoff?" Song Yui, infuriated, retorted, "As long as the knife hasn't pierced your flesh, you can afford to remain calm. Enough talk. Clear the way. Move down." A middle-aged woman, clutching her daughter, was startled when a slightly misfired lead pellet whizzed past her. "Anyone wishing for death may proceed first," Wang Zhongshuan chuckled. The 10 or so individuals present quivered, murmuring, We aren't going to kill zombies." Xie Ning's lips curled into a faint smirk as she replied, her tone cool and detached. "If you want tea, then you might as well perish. How could we lock the door? How could we escape? Killing zombies is beyond our capabilities, isn't it?" Song Yui, flustered and enraged, pressed the knife against Su Yu's neck, leaving a shallow cut. "Let me make this clear. If anything happens to my nephew, none of you will escape." Su Yu, terrified out of his wits, whimpered, "Be gentle. Grab your weapons and move." "But where do we get weapons?" the middle-aged woman cried, holding her daughter tightly. "If not, use the benches, I want to care." The group was escorted by Xie Ning and her companions to the second-floor corridor, trembling and hesitant, none daring to approach the large conference room door secured with chains. Xie Ning and Song Yui exchanged a glance, giving a slight nod. Chapter 88. Demons of Hell. Xie Ning hurled a metallic spike, which pierced the massive padlock on the conference room door. With a resounding crash, the padlock clattered to the ground. "Open the door," Xie Ning commanded as she forcefully tightened the metallic loop around Chun Jiaga. Chen Chong, with no other recourse, gritted his teeth and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that created a dent in the conference room door. The door swung inward, and the horde of zombies that had been crowding at the entrance toppled awkwardly to the ground, swept aside by the force of the ability user's blow. Wang Zhongshuan aimed his gas gun, successfully targeting several zombies' heads. The modified lead pellets possessed a modicum of lethality against the low-tier zombies, but their effectiveness was limited. Panic ensued as those trapped at the conference room entrance scrambled backward, fleeing in desperation to escape the chaos. Xie Ning delivered a swift kick to Director Shun's backside, inquiring, "Director, as an ability user of the speed type, do you think you can lead the zombies on a brief run outside?" Her smile bore the chilling essence of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, her gaze icy and penetrating. As he sprinted forth, the vice principal and others who had been blocked at the door followed suit, bolting away in terror. Xie Ning pushed open the door to a small meeting room. dragging Chen Jiaga along with her mother and Wang Zhongshuan into the sanctuary. As she closed the door, they witnessed dozens of zombies surge from the conference room, eagerly pursuing the fleeing group led by Director Shun. The mother-daughter duo initially contemplated forcefully entering the room to seek refuge. But after a few futile knocks and receiving no response from Xie Ning and her companions, they could only cry out and join the frantic flight alongside Director Shun and the vice principal. The only one remaining was Chen Chong, wielding 2 broken table legs, relentlessly striking the zombies' heads with fierce determination. As a novice power-type Esper, Chen Chong stood out as the sole capable fighter among a group of ineffectual individuals. Over the past few days, he had assumed the role of leader for this hastily assembled team. Now, witnessing the disarray as his companions scattered in all directions, he felt a deep frustration gnawing at him. Most of the zombies had followed the main group in the chaos, leaving only a few stragglers that posed no challenge for a power-type Esper to handle. Xie Ning, accompanied by her mother and Wang Zhongshuan, coldly awaited Chen Chong's completion of the zombie extermination before stepping out of the small conference room. "Can you release my daughter now?" Chen Chong demanded, seething with anger. "I've already told you, the mastermind is Director Shun." This heavy lock was taken from the large staircase classroom. Xie Ning ignored him completely, her metal circle encircling Chen Jiaga as she commanded, in. Chen Chong gritted his teeth, gripping the legs of the table as he entered. Xie Ning and her mother followed, only to be met with the disarray of the conference room, which sent a chill through their hearts. The floor was littered with zombies whose heads had been smashed in. Dismembered limbs were scattered across the large conference table, and pools of dark red blood indicated that a horrific battle had taken place here. The row of spotlights on the circular ceiling lay shattered on the ground. Suddenly, Xie Ning hastened forward, forcefully pushing against a hidden door beside the filing cabinet. This door blended seamlessly with the dark-hued cabinet next to it. Had it not been for the conspicuous bloodstains adorning its surface, one might have easily overlooked it. Song Yui felt both anxious and elated. This door, it must be a partition, right? It's a small pantry. Xie Ning pushed with all her might and turned to Chen Chong, urging, "Open it." Chen Chong clenched his fist and strode forward, forcefully crashing through the small door of the tea room. Chapter 89, Everything is Well. The individual seated by the door was utterly unfortunate, propelled by Chen Chong's kick. He flew out and collided into the crowd. "Ouch! Luo Jinyong, you foolish one, you've crashed into me." "Sister." Xie Ning, upon hearing a voice that resonated with familiarity, felt a surge of vitality coursing through her. Meanwhile, Song Yui was taken aback by the scene before her. In a mere 5 square meters, there were astonishingly 50 to 60 people crammed together. Some hung precariously from the nearby light cabinet, while others perched atop the water dispenser. The ventilation duct above had been crudely pried open with some tool. Just as Xie Ning and the others kicked the door, a student was straddling another student's shoulders, the one below being supported by several others, creating a precarious human tower to access the ventilation duct. In that instant, silence enveloped the room. Pairs of eyes, brimming with astonishment, fixated intently on Xie Ning and her companions. "Sister, aunt." Song Yui hastily gestured to her nephew, urging everyone to exit quickly. One by one, the group emerged from the cramped tea room, gasping for air, desperately inhaling after nearly suffocating for an entire day and night. The little cousin, once clad in a neatly fitted white shirt, now appeared crumpled and disheveled, his short hair in disarray. "He's still here. Mother is here, Song Kurson is here, and Song Shijun is here. Everyone is present." With reddened eyes, Xie Ning stepped forward and tightly embraced her little cousin, who towered over her by half a head, relieved to find him safe. "It's all right now." She grasped Song Shijun's left arm tightly, inquiring if he was injured. Song Shijun, more agitated than Xie Ning and Song Yui, hurriedly shook his head, assuring her that he was fine. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, asking if they had come specifically to find Shijun. He expressed profound gratitude for their timely rescue of everyone. "Indeed, heartfelt thanks," exclaimed Song Yui. "Brother Song, your sister is extraordinarily kind to you, traveling such a long distance. It must take immense courage and strength." "Sister, this is our teacher Zhou," Song Shijun introduced. "When the zombie outbreak first occurred, it was Teacher Zhou and Teacher Yang who protected us as we fled. We are truly grateful. Thank you. Thank you." Song Yui hurriedly expressed her appreciation. "How did you end up here?" Suddenly, a classmate with a middle parting pointed angrily at Chen Chong and his daughter. "Luo Jinyong, lower your voice. You want to attract the zombies?" A thin, dark classmate glared at the one with the middle part. Luo Jinyong muttered an expletive, lowering his voice slightly. You dare to come here from Sioux City No. 2 High School? Qin Chong, cradling his sobbing daughter, wore a face full of anger. I have already stated that this entire incident was orchestrated by Director Shun. It has nothing to do with my daughter and me. Chun Jiaga bore a faint metallic ring mark on her neck, a sight that pained Qin Chong deeply. Yesterday morning, during our competition exam, someone suddenly collapsed with a fever. Initially, the teachers were calling for emergency assistance, but soon those who regained consciousness began to bite others. The situation became somewhat uncontrollable. In our panic, we followed Teacher Zhou and Teacher Yang as we ran downstairs. Song Shijun pointed at Qin Chong, noting that their Sioux City No. 2 High School had locked the auditorium. Chapter 90. Conflict. At that moment, numerous individuals remained unconscious inside, likely destined to become the main course for the undead. Can we truly be blamed for this? Qin Chong scoffed, remarking that they had also rushed downstairs in a fit of urgency. Had it not been for our securing the auditorium door, would you have been able to escape? So, you intend to employ the same tactics again, do you? A long-haired girl, filled with indignation, retorted, observing that there was still some water and fruit in the conference room, asserting that they should remain and await rescue. Shijun countered that it was insufficient water to share, insisting they descend. You refused to comply, adamantly demanding that we all stay in the conference room. What was the outcome? The girl seethed with anger. Luo Jinyong chimed in. Indeed, what was the outcome? As a result, 2 individuals from Sioux City No. 2 High School, who had been bitten, concealed the truth, transforming in the conference room and subsequently biting several others. Recognizing the dire situation, you hurriedly fled, locking the door behind you. I am truly grateful to your entire Sioux City No. 2 High School. Xie Ning cast a cold glare at Qin Chong and his daughter. The door was secured by Director Shun and his team. It has nothing to do with us. Why do you refuse to listen? I currently lack the time for this pointless discussion. Qin Chong pulled his daughter away, urging them not to engage in endless arguments and to focus on the matter at hand. Without this hidden door, countless lives would have been lost. Song Yui tightened her grip on the knife. Indeed, were it not for the absence of a doorknob on the hidden door, seamlessly integrated into the wall, it would have been impossible to completely obstruct their breath. The zombies were utterly unable to breach our defenses, granting us a brief respite. Most significantly, the concealed door was quite sturdy. Initially, we intended to see if we could escape through the ventilation shaft, but fortunately, you arrived just in time, sister. Song Shijun let out a sigh of relief. Sister, I cannot thank you enough. At that moment, a tall, hefty fellow squeezed through, eager to grasp Xie Ning's hand in gratitude, only to be swatted away by Song Shijun. The stout man chuckled foolishly. Sister, had it not been for your arrival, I would have been left here to await my demise. They could all escape, but this physique of mine wouldn't fit through the narrow vent. The group found themselves both amused and exasperated. Luo Jinyong gave him a light slap, admonishing, you should have lost some weight. It could be a matter of life and death at a critical moment. Fortunately, most of the zombies had been lured away by the principal of Sioux City No. 2 High School and his team, so our exit should pose no issue. You all should find something suitable for self-defense, Xie Ning instructed. The group sprang into action. Many were busy moving benches, while others attempted to dismantle table legs. But alas, their strength was insufficient, leaving them thwarted. Xie Ning nodded appreciatively. This was indeed the plight of ordinary individuals in the first 2 years of the apocalypse. Unlike the chaos abroad, our nation has always maintained strict regulations on firearms and bladed weapons. Consequently, at the onset of the apocalypse, nearly all citizens resorted to wielding kitchen knives, hammers, and other makeshift weapons for survival. The better tools available were limited to kitchen knives and batons. The latter was remarkably precise and quite dependable. As for firearms, while they may eventually surface in the underground black market, acquiring them would require not only a substantial amount of crystal cores, but also favorable connections. Most ordinary citizens, upon fleeing their homes, armed themselves with kitchen knives, baseball bats, and the like for protection. The countryside is somewhat better, with vast lands and sparse populations resulting in fewer zombies. Every household possesses a sickle and hammer, and wielding farming tools can provide a means of defense. Let us go. Xie Ning took the lead, guiding a group of resilient individuals, equipped with lanterns and even carrying glass teapots, as they charged towards the first floor. The fervor surged within everyone, invigorating their spirits. Chapter 91. The objective, the exhilarating sensation of escaping and attaining freedom was truly uplifting. Fortunately, the journey was remarkably smooth, with not a single zombie encountered along the way. Upon exiting the building, Teacher Zhou once again expressed his gratitude to Xie Ning and the others. How will you be leaving? Our school bus is parked not far behind. Very well, we shall bid farewell here. Teacher Zhou looked towards Song Shijun, asking, will you be joining them? Yes, Xie Ning nodded slightly. No need for formalities. After some contemplation, Xie Ning decided to share the remaining kitchen knives from her backpack for their protection. Be cautious on your journey. Take care. Sister, you take care as well. Shijun, be safe. The group of students, led by a few teachers, exchanged a few parting words before hastily departing. It was only then that Song Shijun turned to Xie Ning, a hint of shyness gracing his handsome face. Sister, may I step away for a moment? Go ahead. Song Yui looked at her beloved nephew with concern. After a day and night, you must be quite uncomfortable. Do you want Auntie to accompany you? Oh dear, this child, Song Yui sighed. Ning Ning, let us go as well, to avoid any trouble along the way. Xie Ning and Song Yui emerged from the restroom on the first floor. Instinctively, Song Yui turned on the faucet. Mom, Xie Ning called out urgently. Wow. At this moment, Song Yui had also discerned the situation. A stream of yellow-brown water was gushing from the faucet. This water? Song Yui frowned, fearing that it was unsuitable even for washing one's face or bathing. Xie Ning, with a grave expression, nodded slightly in agreement. Song Shijun emerged from the adjacent room, and Xie Ning handed him a damp tissue, suggesting they make do with it and leave the premises. Auntie, we could gather some materials and create a filter ourselves. Perhaps we can see if the filtered water is suitable for washing hands. You know about such things? Xie Ning inquired, somewhat taken aback. Well, somewhat. I conducted similar small experiments back in school, Song Shijun replied, scratching his head. Sister, where do we go from here? To a nearby instant noodle processing factory, Xie Ning said, her gaze contemplative. Auntie, the young man with the yellow hair exclaimed upon seeing them emerge, his eyes lighting up with joy. Are you all right? We're fine. What about you? Don't mention it. Just a moment ago, over a dozen people rushed out, attempting to seize our vehicle when they saw it. The young man gestured toward the scattered zombies on the ground. We had to fend off the zombies while fighting them off. Fortunately, Sister Ning had previously taken the car keys, and since they couldn't drive it, the assailants eventually dispersed. Ji Taiyan wiped the sweat from his brow as he approached, scrutinizing Song Shijun behind Xie Ning. So, this must be your little cousin. Chapter 92. The struggle for resources. It should be that group from Sioux City. No. To high school. Ah, understood. I'll follow your lead. Zhongxian, he replied. Sister, where exactly are we headed? To a nearby instant noodle factory, just a 10-minute journey. It will be swift. It is precisely because Xie Ning had visited that place in her past life that she was aware of the factory's substantial stockpile of raw materials before the apocalypse. Due to the surplus inventory and disorganized management within the factory, even the underground parking lot was crammed with several rows of containers. The food inside had long since spoiled and was no longer usable when Xie Ning and her companions first discovered it, a realization that now fills them with profound sorrow. Rest assured, as long as there are individuals who genuinely exert themselves, they will eventually be rewarded with sustenance. Annie had intended to say something further, but upon hearing Xie Ning's words, she chose to remain silent. The group swiftly boarded 3 vehicles and departed from the competition venue, following Xie Ning's lead. The young man with yellow hair sat in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing at the tilted road sign by the street. Was that the industrial park after the traffic lights? Xie Ning nodded, driving at a swift pace. As she spotted a staggering zombie by the roadside, she pressed the accelerator and deftly maneuvered past it. A series of thuds echoed from behind. The young man turned his head, grinning widely, exclaiming that Tai Xian's driving skills were quite similar to his own. Before long, the small vehicle veered through a side entrance into the industrial park, halting at the warehouse behind the processing plant. The young man looked up at the sign, his expression suddenly filled with excitement. Sister, there's a large pharmacy next door. Shall we take a look? Xie Ning agreed, recognizing the value in gathering more medical supplies. Since they were passing by and had spotted it, there was no reason to let the opportunity slip away. The group dashed to the entrance, and once Xie Ning removed the copper lock from the glass door, Annie was the first to rush inside, eagerly grabbing items from the shelves. Xie Ning paid her no mind and turned to instruct the others to collect supplies as well. Tai Xian. Yes, sister. I'm on it. Xie exclaimed, striding purposefully into the interior. It is truly astonishing that this place has not been ravaged by others and remains devoid of zombies. The words of Song Yui, uttered in a murmured reverie, momentarily halted Xie Ning's steps. Swiftly, she opened the door to the small storage room and stepped inside to survey the surroundings. She began to gather boxes of essential medications, including antipyretics, cold remedies, cough syrup, and anti-inflammatory drugs, packing them into the grand villa. Additionally, she collected an assortment of peculiar treatments. Xie Ning also stowed away an oxygen machine and a blood glucose monitor. And in the end, even the cane and wheelchair did not escape her attention. These medical supplies and the multitude of medications she had previously scavenged from several small pharmacies were piled beside the television cabinet in a disarray that resembled a merchant's chaotic burden. Upon her exit, she observed that the external shelves had been ransacked, leaving items strewn across the ground. Annie and a man were grappling for the asthma medication from Ji Taixin's grasp. Why are you, an ability user, fighting us for these? You already have plenty in your space. Indeed, give us those 2 boxes. They could be exchanged for food later. Ji Taixin, exasperated, retorted, what do you need these for? I have a friend who truly suffers from asthma. He may require them in the future. What friend? I see you are fabricating stories out of thin air. Annie and the man clung stubbornly to the medication. Furrowing her brow, Xie Ning picked up a fallen box of medicine and casually stuffed it into her backpack. I advise you to let go. Can your plastic bags still accommodate more? Chapter 93. The Insatiable Human Heart. Do not covet what is in the pot while eating from the bowl. Know when to cease. Indeed, Song Yui hurried forward and patted Annie's hand, admonishing her not to be greedy, as their flimsy plastic bags could hardly hold anything substantial. The group from the Song Family Rescue Association had left without any backpacks. They had been unceremoniously compelled to board Xie Ning's vehicle, and the plastic bags were a kind gift from Ji Taiyuan. How disappointing, Song Yui thought in exasperation. Why must people be so insatiable? Forget them, Xie Ning remarked, glancing at Ji Taiyuan, who was perspiring profusely. Are you all right? Do you need to take a break? No need for that. I'm just grabbing something. Why would I rest? Ji Taiyuan nearly bristled under the weight of the young girl's meaningful gaze. He was not so frail. Zhongxian, go remind them to be cautious. This place feels peculiar. Why is it that not even a few scattered zombies can be found? There must be something amiss, Xie Ning instructed. Understood, Ningjia. Annie and the others placed their precious plastic bags, filled with medicinal supplies, onto the vehicle before rushing to Xie Ning's side, now empty-handed. By this time, Xie Ning had managed to pry open the metal door of the instant noodle processing factory's rear warehouse. Cautiously, the group followed her inside. There's instant noodles, Annie exclaimed with delight. The others turned to see her tearing open a bag and indulging in the contents. Perhaps it was due to a day of relentless toil without sustenance, but Annie devoured the noodles voraciously, completely lacking any semblance of decorum. Xie Ning observed them, noting that the rest had busied themselves with moving boxes, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. Something about this place felt unsettling, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. What's the matter? We should split up and explore. Let's form groups of 2 or 3. The warehouse area is quite expansive, and there are numerous raw materials piled nearby. Shijun, you seem to be quite idle following Brother Zhongshuan. All right, sister. Xie Ning grasped her mother's hand and led the way toward a corner of the warehouse. Are we going to pack things? Ning, how much can your little warehouse hold? It should accommodate about 100 boxes of raw materials. As Xie Ning spoke softly, she consciously tidied up the living room of the grocery store. Then, she unconsciously shifted to the 2 square meter small space, momentarily taken aback. The small space had suddenly expanded considerably. A vague realization began to dawn upon her, and Xie Ning felt a surge of excitement, momentarily frozen in place. Song Yui murmured as she moved forward, Ning. That small space is indeed quite spacious. I believe it is not much smaller than Taixian's area. Xie Ning turned her head, staring at her mother. Mom, the small space seems to have grown larger. Larger? Song Yui's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly lowered her voice. How much larger? Xie Ning estimated that the previously 2 square meter small space now appeared to be around 50 square meters, with a significant increase in height. The 1.20 meter bed and various tools, maps, and odds and ends that were originally stored in the small space had now all clustered in the center. This indicated that her small space had expanded in all directions. It seems quite large. Xie Ning's eyes sparkled as she looked at her mother. Very, very large. It's several times bigger than before. Chapter 94. Has the spatial ability advanced? She could now ascertain that as her metal-based ability progressed to the initial stage, her spatial ability had advanced alongside it. Xie Ning swiftly shifted her focus to the villa area, her heart racing wildly with excitement. To her astonishment, the glass door connecting the living room and dining area had been opened, allowing her a glimpse into the dining room's furnishings. The floral chandelier illuminated the space with a soft glow, cascading light over a round table crafted from red rosewood and its accompanying chairs. The small lamp on the side cabinet cast a gentle light, while the display cabinet showcased an array of alcoholic beverages. The coffee machine and tea set were quietly arranged on a small bar next to the staircase, everything perfectly in place. However, as her gaze attempted to ascend the winding staircase, it was obstructed, leaving her wondering if, upon further enhancement of her spatial abilities, other areas of the villa would become accessible. Would she be able to explore the upstairs bedrooms, the study, the kitchen, the washroom, or even the outdoor courtyard and lawn? Would it unfold as she imagined? Xie Ning found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain of how to convey this to her mother. Ning Ning? Song Yuai gazed anxiously at her daughter, who stood silent and motionless. What's wrong? She had believed that her small space would not expand or upgrade, as it had remained stagnant in her previous life. Suddenly, an important realization struck her. The lights. The short-circuited nerves finally aligned. The dining room lights were indeed on. Earlier, she had been oblivious to whether the villa's living room was illuminated. It was only upon noticing the display cabinet's vibrant lights that she became aware. Could it be that her villa still had electricity? How astonishing! Xie Ning attempted to turn off the dining room lights, and the space was instantly shrouded in darkness. Then Xie Ning attempted once more, discovering that when the restaurant lights dimmed, the items could not be moved inside. Only by turning on the lights could she bring things into the dining area. To her astonishment, this effectively added another storage space of approximately 50 square meters to her. I should be able to accommodate even more items now. Xie Ning grasped her mother's hand, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. My daughter is truly remarkable. Song Yuai was equally exhilarated, holding her daughter's hand and smiling broadly in praise. The two hurried ahead, distancing themselves from the others. It was then that Xie Ning began to stow away boxes of instant noodles into the small space. However, it could no longer be referred to as a small space. It had transformed into a substantial independent area. The instant noodle factory was never short of ingredients such as beef, lamb, pork, vegetables, flour, palm oil, and various seasonings. Xie Ning pulled her mother over to the supply section, packing away around 200 boxes, which only filled a third of the area. Her independent space had expanded. Song Yuai, beaming with joy, followed closely behind Xie Ning, providing cover while suggesting that there was still a considerable stock of instant noodles nearby, and not taking them would be rather wasteful. Indeed, let us gather more. Her independent space was static, ensuring that the food stored within would remain unspoiled. In contrast, items left in the external warehouse would turn to waste after a year or two, which was quite regrettable. Our Ning Ning is so impressive. Song Yuai peeked out from behind a shelf and quickly announced, Annie and the others are coming. Ning Ning. Xie Ning paused her actions after finishing the last few boxes of instant noodles at her feet. Annie's group was approaching, each of them struggling to carry 3 boxes of instant noodles while panting heavily. Chapter 95. Everyone gains something. A swift object recently darted past us. The stout man standing beside Annie spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Is there a problem here? Xie Ning cast a fleeting glance at them, her expression indifferent. Then you should load the items into the vehicle and wait inside. It was quite inconvenient for them to continue moving forward while clinging to 3 boxes of instant noodles. Particularly, the stout man was encumbered by 5 boxes, completely obstructing his line of sight. In the event of an emergency, they would have no time to flee. The stout man hesitated, stealing a glance at Annie. Lu Dali shot a glare at the young man with yellow hair. Among their group, only the young man bore a large backpack. He had certainly noticed that just moments ago. The young man had opened a box and stuffed at least 20 to 30 packs of instant noodles into his bag, which was no less than the boxes they were currently struggling to carry. That sizable backpack, typically used for hiking, had been given to him by someone named Ji Taiyan. How shameless. It was evident that Ji Taiyan must have additional backpacks in his possession but was unwilling to share. How miserly. Xie Ning chose to disregard Annie's comments and turned to her mother, saying, Let us go ahead and take a look. Annie was infuriated, but Xie Ning ignored her. With no other options, she and Lu Dali's group reluctantly retreated. Lu Dali glanced back at Xie Ning and the young man with yellow hair, scoffing. Don't be so glum. Who knows what lies deeper within? I sense something eerie here. The chill was indeed due to the air conditioning being set excessively low in the warehouse. The power supply system is still functioning normally. In fact, remaining at home is the safest option for us. These individuals murmured their grievances as they swiftly departed from the warehouse. Ji Taixian and Wang Zongxian hurriedly approached with Song Shijun, who now carried a heavy backpack filled with various items, weighing down on his shoulders. I'll open the door, said Xie Ning, her finger poised over the warehouse's activation button. Everyone, be cautious. The group nodded in unison. As Xie Ning pressed the button, the warehouse door ascended, revealing the factory area ahead. The machines stood idle, yet a considerable amount of raw materials and finished products remained stacked beside them. Xie Ning exchanged a glance with her mother, Song Yuai, who promptly instructed Song Shijun, Ji Taixian, and Wang Zongxian to follow her to a different area. Leading them towards the left production line, Xie Ning seized the opportunity to swiftly navigate around a row of noodle pressing machines on the right, stowing away several boxes of raw materials and finished noodles that had yet to be stored in her designated space. As a result, 2/3 of her independent space was now filled. The young girl sighed with relief, feeling that the family's chances of survival had significantly improved. Meanwhile, Ji Taixian gathered useful items from the production line, even whimsically contemplating moving a steamer into their space. Song Yuai chuckled, bemused by his enthusiasm. Let us leave that machine for professionals in the future. Chapter 96. Danger. Ji Taixian. He sensed that his close friend was mocking him, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Song Yuai nodded in agreement. Her daughter's speed in gathering items far surpasses that of the idler. By now, she must have already finished her work. As the four conversed, Xie Ning approached them with a light step. Just as she was about to speak, Ji Taixian pointed behind her with a look of horror, exclaiming that something had just passed through. Xie Ning's expression turned grave as she glanced back, finding the production line unchanged. It must have darted out from the workshop behind them. Wang Zongxian furrowed his brow and inquired, what was it? A person or a zombie? Not quite clear himself, Wang pondered for a few seconds before replying. It seemed like a figure, rather slender, yet remarkably swift. Could it be that speedster from Sioux City No. 2 High School? Be cautious. Suddenly, Song Yuai shouted, pulling her nephew close. Wang Zongxian fired a shot, and a plump, dark rat fell to the ground with a thud, writhing in a pool of blood. Song Yuai anxiously clutched her nephew's arm, both taking a step back. Good heavens, has this rat mutated? The young man shivered. Look, its eyes are red. It's quite terrifying. A sense of foreboding swept through Xie Ning. Retreat, she commanded, and everyone hurriedly followed her towards the warehouse. However, it was too late. A furry paw slammed onto the door's activation switch. The metal door that had previously ascended came crashing down with a loud clatter. Squeaking sounds echoed as several bizarre, shadowy figures emerged from the small office in the production department. Xie Ning's gaze turned icy as she summoned her metallic abilities, causing a row of metal spikes to emerge before her. A few shadowy figures unwittingly landed upon these spikes, letting out piercing cries as they continued to advance. The sound of scraping filled the air, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Flesh and blood hung from the metallic protrusions, yet those creatures seemed oblivious, relentlessly charging towards them. Unfortunately, several of them were impaled in the abdomen by the spikes, and their struggles only caused blood to flow more profusely until they could no longer move. Only one tenacious creature managed to escape the grasp of the metal spikes, dragging its blood-soaked form towards them. Suddenly, Xie Ning brandished a black long knife, striking downwards at the oncoming creature. The blade carved a gash across its head, and Wang Zongxian followed up with a shot from behind, sending the creature tumbling heavily to the ground. Song Yuai swiftly brought down her knife. What manner of beast is this? The young man with the yellow hair trembled, pointing at the grotesque figure sprawled on the ground. It appears to be a factory worker, Song Yuai remarked, her heart racing as she stole a glance. The worker's face was adorned with several whisker-like protrusions, and his palms were coated in a layer of long, coarse fur, rendering him far removed from any semblance of humanity. Be cautious, a first-tier zombie is at play here. Everyone retreat. Xie Ning's pupils constricted sharply as she focused on the creature that had burst forth from the office, tightening her grip on the long knife. Is that a rat? A rat person? The young man with the yellow hair stepped back, his expression one of horror. The creature appeared exceedingly bizarre. Its body covered in a thick layer of black, coarse fur, with particularly dense coverage on its face, revealing only faint traces of its facial contours. It must have been a rather young individual before the apocalypse. However, at this moment, a grotesque creature emitted a chilling squeak as it lunged toward them. Xie Ning inhaled deeply, wielding her long knife with swift and forceful precision. It remained uncertain whether the zombie virus had been transmitted from humans to rodents or if rodents had in turn fed the virus back to humanity. The zombie virus had perfectly merged the traits of both humans and rats. Be cautious, its claws are laced with potent toxins. Xie Ning sliced through the air, pivoting her body to position herself beside Song Shijun, and with a deft motion, drove a metallic spike into the shoulder of the attacking rat man, pinning it in place as it thrashed and squeaked in distress. Song Shijun swung a kitchen knife down, embedding it in the back of the rat man's skull, only to find it somewhat stuck. The young man, accustomed to a life of academia and basketball with little physical exertion, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he struggled to extract the knife. Xie Ning raised her hand and forcefully pushed her cousin, along with the knife, backward. Song Shijun, clutching the freed knife, stumbled back a few steps, his fair and handsome face flushed with a rosy hue. She mused to herself that if she were to run 10 laps, her feeble family members would surely need to run 5 more to keep up. Unbeknownst to the delicate members of her family, they were inadvertently being subjected to an unexpected increase in their exertion. Ningjia, Wang Zhongshuan called out. Xie Ning reacted swiftly, tilting her head just in time for a small lead pellet to strike the skull of a rat man lurking behind. In one fluid motion, she pierced the rat man with a metallic spike. Let us go. With a commanding tone, she urged everyone to follow her toward the small office of the production department. Be careful, I will deal with that first-tier mutated rat man. If that thing remains unresolved, it is likely to summon all rodents within a radius of 100 miles. Should this place transform into an ocean of mice, their demise would be imminent. Ning Ning, Song Yui called out, only to witness her daughter bravely kick open the office door, launching a flurry of metal spikes towards the figure ahead. This is not good. Xie Ning frowned slightly. Just as she shouted a warning to stay back, a massive hole suddenly opened up, and the figure tumbled down with a thunderous crash. Ning Ning, Sister Ning. The mice truly possessed the remarkable ability to burrow, as this mutated rat person had managed to create such a large hole in their office. The concrete below had been entirely hollowed out, leaving merely a thin layer of paper-like ground above. With a slight exertion of force, Xie Ning found herself plummeting down alongside the mutated rat person. Song Yui and the others rushed to the dark abyss, anxiously stomping their feet, pondering what to do. Air Guzi and Shijun remained behind. Aunt Song, I'll descend with the little yellow-haired one to investigate. You're just a little Air Guzi. Ji Taiyin muttered under his breath, yet his movements were swift as he retrieved bundles of coarse hemp rope from his spatial pocket. Meanwhile, Xie Ning's body had already fallen into a long passageway due to the ground's collapse. Xie Ning couldn't help but curse the creativity of the situation. It turned out that the basement of this instant noodle processing factory had been entirely excavated. So, this is the butterfly effect of her rebirth? She slid down the winding passageway for a good 5 minutes. Fortunately, at the moment of her fall, she had decisively retrieved a blanket from her independent space to wrap around herself, thereby avoiding direct friction with the earthen layers. Xie Ning, ensconced in a thick blanket, tumbled down, landing heavily upon something that emitted a pitiful whine beneath her. The impact from her backpack left her chest aching, prompting her to instinctively thrust out a metallic spike, piercing the foreheads of several audacious rats that had approached her with an alarming squeal. Dr. Yu! A shrill cry suddenly detonated in Xie Ning's ear. Wrapping herself more tightly in the blanket, she forcefully rolled over and tumbled down. As she turned her head, she beheld a man with disheveled white hair, curled up like a shrimp, his features contorted in discomfort as he struggled to look up at her. My apologies, Xie Ning said with a stoic expression, adjusting her blanket before rising with her backpack in hand. Who are you? A woman rushed over, extending her hand to assist the white-haired man. Dr. Yu, are you all right? I'm fine, he gritted through clenched teeth, brushing aside his tangled white hair and evading the woman's eager assistance, shakily propping himself up. You must be a metal element ability user, right? That metallic spike just now emerged from your body, he remarked, his previously chaotic features gradually settling. However, the mottled patches on his face gave him a somewhat ludicrous appearance. Xie Ning glanced at him. Is there something you need? How dare you speak to Dr. Yu like that? The woman scolded, her teeth clenched. She intended to continue, but was cut off by Dr. Yu, whom she revered, waving his hand dismissively in impatience. Enough, enough. The man fixed his slender, phoenix-like eyes on Xie Ning and suddenly extended his hand toward her. Hello, may I study you? Xie Ning's expression was impassive as she swung her fist towards the slender, pale face, sending him crashing to the ground. The crowd erupted into chaos, with several middle-aged individuals clad in white lab coats rushing forward to assist him. It was at this moment that Xie Ning realized that within this gaping pit, there were approximately 50 to 60 individuals either seated or standing about. Some slumped against the walls, listlessly murmuring to themselves as if in a state of delirium, while others gravitated towards her, occasionally glancing towards the tunnel entrance. Are you also discarded here as mere sustenance for the rat people? Inquired a middle-aged worker dressed in a uniform from a noodle factory. Surrounding him were 3 or 4 dozen others, all donning the same work attire, evidently the production workers who had not managed to escape in time. Xie Ning yanked down a tattered blanket, frowning as she brushed off the dust. This blanket had accompanied her for 2 decades, patched together with various animal hides since the apocalypse, now worn and threadbare. Yet, sentimentality held her back from discarding it. She had a habit of keeping seemingly insignificant items, knowing they could prove invaluable in critical moments. After folding the blanket neatly and stowing it in her bulging backpack, Xie Ning cast a glance around. She noted that the majority of gazes were fixated on her backpack, and she swallowed hard. Do you intend to quietly hoard supplies while sitting here? She mused. Curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. The cavernous pit was enveloped by thick layers of earth on all sides. Above, there was a tunnel opening, the very entrance through which she had just slid down from the production department office. Chapter 98. Resentment. With 50 to 60 individuals crammed into this small, dilapidated space, the air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Xie Ning pulled a mask from her backpack and silently donned it, giving a gentle kick to the scattered corpses of a few ordinary mice. The rodents had not undergone any mutations. Frustrated by being jostled aside by a group of doctors in white coats, the woman turned her gaze to Xie Ning's actions and couldn't help but scoff. Do you possess any common sense? The air here is stagnant and impure. Wearing that mask will soon leave you gasping for breath. Xie Ning retrieved a small oxygen tank from her bag, removed her mask to take a couple of breaths, and then replaced it. This act left the mocking woman momentarily speechless. All right, Commissioner Fong, please step aside for a moment. A gentleman in a gray suit, appearing to be in his 50s, approached. Upon meeting Xie Ning's gaze, he paused for a moment and said, My apologies, I am Wei Jingtong, the Deputy Director of the Sioux City Biomedical Research Institute. These are my colleagues. Dr. Yu meant no offense. He simply speaks his mind. By the way, have we met before? Xie Ning glanced at him without responding, her expression remaining cool and detached, though internally, she was quite agitated. It turned out that the Wei doctor they were looking for, along with Captain Gu and his team, was right there in this mouse hole. Would Captain Gu's group be able to find him? How irritating. Xie Ning had no desire to associate with these people. Seeing her silence, Wei Jingtong assumed the young lady was merely temperamental and still harboring resentment towards Yu Tianfeng for his rudeness. He quickly offered her a warm smile. Young lady, I noticed your remarkable use of metal spikes earlier. You must be an ability user. Out of courtesy, Xie Ning reluctantly nodded. How long have you been trapped here? A day and a night, he replied. Everyone in our research lab just relocated here yesterday and encountered those rat-like beings. Dr. Wei let out a bitter laugh, finding it amusing that they seemed to possess some basic awareness, understanding the necessity of stockpiling food while leaving us stranded. However, as time passes, all those trapped here increasingly feel a sense of despair. Since they have stockpiled provisions, it stands to reason that one day we will inevitably be consumed, right? You are an ability user. Hurry and take us out of here. Miss Fong suddenly interjected, her tone laced with an undeniable command. I am a metal-type ability user, not an earth-type. Xie Ning rolled her eyes, wandering around in search of a clear space to sit down, lamenting the earth surrounding her. A few burly workers could not help but weep. So we are left to await our demise? Why didn't they act sooner? Why hadn't they thought of self-rescue before her arrival? It vexed Xie Ning to see them continually placing their hopes in others. After all, they exhibited no will to survive. Whether they lived or died was merely a matter of time. Xie Ning's expression remained icy. How can you be so heartless? What are you saying? Fang Jiawen could not restrain her indignation. We are all fellow humans. What harm is there in lending a hand? I have heard such words far too often. Spare me the pleasantries. Xie Ning interrupted her outburst. I could wait until you all perish before devising a means to escape. Fang Jiawen was left speechless, her face flushed with anger. A worker clad in factory attire stood up, his face reddening. Then what do you suggest we do? We have the strength to act. It's just that our intellect is lacking. First, let us dig through that wall. Dig through? The earth will inevitably seep in, diminishing our space for survival, the workers argued. Indeed, this pit is so deep. What purpose would digging serve? Can we possibly excavate our way to the surface? That seems implausible. Moreover, where are the tools for digging? We can provide the necessary equipment. A petite figure in a lab coat timidly raised his hand, pulling a large burlap sack from behind him. While fleeing, they managed to bring along several tools and instruments, though many were damaged or lost along the way. One of the factory workers wiped his face and gritted his teeth, proclaiming, "Then let us dig." Suddenly, Xie Ning, who had been indifferent, changed her demeanor sharply and hurried to the tunnel's entrance. At that moment, 3 figures descended from above in quick succession. Xie Ning swiftly unleashed a series of metallic spikes, forming a circle that ensnared the trio and yanked them down. Song Yuai, Wang Zhongshuan, and Yuan Kaida landed with a thud. Fortunately, they had benefited from the pull and did not fall hard. Mom, Xie Ning rushed over, noticing her mother's hands and feet grazed by the earth. She couldn't help but murmur in reproach, "Why did you come down?" Thankfully, her mother wore long sleeves and pants, unlike the others, whose bare arms bore fresh wounds. "Didn't I tell you not to come?" Xie Ning frowned. The young man with the messy hair grinned. How could Aunt Song possibly be at ease? "We came down with her to take a look. It's nothing serious, just a few superficial injuries." At that moment, the petite figure in the lab coat timidly raised his hand once more. "I have some iodine and gauze on my side. It might be of help to you." The 4 of them turned to look at him in unison. A slender young man, visibly anxious, adjusted the glasses perched on his nose, his voice growing ever fainter. "It helps a bit." Song Yuai hurried over, placing a reassuring hand on the earnest lad's shoulder. "Thank you, young man. You are truly a kind-hearted soul. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Wang, come here quickly. Let me apply some for you. Aunt Song, you go ahead. It's nothing. I only have a slight abrasion on my hand, while your injuries are far more severe. Who are you? Are you the sister-in-law?" Wei Jingtong approached briskly, his expression one of surprise as he regarded Song Yuai. Taken aback, Song Yuai handed the iodine-soaked gauze to Wang Zhongshuan. "Old Wei, it's really you, sister-in-law." "Doctor." Wei chuckled. Song Yuai smiled awkwardly, replying, "Indeed, quite a coincidence. By the way, have you seen your family's old Xie? He was among the first to be evacuated." "Is there?" "Mom, let us discuss how to leave," Xie Ning interjected, rather impolitely interrupting Dr. Wei as she pulled her mother away. Dr. Wei fell silent, his gaze lingering on Xie Ning's retreating figure, a complex expression crossing his face. No wonder she looked so familiar. She was indeed the daughter that old Xie often mentioned. Whenever he visited old Xie's office, he would frequently see that family portrait, featuring the little girl with a radiant smile, vibrant and youthful. In reality, she was even more beautiful than in the photograph, and he had momentarily failed to recognize her. Song Yuai wiped her eyes, asking, "Your father?" "Mom, don't be sad. He will fare better than anyone else. Worrying is unnecessary. He doesn't need it," Xie Ning replied, her tone frigid, laced with an unshakable resentment. It is impossible to say that one bears no resentment. In her past life, she wandered for 20 years in a world on the brink of collapse, hearing the most from the broadcasts about the miraculous achievements of Dr. Xie. The establishment of a new civilization by the Biomedical Research Institute seemed to her an unattainable dream. Chapter 99. Only Mother Remains. Extra for votes. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, the global regions were severely affected by frigid temperatures, and crops had long been devastated. This day marked the coldest of all since the onset of the apocalypse. The biting wind cut through her rough little face like a dagger, leaving her in pain. Xie Ning rubbed her frozen hands, shivering as she stood in front of a row of grand villas, waiting for what felt like an eternity. At last, the villa door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in thick garments, bundled from head to toe. Xie Ning would forever remember the woman's gaze, which scrutinized her with a sidelong glance, appraising her from head to toe. The clothing, though relatively clean, appeared rather scant, accentuating the girl's petite frame, making her seem almost pitifully vulnerable, as if she were lower than an ant in the eyes of others. "Come with me," the woman said, her expression neutral as she turned, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. In these times, relatives seeking recognition were all too common. She claimed to be the daughter of a gentleman, but who could truly know? Yet, Miss Kong, beautiful and kind-hearted, suggested bringing the girl inside for a brief introduction. In her view, it would be better to send her away immediately to avoid the hassle. Xie Ning followed the woman through the villa's entrance, crunching through the thick layer of snow, traversing the courtyard. Upon reaching the main door, the woman shot her a cold glance and said, "Wait here." She was left behind, standing alone at the bottom of the villa's staircase, her hands nervously clutching each other as she observed the woman stamping the snow off her feet. Xie Ning was oblivious to how long she had been waiting. Her feet, having endured the biting cold for an extended period, were soaked through in her worn-out sneakers, leaving her numb and devoid of sensation. She could not discern whether the pain was in her feet or her heart. It simply felt as though every part of her ached. After what felt like an eternity, just as Xie Ning was on the brink of fainting in the snow, the front door slowly creaked open. A noblewoman, draped in sumptuous fur and adorned with an Hermes shawl, emerged gracefully. Her hair was styled in an elegant bun, with diamond flowers nestled at her temples, and she cradled a lively boy of about 4 or 5 years in her arms, surveying Xie Ning from her elevated position on the villa steps. Although the woman's shawl clashed with her luxurious fur, and her taste was questionable, it did not diminish the aura of opulence that surrounded her. Holding the boisterous child, she regarded Xie Ning with a nonchalant gaze, scanning her from head to toe before suddenly breaking into a faint smile. "Zhangma, please fetch 100 crystal cores for this young lady," she commanded, extending a hand adorned with a strikingly large diamond ring that nearly dazzled the eyes. The woman who had previously welcomed Xie Ning into the courtyard hurriedly approached with utmost respect, presenting a finely crafted embroidered bag to her. The noblewoman spoke coolly, while Zhang Ma smirked inwardly, thinking of yet another impoverished relative seeking favors. She stepped forward and thrust the embroidered bag into Xie Ning's hands, then instinctively wiped her fingers on her waist as if she had touched something unclean. After 4 years, Xie Ning had long forgotten what the exquisite embroidery pieces from the world before the apocalypse looked like. It turned out that she had been the only one wandering aimlessly, surviving on meager rations. The lives of the affluent continued to flourish as ever. She remained merely an ordinary survivor. Meanwhile, those of extraordinary means had long since restored their electricity, adorned themselves in gold and silver, and enjoyed abundant provisions, with servants at their beck and call. The noblewoman adjusted her fur coat and patted the boisterous boy beside her. "I wonder where you gleaned such information to find this place in the bitter cold," she remarked. "But you must be well aware of the current status of old Xie. Were I in your position, I would refrain from intruding upon his serene and contented life. Miss Xie, you must have come of age. You have long surpassed the years of relying on your parents' protection. It is time for you to assume responsibility for your future. Moreover, you are fully aware of the circumstances between your mother and old Xie. Having been apart for so many years, why return to disturb him and evoke his sorrow once more? His entire focus is now devoted to the research on zombie purification, a project that concerns the future of humanity and the welfare of both you and me. I shall not permit you to disrupt his peace of mind." Xie Ning was utterly oblivious to how she had stumbled away from the villa district. Her frozen body and the rigid, icy soles of her shoes felt as if they were pricking her like needles. She clutched tightly to the delicate embroidered bag in her hand, which was both beautiful and fragrant, containing 100 zombie cores, first-tier cores. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, zombies had evolved to 5th and 6th tiers. The 100-unit crystal core could only be exchanged for half a kilogram of rice. Xie Ning was not one to weep easily. Throughout the 4 years of the apocalypse, she had seldom shed tears, naively believing that her tears had long since dried up with the passing of her loved ones. However, that night, Xie Ning allowed herself to weep intensely. She buried the 100 crystal cores, along with a beautiful embroidered pouch and the only family portrait she had left, beneath a withered tree. From that day forth, Xie Ning no longer had a father. "Ning Ning?" Song Yue, a gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her daughter's ear, perplexed by the sudden shift in the girl's demeanor. "It's nothing, Mom." Xie Ning embraced her. Now, Ning Ning had only her mother. Behind them, a few whispers floated through the air. "Is this the wife of Dr. Xie, born in the countryside?" She truly is rather plump and unattractive. But her daughter is quite lovely. She must have inherited Dr. Xie's genes. I heard they were having marital troubles, and given the current situation, the Civil Affairs Bureau might not even be processing applications anymore. Xie Ning halted, her expression turning icy as she glared at the gossipy young researchers in white coats. Is it your institution's purpose to delve into the gossip of human emotions? With all that idle chatter, you would do better to contemplate how to escape and preserve your own lives. Ning, Song Yuai tugged at her daughter, exchanging a glance with the awkward Dr. Wei. Without uttering a word, they merely nodded in acknowledgement. After about 15 minutes of digging, a worker from the instant noodle factory suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, it seems there's a door behind this earthen wall." At the sound of a call, those who had been languishing in the corners seemed to spring back to life, hastily crawling and scurrying to assist in the excavation. Indeed, there was a door, resembling a connecting portal to a garage. Behind it lies a garage, someone exclaimed with delight. In Chapter 100, titled Who Will Regret?, Xie Ning had long been aware of the garage's connecting door concealed behind the earthen wall. The reason she urged others to dig was due to the metal buried beneath the soil, an element she found challenging to manifest her abilities upon. This hollowed-out earthen chamber was directly linked to the underground garage on the second level adjacent to it. How could a door inexplicably exist within this earthen wall? The disarray of this establishment's planning was evident. Otherwise, finished goods would not be stored within the underground garage. What factory would engage in such practices? With warehouses to the east and west, and the garage doubling as a storage area, it was a testament to the chaotic management. A man, seemingly a higher-up within the factory, offered an awkward smile, revealing that they had initially intended to expand the underground garage. However, midway through the project, the board of directors had abruptly halted it. The door had been installed, yet the expansion remained incomplete. Could we possibly exit through here? A young lab-coated individual inquired, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Mother, please be cautious, Xie Ning whispered to Song Yuai and the others. That first-tier rat man fell alongside me just now. You all witnessed it. Yet, he suddenly vanished, indicating his remarkable digging speed. Now, I have no idea where he has burrowed off to. A shiver ran down Song Yuai's spine. Junjun and Taixian are still above. I hope they aren't in any danger. Indeed, Song Shijun and the others had encountered genuine peril. As Song Yuai and her companions descended deeper into the abyss, they were soon beset by a horde of rats emerging from the production department's office. These creatures, with their blood-red eyes gleaming ominously, gnawed at everything in sight. Ji Taiyin, gripped by terror, swiftly retrieved a bucket of gasoline from his spatial pocket and doused the rodent swarm. Meanwhile, the rats had gnawed through the coarse hemp ropes binding Song Yuai and her companions to the machinery, causing them to tumble down the passageway in a sudden, disorienting descent. The rodents, having severed their restraints, turned their attention toward the two living targets, Ji Taiyin and Song Shijun. As the menacing rodents charged towards them, Ji Taiyin made a split-second decision to hurl a lighter into the fray. Flames ignited along the trail of gasoline, engulfing many of the rats in a fiery inferno, their shrieks piercing the air. "Run!" Ji Taiyin shouted. When he turned, he was taken aback to see Song Shijun, that impudent rascal, had already sprinted several dozen meters ahead. Clutching his backpack, he rushed towards a metal door, only to discover it was immovably sealed, as if welded shut. No amount of button pressing yielded results. It appeared that their earlier skirmish with the ratmen had damaged the door. Ji Taiyin pounded on it with fervor, then seized an axe from his spatial pocket, striking it with all his might, yet it remained obstinately still. The two exchanged anxious glances. Song Shijun furrowed his brow, realizing they had no choice but to descend further into the depths. The fire blazed fiercely around them. If they did not escape soon, they would be trapped within the factory, roasted like suckling pigs. I wonder what lies beneath, he mused. Do you have a thicker blanket or something to wrap around yourself and mitigate the friction with the ground? Ji Taiyin tossed a thick woolen blanket to him. As Song Shijun wrapped it around himself, he remarked, I suspect the ground below has been thoroughly excavated by the rat people, so we should lean back as much as possible when descending. Before he could finish his thought, he witnessed Ji Taiyin, without a second word, snugging the blanket tighter and leaping into the hole with a splash. He offered Song Shijun no chance to react. Truly, when calamity strikes, everyone looks out for themselves. Song Shijun twitched his lips and rushed to the edge of the pit, noting that flames had already begun to lick at his feet. He placed his backpack in front of him to shield his chest and took a deep breath before jumping down. At that moment, the metallic door was pried open with a loud clatter. A thick cloud of smoke billowed towards him. "Oh no, it's really on fire," Lou Dolly exclaimed with a grin. "I hope no one gets hurt." The two soldiers prying open the door turned to him, frowning at his tone, which was laced with a sense of malicious glee that even a fool could discern. "Oh, I'm merely concerned about Miss Xie and the others, nothing else." Lou Dolly chuckled, though inwardly, he cursed Xie Ning and the others for their insatiable greed. Knowing full well their limitations, they still wished to venture further, leading to this misfortune. What was most infuriating was that they had not only rushed towards danger, but had also taken the car keys, leaving the rest of them stranded here to wait idly. How selfish. Lu Wei was about to lead a few young soldiers forward when Gu Chen suddenly tugged on him, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck down two red-eyed rats that had darted out. The rodents didn't even have time to bite before they were split in two, lifeless and charred. "Ah, rats." Annie gasped and took 2 steps back, her entire body bristling with fear. She was the kind of person who would leap onto a table and scream for help at the sight of a cockroach, let alone when a large rat suddenly darted in front of her. "Silence," Gu Chen commanded, instructing someone to retrieve a fire extinguisher from the vehicle. Fortunately, the flames were not too fierce, and before long, they had managed to extinguish the fire in the factory to a significant extent. At that moment, a mutated rat man, covered in coarse bristles, squeaked in alarm. Upon seeing the crackling lightning emitted from Gu Chen's hand, it appeared as though it had encountered a hazardous object, and without hesitation, it turned and fled. In the garage, Gu Chen focused intently on the direction of the rat man's escape, striding forward in pursuit. Annie, witnessing this, grew anxious. "Where are you going? Hey, aren't these people sent by the higher-ups to rescue the civilians? How can you just leave them behind? What should they do now?" She glanced at the charred rat corpse lying on the ground. Would staying here pose a danger? Lou Dolly and his companions exchanged glances, contemplating whether to follow them for protection in this critical moment. The sight of those plump rats had indeed been unsettling. "Why should we follow them? Can't you see they are ignoring us completely?" Annie, irritated, kicked the Golden Cup car. "This place is far too unsafe. We should leave as soon as possible." "But how?" "The car keys are with Xie Ning," she exclaimed, referring to that tyrannical woman who would only seek to enslave them. Lou Dolly hesitated for a moment. "Is it feasible? You coward. Do you wish to remain with that dead girl and continue to be bossed around?" Gathering his resolve, Lou Dolly replied, "Let us go." 2 individuals called out, prompting most to turn and depart. Thus, only the 2 remained beside the golden vehicle, exchanging a glance. "Emoli, are you not leaving?" Emoli, having previously been pricked by Xie Ning's metallic spike, felt a lingering trepidation. Fearful and unconvinced that accompanying these individuals would be safer than staying with Xie Ning, he declined to follow. "You shall regret this," Annie hissed through clenched teeth, gathering her belongings and turning away. Chapter 101. The escape. Yet, even with this knowledge, she could only manage a smile. As for those who had chosen to depart, they could only wish for their own fortunes. The metal connecting door behind the earthen cave had been unearthed by a group of workers, revealing its original form. The crowd gazed eagerly at Xie Ning. Stepping forward, her expression impassive, she launched a metallic spike, which swiftly penetrated the lock. The once immovable door was effortlessly pushed open by the young girl. Had it not been for Xie Ning's icy glare, the onlookers might have erupted in cheers. Dr. Yu, with his unkempt white hair and seemingly befuddled mind, squeezed into the throng, hastily reaching Xie Ning's side. The other white-coated figures, fearing for their Dr. Yu's safety against the young girl, hurried to shield him. The workers who had exerted the most effort expressed their displeasure, urging, "No shoving. One at a time, we shall go first. Hello, what is your name? Your metallic abilities appear formidable. If you can unlock this door, does it mean you can open any lock, be it a car lock, a safe lock, or any lock at all?" Dr. Yu finally managed to squeeze his way to Xie Ning's side, but before he could utter a word, he was forcefully nudged aside by 2 workers. Xie Ning, uninterested in the curious simpleton beside her, thought little of her own gold-based powers. What were they worth? True, formidable gold users could conjure aircraft, artillery, and tanks. Dr. Yu, cautious, was quickly surrounded by several white-coated individuals who rushed to steady his unsteady form. Meanwhile, Xie Ning had gathered a few workers from the production department and her mother, Yuanda, as they exited through the connecting door. The underground garage, upon first glance, appeared largely intact. In the corners lay scattered finished product boxes. "Let's grab something to eat before we leave." Although the production workers were still shaken, they hurried towards the boxes at the sight of them. "Don't go near them," Xie Ning commanded, just as numerous large, red-eyed rats erupted from behind the boxes. With a swift motion, she conjured a barrier of metallic spikes to impede their advance. A few ferocious rats lunged at the workers, and amidst a cacophony of horrifying screams, chaos ensued. Grabbing her bewildered mother, Xie Ning turned to flee. Xiao Yuan, Zhongxian, the two quickly followed, hastening towards a corner of the parking lot. Song Shijun, shedding his blanket, stepped out behind Ji Taixian through the metal door, only to be met with the unfolding scene. Heavens! Rats numbering in the hundreds, perhaps thousands, surged toward the crowd with alarming speed. "Catch up with your sister." Ji Taixian, propelled by fear, immediately dashed in the direction of Xie Ning. As she ran, Xie Ning laid down more metal spikes, acutely aware of the draining toll her abilities were taking. The arrangement of metallic spikes failed to match the relentless speed of the approaching rodents. The young girl furrowed her brow, her expression momentarily frozen. Overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation, she had to swiftly lead her mother and others to safety, indifferent to the fates of the unfamiliar individuals around her. Ji Taixian and Song Shijun trailed behind a group of disheveled figures clad in white coats, occasionally tossing lighters into the throng of mice. Breathless, Song Shijun exclaimed, "How many lighters can you produce?" "Perhaps a few hundred," came the reply. As they ran, the two pursued the chaotic swarm, Ji Taixian, being an awakened power user. Though perhaps not as physically capable as those with strength or speed abilities, nonetheless possessed a significantly superior constitution compared to an ordinary person. "You're falling behind, cousin Shijun," Ji Taixian teased with a smirk. "Your stamina is waning." Song Shijun's face flushed crimson, adrenaline surging to his head. Despite Ji Taixian's jests, he noticed his cousin lagging and hastily pulled him along, urging, "Hurry." Suddenly, 4 or 5 enormous rats, their eyes glowing red, lunged towards them. Ji Taixian hurled a bottle of alcohol with his left hand while tossing a lighter with his right. Flames erupted fiercely among the rodents, but one particularly large rat, seemingly their leader, lunged angrily and bit into Ji Taixian's pant leg. His face turned ashen. "Ah, help! It's gotten inside." In a panic, Song Shijun's strikingly handsome face reddened, beads of sweat cascading down his chin. In the heat of the moment, a strange energy surged rapidly from his hand. A gust of wind swept through, tearing apart Ji Taixian's pant leg, striking the head of a zombie rat that had crawled in. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Song Shijun, perplexed, looked down at his palm. A sudden realization struck Ji Taixian. "Cousin, have you awakened your powers? Quickly show me. Your last movement was so swift that I barely caught a glimpse." A flicker of astonishment and joy appeared on Song Shijun's face as he silently sensed the energy coursing within him, then abruptly flicked his hand. A small gust swirled, transforming into razor-sharp blades that swiftly and mercilessly severed the heads of 3 or 5 zombie rats. "I too possess abilities now. Cousin, you have succeeded," they exclaimed with delight, one after the other. However, their joy was short-lived as they soon noticed a dense horde of rats pursuing them from behind. Xie Ning, supporting her mother with one hand, wielded the other to launch several metallic spikes, skewering a dozen zombie rats and pinning them to the ground. As Song Shijun and Ji Taixian dashed forward with frantic urgency, they glimpsed the rats struggling on the skewers, a sight that made them feel queasy, vowing never to eat skewers again. The group had now reached the entrance of the underground parking garage, where they encountered a rushing zombie ratman head-on. They stared at each other in disbelief, without hesitation. Xie Ning swung her blade. The ratman moved with remarkable speed, but during that brief moment of delay, a fierce lightning bolt struck down upon him. The ensuing cacophony of sound erupted as the ratman's head burst open in a kaleidoscope of colors. Xie Ning subtly adjusted her mask, using a long metallic spike to pry open the ratman's grotesque skull, extracting a glimmering small particle from within. At that moment, Lu Wei, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, swiftly surrounded the area and began to douse the ground with gasoline. "Hurry up!" As everyone rushed to the parking lot entrance, flames erupted, rapidly engulfing the interior. The zombie mice, with their beady red eyes, rolled frantically on the ground as their fur caught fire, emitting sharp, distressed squeaks. Xie Ning tossed a small crystal nucleus to Gu Chun, urging him to move. Chapter 102. The rodent infestation. Gu Chun hesitated briefly as he grasped the crystal nucleus. casting a smile at Xie Ning. The little girl certainly held on to her principles. Each time he eliminated a first-tier zombie, she would dutifully offer him the nucleus. The group hurriedly exited the underground parking lot. When they turned back to look, they saw clusters of flames gradually igniting within, quickly obstructing the exit. That was quite a commotion. We need to leave this place swiftly, Gu Chun remarked, his gaze fixed on the fire in the parking lot before glancing at Xie Ning. She met his gaze and nodded firmly, signaling to proceed. The group hastened towards the flower bed, only to suddenly witness a small vehicle drifting rapidly past them. Hey, that's our car. The car, Ji Tai Xian exclaimed, tugging at his unevenly hemmed pants and pointing in astonishment. Xie Ning's expression sharpened. She launched 2 metallic spikes that pierced the car's window, securing it firmly. Step back, Gu Chun commanded in a low voice, just as a surge of energy descended, flipping the drifting vehicle upside down. The underside was swarming with tiny mice, sending chills down one's spine. Bolts of lightning struck the car with ferocity. The small vehicle suddenly erupted into flames, engulfing a multitude of little mice that were unable to escape, their cries echoing in distress. Oh dear, Ji Tai Xian exclaimed while slapping his thigh, the car is gone. At such a time, who cares about the car? Watch your step. Before Wang Zongxian could finish his sentence, Ji Tai Xian, in his folly, wrapped him in a thick coat. What are you doing? Hurry, put on something warmer. Don't let them bite you. As he turned, a massive shadow lunged towards them, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Xie Ning stood frozen, her head tilted back, fixating on the strikingly handsome face of the man who was mere inches away. Behind her, the ground where Xie Ning had stood suddenly collapsed without warning, and hundreds of mice emerged, squeaking in a chaotic frenzy. Xie Ning instinctively raised her knife and struck down the plump mouse that lunged towards Gu Chen's shoulder. Don't you have any fire-type abilities in your team? No, but I believe my sister's fusion of metal and electricity might yield extraordinary results, the man replied, looking down at her, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with a playful curve. My goodness, how do these creatures reproduce? How did so many appear at once? Ji Tai Xian jumped around, shouting for his cousin Song Shijun. Hurry, help me. They're biting my back. In a flurry, Song Shijun unleashed a gust of wind, striking the swarm of mice on Ji Tai Xian's back. Song Yuai, having just disemboweled a few mice with her metal knife, turned with a delighted expression. Jun, have you awakened your powers? Yes, Aunt. Hurry and come behind me. Song Shijun attempted to manipulate a gust of wind, creating a barrier before them. Any unwary little rodents that dared to approach would be swept away, shredded like meat in a grinder. Quite impressive. Song Yui felt a pang of envy towards her nephew. Ji Taihan hurriedly draped a thick military coat over Song Yui, urging, Aunt, wrap yourself up well, don't get bitten. Already sensitive to heat, Song Yui began to perspire as she was enveloped in the heavy coat, her lips twitching in reluctant gratitude for her nephew's good intentions. These creatures reproduce in alarming numbers each day, and over time, they could pose a significant threat. Xie Ning pinched her fingers together, conjuring 2 metal spikes several meters long, sweat beading on her forehead. All right, that's enough. Enough, she said. Gu Chen placed a hand on her shoulder, his right hand raised as crackling lightning surged into the metal spikes. The synergy of their abilities was remarkably seamless. Xie Ning, somewhat taken aback, couldn't help but steal a glance at the man. To her surprise, he noticed her furtive action. He looked down at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Sister, there's no need to sneak a peek. I'm right here for you to observe. Xie Ning. At that moment, the 2 elongated metal spikes crackled with electricity, spanning from one end of the flower bed to the wall. A multitude of small rodents scurrying by encountered the electrified metal lines, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds. The onlookers were utterly astounded, for it was hundreds, if not thousands, of tiny mice that could not pass through the electric barrier devised by Captain Gu and Sister Ning, originally busy with catching mice. Song Shijun foolishly set down his hands and exclaimed, Wow, that's impressive. Xie Ning also felt a sense of awe. However, it seemed that Captain Gu's electric current was truly remarkable. The relentless little rodents, upon making contact with the metallic wire, would transmit the electric current throughout their bodies, affecting countless others. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of mice, permeated by a charred scent. You're amazing. Suddenly, a man with a wild mane of white hair dashed over to Gu Chun and Xie Ning, his keen phoenix eyes fixed curiously on Gu Chun. What are you staring at? Gu Chun glared back, radiating an aura that suggested he might pluck out an eye if the man continued to gawk. Captain Gu's teammates, unable to bear the scene, discreetly shielded their eyes. Just moments ago, the captain had mentioned allowing the young lady to observe. Yet now that a peculiar individual had emerged to scrutinize him, he was visibly perturbed. Yet, Yu Tianfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "May I ask your surname? I would like to study you." Standing nearby, Xie Ning quietly took a half-step back. In that instant, she witnessed Captain Gu's swift movements as he seized the man of similar stature and delivered a punch to his abdomen. With a thud, Yu Tianfeng crumpled to the ground, curling into a shrimp-like position. Xie Ning couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter ringing out with a delightful, melodious quality. The onlookers averted their gazes, some coughing awkwardly, while the group clad in white coats rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming, "Oh, Dr. Yu," as they helped their fallen companion. Xie Ning laughed heartily, and Song Yui, wrapped in her cotton coat, quickly tugged at her daughter's sleeve. Covering her face, the daughter's glee was all too evident. Gu Chun turned to Xie Ning, whose peach blossom eyes sparkled with mirth. "Ah, the usually solemn little sister, seemingly amused by this foolish individual. It appears she is not without her contributions after all. Who are you? How dare you treat our Dr. Yu so harshly?" Fong Jiawen exclaimed, her voice sharp and fraught with indignation. Gu Chun narrowed his eyes, observing the elderly gentleman approaching briskly in a gray suit, appearing to be in his 50s. After receiving several photographs from Lu Wei, he compared the faces of Wei Jingtong and others, then glanced at Yu Tianfeng, who was curled up on the ground, his features a contorted mess. Chapter 103. Frank and unreserved Dr. Wei? Indeed, it is he. Dr. Wei hastily stepped forward, his demeanor apologetic. "I must beg your pardon. Our doctor, Yu, is quite a forthright individual. He bears no ill will towards you. It is merely his lack of expression that has led to misunderstandings. May I inquire as to your identity?" Gu Chun handed the photographs back to Lu Wei, nodding coolly at Dr. Wei. "Old Wu has sent us to escort you. Shall we proceed to the vehicle?" "Let us go. Let us get in the car." Ji Taiyan exhaled in relief, urging those around him. "Please take us along." "Yes, indeed. Take us with you." Over 30 workers rushed forward, their faces filled with fear. "Could you possibly give us a ride? You are from the government, are you not? Please take us along." Gu Chun remained expressionless, replying, "We are not." As Lu Wei observed his superior turn away, seemingly disinclined to elaborate, he helplessly adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and stepped forward to pacify the raucous assembly of workers. "I apologize, but our vehicle cannot accommodate so many individuals. With the recent decline of the rodent plague, it is advisable for you to depart swiftly from this place." Their expedition was undertaken with minimal baggage, utilizing a single jeep and 3 modified pickup trucks, which could barely accommodate nearly 20 individuals clad in white coats. It was implausible to fit all 30 workers into the available transport. As he spoke, he made his way towards the vehicles parked ahead, while the group of 30 workers from the instant noodle factory followed, clamoring, "Take us with you." "Indeed, are you not supposed to serve the people?" Lu Wei offered a wry smile. "Please listen to me. Shortly, a specialized unit will arrive to facilitate the evacuation of survivors to a safe zone. Therefore, all you need to do is wait patiently." Lu Wei could only maintain his composure, attempting to explain the situation to them in various ways. Xie Ning felt her mind buzzing incessantly, overwhelmed by irritation. With her eyes nearly rolling to the back of her head, she abruptly turned and, unable to contain her frustration, shouted, "Silence." The noise ceased abruptly, and everyone stood by the vehicle, motionless. Wang Zhongshuan even noticed Tai Xian, that fool, with his hand trembling slightly as it rested on the car door. Taking a deep breath, Xie Ning declared, "I shall grant you 5 minutes to secure your own means of transportation and depart with us from this location. You have 5 minutes. Manage it wisely and refrain from incessant chatter. If you wish to survive, utilize your wits. I will ride a motorcycle. Take me with you." A group of workers, both reluctant and somewhat lost, hurriedly dispersed in search of a mode of transport. Xie Ning cast a cold glance at the disheveled Mo Li and his companion, her eyes icy. "Where are the others?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow before boarding the vehicle and departing without a hint of concern. Initially, she had feared that the loss of a small cart to a swarm of rats would leave them short on space, but now, with 8 people departed, it was just right. She signaled to Shijun, while her mother climbed into a small cart. The rest, including the young man with yellow hair, boarded the larger van. The vacant space was just enough to accommodate some supplies. Lu Wei called out to the group of white coats still lingering. Aren't we waiting for those workers? A bewildered young doctor asked. Lu Wei sighed in exasperation. Thinking it should be obvious, the young lady had merely tricked those workers into becoming self-reliant. We are not heading in the same direction. We have another task to attend to. They are familiar with the local area in Sioux City and can find their own way once they locate a vehicle. He explained patiently. Isn't that just deceit? Fang Jiawen exclaimed, displeased, pointing at the vehicles already in motion. Wait, they're just leaving? You can stay if you wish. Gu Chen retorted, turning to board the vehicle. How can you be like this? Fang Jiawen was still fuming, recalling how one of them had struck her colleague, Dr. Yu, harshly. You could accompany him if you prefer, Gu Chen remarked coolly, peering out the window with a frosty gaze. Our purpose here is to retrieve Dr. Gu and several other scholars. As long as they are safe, our special operations team's mission will be deemed successful. As for the others, they may do as they wish. Gu Chen flipped through several photographs in his hands, his gaze cold as he stated, we must ensure the safety of Dr. Wei, Dr. Li, Dr. Chen, Dr. Huang, and Dr. Yu. Yes, Commander. The young soldier stood at attention, his posture rigid. Fang Jiawen's face flushed crimson. The man's intent was unmistakably clear. As long as the doctors remained unharmed, their mission would be deemed successful, and they, mere embellishments, should remain silent to avoid being left behind. It was surprising that this seemingly handsome, elegant, and aristocratic man could possess such a chilling and resolute nature. All right, enough talk. Let us heed the commander's orders, Dr. Wei interjected, rushing over to dissuade Fang Jiawen and the others, urging them to board the vehicle swiftly. Fang Jiawen, stamping her foot in frustration, climbed into the last pickup truck. Initially, she had intended to squeeze into the second vehicle alongside Dr. Yu, but was thwarted by the young soldier, forcing her to angrily occupy the rear truck instead. The first two were modified with enclosed cabins, whereas this one merely had a roof, offering no protection from the wind. As the vehicle started, her long, wavy hair was tousled chaotically, resembling a wild woman. Forget it, Jiawen. As a level 3 officer, why do you need to vie for a seat with the doctors and level 1 officers? Fang Jiawen silently resented her situation, feeling quite displeased. On the truck, a young soldier sighed. What a pity, there was still a considerable stock of instant noodles in the factory. As long as the people are safe, the supplies can be overlooked. Lu Wei chuckled, aware that the commotion would likely attract a horde of zombies. Sitting beside Lu Wei, the young traffic officer Wu Meng raised his hand timidly and smiled. I'm all right. I managed to gather around 40 to 50 boxes while running. The young soldier, brimming with excitement, almost rushed to embrace him, but Wu Meng quickly brushed him off. Ning, do you think those goods in the factory will be all right? Song Yui, at that moment, was also troubled, wondering if they might have been gnawed by rats. They won't, Xie Ning replied, her gaze fixed ahead as she accelerated the car. I checked everything while collecting. All the boxes were sealed with tape and remained unopened. Whether it's the rat people or those zombie rats, they seem to have an interest only in the living. Otherwise, how could they possibly confine the workers in the tunnels as a food reserve? Xie Ning scoffed. They probably have little interest in those empty boxes. Song Yui immediately brightened. Then our haul from this trip is quite bountiful. Chapter 104. A dreadful foreboding. Song Shijun leaned out of the window, glancing backward. The instant noodle processing factory was billowing thick smoke. It seemed that the fire had reached the ground level and would soon engulf the entire factory in flames. Xie Ning sighed. There's nothing else to worry about. But those rats seemed to reproduce at an alarming rate. The smile on Song Yui's face vanished instantly as she contemplated the dire situation, unable to suppress a sigh. In this scenario, who knows when things will turn around? Sister, could those rats have multiplied all at once? It's not normal for so many to suddenly emerge from the ground. Xie Ning furrowed her brows in deep contemplation, undoubtedly troubled by the accelerated reproduction rate of the zombie mice. She felt a sense of unease. In her previous life, the rate of animal mutations did not seem to progress at such a pace. When she encountered the zombified Junjun in the instant noodle factory, she had never come across rat men or a multitude of zombie mice. It struck her as peculiar, leading her to suspect that the mutation rate of the zombie virus might indeed be hastening. By the way, Junjun, have you awakened wind-based abilities? Yes, sister, replied Song Shijun cautiously as he controlled a wisp of wind to emerge from his palm. Xie Ning glanced at him through the rearview mirror, a smile dancing on her lips. Quite impressive. Song Yui looked at her nephew with envy. Has Junjun experienced a high fever? How did he suddenly acquire such powers? Xie Ning's eyes brightened as she nodded, explaining, that must be the result of awakening abilities in a life-or-death crisis. Such occurrences are rare among ordinary individuals. Most ordinary people exhibit changes only after experiencing high fevers, while Junjun's case is remarkably safer, allowing him to bypass the critical fever that may lead to zombification. Upon hearing this, Song Yui felt even more envious and turned to her nephew with a cheerful smile. If your parents knew how capable you are, they would surely be overjoyed. Song Yui shook her head. When we left, your parents hadn't arrived yet, so I'm uncertain about their current situation. Noticing the flicker of disappointment and worry on Song Shijun's face, Song Yui quickly reassured him. Rest assured, Ning Ning mentioned earlier that your parents will be fine, and they certainly will be. Song Yui currently harbors a blind confidence in her daughter, believing that whatever her daughter asserts must be correct. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Ning suggested, how about we accompany Captain Gu to the seed base? I've heard it's on the way. Sounds good. Song Yui was the first to express her approval. Young Gu has been quite helpful to us on this journey. He even rescued us at the processing plant. In truth, her intention was merely to take a detour to gather some items, rather than to assist young Gu. Although she grew up in the city and lacks agricultural skills, she thought it prudent to keep some seeds at hand. After all, one should not turn down the seeds of hope. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if her mother's demeanor towards Captain Gu was perhaps a tad too enthusiastic. In the back of a small pickup truck, Dr. Wei was earnestly advising his student Yu Tianfeng. Oh, you, when you meet others in the future, please refrain from uttering that phrase. Yu Tianfeng, feeling rather wronged, turned to Dr. Wei, his youthful face marred by a frown. He was currently experiencing considerable discomfort in his stomach. What did I say? He protested. I merely inquired politely if they would allow me to conduct some research. Well, if they are unwilling, they can simply decline. There is no need for violence. Dr. Wei sighed, his expression filled with concern as he gazed at the young man before him. In terms of intelligence and scientific research, Yu Tianfeng undoubtedly ranks among the world's elite. However, his emotional intelligence when interacting with others leaves much to be desired. Generally, when an ordinary person hears someone express a desire to study them, it can elicit discomfort. Moreover, considering the formidable abilities of such powerful individuals, one could easily dispatch someone of your insignificant stature in a matter of moments. It is precisely the extraordinary that warrants further inquiry. What merit is there in studying the mundane? Dr. Wei, suppressing his irritation, continued to speak with a calm demeanor, emphasizing the importance of being considerate of others' feelings despite the good intentions behind one's actions. I have been considerate. That is why I inquired of them, the earnest doctor. You responded, his expression filled with grievance. Dr. Wei exclaimed, you simply have not been reprimanded enough. If it were not for this young man's remarkable talent and contributions in the medical field, I would wish to abandon him entirely. Someone nearby offered soothing words. Dr. Wei, please, calm down. It's not as if this is the first time we've encountered Dr. Yu's singular focus. Getting upset will only harm yourself. Wei Jingtong, with a serious countenance, earnestly advised, Xiaofeng, once we arrive in their territory, refrain from speaking. Yu Tianfeng cast a plaintive glance at Dr. Wei, replying, I shall do my utmost. What do you mean do your utmost? I am considering your safety by advising against uttering anything peculiar. It is in your best interest. Indeed, Dr. Yu, in our pursuit of scientific inquiry, we must first ensure our survival to continue to shine in our field. Without life, what is there to research? For now, we may be safe, yet we remain uncertain of where we will be placed in the future. In any case, we must take it one step at a time. Everyone must exercise caution. Just then, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The door was suddenly opened from the outside, revealing a stern young soldier standing before them. The commander has issued an order for everyone to remain in place and take a moment to rest. However, a small stone caused a stumble, resulting in a forward tumble accompanied by a startled exclamation. An accompanying research specialist hastily reached out to assist her, cautioning, be careful, Specialist Fang Jiaowen, in an irritable manner, pushed the hand away and called out to a stationed soldier, you there, summon your superior. We have matters to discuss. Specialist Fang, Dr. Wei's head emerged from the vehicle, looking pained. Stop shouting and take a breather. Chapter 105. Long-term plans. Xie Ning hopped off the vehicle with her backpack, feeling rather idle. Here they come, sister. Ji Taiyan descended from the golden chariot, two large backpacks strung across his shoulders. Why are you carrying so many bags? Xie Ning questioned, perplexed. How much more can the space accommodate? Perhaps there's south still about 20 square meters left, he replied. Why haven't you been promoted yet? Xie Ning shot him a disdainful glance. Ji Taiyan, feeling dejected, muttered defensively. It's not as if promotion is simply granted. Xie Ning silently closed her mouth. The group was regrouping at the entrance of the seed base. Xie Ning and Ji Taiyan hopped into Gu Chen's modified pickup truck. Wu Ming turned around with a smile. Greeting them, the quartet, lightly equipped, drove towards the base. Ahead lay a seed laboratory, their primary destination. Wu Ming held a small map, pointing to 2 greenhouse areas. Left turn. Xie Ning tilted her head, gazing at a patch of open field. The ground was in disarray, likely trampled by numerous passers-by. The laboratory is fortified with triple metallic doors. Breaching it without explosives proves to be a formidable challenge. Xie Ning discovered that her metallic abilities facilitate the unlocking of various mechanisms, requiring merely a single metallic spike to accomplish the task. The experimental building consists of 2 levels, and upon entry, she beheld 2 elderly zombies clad in white lab coats, sluggishly rising from their positions at the workbench. One clutched a soil culture dish, while the other, with wisps of graying hair clinging to his ears, or a vacant and bewildered expression, brandishing a small garden hoe. Noticing Gu Chun tilt his head slightly, seemingly inhaling deeply, Xie Ning swiftly ended their existence with 2 well-aimed shots. Rest in peace, Professor. Ji Taiyan rushed forward to seize the culture dish from the zombie's grasp, proclaiming, The people shall not forget your contributions. Wu Ming busily gathered various tools, instruments, and unfinished seedlings from the workstation, urgently exclaiming, We need to collect all of these. There are more over there. Hurry and assist. These items will prove invaluable once we reach the safe zone. Following Gu Chun, Xie Ning ascended to the 2nd floor, transformed into a modest cultivation farm, where numerous young shoots had broken through the soil. Adjacent to it, a glass display cabinet housed a collection of precious seeds. So idle. Xie Ning called out, Come and help gather these items. Store them in the spatial compartment. Do not discard them in the backpack. You all handle the cleanup here. I shall take a look next door. With that, she turned to descend the stairs. Gu Chen promptly restrained her, cautioning, It's not safe here. Xie Ning intended to venture into the adjacent warehouse, where she also employed her metallic spike to unlock the door and swiftly dealt with an elderly zombie diligently guarding the premises. This is Seed Storage 1, dedicated to the preservation of cereal crops. It appears there are 4 additional storages behind, likely designated for vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs. However, the available space is certainly insufficient to accommodate all of it. Thus, I can only collect a few samples. Xie Ning resolved to take 2 packets of each type. After nearly an hour of exhausting exploration through the 4 storages, gathering seeds of vegetables, fruits, oil crops, and medicinal herbs, she felt utterly fatigued. It is no wonder that this is the foremost seed base in Sioux City, for it boasts an abundance of everything. Looking at her own independent space, which originally had 1/3 of its capacity remaining, it was now completely filled with packets of seeds, leaving no room for more. She recalled the most arduous times in her previous life when half an ear of corn was astonishingly sold for 200 second-tier crystal nuclei. She had longed to savor the taste of corn, yet despite her best efforts, she could only gather 150 second-tier crystal nuclei, an exorbitant price she could not afford. Ignoring it would be a tremendous waste, as these would become crystal nuclei in the future. With a wave of her hand, she placed over 200 boxes of corn into the dining area, neatly arranged beside the dining table. Ji Taiyan and Wu Ming had their spaces filled to the brim with seeds, repeatedly gesturing that they could not accommodate any more, lest they burst. Thus, the group resembled little ants moving homes, transferring over 100 bags into the small pickup truck. Only when every available seat was crammed to capacity did they finally cease their efforts. Close the warehouse door. I will fashion a metal plate to seal it shut. Xie Ning instructed Gu Chun and the others. We cannot possibly take all the seeds with us at this moment. However, seeds that are 2 or 3 years old will remain viable. We can certainly return with a convoy when the need arises. That makes sense. The trio nodded in unison, swiftly shutting the gates of warehouses 1 through 5, allowing Xie Ning to seal the locks with metal plates. To be precise, it was Feng Jiawen who bellowed loudly, while Lu Wei and his companions listened with resignation. How much longer must they wait? The sun was nearly setting. Would they embark on their journey once darkness fell? Would the path be traversable? What possessed them to meander about the seed base? Were they hoping to attract zombies to their doom? If one couldn't wait, they were free to depart ahead. Xie Ning approached with her bulging backpack, stating that no one had invited her to linger, so why was she shouting at others? Such a loud outburst seemed more like an attempt to lure the undead. All right, Officer Fong, what is all this commotion? Let us get in the vehicle, Doctor. Wei interjected, sporting an apologetic expression as he nodded towards Gu Chun and Xie Ning. Forgive us. It appears our colleague is overly anxious. Did you manage to gather a significant number of seeds in the lab? May I take a look? A wild-haired individual leaned closer, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Get lost. Xie Ning retorted succinctly. The others were left speechless. Fong Jiawen, witnessing her disdain for his idol, could not contain himself any longer. What is your attitude? You. Xie Ning climbed into the car and fastened her seatbelt, only to turn and find her mother glaring at her with a blank expression. You and Xiao Gu are truly cut from the same cloth. He says half an hour. You say 20 minutes, yet it always stretches to 2 hours. You both are just full of hot air. Chapter 106. Can alleviate menstrual pain. Xie Ning rubbed her nose, unable to refute the claim. Song Shijun leaned closer to his sister and asked, Sister, have you found anything good? Xie Ning opened her bulging backpack for them to see. Wow, these corns look splendid. After all, at the onset of the apocalypse, resources were still plentiful. However, the supplies that could not be replenished post-apocalypse, such as tissues and shampoo, were dwindling in quantity, seemingly insignificant yet immensely valuable. Those who could still afford these common necessities in the aftermath of the world's end were undoubtedly the elite and affluent. Song Shijun raised his hand and declared, Sister, I want to go with you. Xie Ning nodded and replied, Shijun, you should spend more time reading. Although there will be no college entrance examinations in the future, it would be a waste not to utilize that clever mind of yours. We'll talk about it later. Some things cannot be rushed. They must be savored step by step. At that moment, the sky had turned completely dark. Song Yui drove closely behind the convoy, gradually becoming engrossed in the journey, no longer engaging in conversation with Xie Ning and Song Shijun. The night roads were treacherous, yet everyone was eager to return home. Xie Ning felt that this trip to Sioux City had been fruitful. She had not been idle during the drive, crafting 2 metal knives, intending to give one to that foolish Tai Xian for self-defense. Due to the fatigue of the day, as dusk settled in, a wave of drowsiness washed over Xie Ning. She leaned against the car window and dozed off for a brief moment. Upon reopening her eyes, she realized the vehicle had come to a halt. Did I fall asleep? Yes, sister, you've been asleep for about half an hour. Has it been that long? Xie Ning yawned, feeling as though that half hour had passed without her notice. However, after her brief slumber, she felt slightly more refreshed. Why have we stopped again? Song Yui lowered the car window, just in time to see Gu Chun and Lu Wei approaching. Xiao Gu, what is happening ahead? Many citizens of Sioux City are driving to your West City for refuge, and there's a bit of a traffic jam. Some empowered individuals are currently clearing the obstacles. How could this be? It's like this, Auntie. Lu Wei adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. A larger safe zone will be established in the Lianshan Tower Lake area, where Sioux City meets West City. Messages should have already been sent out for everyone to head there as soon as possible. Song Yui took out her phone to check. I haven't received anything. Song Shijun glanced at his phone. I got the message, Annie. Oh, then it seems my outdated phone is to blame. Xie Ning chuckled. Your Song family residence is not too far from the newly established safe zone. It should take about 2 hours by car under normal circumstances. There will be designated guides to lead you from your village when the time comes. All right. Song Yui nodded repeatedly. What should we do now? We can only wait for a bit. Once the roadblocks are cleared, we should be able to continue on our way. Come down and have something to eat. Wei cooked a pot of instant noodles. The man smiled at them. Under the hazy night, his crescent-shaped peach blossom eyes sparkled with a twinkling light. Her mother hurriedly opened the car door. Sure, as long as it's not pickled vegetable noodles, I love everything else. I absolutely detest mushroom chicken. Song Shijun added as he got out of the car, murmuring softly. Xie Ning couldn't help but laugh. These two truly did not treat themselves as outsiders. Auntie, I also dislike pickled vegetable noodles. Little Gu nestled beside her mother, whispering, that's all from stepping on it. It's so dirty. Xie Ning was speechless as she followed the group off the vehicle, casually locking the car door. Approaching, she discovered a gathering of young warriors around a large pot by the roadside, their eyes fixed eagerly upon it. The tantalizing aroma of the broth attracted many gazes. Passengers from several vehicles ahead craned their necks, unable to suppress their salivation. Eating noodles during a traffic jam is rather uncouth. I assented it. Xie Ning rummaged through her backpack and produced a packet of fish sausages to share with everyone. Noodles demand a touch of meat, or else they lose their allure. The younger boys in the team were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling with gratitude as they thanked her repeatedly. At that moment, a disheveled head popped up beside Xie Ning, suddenly asking, "Could I have a bowl?" Turning her head, she saw a scruffy-looking man, likely a doctor, squatting beside her, fixated on the bubbling broth. Song Yui, feeling too bashful to compete for food with the young man, promptly handed over her bowl, saying, "I haven't eaten yet. You take it." "Thank you, Auntie." The man turned his disheveled head towards Xie Ning, imploringly asking, "Could you give me a fish sausage, little sister?" Xie Ning shot him a glare. The man quickly rummaged through his pocket and produced a small vial the size of a test tube, saying, "This is for you. It's specifically for alleviating menstrual cramps for girls. 1 dose, and I assure you, it will work wonders." As the words fell, it became apparent that the young soldiers surrounding the pot, ravenously devouring their noodles, were collectively frozen in silence. Song Yui stood aside, sensing something ominous whizzing overhead. "Perverse fiend," Xie Ning exclaimed, launching a punch towards the disheveled head of the man. The blow was both fierce and forceful, but one hoped not to render the young doctor incapable. Concerned about the potential loss of such a valuable talent for the research institute, Song Yui twitched her lips and hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. No, the healing potion is precious. Ning, put it away. It might be of use to Xie in the future." Xie Ning was speechless. Could one recklessly utilize a potion concocted by such a perverse individual? "It is indeed usable," the disheveled white-haired man asserted, tapping his head. "I possess an international medical practitioner's license. I am not deceiving you." Xie Ning gritted her teeth. "Aren't you involved in agricultural research?" The man blinked his bright, phoenix-like eyes. "Not quite. I am indeed a physician, but I harbor a profound interest in biomedical matters." "Oh, you must be the renowned Yu Tianfeng, who challenged a host of esteemed physicians at the Jiangyi Medical Association." Ji Taihan, who was squatting beside the pot, suddenly exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "That is indeed me," Yu Tianfeng replied, furrowing his brow. "My visit to Jiangyi was for the purpose of friendly exchange with the medical association, not for a challenge." Ji Taihan rolled his eyes. Friendly exchange that caused chaos at the medical association? Friendly exchange that could have made the elder gentleman faint? Gu Chen served another bowl of noodles to Song Yui, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Tianfeng. The illustrious Dr. Yu was currently seated in a row with the young soldiers, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Hurry up and eat. Then tidy up your things," Lu Wei urged, nudging the dazed soldier beside him. The young man, holding his bowl, was engrossed in the spectacle before him. Chapter 107, Frustration. The noodles were indeed quite delectable. Yu Tianfeng, likely famished after a long day, savored every bite with great relish, the sounds of slurping echoing around him. By the time Fang Jiawen arrived, the pot had already been emptied, and a young soldier had even wiped it clean with a rag. Xie Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment. Boys were so unrefined when out in the world, merely giving things a quick wipe and calling it a day. Song Yui wished to take the pot to wash it, but there was no water at hand, and wasting bottled water was out of the question. Fang Jiawen glared at the greasy pot, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Captain Gu, the doctors have yet to have their dinner. Everyone has been hungry all day." Xie Ning, still with half a bowl of noodles in her hand, quietly turned her back to Fang Jiawen to eat, hoping to avoid any verbal onslaught from the woman. This was quite thrifty. Sensing that his captain was about to retort, Lu Wei quickly interjected, "We still have some compressed biscuits. Let us distribute those." "Compressed biscuits?" Fang Jiawen raised her voice, her face contorted in anger. "Is this how you serve the citizens? While you indulge in hot soup and sumptuous meals, they are left to nibble on dry biscuits?" Xie Ning was disinclined to hear such grandiloquent statements. This was the apocalypse. This woman seemed to be living in a fairy tale. "This is all we have. Take it or leave it." Gu Chen snatched the biscuits from Lu Wei's hand and waved them teasingly in front of Fang Jiawen. Such an attitude was utterly reprehensible. Fang Jiawen's face flushed with anger. "Which unit do you belong to? I shall file a complaint against you." Xie Ning nearly choked on her soup at the scene. If things continued this way, communication would surely come to a halt by tomorrow. A complaint? Was there even anyone on duty at the hotline at this hour? Beijing Jingji 9166 Special Operations Team. Action Group A, number 0006. Gu Chun replied with a cheerful nod, seemingly unperturbed by the notion of complaints. Lu Wei found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Sixth Master feared no one's grievances. Yet, why engage in a war of words with this woman from the Research Institute? Brother, Lu Wei sighed, casting a helpless glance at him. Come here. Gu Chen was displeased. Don't waste your breath on her. Why should his comrade be subjected to this woman's unreasonable tirades time and again? He was not inclined to tolerate such behavior. He might not concern himself with others, but he felt obliged to protect those he led. The teammates understood how to navigate the whims of this capricious master. Lu Wei quickly approached, speaking in a conciliatory tone. Brother, I have no issues, just a bit of chatter, that's all. Xie Ning hurriedly finished her mouthful of noodles, and a young soldier immediately rushed over to take her disposable bowl, shyly offering her a smile. Xie Ning wished to discard the greasy, grimy bowl, but seeing their appreciation, she hesitated. I'll go ahead and inquire about the situation, Song Yui suggested, pointing to the congested street. In just a short while, several large buses had joined the fray, further exacerbating the blockage. Mom, it's too late now. Perhaps we should refrain from going over. Xie Ning held her back, urging her to rest in the car until the road cleared, promising to drive when the time came. Understood, sister, she replied. As Xie Ning approached, she unexpectedly encountered Ji Tai Xian and handed him one of the knives. Overjoyed, he brandished the metallic blade with delight. Xie Ning quickly interjected, Be careful. In this darkness, you might hurt someone. The blade is sharp. Take care of yourself. Thank you, Sister Xie. She then passed the remaining knife to Gu Chen. As Xie Ning walked over, the foul-mouthed Feng Jiawen had already vanished, likely having retreated to the vehicle. The situation did not suggest that the road would be cleared anytime soon. Gu Chen frowned and advised, You and Auntie should rest in the car. I will call you when the road is open. Feeling fatigued, Xie Ning nodded in agreement. She ended up sleeping for a full 2 hours, despite the cacophony outside, her exhaustion overpowering her senses. When she awoke, it was already past 2:30 in the morning. A series of screams erupted from the front, and chaos ensued among both the vehicle convoy and the crowd. Mom, Junjun, get out. Xie Ning called for them to join her. Prepare for battle, Gu Chen commanded in a low voice as he swiftly moved to Xie Ning and Song Yui's side. Citizens had transformed into zombies, biting numerous individuals. Stay here. It will be resolved swiftly. Be careful, Xiao Gu, Song Yui cautioned, her concern palpable. Gu Chen's response was brief. And indeed, actions were taken quickly. Behind them trailed a disheveled group of more than 10 people. You can't just leave us to fend for ourselves. We are international friends from our country. The military should ensure our safety. The individual speaking, once adorned with a slick and polished hairstyle, now bore an unfortunate array of untidy substances in his hair, and his impeccably tailored white suit appeared disheveled. Song Yui muttered under her breath, lamenting the arrival of yet another group engaging in moral coercion. Xie Ning cast a cold gaze upon the assembly. The speaker seemed to assume the role of translator. Flanked by approximately 7 or 8 panicked individuals from our nation, conversing in their native tongue. With their rapid chatter, Xie Ning could comprehend about 70 to 80%. You cannot shirk your responsibilities, the translator in the white suit declared with palpable indignation. We intend to file a complaint against you. Xie Ning could hardly suppress her exasperation. Song Yui, equally incensed, remarked, How unfortunate for them. They saved someone and now face complaints. They should never have intervened. Lu Wei, a notably patient individual, maintained a courteous demeanor towards everyone. Observing him being besieged by several our nationals while still soothingly assuring them, Xie Ning felt a swell of displeasure. Our vehicle is damaged and cannot accommodate passengers. You must ensure our safe transport, she asserted. We have nearly 10 companions from our nation in our vehicle. Can you truly bear the consequences should something go awry? To her surprise, Song Yui, with an even fiercer temperament, rushed forward, jabbing her finger at the translator's nose, berating, What a ridiculous face you have. How can you engage in moral coercion at a time like this? Everyone has parents. Why should we be compelled to protect you? Furthermore, as a citizen of Xi Nation, why do you incessantly chant our nation? Are you a traitor or a lackey? The young translator's face flushed crimson, Madam. How can you speak so? We are in communication with the military. What business do you have to interject? Who are you? What is there to discuss? You condescend and reprimand others from your lofty perch. Is that what you call communication? You treacherous wretch, it is precisely people like you that deserve a good thrashing. Chapter 108. Rescue thus, your mother remains your mother. Song Yui struck the little translator's back with a couple of forceful punches. She adhered to the principles of martial ethics, refraining from hitting the young man's head, instead targeting the more resilient areas. The young man, intimidated by her demeanor, curled up defensively. Only after Song Yui had finished did Lu Wei gently intervene, saying, "Auntie, it's enough now, calm down." To this comrade translator, "While we earnestly wish to assist our friends from our country, we are regrettably unable to do so. Due to limited resources, our vehicle is already filled to capacity with compatriots we previously rescued. Perhaps you could seek assistance from others? Indeed, there are so many vehicles here. You could ask someone else for a ride." Song Yui nodded in agreement, but added, "One thing to note, your attitude must be polite. When requesting help, one should adopt a humble demeanor, rather than behaving as if others owe you something. Your compatriots from our country are not inherently superior to us." The translator in the white suit was taken aback by Song Yui's sharp words and, in anger, turned to approach the group of our country individuals. Xie Ning stood nearby, listening to their complaints, before slowly making her way to Song Yui's side. "Mom, I'll go ahead and scout for information. No need to go." Guchen approached her, shaking his head, indicating that an issue had arisen at the Tongjiang Tunnel, where a substantial number of zombies had congested the passage, rendering it impassable for the moment. At that moment, a young soldier hurriedly ran over and saluted, reporting that Team B was trapped within the tunnel. It was indeed them. Guchen felt no surprise whatsoever. The usually good-natured Lu Wei could not help but roll his eyes. Were Yang Yiling and his group truly stuck here? What was to be done now? Rescue was undoubtedly necessary, but with numerous ordinary civilians crowded in this area, any aggressive action could lead to unintended casualties. "Stay here and do not move," Guchen instructed them before taking two teammates and proceeding further ahead. Upon their return, 20 minutes had elapsed. Xie Ning was already prepared. Upon hearing the news, she nodded, slung her backpack over her shoulders, and said, "Let us go." Guchen turned to Lu Wei, directing him to go ahead and disperse the crowd, as Yang Yiling and his group were trapped inside the tunnel. The reason the zombies had not surged out of the tunnel remained unclear. Lu Wei nodded, having no time to engage in further debate with the white-suited translator, and quickly gathered a few individuals to head towards the traffic to disperse the masses. "We shall delve into the tunnel shortly to investigate," Guchen remarked, handing her a palm-sized military flashlight and fitting a helmet upon her head. "Once inside, stay behind us." Xie Ning acknowledged with a sound and followed closely behind them. Along the way, numerous vehicles were haphazardly blocking the main thoroughfare, while several physically empowered individuals toiled diligently to clear the obstruction. Given such a commotion, if there were indeed many zombies within the tunnel, it was inconceivable that they would not be drawn out by the noise. Thus, the tunnel appeared to harbor some peculiarities. Guchen led 10 individuals, including Xie Ning, into the darkened tunnel. The lights extinguished, and they could hear the distant groans of the undead echoing through the depths, with flickering glimmers barely visible in the shadows. Xie Ning's expression grew solemn as she swiftly extracted several metallic spikes, weaving them into a grid-like net. Holding this net tightly, she infused it with her supernatural abilities, causing it to gradually elongate. The members of the Special Operations team exchanged astonished glances at the young girl. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and help." One of them dashed forward to shoulder the metallic net, while the others quickly lent their assistance. Together, they carried the nearly towering grid, hastening their pace. Upon reaching the site where Team B had encountered trouble, the scene before them became clear. The tunnel floor was strewn with the bodies of the undead, but that was not all. There were still 200 or 300 living corpses, howling as they desperately clawed at a large pit ahead. This pit resembled a grave mound. It must have been created by one of their team members with earth-based abilities, who had exhausted their powers to construct this defensive earth mound. Xie Ning fixed her gaze forward, instinctively clenching her fists. If that were the case, there was a strong possibility that they were still alive. Someone nearby shot a reproachful glare at their earlier companion who had spoken ominously, saying, "If you can't say anything helpful, just be quiet." This was Xie Ning's first encounter with such a multitude of zombies since her rebirth. While fear was not quite the sentiment she felt, there was a hint of exhilaration coursing through her veins. At that moment, within the frenzied horde of zombies digging at the pit, an urgent shriek pierced the air. Xie Ning instinctively pressed her hand to her head, feeling a familiar wave of dizziness wash over her. It was a psychic zombie. "Be careful." Xie Ning gritted her teeth in realization, pulling the two swaying young soldiers behind her. So it was no wonder these zombies had not left the tunnel to attack others. They were being controlled by a first-tier mutated zombie that had remained here. Moreover, there was an inexplicable familiarity about this mutated creature that sent shivers down her spine. With determination, she delivered a powerful kick, sending the heavy metal grid flying. Channeling her gold attribute ability, the grid obeyed her command and instantly positioned itself across the tunnel, effectively barricading the horde of roaring zombies. Gu Chun unleashed a crackling surge of electricity. The smaller zombies, manipulated by the psychic zombie, turned to charge at them but were met with the metal grid. A series of grotesque sounds echoed as the electricity coursed through their decaying bodies. The young teammates, witnessing this spectacle, displayed expressions of elation and excitement. The coordination between the captain and the young girl was nothing short of remarkable. Without losing a single soldier, they were able to decimate the advancing horde. Xie Ning was equally astonished. Gu Chen's mastery over the electric current was astonishing, far beyond what one would expect from someone who had only awakened their powers a few days prior. The electricity even exhibited a chain reaction, transmitting from one zombie to another, resulting in widespread electrocution. Was this truly within the capabilities of a newly awakened ability user? Captain Gu was indeed an enigma. A furious roar erupted from the horde, clearly provoked by the duo's audacious maneuvers, inciting the first-tier mutated zombie's wrath. Bang! Several zombies crashed heavily against the metal grid, nearly breaking through. Xie Ning maneuvered the grid backward a couple of steps, unable to suppress a few coughs. Gu Chen swiftly extended his hand to support her, his eyes igniting with an intense fury as he turned. From his waist, he withdrew a jet-black dagger, which, with a flick of his fingertip, surged several feet in size. Chapter 109, a bit dizzy. Xie Ning cast a glance at the weapon, recognizing its material to be quite similar to the heavenly blade the young man had previously gifted her. However, it was evident that this individual was far more skilled. Even his sword-drawing stance was significantly more graceful than hers. Captain, prepare to fire. Xie Ning commanded as the electric net she was controlling soared upward, crashing against the tunnel's ceiling with a resounding thud. The tremendous noise provoked a furious roar from the mutated zombies. Team A was already poised for action. As soon as the net was withdrawn, they unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. Over 100 stunned zombies, rendered incapable of movement from the electric shock, were now brutally dispatched with headshots, creating a rather perfect scene. After the flurry of gunfire, Gu Chun propelled himself off the wall, launching himself sideways behind the earthen mound. With a swift motion, he struck down, and a zombie's wail echoed from behind. Seizing the moment, Xie Ning discreetly retracted the towering electric net into the villa's dining room. Crafting this metallic mesh had nearly drained her of half her supernatural energy, and adhering to her principle of not wasting resources, Xie Ning resolved to keep it. Even if they inquired about its sudden disappearance later, she could easily fabricate a tale, perhaps claiming it had uncontrollably crashed against the tunnel's ceiling and shattered into pieces. That should suffice to deceive them, she thought. Miss Xie, you ought to rest, several team members urged upon noticing her pale complexion. Xie Ning felt relatively fine. Her powers had not yet reached the point of complete depletion. The recently encountered zombies, driven by a first-tier mutated zombie, relentlessly collided with her metallic grid, leaving her with a slight internal injury. Xie Ning offered them a few words of comfort, her gaze shifting to the first-tier mutated zombie engaged in battle with Gu Chun. At that moment, she clearly discerned its entire form. Dressed in tattered rags, it draped a piece of white gauze over itself, clawing and flailing as it fought Gu Chun, exuding an oddly ethereal aura. How absurd, a mere decrepit zombie possessing an otherworldly essence. Suddenly, Xie Ning recalled that this was the very zombie she had seen in her dream atop the Tianrun supermarket. Why had she envisioned a psychic mutated zombie in her slumber? Cautioning against its psychic abilities, Xie Ning quickly warned, as such psychic zombies possess formidable control capabilities, albeit lacking in combat prowess. Yet, it seemed to be struggling against the formidable Gu Chun. As Xie Ning's warning concluded, she witnessed Gu Chun deliver a powerful kick, sending the zombie crashing against the tunnel wall. Before the creature could regain its senses to let out a roar, a dark blade swiftly pierced its skull, twisting violently to extinguish its life. The unfortunate mutated zombie, mouth agape, could no longer emit a sound, its body tilting as it fell. Xie Ning hurriedly approached, circling around Gu Chun, inquiring if he was unharmed. whether he felt anything during the battle. Gu Chun was in the midst of dissecting the zombie's head to extract a grain-sized, glistening core. He turned, nearly colliding with the girl who was orbiting him, and couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm fine, just felt a bit dizzy during the fight." Xie Ning cast a blank glance at him, pondering whether it was truly not a display of Versailles. She had just been rendered dizzy by the zombie's growls, while he remained unfazed in close proximity to the mutated creature, merely experiencing a slight lightheadedness during the skirmish. What more could she say? Just as she prepared to turn away, Xiao Gu grasped her slender arm. Xie Ning looked down at the crystal core he had placed in her hand, her gaze flickering momentarily. I already possess 2 of these. It is sufficient for their research. You must not refuse this. My sister has assisted us immensely on numerous occasions," he insisted. The crystal cores from mutated zombies would be worth 10 times that of ordinary ones in the post-apocalyptic world. Considering the large family she had to support, she ceased to decline and nodded in acquiescence, accepting it with an air of satisfaction. In the future, should there be any other tasks, she would feel obliged to lend her assistance. Around the earthen grave, zombies were strewn about, leaving little room to maneuver. Xie Ning shot a disdainful glance at the scene. Gu Chun waved his hand, prompting his teammates to clear away the grotesquely contorted corpses, creating a pathway. He then approached the grave, circling it with a look of astonishment. "Wow, impressive," one teammate remarked, somewhat speechless. "This pit is so tightly packed. Won't it lack oxygen?" The earth elemental abilities allow for the manipulation of soil. As long as there are slight gaps, it should not lead to oxygen deprivation, Xie Ning replied, stepping lightly on the ground beside the mound. "How do we extract them?" A teammate grimaced, casting a silent look at their captain. "Perhaps we should fetch some tools to dig them out," Gu Chun suggested, equally at a loss for words. What more could he say? Team B continues to be a breeding ground for remarkable talent. Suddenly, a shiny, bald head emerged from the mound of earth with a soft thud. "Wu Gu!" the crowd exclaimed, rushing forward to assist him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Captain Gu and Wang Bingwu were filled with a mix of shock and joy. "Quickly, come out. It's all right now. Captain Gu has come to rescue us." At that moment, the mound had completely collapsed, and over 20 individuals emerged from the pile of dirt, coughing repeatedly. Captain Gu, the group of young men, covered in dirt and grime, looked upon him with eyes brimming with tears. "Hurry and check on Xiangzi. He seems to be in dire condition. We've been trapped here for an entire day and night, and many of our teammates have been bitten and assimilated by the zombies. If it weren't for Xiangzi suddenly unleashing a strange earth-based power to protect the remaining members, we would likely have perished." They gently carried their comrade, Xiangzi, and laid him flat on the ground. Xie Ning, donning a large helmet, approached, placing a hand on Xiangzi's forehead with a serious expression. "He has overexerted his abilities. We must get him in the vehicle to rest." The matter of overexertion of powers is neither trivial nor insignificant. There have been unfortunate individuals who, due to exhausting their abilities, fell into a coma and never awakened. Everyone turned to Xie Ning, questioning, "What should we do? We can only allow him to rest, let him sleep, and provide plenty of water. If we had some nutritional supplements, administering those would be even better." At that moment, a weary young man clad in black, his face covered in dust, stepped forward. "Guchen, what do you mean by this? Our teammates are our responsibility, and there is no need for you to meddle in our affairs." The members of Team B, filled with indignation yet silenced by fear, tightly sealed their lips. Gu Chun rose and cast a glance at the individual, suddenly seizing him and pulling him forward. Much like one would grasp a chick, fierce and commanding. A heavy fist struck the opponent's abdomen. Xie Ning blinked, sensing that Gu's blow was far more forceful than the previous one delivered to the foolish Yu Tianfeng. In comparison, that earlier punch had merely been a trivial tickle devoid of real strength. Had Gu Chun truly engaged Yu Tianfeng, one could surmise that the latter would now be incapacitated. Yang Yiling was momentarily dazed by the punch, beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to the pain. "From this moment forth, I shall take charge of all matters concerning Team B. The fate of its members, whether they live or die, is no longer your concern," Gu Chun declared with a cold demeanor, each word resonating with authority. Over 100 individuals had embarked on this mission, yet now, only a mere 20 or so remained alive. At such a time, instead of focusing on the swift and effective treatment of their comrades, they were still entangled in power struggles. What sort of individual had emerged from the Yang family? Previously, Old Du had predicted that Team B would suffer over half of its losses, clearly ignorant of the true circumstances. This was not merely a matter of half being lost. It was a case of nearly all perishing. Gu Qin's resolve was unyielding. Yang Yiling gritted his teeth and raised his head to confront him. By what right? By the authority granted through the deployment order personally signed by Old Wu, Lu Wei interjected, hastily stepping forward and retrieving an A4 sheet from his pocket. Suddenly, with no forewarning, Yang Yiling collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Xie Ning, wearing a cumbersome helmet, quickly took a small step back to avoid being caught in the fallout. No way, he thought, astonished at how someone of Yang's stature could be so easily rendered unconscious by Gu Qin's sheer force. The physical condition is truly abysmal, isn't it? Captain Gu, are you serious? Wang Bingwu from Team B approached with fervor, leaning in to examine the transfer order. The stark black lettering on a white background left no room for doubt. Wang Bingwu grimaced, his expression contorting in pain as he inadvertently tugged at the wound on his face. Yang Yiling had fainted. It was unthinkable to leave him amidst the horde of zombies. Why are you wearing such a thick helmet? Song Yui inquired, tapping the helmet, which seemed rigid and indiscernible in its material composition. This item is not something one can procure from the ordinary market. Has everything been resolved? Song Yui asked with a smile. Indeed. The zombies in the tunnel ahead have been thoroughly cleared. We shall soon be on our way, Xie Ning replied, stifling a yawn from fatigue. That is splendid. You've been busy for so long. Hurry up and rest in the vehicle, Song Yui urged her towards the car. Nearby, Gu Chun had successfully completed 3 tasks and was in relatively good spirits, provided he did not catch sight of Yang Yiling still unconscious by the roadside. Lu Wei, well acquainted with his brother's temperament, had deliberately instructed his men to move Yang Yiling further away to avoid any inconvenience. Members of Team B huddled in a circle, voraciously consuming biscuits and gulping down water, their appearances pitiful as they resembled starving wolves. Wang Bingwu shot a few irritated glances at the young men, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Never seen someone starve to this extent?" As their bellies began to fill, Wang Bingwu approached Gu Chun to report the situation. After exchanging a few words, the burly man began to shed tears of frustration. Initially, they could have turned back. It was Yang Yiling's blunder in decision-making that insisted they press forward, forcing everyone to linger in the tunnel against their will. As the horde of zombies continued to swell, the situation began to spiral out of control. Did you not witness the dire state of our brothers, who were mercilessly bitten? Those who perished rose again, staggering about, while the living, tormented by anguish, were forced to slay their own kin. What a tragic spectacle this is. At a critical juncture, had it not been for Xiangzi's sudden manifestation of an extraordinary earthbound skill, 8 of us would have met our doom in the Tongjiang Tunnel. Gu Chun, his face stern, listened as Wang Bingwu concluded his account, then turned to Lu Wei. Have you taken note of everything? Lu Wei nodded in affirmation. Old Yang Sion. This parachuted aristocrat spent a few years abroad, indulging in foreign education and penning a few papers, which has led him to believe he possesses military prowess. He looks down upon everything. Would such a person truly lead troops? He should return to whence he came and cease being a nuisance at the front lines. Gu Chun placed a reassuring hand on Wang Bingwu's shoulder, stating, "From now on, we are all brothers, united as one." Wang Bingwu nodded earnestly. Lu Gu, that translator from our country is back again. Gu Chun, ready to vent his frustration, was stopped in his tracks by Lu Wei's swift intervention. Let me handle this. It was better for him to confront the translator. Within moments, he would likely leave the other questioning their very existence. Gu Chun, exasperated, retorted, "Don't waste your breath. Hurry and send him off. We must depart at once." Understood, Lu Wei replied promptly, striving to calm his brother. Xiao Gao, assist Lu Gu in registering the abilities of the B team members. Gu Chun turned to summon a junior aide to attend to the matter. Xiao Meng, find a couple of individuals to converse with the citizens and see if we can arrange for the B team to hitch a ride. The B team comprises 26 or 7 individuals. It is hardly feasible to have them all follow the vehicle. It seems rather unfortunate. The capable captain instructed 2 of his teammates to attend to the matter, perhaps due to the prolonged search for a vehicle and communication with others. The translator in the white suit appeared increasingly haggard. The dark circles under his eyes resembled those of a panda, and his overall demeanor was quite dismal, as though he were on the brink of exhaustion. Lu Wei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the small translator would seem 5 years older after merely 2 hours apart. Were it Xie Ning, she would have undoubtedly dismissed him and sent him away, opting to find another solution herself. However, Lu Wei's profession did not afford him such liberties. How about this? Please wait a moment on the side while we consult with the local citizens. Thank you. The small translator was genuinely anxious at this juncture. He had not anticipated that his pleas would be met with such indifference, with no one willing to extend a helping hand. The situation was exacerbated by the sounds of a group of our nation individuals chattering in their incomprehensible tongue, further deterring assistance. Half an hour later, Xie Ning and his companions concluded their discussions with several vehicle owners. Truly, different individuals lead to disparate fates. While they managed to negotiate a few exchanges of supplies for a ride, everyone was eager to assist in that regard. Yet, when it came to accommodating the Our Nation friends, reluctance was palpable among the crowd. Chapter 111. A revelation of insight. When Xie Ning awoke, it was already around 5:30. The vehicle had turned onto the national highway, and the journey was relatively smooth. The young woman, her expression devoid of emotion, cast a glance at the man driving. As soon as she stirred, Song Yui beside her immediately roused, whispering, "You're awake, Ning Ning." "Good morning." Gu Chen glanced at her through the rearview mirror, greeting her with a warm smile. In the front passenger seat, Lu Wei shifted his position and sat up straighter. "Is it already 5:30? Why didn't you wake me?" he inquired. "How did Xiao Gu end up in their car?" Xie Ning silently questioned comrade Song Yui with her gaze. Their mother smiled back at her, explaining, "Xiao Gu's vehicle was overloaded with too many people. Since our car and the Jinbei are both spacious, I thought it best to let a few of them come over." Xie Ning nodded and stifled a yawn before turning to gaze out the window. Just in time, she caught sight of a lopsided zombie turning its head. Locking eyes with her, emotionless, she turned her head back to watch Xiao Gu drive. Lu Wei rummaged through his backpack, retrieving food and water, which he then handed to the mother and daughter duo. Song Shijun leaned against the car window, seemingly lost in a pleasant dream as he smacked his lips. "Oh, how delightful attractive boys are. Zombies are truly repulsive and quite unappetizing to behold," Xie Ning thought to herself as she accepted the food offered, expressing her gratitude. That ethereal zombie draped in window drapery appeared to possess a spark of sentience. Its stronghold was likely at Tianrun supermarket. Lu Wei paused in surprise, realizing, "Isn't that the supermarket we detoured around earlier?" It was likely that countless souls had fallen victim to this psychic zombie. "Little sister, how did you know it was holed up at Tianrun supermarket?" Lu Wei asked curiously. Indeed, how did she know? Xie Ning herself was perplexed by the thought. "Oh, I see," Lu Wei exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. "No wonder you suggested we take a detour earlier." Gu Chen blinked, remarking, "Sister, I don't think this is merely a fanciful dream. What you are experiencing could very well be a form of psychic perception." "What?" Xie Ning paused momentarily in her act of consuming the bread and straightened her posture, sensing something unusual. "A mental connection, perhaps. It is highly probable that you possess latent psychic abilities." Song Yui, appearing utterly perplexed, cast a glance at her daughter. Wasn't she a spatial ability user? That was her own assertion. When she subsequently awakened her metallic spike ability, Song Yui thought it merely an embellishment, never suspecting the existence of this incomprehensible psychic ability. "Impossible." Xie Ning waved her small hand, shaking her head earnestly, declaring it unfeasible. "If it were a psychic ability, how could I feel absolutely nothing?" Moreover, when she advanced to the first tier of abilities, the energy source had clearly contained only two crystalline entities, representing spatial and metallic abilities. If a third ability existed, there should be three crystalline entities, or more aptly referred to as the energy crystals of an ability user. I believe the possibility is quite substantial. Gu Chen, while driving, analyzed for her, recalling that she had been in the car at the time. What a coincidence it would be to dream precisely near Tianrun supermarket, allowing you to witness a throng of zombies gathering. Xie Ning was nearly swayed by Gu Chen's reasoning. Nevertheless, she resolutely shook her head, insisting it was impossible. What a fanciful notion. Psychic abilities rank among the elite abilities in the world, distinct from ordinary offensive powers that are formidable from the outset. While early-stage psychic abilities may appear somewhat weaker, once they mature, they become unparalleled compared to those common high-attack abilities. Observing the gravity etched across her small face, Gu Chen could not help but chuckle, urging her not to dismiss herself so swiftly. "In due course, you may explore your potential gradually." Xie Ning nodded with a hint of disbelief. Suddenly, Song Shijun jolted upright, exclaiming loudly. His abrupt movement caused his head to collide with the car roof, eliciting a grimace of pain as he finally regained his senses. Junjun, what's wrong? Upon realizing he was safely ensconced in the car with his aunt and sister, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I dreamt about my parents. This child, Song Yui, affectionately patted her nephew. Do not worry, Junjun. Your parents will surely be fine. If all goes smoothly, it should take about 20 to 30 minutes to reach Songjiech. After Guchun made this remark, the several pickup trucks leading the way gradually pulled over to the side. Xie Ning observed this with a sense of awkwardness. Lu Wei exchanged a glance with his brother. Sensing the discomfort, Guchun blinked, utterly oblivious to any embarrassment. They VE stopped. There might be a vehicle obstruction ahead. I'll go take a look. I'll go too. Xie Ning intended to stretch her legs and loosen her back before following Guchun out of the car. As they descended, the sound of 2 muffled gunshots echoed from the front. By the time Xie Ning approached, a crowd of onlookers had gathered by the roadside, eager to witness the unfolding drama. A female zombie, her body marred by numerous claw marks and with a portion of her intestines exposed, turned her decayed visage towards the crowd and emitted a low wail. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed a nearby aunt, her hand trembling as a yogurt container slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Xie Ning cast a glance at the wasted food, letting out a silent sigh. In 10 days to half a month, that aunt would surely regret her hasty actions today, forever lamenting the loss of that half-filled yogurt container. "Sister Ning Ning, is that someone from your team? That person?" Gu Chen's voice reached her ears. Xie Ning looked up and recognized it was Annie. Annie had succumbed to the zombie affliction. A comrade had delivered a bullet to Annie, ensuring her a smooth passage. Once the others swiftly eliminated the dozen or so zombies obstructing the area, they resumed their journey by vehicle. Upon entering the territory of the West City, some individuals chose to drive off independently in search of relatives. Yet a considerable number remained steadfast, believing Gu Chun and his team could safeguard them. Thus they chose to follow closely. Chapter 112. A safe return home. Aren't we destined to be relocated to a safe zone eventually? Comrade Song Yui expressed her confusion. When will the relocation occur? Uncertain. Xie Ning shook her head. Based on the trajectory of events from her previous life, the timing should be around 10 days. However, with her rebirth, many circumstances have subtly shifted. Therefore, Xie Ning could not guarantee that the troops would indeed arrive at Song Family Pavilion to facilitate their relocation within 10 days. A considerable number of individuals were clinging to Xiao Gu and his companions, determined not to relent. Frankly, Song Family Pavilion might not remain peaceful in the future. I apologize. Gu Chen replied with a resigned smile. It seems these survivors must temporarily seek refuge at Song Family Pavilion. Xie Ning shrugged indifferently. As long as they do not provoke us, she was fine. She merely wished to live her tranquil life. Should anyone foolishly stir trouble, Xie Ning was not one to be trifled with. Xie Ning found this arrangement quite agreeable. Thus she would trouble Captain Gu. Not a bother. Such trivial matters pose no inconvenience. Captain Gu, is it possible for your lightning ability to charge a phone? In emergencies, could it power a rice cooker? After the apocalypse, with power and water outages everywhere, she remembers that those with electric abilities can indeed replenish energy. Gu Chun. Lu Wei chuckled softly. It should be feasible. But the leader needs to practice first. Otherwise, if the power surges and the rice cooker explodes, that would be rather unfortunate. As Lu Wei concluded, he found his own words amusing. You should hurry and practice. Xie Ning assigned the first task to young Gu. Beside her, Song Yui was bewildered. The powers truly are remarkable, and she felt an overwhelming envy. Lu Wei laughed heartily. Captain, from now on, the phones of the brothers will rely on you for charging. Gu Chen shot him a glare. As the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Song residence, they spotted a dozen armed soldiers guarding the area. The security was quite tight. The translator in a white suit, upon seeing the situation, quickly turned to converse in hushed tones with several individuals from near country, his demeanor transforming from previous despondency. Thank goodness, they were sharp enough to accompany this well-trained team led by Captain Gu. Just look at the scale of this village. Though desolate and bleak, each household boasts a standalone building, indicating a commendable level of privacy. Moreover, despite its remoteness, the environment is pleasant with lush mountains and clear waters. Now, with the military stationed here for protection, as long as they have food, meat, and drinking water, they could reside here for a lifetime. We demand special protection. As foreigners, we ought to be treated with particular consideration. A citizen of our nation, speaking in a rather awkward Mandarin, began to express his grievances with righteous indignation. The driver, a short-haired woman in her 30s donning sunglasses, couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. You're a panda, a national treasure. If you keep rambling, I might just toss you out. Understand? The Air National was infuriated and turned to glance at Gao Yoxing, who remained silent in the passenger seat. You see, nation people, aren't you supposed to pride yourselves on being a land of etiquette? With your current demeanor, I could file a complaint against you. The short-haired driver, now irate, retorted. Let me tell you, if you keep yapping, I'll slam on the brakes and throw you out. The translator in a white suit quickly intervened to calm the furious Our National, repeatedly apologizing in a flurry of words. Comrade, focus on driving. There's no need to concern yourself with anything else. Gao Yoxing felt quite helpless. During earlier discussions with the vehicle owners, they had reluctantly agreed to accommodate two Our Nationals. Yet every vehicle desired military personnel to accompany them, creating an atmosphere akin to escorting war criminals, leaving Lu Wei and the others in a state of bemusement. For your sake, I want to hold it against them, the short-haired driver agreed, feeling disdain for the translator's servile demeanor. What a ridiculous situation. Instead of being dignified, you'd rather play the lapdog to the Air Nationals. As the convoy gradually came to a halt before the Song family pavilion, Du Zhonggong hurriedly led two soldiers forward. Upon seeing the lineup of vehicles, he was momentarily taken aback. Gu Chun leaped from the car and, without wasting words, instructed his subordinates to drag Yang Yiling out, discarding him before Du Zhonggong as if he were refuse. Yang Yiling is truly remarkable. He has been unconscious for over 3 hours and remains unresponsive. He is fortunate to have been under the care of old Wu. Du Zhonggong, at a loss for words, had no choice but to support the slumped and barely breathing Yang Yiling. How on earth did Captain Yang end up so battered? This is quite a predicament for the Yang family. To have escaped with his life is a stroke of luck. Gu Chun retorted with frustration. You should have seen the chaos at that moment. All right. Du Zhonggong could only nod in agreement, unable to articulate further. Gu Chun patted Du Zhonggong on the shoulder, saying, Let me tell you, we risked our lives to rescue this young master from a horde of zombies. Indeed, Du Zhonggong replied with a wry smile. I've already incorporated the former members of Team B. We need to expedite the handover process to avoid any gossip. We can't have people saying I'm unjustly taking Yang as people. Such a thing is beneath me, Gu Chun thought. You all know my character. He playfully patted old Du on the chest and flashed him a charming smile. Du Zhonggong felt a surge of irritation. How dare this brat toy with him like that? Just see to it that arrangements are made. Gu Chun was disinterested in these trivial matters. With a casual remark, he jumped back into the driver's seat of the small car belonging to the Xie family and sped away, leaving Du Zhonggong in a cloud of exhaust. Enraged, Du Zhonggong stomped his feet in frustration. This rascal, what do you mean by see to it? With so many newcomers, how on earth are we supposed to manage? At this moment, a translator clad in a white suit approached, accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals from Country R. Greetings, esteemed leader, he began. We are representatives from Tioan Electronic Components Company. These are the key personnel dispatched by our headquarters from Country R. The translator gestured toward a middle-aged gentleman, Mr. Matsumoto Daiichi, who struggled with his command of the language. As he attempted to continue, Du Zhonggong, not waiting for the translator to finish, nodded and instructed. Please register these survivors and conduct a health check. Chapter 113. The farce. What did he say? Due to Du Zhonggong's rapid speech, Mr. Matsumoto Daiichi was unable to comprehend. He turned to the translator for clarification. Once the translator relayed the message, the representatives from Country R erupted in discontent, protesting, why must we undergo a health inspection? Meanwhile, some of the civilians who had disembarked were orderly forming a queue under military supervision. A few representatives from Country R continued to shout in protest. Why were those who arrived in the 2 vehicles allowed to enter without registration or health checks? The translator, perspiring profusely, rushed to seek an audience with Du Zhonggong. However, after a thorough search, he could not find him and thus resorted to incessantly arguing with the soldiers assigned to registration. They are from Song Jiej. What need is there for registration? Hurry up and join the queue. Do not obstruct others here. Those unwilling to register or remain were informed. You may leave at this moment. The crowd in line, upon hearing this, began to voice their grievances. What are you doing? Don't stand here obstructing everyone. If you don't want to register, just leave. Why block the way? Do not presume that being from our country grants you any privileges. Step aside and wait your turn. Meanwhile, the commotion at the village entrance remained entirely unknown to Xie Ning and her companions. At this moment, Xiaogu had already driven Xie Ning's family to the entrance of Gate 85, glancing up at the courtyard wall. Has it been heightened? This wall clearly bears the mark of my little sister's handiwork. Over 2 meters tall, it is topped with a row of glistening metal spikes that shimmer under the sun. Wumeng, come here. Gu Chan called to the young man who had jumped down from the Golden Cup car. The lad hurried over, swiftly producing a considerable amount of supplies and setting them aside. There were 2 boxes of meat cans, 2 boxes of mango cans, 2 boxes of yogurt, a box of teddy bear biscuits, 2 packets of oatmeal, and 2 packets of lotus root powder and sesame paste, alongside various other vacuum-sealed food items. There's no rush, Auntie. Take your time to enjoy them. Gu Chun chuckled lightly. My sister has truly been a tremendous help this time. Such a small gesture hardly suffices. Just then, the iron gate swung open suddenly, and as Song Yui looked up, she saw a vibrantly dressed elderly lady joyfully rushing out. She clapped her hands on her thighs, exclaiming, Dai Yong, Shu Fun, come out quickly. The government has distributed supplies to us. Xie Ning gazed impassively at the theatrically expressive old woman, striding forward to stand resolutely in front of the pile of goods. The elderly lady approached and pushed her aside. Oh, let me through. Dai Yong, Shu Fun, hurry up. The modest collection of items on the ground appeared quite promising. The elderly lady cast a cursory glance and spotted a packet of black sesame paste. This was indeed perfect for her, as someone with poor dental health, to enjoy for breakfast. Xie Ning waved her hand, beckoning for assistance in moving the items to the 4th floor. The young man beside Mo Li hurriedly stepped forward, introducing himself in a hushed tone. Ning. You can call me Xiao Zhang. All right, let's get moving, Xie Ning replied, standing resolutely in front of the elderly woman, who pushed her twice, yet found her unmoved. From behind the iron gate emerged a man and a woman, both in their 40s, bearing a striking resemblance to one another. Song Yui, astonished, exclaimed, Grandma Junjun, Uncle Junjun, what are you all doing here? At that moment, Song Shijun also exited the vehicle, pursing his lips and standing aside, irritated by the unexpected guests. The elderly woman glanced at Xie Ning blocking her path and began to wail, What are you doing, young girl? Don't take everything. This is government-issued aid. Everyone deserves their share. Enough with the noise. Song Shijun barked in anger. Song Yui quickly stepped forward to restrain him, frowning at the elderly woman. Grandma Junjun, what are you doing? These items are not from the government. They are gifts from Xiao Gu to express gratitude to Ning. Daong, Shufan, hurry up and help with the moving. Why are you just standing there? Shufan approached and attempted to snatch a box of yogurt from the hands of a young boy with yellow hair. Alarmed, the boy protested, Annie, what are you doing? Don't be rough, or I might hit back, and you'll regret it later. Family, what are you all doing? Let go at once. The Song family members, alerted by the commotion, rushed out, resulting in a chaotic scene filled with noise and confusion. Sister, Song Kurson bounced up from behind the crowd, calling out, Auntie. Guchin turned to Song Yui and asked, Do you need assistance? No. Song Yui quickly shook her head, offering him a wry smile. Xiao Gu, you still have matters to attend to, right? Perhaps you should go and take care of them. Guchin nodded. It would be inappropriate for them to linger here while others were embroiled in family disputes. He acknowledged Song Yui with a nod, greeted Xie Ning, and swiftly departed. Hey, come quickly and take a look. There is still plenty of goods in this vehicle. De Yong, Shu Fun, hurry over here. Seeing that her children were unable to compete with the young rascals, Mother He rushed to the side of the vehicle to peer in. To her astonishment, the little golden cup was stuffed with numerous medications and seeds. Due to the lack of space in this fool's domain, some items had been temporarily relocated to the car. When Ji Taixian observed the elderly lady's audacity, he hurriedly approached to secure the car door. What are you doing? Don't touch those. Those seeds need to be delivered to my brother. They are required by the military. In a fit of rage, the old lady lunged at him, striking and hitting Ji Taixian. The young man, cradling his head, continually shrank back, nearly toppling into the car, and dared not retaliate, especially in front of his sister Ning. Family-in-law. The 2 elderly members of the Song family anxiously paced back and forth. As the commotion escalated, Xie Ning suddenly drew her blade, striking it forcefully beside the old woman, leaving a shallow gash on the top of the Golden Cup vehicle. Try calling out again. Let us see if I one T cut you down. The raucous scene came to an abrupt halt. The elderly woman trembled, raising her hands in fright. Her mouth agape as she gazed at Xie Ning. The shouts, cries, and arguments ceased instantly. Half an hour later, the iron gate of the Song residence swung wide open. Miss Xie kicked and struck the luggage bag with her feet. advancing with 3 kicks and rolling it every 5 steps, forcefully propelling it towards the gate of the Song residence. The Song family stood silently along the pathway, barely daring to breathe. In the background, the anguished cries and curses of the He family echoed. Following closely behind was Mother He, relentlessly hurling insults, cursing the wretched creature, lamenting that this little wretch would not meet a good end. Enraged, Xie Ning's mother struck the iron gate with a knife, threatening, "You old hag. Dare to utter another unclear curse, and see if I don't put an end to you." Chapter 114. Cast out Mother He lifted 1 foot off the ground, resembling a golden rooster standing tall, trembling in fear as she glanced at Ning's mother. But within mere seconds, she collapsed in front of the iron gate, sprawled across the ground, wailing and lamenting, "Oh dear, this life is unbearable. My in-laws intend to cast us, a family of orphans, out into the streets, driving us to the brink of despair." Under normal circumstances, at this hour, the relatives of the Song family would have gathered at the entrance of number 85, chattering and gossiping. However, in the current situation, every household remained closed off, and even though the neighbors could hear the old woman's wails, they merely peeked through their balconies and windows. Xie Ning delivered the final bundle of belongings with a kick, then single-handedly grabbed the old woman sprawled at the entrance, forcibly dragging her out and throwing her onto the concrete ground. The entire operation was executed with fluidity and without a single word wasted. The old woman clutched her waist, crying out, "Murder! Fire! Is there anyone to help?" He Shuping and Song Yuyi. How can you heartlessly stand by and watch others treat your mother in such a manner? There is no justice in this world. The honest and simple-minded aunt has long been taken aback by the scene before her, anxiously wringing her hands and stamping her feet. "Mother, please stop. What am I causing a fuss about? Who is making a scene?" He mother cried out as she crawled up, throwing herself onto her luggage, beating, crying, and lamenting, "What sins have I committed to give birth to such a heartless and ungrateful daughter?" Witnessing her mother and siblings being so ruthlessly bullied, she felt utterly powerless. "Mother!" He Shuping's eyes reddened, fighting back tears. "Mom!" Song Shijun rushed over to grab He Shuping, turning to his grandmother with a shout, "Grandma, don't scold my mom. She did nothing wrong." He mother, fuming, gasped for breath, trembling as she pointed at Song Shijun. "Indeed, you all from the Song family are devoid of feelings, completely lacking in familial bonds." Hearing He mother speak so disparagingly of her grandson, old lady Song immediately grew displeased. "Yes, our Song family is utterly heartless. Then why are you still here? Go find somewhere else to stay. Don't occupy the newlyweds' home on the 3rd floor." "Grandma Junjun, how can you say such a thing?" He Daong rushed out to help his mother up from the ground, turning to the elderly Song couple, Junjun's grandparents. "We are all relatives. Why must we be so ruthless? Let us discuss this calmly. Isn't it your old lady who stirs up trouble all day long?" Madame Song wore a displeased expression, scolding Ning and Junjun, asserting that there was not a single good person in the old Song family. What more could be said? "We did not mean it that way." He Shufan assisted her brother, He Daong, in helping their mother to her feet, pouting defiantly. "Elder sister, why don't you say something in defense of mother? Has your tongue been whisked away by a cat? Brother-in-law, why do you speak like that?" He Shufan retorted angrily. Feeling that the entire Song family was composed of unkind individuals, miserly, and hoarding their wealth. "Oh dear, Junjun's grandmother, Junjun's uncle and aunt. What are you all doing? Can't we discuss things civilly? Must you throw luggage and resort to violence?" A woman with golden curly hair approached, smiling as she led 2 children, each around 10 years old, munching on bags of pork jerky. Upon seeing them, Song Kursen's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, "Rindaba, He Xiaobao, you've stolen the food I hid in the cupboard." The little girl lunged forward like a hungry tiger, attempting to snatch the treats, but was intercepted by the golden-haired woman, who with a forced smile gently advised, "Oh Kursen, you're already such a big girl. Why are you fighting with 2 children over food?" Fuming, Song Kursen reached out to swat at the 2 mischievous kids. Rindaba and He Xiaobao, hiding behind the woman, stuck out their tongues and made faces at her, provocatively stuffing a large piece of jerky into their mouths while casting sidelong glances her way. "Kursen, what are you doing?" The woman, with a reluctant demeanor, turned to face the stern-faced Song Yoji, along with Uncle Junjun and Grandma Junjun, and said, "Please do not take it to heart. The children are quite thoughtless and are especially prone to hunger. Upon seeing food, they cannot help but take it for themselves, as if it were ours. We will tally the expenses shortly, and I will transfer the amount to you via WeChat." Song Kursin rolled her eyes in exasperation. WeChat, really? The internet is so unreliable these days, barely functioning. Mother, can't we sit down and discuss this calmly? Why are you on the floor again? He Dayong's wife exchanged a knowing glance with Himu. The impudent girl thought she could dictate terms to the Song family. Xie Ning seized the old woman's hair with a fierce grip, disregarding any semblance of filial piety. The elderly woman, taken aback, immediately cried out in alarm. Without giving his family a moment to react, Xie Ning grabbed a handful of her curly hair and, dragging the shrieking woman, unceremoniously tossed her out the door. He Daong, furious, trembled with rage and swung his arm, ready to strike. Unfortunately, he did not even come close to touching a hair on Xie Ning's head before Song Yoji delivered a decisive punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, He Shufan let out a piercing scream, pounding her thighs and yelling, "Oh no, they are attacking. They are killing. They are killing." She was the very spitting image of her mother, He Laofu. "You villain, why are you attacking my mother?" The young and brash He Xiaobao rushed forward, intent on retaliating against Xie Ning. In a swift motion, she grasped the nape of his neck and seized He Shufan's son, Rendebo, dragging the two unruly children and unceremoniously flinging them outside, landing them right on top of Himu and the He family's daughter-in-law. A family of 6, young and old alike, was unceremoniously expelled by Xie Ning, along with their burdens. Bang! The iron gate slammed shut before their eyes. The elderly matriarch of the He family collapsed outside, wailing mournfully, lamenting the heartless woman who had raised such a wretched offspring, devoid of any moral guidance, even neglecting the children. What injustice is this? What injustice? The old woman crawled to the door, intent on banging it once more. Yet the surface was now studded with sharp, protruding metal spikes, glinting coldly in the sunlight, like the quills of a hedgehog. Chapter 115. Protecting our home throughout the ordeal. Xie Ning remained silent, having cast them out and turned away without uttering a word, her lips pressed firmly together. However, an air of trepidation enveloped the group, as they sensed that the young girl was quite irate. Song Yoji desperately gestured to his elder sister, Song Yui, urging her to speak with the girl. Yet Song Yui, too timid in such a tense moment, vehemently shook her head and waved her hands in refusal. Song Yoji could not help but roll his eyes, momentarily wishing to scold his sister, but thought better of it. Instead, he turned to his daughter, Song Kursin, casting her a pointed look. With a pout, Song Kursin, under the intense urging of her father's gaze, reluctantly rolled her eyes and sluggishly made her way toward the living room. Moments later, she emerged joyfully, waving to the others gathered in the courtyard, announcing that her sister wished to convene a family meeting. She then turned to Ji Taisien and the group of 5 with yellow hair, instructing them to wait a moment until the family meeting concluded, as her sister had matters to discuss with them as well. Song Yoji quietly approached Song Yui, saying, "Sister, my decades of life experience tell me it will be all right." Song Yui twitched her lips, feeling both amused and helpless, with a hint of concern lingering in her heart. The elderly couple of the Song family, along with their 3 children, He Shuping, Song Kursin, Song Shijun, and Xie Ning, formed a circle around the sofa. Except for the 4th child, Song Yoshuan's family of 3. The 3 generations of the Song family were all present. Before Xie Ning could speak, Song Kursin was the first to raise her hand and voice her opinion. "I believe my sister has done nothing wrong. I have endured their behavior for a whole day and night." The young girl spoke about the He family's 6 members with palpable indignation. "Those people had previously fancied themselves entitled to seize the 4th floor belonging to my aunt and sister, and when denied, they audaciously took over my uncle and aunt's marital home. What is this behavior? Do they not possess a shred of self-awareness as guests, truly believing this place is their own home? And those 2 mischievous children, one is 9 and the other 10, they eat more than pigs." Upon mentioning food, Song Kursin's resentment was evident. Those 2 brats rummaged through the kitchen all day, consuming whatever they found. Fortunately, she managed to hide all the food in her room and lock the door, thus escaping their greedy clutches. "Kursin," Song Yoji scolded gently, giving his daughter a knowing glance. "How can you speak like that?" Aunt He Shuping, filled with shame, nearly buried her head in the ground, wringing her hands and apologizing. "I am so sorry, everyone. It is all my fault." "No, how could this possibly be your fault?" Song Yoji hurriedly spoke to comfort Shuping. "Do not take it to heart. The child simply lacks the ability to articulate her feelings. Her discontent stems from having her food snatched away." Song Kursin pouted and huffed softly, Adults are truly duplicitous. The one who complained the most in front of me was undoubtedly father. I have gathered you all here to discuss this matter, Xie Ning stated with an expression of calmness, devoid of anger or any overt emotion, as she recounted the events with a cool demeanor. Uncle Song Yi nodded, his eyes behind the lenses betraying a hint of gravity. He narrated the facts they had witnessed without embellishment or glorification, simply recounting the stark reality of how ordinary people survive in the hellish trial. Aunt He Shuping embraced her son, turning to Xie Ning with profound gratitude etched on her face. Ning, I truly cannot express enough thanks. Aunt, I am at a loss for words. She replied sincerely. Grandmother Song smiled gently as she wiped her eyes. Shuping, family does not speak in estranged tongues. Ning's actions are a testament to her deep bond with her brother. We, the older generation, should feel proud and joyous about this. Yes, He Shuping nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. I hope we can all recognize the gravity of our current situation, Xie Ning said, taking a deep breath. She opened her phone and displayed some desolate images captured along the way, as well as scenes of the rat-like people setting fires to the ground. If you still cling to the illusion that this chaos is merely a temporary disorder that will soon settle, I urge you to abandon that notion forthwith. The most pressing dilemma we currently face is the scarcity of food and essential daily supplies. While this may not be evident in the immediate days, what will become of us in 3, 5, or even 7 days? I earnestly hope that before we migrate to a safer zone, everyone can assist me in safeguarding our home. Xie Ning spoke softly, indicating that the first step is to prevent any unauthorized individuals from entering. The gravity of the situation dawned upon the crowd, and they nodded in agreement. My uncle, Song Yi, bore a look of shame, lamenting that it was his fault for not shaking them off on the way. Song Yaoguo remained speechless, noting that casting them off would have been futile, as they were already aware of the Song family's address. This matter proved to be particularly challenging for Xu Ping, who found herself caught in the middle. Song Yui sighed, taking her younger siblings' hands and patting them gently. Xu Ping, your gentle nature has allowed your family to dominate you for so long. Now, for the sake of Junjun, you must stand firm. You must heed Ning's words. When the time comes and resources dwindle, will you really sacrifice Junjun's share to support your headstrong siblings? He Shuping felt her face flush with embarrassment. Elder sister, I understand. I will change. Elder sister. Xie Ning was not well acquainted with the He family, having only encountered them during the annual family reunion at her uncle's home, exchanging greetings on rare occasions. This brought an amused smile to Song Yoji's face as he recalled the peculiar siblings across the street. Ning, that Li Dawei has awakened his powers. And Li Xiang seems to have awakened some ability as well, though the uncle is unclear about what it is. They climbed over the wall with a quilt. Xie Ning looked at her uncle, Song Yoji, in bewilderment. Indeed, I have no idea what they were thinking. They got stuck once they climbed up. And that was just last night. Oh, you cannot imagine the chaos. Last night, Li Dawei and his sister attempted to scale the wall again, overestimating their abilities, only to find themselves entangled in the metal spikes, hanging helplessly from the gate with both themselves and the quilt. The two siblings were howling on the gate like zombies. Song Yoji remarked disdainfully. Chapter 116. Inventory of supplies exactly. They nearly scared me to death in the dead of night. Song Kurson exclaimed indignantly. Ultimately, it was my father who took a long bamboo pole used for hanging clothes and gave them a good thrashing to dislodge them from the gate, leaving half of that tattered quilt still hanging there, unaddressed. Xie Ning was utterly speechless. What were they climbing the gate for? Song Kurson burst into laughter. Sister, you probably won't believe this. Those two peculiar siblings reportedly went without food for 2 whole days at home, and simply couldn't bear it any longer. They decided to scale the wall to beg us for food. But alas, they failed to get over the gate, and Li Xiang even twisted his leg in the process. Uncle Li's family has a cellar, so it's impossible for them not to have stored some provisions for the winter. The Song family, like every household, typically keeps some frozen cabbage or preserved meats. There's no way Uncle Li's family would lack such supplies. Surely, they wouldn't be starving for 2 whole days? It's not yet the season of hunger when the harvest is scarce. At the very least, every household has rice. They could have cooked some, mixed it with a bit of sauce, and eaten some pickled radish. There's no reason for them to go hungry. Song Kurson chuckled. Oh sister, if only you knew. The 2 pigs are utterly inept, incapable even of operating a rice cooker. What can one expect them to cook? Xie Ning was rendered speechless. Song Yoji sighed. reflecting on how Uncle Li and his wife have spoiled them excessively, allowing them to do nothing. Now that a crisis has arisen, they find themselves utterly helpless. This serves as a reminder that one should not become overly complacent. The skills of others are not inherently ours, and it is essential to cultivate our own abilities for reliability. Consider this an opportunity to hone our strengths and, in doing so, earn material rewards. It is almost 8 o'clock. I must prepare to leave. Xie Ning nodded, her gaze infused with a hint of amusement. Uncle, you are truly remarkable. It is indeed rare for an uncle to possess such an urgency to enhance his abilities. His awareness is commendable, particularly given that these early-stage zombies are relatively manageable, especially when one can capitalize on opportunities presented by the military. You should get ready to head out, she advised. Xie Ning nodded, indicating that she had similar thoughts. Very well, Song Yoji replied with a grin. In a moment, we shall inventory all the supplies in our home, organizing and packing anything that could be of use. So we are prepared for relocation at a moment's notice. Absolutely, Ning Ning makes a valid point. By thoroughly assessing all our resources, we can maintain clarity and remain calm. Song Yaohua nodded, recognizing that his granddaughter's proactive nature mirrors his own. You all will manage the household affairs. I shall take my leave. In recent days, Song Yoji has been quite enthusiastic about trailing the military to hunt zombies. Even at 7:30, he set out half an hour early to report for duty. Xie Ning glanced at her mother and uncle. Let us begin packing and inventorying the rice, flour, oil, and other essentials at home, to see how long our supplies will last. She knew she needed to strategize wisely, taking advantage of the initial low combat effectiveness of the zombies to explore the surrounding areas, perhaps even uncovering significant resources. Let's start by organizing our own floor, and then proceed to the first floor and the backyard. Shijun, please assist Kursin with the second floor, instructed He Shuping, giving her son a gentle pat. Song Shijun nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and rose to his feet. Let's go then. Xie Ning replied, Mom, I'll join you shortly. I need to speak with them first. All right, you carry on. Song Yui waved her hand and turned to her elderly parents. Mom and Dad, please sit here for a while. Song's grandmother waved her hand dismissively. I'll have your father tidy up the kitchen cabinet a bit. I'm going to the kitchen to prepare the dough. How does lamb soup with noodles sound for lunch? That sounds perfect. Just don't overexert yourselves. They replied enthusiastically as they departed. Xie Ning smiled and stepped out of the villa into the small front yard, waving to Ji Tai Xian and the others. Have you been waiting long? Not at all, the 5 of them replied in unison, shaking their heads. Initially, we were compelled by circumstances, not fully understanding your character, and fearing for the safety of my family, which is why I insisted on bringing you to Sioux City. Now that matters have settled, you are free to leave whenever you wish. If you choose to stay, that is acceptable as well. Upon hearing this, the young man with the yellow hair could not help but smile wryly. We all came from Tai City. Originally, it was a rare opportunity for a vacation, a chance to unwind with my sister. Yet, unexpectedly, we encountered such a predicament. I am left with no relatives beside me. Sister Ning, if you do not mind, I wish to accompany you from now on. I possess no remarkable skills, but I could serve as your courier or driver. The young man with the tousled hair scratched his head awkwardly. The fact that you dare to wield a knife against the undead already places you above 90% of the population. Xie Ning nodded at him, instructing him to temporarily stay in a guest room on the first floor, and later, we shall proceed to the safe zone together. As for what lies ahead, we shall take it step by step. Thank you, Sister Ning. The young man beamed with gratitude. The long-distance journey would take approximately 3 hours. Very well. Please move the small car outside. I will prepare some supplies for you. However, you two are merely ordinary individuals. Exercise caution on the road. Mo Li and Xiao Zhang were taken aback that this fierce young girl was so accommodating. Not only did she allow them to leave, but she also provided them with supplies, leaving them feeling extremely anxious, repeatedly declining her generosity. Yet, Xie Ning was unperturbed by their refusals and entered to ask her uncle for assistance in loading some sustenance into their vehicle. After all, they had accompanied her around Sioux City and ought to receive something in return. Mo Li was immensely grateful, while Xiao Zhang hesitated. In truth, he wished to stay a while longer, savoring the pancakes and mutton soup prepared by Grandma Song before departing. However, given the young girl's urgency, it seemed she hoped for them to hit the road swiftly. Moreover, considering the 3-hour journey, they were unaware of the current road conditions. Perhaps it would delay us by 4 to 5 hours, and the roads would become even more treacherous after dusk. Mo Li gritted his teeth and said, All right. Sister Ning, I shall heed your counsel. Thank you. Once Mo Li and his companion were sent off, Xie Ning turned her gaze towards the sunlit figure of the carefree Xie Xian and smiled. So idle. Chapter 117. Little Gu, Little Gu. Xie Xian quickly raised his hand above his head, his expression earnest. Sister, I will follow you. My brother mentioned that everyone from our compound has already relocated to the safe zone, including my father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother. There is no need for me to worry. My brother also said that it would be beneficial for me, being particularly weak, to accompany you and gain some experience. Wang Zongxian curled his lip, regarding Xie Xian with evident disdain. However, when Xie Ning directed her attention towards him, Wang Zongxian promptly added, Sister, I currently have nothing pressing to attend to. I shall accompany you to the Lanshan Tower Lake safe zone. Then it is settled, Xie Ning affirmed. There are 3 guest rooms on the first floor. You may choose as you wish. I will head upstairs to organize some items. So idle. Can you chop firewood? Yes, I can. The young boy with yellow hair eagerly replied. Xie Ning beamed at Xie Xian and Wang Zongxian, Little Yuan. Please instruct these 2 gentlemen on how to chop wood. Chop plenty. I am concerned that there may be a power outage tonight. One must admit, Xie Ning's ominous predictions were quite remarkable. Before nightfall, at 3:30 in the afternoon, the power supply abruptly ceased. Outside the adjacent building, the roar of an automobile engine resonated. Song Yuji's voice called from beyond the door, Ning Ning, open the door. This iron gate is truly formidable. There was not even a place to knock on the door, as sharp metallic spikes protruded from it, each measuring a formidable 10 centimeters in length, instilling a sense of dread in anyone who dared to gaze upon them. Xie Xian, who had been chopping firewood to the point of existential doubt, hurriedly pulled open the iron gate. Song Yoji was taken aback by his disheveled appearance, exclaiming, What have you done? It's nothing, Uncle Song. I'm just taking it slow, Xie Xian replied, collapsing onto the nearby rattan chair. Observing the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, Song Yoji scrutinized him with a hint of disdain, remarking, You look a bit under the weather, young man. How about joining me tomorrow to hunt some zombies? Thank you. Uncle. Thank you, Xie Xian said, wiping his brow as he accepted a bottle of water from Wang Zongxuan, gulping down a generous mouthful. Xie Ning dashed out of the house, calling Uncle. Ah, my dear niece, Song Yoji exclaimed, dramatically unveiling a large burlap sack to show her its contents. Look at what I brought you. Everything you and Curson love to eat. Chocolates, huh? There are 2 more bags filled with goodies. My dear niece, you and Curson should choose first. Oh dear, that little Gu is such a vibrant child, efficient in her tasks, truly delightful. Xie Ning pondered, baffled. Had her uncle been brainwashed by little Gu during his brief absence? What about little Gu? Is she finished? Have her come over for dinner. Comrade Song Yui poked her head out from the second-floor balcony, waving to Song Yoji. Coming right away. Xie Ning glanced at Xie Xian with a sense of exasperation. Have you sent those seeds from your space to your brother? I'll go deliver them now. Make haste. They are likely waiting to load and count over there, Xie Ning urged. Oh right. Xie Xian, moving like a weary old ox, shuffled towards the door. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard Comrade Song Yui calling from the balcony. So idle. Tell your brother and the others to come over for a meal. Okay. Xie Xian responded as he left. Before long, Song Yui rushed down from the second floor, wiping the sweat from her brow. I've nearly finished tidying up everything, she said with a beaming smile. Ku Xian and Shijun have really grown up. They've been quite helpful with the lifting and moving. She took a small stool and sat beside Song Yoji. Is there commotion coming from next door? Has someone arrived? It's the military. They've arranged the housing after conducting personnel registration, Song Yoji sighed, whispering to Song Yui. Sister, do you know? Number 83 has lost everyone. Oh, Song Yui's expression turned grave. What about the 6-year-old twins? They're gone. Song Yoji shook his head somberly, turning away with clenched teeth. You couldn't bear to witness the horrors. It was beyond comprehension. And number 81? Only 2 little ones remain. They have been taken in by the military, but they're still under observation. It's uncertain whether they were bitten. That is truly tragic, Song Yui murmured softly. In their row of 4 independent villas, all of which bore odd numbers, 85, 83, 81, and 79. It seems that only they and the family of Guliang from number 79 are faring slightly better. Does that not imply that the casualties across the city are exceedingly grave? Today, I heard a piece of news suggesting that, in the future, The number of zombies might constitute half of the world's population. So many? It is said that efforts are already being made to control the situation. We are relatively fortunate here. In some cities and counties, even provincial capitals, it is estimated that they have suffered complete devastation. Song Yui gazed in astonishment at her elder brother. Let us not speak of this to others. It is sufficient that we, as family, are aware. Song Yui nodded and inquired about the people who moved in next door. Oh, it is said they are from a research institute. They might only be staying for a day or two. Song Yoji shifted closer to Song Yui, recalling that Xiao Gu had discreetly asked him whether they should leave together. I said we ought to consult Ning Ning first. Consult me about what? The two heads, huddled together in whispered conversation, abruptly halted and turned in unison. They noticed classmate Xie Ning squatting beside them, her expression inscrutable, having listened for an unknown duration. Xiao Gu, how long has it been since she first interacted with him? Such familiarity. Is Xiao Gu her family's reaping machine? Oh dear, you child. Her uncle huffed and puffed, advising against frightening them. In essence, Xiao Gu's suggestion is that since our family has a vehicle, when the personnel from the research institute relocate, we can follow closely behind. Xie Ning took a couple of steps closer to the two, questioning whether the other villagers would not rebel. Well, it is not as if we intend to abandon them. At that time, other troops will arrive specifically to facilitate their relocation. Those with vehicles in the village can depart together, while those without must wait patiently. As for Xiao Gu's side, aside from the comrades from the research institute, he certainly cannot accommodate anyone else. He still has a significant amount of cargo to transport. Xie Ning contemplated. I originally planned to commence your training at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We would run 10 laps around the village. Song Yui, with a serious demeanor, suggested. I believe it would be safer and more convenient to travel with Xiao Gu and the others. We wouldn't even need to get out of the vehicle to unload along the way. Well then, let's south run on the road instead. What? Chapter 118. The fierce little girl. This girl is truly a blood relative. Song Yui, who thought she had narrowly escaped a calamity, stormed off, clutching the carefully sorted condiments. A little later, when Xiao Gu and Lu Wei arrived, the baby-faced Jai Ruobai, the burden, tagged along as well. The three of them even brought a solar searchlight, which nearly sent Xie Ning into fits of laughter. Once the streetlight was placed at the entrance of the villa, it surprisingly illuminated the area quite well. Song Yui then instructed everyone to quickly put away the candles that had been lit, saving them for future use. Grandma had prepared a large pot of tender braised pork, roasted lamb chops, stir-fried kidneys, stewed chicken feet, a large plate of chicken, along with 7 or 8 vegetable dishes, filling the round table to the brim. 15 people gathered around the table. It was a bit cramped, yet everyone was in high spirits. However, just as they settled down to eat, the sound of metal clashing echoed from outside the door. It seemed someone was attempting to break through their iron gate. With so many family members present, even a meal with guests couldn't be peaceful. Song Yoji could not help but feel anger rise within him, questioning, who is it? Xie Ning quietly set down her chopsticks, expressing her intent to step outside. Song Kursin promptly rose to follow, still clutching a chicken foot in her hand. Sister, I shall accompany you to investigate. Who could possibly be the ill-fated soul to dare vandalize their iron gate? Upon reaching the entrance, the sisters swiftly unlatched the lock and yanked the gate open. A disheveled figure tumbled in, stumbling awkwardly. The sisters quickly sidestepped, allowing the intruder to crash to the ground, shattering half of his front teeth in the process. Ouch! Li Dawei dropped the hammer he had been wielding, clutching his bleeding mouth as he slumped to the ground, cursing vehemently. How despicable! You truly lack moral integrity. Brother! Li Xiang shrieked as she burst in, brandishing a shovel. Xie Ning, you struck my brother. How will you compensate? Our courtyard is equipped with surveillance. Whether you hit him or not is crystal clear. Xie Ning spoke indifferently, her gaze fixed on the fallen Li Dawei, regarding him as if he were a mere jester. Li Xiang, brimming with confidence, retorted, the power has been out for ages. What surveillance? That may be true for your household, but we have ample batteries. Song Kursin interjected, shaking the chicken foot in her hand with a huff. Song Kursin, Li Xiang seethed, her eyes narrowing at her. More specifically, her gaze was fixated on the half-eaten chicken foot in Song Kursin's grasp, her eyes burning with hunger. For someone who had gone 2 days and nights without food, a morsel to eat was more precious than life itself. With the shovel tightly gripped, Li Xiang charged at Song Kursin, who was taken aback and instinctively turned to flee indoors, exclaiming, Oh my, Li Xiang is out for blood. In her haste, she collided head-on with Ji Taixien, quickly seeking refuge behind him. At that moment, Li Xiang had already been sent sprawling to the ground by Xie Ning's sweeping kick, completely unable to pursue Song Kersen. The shovel in Li Xiang's hand fell against the chest of her brother, Li Dawei, who yelped in pain. His girlfriend, Zhao Yingying, hurriedly approached, softly calling out, Dawei, Dawei, are you all right? Li Xiang, with scraped palms and knees, rose in a dogged manner, shrieking, Xie Ning, you vile creature. How dare you strike me? Alas, a brutal kick sent Li Xiang's head crashing down, causing her to bite the concrete floor, her lips bloodied. A flicker of cold ruthlessness passed through Xie Ning's icy gaze. As Song Yui and her companions poured out of the villa, they witnessed their daughter trampling on Li Xiang's head, as if intent on crushing her very brain to unveil its color. Li Xiang lay on the ground, wailing and crying, utterly unable to raise her head, let alone resist. Ji Taiyin swallowed hard, retreating a step in silence. However, Song Yui and comrade Xiao Gu deliberately maneuvered through the crowd, seeking a vantage point to continue watching. Stop stepping on her, please stop. Zhao Yingying cried out in alarm. We only came to ask for something to eat. Why must you beat her senseless? With a swollen face resembling that of a pig, Li Xiang wept uncontrollably, and after Zhao Yingying pulled her up from the ground, she furiously shook off her hand. Are you even human? Li Dawei, clutching his painful chest, propped himself up in anger. We are not looking for you. We are seeking Grandfather Song and Grandma Song. Why did you assault us upon arrival? Song Shijun ran outside, glanced around, and questioned. Then why did you vandalize our iron gate? Fortunately, the iron gate appears to have been reinforced for my sister, with a thick iron plate affixed outside. At this moment, numerous sharp spikes protrude from the plate, pointed menacingly outward. The iron plate remains intact, while the metallic spikes have been pried off by Li Dawei and his sister using hammers and shovels. Your family truly lacks kindness, devoid of any semblance of neighborly affection. Li Xiang, with a swollen face, weeps, recalling how my grandparents extended their care to your family while they were alive. Now that they have passed, you choose to mistreat us, refusing even a warm bowl of soup or noodles. Song Yoji chuckles, remarking that over the years, your family has indeed been quite the benefactor. Surely, you're not without rice or pickled meat. Can you not manage a little for yourselves? Li Xiang stamps her foot, lamenting that the electricity has been cut off, rendering the rice cooker useless. How are we supposed to prepare our meals? It's laughable. Song Kersen bursts into laughter, stating that our family is also without power and water. Isn't it? Without a rice cooker, surely you can manage a simple earthen stove? Can't you boil some noodles? How does one even use an earthen stove? The siblings have never lifted a finger for household chores. They are entirely unaccustomed to the simplest tasks, let alone starting a fire to cook. They would need to chop wood and gather branches. Who knows how to chop wood? In these times, who can even step outside? Song Kersen is tempted to retort, noting that even the young gentleman from the capital managed to learn wood chopping. Yet, she thinks better of engaging in futile conversation with such simpletons. They seem to rely entirely on others, utterly incapable of self-sufficiency. After just 2 days, their clothes are wrinkled and emit a foul odor. With Uncle Li and his wife gone, they are left with a brood of inept dependents struggling to survive. As the atmosphere grew tense, Zhao Yingying hurriedly wiped her tears and stepped forward, deeply bowing to the elders of the Song family. We apologize for intruding, but our hunger compelled us to come uninvited. Might we impose upon you to assist us by cooking some rice, flour, and vegetables if we bring them over? The young girl, slender and delicate, resembled a fragile willow swaying in the breeze, evoking a sense of pity. Song Yui adjusted his spectacles and replied with an air of politeness. It is not impossible for us to assist in cooking. However, we have numerous tasks of our own to attend to, so our help will be rendered as a paid service. For instance, if you bring 20 pounds of rice, we can cook 10 pounds for you, while the remaining 10 will be considered a service fee. The members of the old Song family exchanged glances, and Song Shijun remarked, My father is quite shrewd. Song Kersen added, My uncle is truly relentless. Xie Ning chimed in, My uncle is formidable and imposing. Chapter 119, The Plan with a Decisive Nod. The uncle promised to provide them with 10 pounds of white rice the following morning, promptly sending the 3 of them away. The meal was quite fulfilling, comparable to what Xiao Gu and the others had enjoyed. The group agreed to pack their belongings over the next couple of days, planning to set out with Xiao Gu and his companions the day after tomorrow. After the gathering concluded, they settled the elders for the night. Song Yui and Xie Ning along with 5 members from the paternal and maternal sides, convened in the small reception room on the second floor to organize a comprehensive inventory of household supplies. Thick cotton blankets, summer quilts, woolen blankets, and bamboo mats were categorized and stored in 3 wardrobes according to their condition. In addition to the clothing, shoes, and socks each family took with them, they also filled 3 wardrobes with extra garments. Within the confines of the home, several unopened packages of toilet paper, napkins, towels, shampoo, facial cleanser, toothpaste, and toothbrushes have been neatly organized into 4 large storage boxes. Additionally, an assortment of miscellaneous items and tools has been crammed into 2 metal containers. The rice cooker, various pots, microwave, steaming basket, and automatic stir-fry machine have all been tidily arranged. Ning Ning, do you think we should take all of this? Song Yui questioned, her face etched with concern. Will there be electricity in the safe zone? Otherwise, once our batteries are depleted, we will be left without power. It is understood that a proper safe zone will indeed have a reserve of electricity, so she decided to take everything. Xie Ning nodded in agreement, indicating that the batteries should be removed, as Gu could recharge them in the future. The others looked on in astonishment. Impressive. Brother Gu can even recharge batteries. Song Kursin remarked, astonished. What about the refrigerator, fan, television, and air conditioner? Should we take those as well? Yes, we must take them all. Dismantle the air conditioner and take the outdoor unit too, Xie Ning affirmed with vigor. Can Xien's space accommodate all of this? Song Kursin expressed doubt. It should be fine. If he exerts himself a bit more, it will fit. Xie Ning staunchly supported Jitai Xian. In truth, she was mentally calculating that with so many items crammed inside, it would likely fill both the living room and dining area of the villa to capacity. She also intended to scour the surrounding area for supplies the following day. How would they manage to load everything? Having discussed the household items, they turned their attention to food and water. First, regarding the water, the well water drawn by the elder brother has been divided among 30 large plastic barrels. Aside from the water needed for the next 3 days in a storage tank. Although it appears to be a substantial amount, water remains in short supply. In the past couple of days, we have refrained from bathing, and the scarcity of food and drink has become increasingly pressing. Comrade Song Yui wears a troubled expression. The only time I abstained from bathing was during my confinement period, and I wash daily otherwise. These 2 days have truly been uncomfortable. Xie Ning also feels distressed. Yet for the moment, there seems to be no remedy. At the end of the Song family's corridor lies a lake, abundant in water resources. But can we dare to use it now? We must endure. As for drinking water, there is no immediate need for concern. During our previous scavenging, we gathered several boxes of mineral water. Xie Ning silently resolved that tomorrow's primary objective would be to search for water, particularly bottled water. In the cellar, we have gathered an impressive collection of produce: potatoes, yams, cabbages, carrots, sweet potatoes, and eggplants, all packed into baskets amounting to several hundred pounds. We also have over 300 pounds each of rice, flour, and oil. The cured meats, including preserved pork, tujia chicken, sausages, and hams, are plentiful. Shuping diligently records the inventory while noting the 2 baskets of pickled vegetables, along with dried radishes, pickled mustard greens, frozen cabbage, and chilies, items that can be stored for an extended period. Homemade shredded meat, pickled cucumbers, and preserved watermelon rind, as well as roasted pumpkin seeds, have also been neatly organized into 2 storage boxes. However, some items may not last long and should be consumed first. Xie Ning smiled slightly, assuring that it would not be an issue. I will have Tai Xian gather these items, as his space remains in a state of stasis, preserving food without spoiling. Song Yoji contemplated the situation, noting that with our family of 9, plus Xiao Yuan and the others, these provisions should suffice for at least a month. Thank you for your hard work, elder brother. Song Yui and his wife nodded in agreement. Xie Ning gazed at her family and proposed, tomorrow, aside from my eldest uncle and myself, everyone else should remain at home to prepare rice balls, boxed meals, and steamed buns. Initially, I intended to rouse everyone for a morning jog, but considering you all must toil throughout the day, we shall forego the exercise this time. The 3 siblings of the Song family regarded her with blank expressions, and thus it was settled. I shall take charge of steaming the buns. I am proficient in crafting various types, be it fan-shaped buns, vegetable buns, or meat-filled ones. I will also prepare some rice balls with shredded pork and cook a selection of vegetables and meats. However, will these be suitable for storage? She pondered. There is ample space available, so storage ought not to pose a problem. I have a concern. Song Yui timidly raised her hand. To make boxed meals, we need containers. Where shall we procure so many boxes? Xie Ning silently regarded her. I believe Xiaogu might have some. Upon hearing this, Song Yui eagerly nodded. Then I shall inquire with Xiaogu tomorrow. Thank you all for your efforts. Xie Ning nodded in acknowledgement. The purpose of their preparations was primarily to ensure simplicity during the journey, avoiding the need for cooking en route, which could attract unwelcome attention. There were still some leftover bamboo leaves at home, estimated to be sufficient for wrapping over 100 meat dumplings, which they would prepare all at once. This should sustain them for a while. Aunt He Shooping nodded. Then I shall also make some egg pancakes and scallion pancakes, along with sponge cakes. Crafting over 100 of each. This should suffice. Sufficient, indeed. Everyone chimed in agreement. Song Yui, filled with nostalgia, recalled. I remember my grandmother telling me stories from her youth, during those tumultuous times of war when farmers would escape in such a manner. Alas, who would have foreseen that our turn would arrive? Fear not. Let us regard this as encountering a hellish level in a game. This is not the most poignant trial. Perchance, a 2S nightmare level or a 3S abyssal level may await us in the future. Song Shijun cast a silent glance at the young lady, his hand itching to deliver a swat to her head. He felt no solace whatsoever. Song Yoji was rendered speechless. If one cannot speak eloquently, it is best to remain silent. Very well, let us make haste and retire for the night. Tomorrow morning, everyone shall arise early to assist. Song Kursen lifted her collar and sniffed. I perceive an overwhelming stench emanating from my person. The following day, as the entire family bustled about, diligently laboring, Xie Ning had already departed from the Song family's residence in her golden van. Little Gu arrived with 400 to 500 disposable lunchboxes, and upon inquiring about Xie Ning, everyone was bewildered to discover her absence. The Song family's villa district possessed 3 gates. Xie Ning exited through the western gate. Her departure went unnoticed by all save for the family residing closest to the western gate. Xie Ning drove onward, her countenance bearing a grave expression. Within the ashtray, a smattering of fine, white powder lay scattered across the bottom. It was the mutant psychic zombie crystal nucleus that Gu Chun had bestowed upon her. Now, it had transformed into this state. Chapter 120. Doomsday Revelry. Despite Xie Ning's extensive knowledge and experience, she was taken aback upon beholding the powder. It bore a striking resemblance to the crystal nucleus ash remaining after certain expert teams utilized specialized tools to extract elements and concoct advanced potions. Crystal nuclei cannot be directly absorbed by the human body. Reckless attempts to do so could result in bloodline disorders and explosive demise. This was a universally acknowledged principle in her previous life. She certainly would not be foolish enough to absorb the crystal nucleus, so after obtaining this mutated psychic crystal, she admired it for a moment before casually tossing it into her pants pocket. Following a flurry of activity upon returning home, engaging in a skirmish with the He family, and then tidying up the house for packing, she completely forgot about the crystal. It wasn't until this morning, while putting on her pants, that she felt a strange sensation in her pocket, leaving her momentarily bewildered. If she could directly absorb the energy contained within the crystal without experiencing any adverse effects, could it be that she no longer needed to spend exorbitant amounts on high-grade promotion potions in this lifetime? As Xie Ning drove, she shook her head, chiding herself for indulging in wishful thinking. Yet, the crystal had transformed into a fine powder scattered within her pocket, leaving her with no choice but to entertain such thoughts. Moreover, she had experienced another vivid dream last night. The black and white scenes within her dream swayed and jolted, occasionally freezing like an old film reel caught in a moment. Then, she caught sight of a sign for a grocery store flashing before her eyes, surrounded by a dozen grotesque zombies lurking nearby. As the scene shifted, Xie Ning noticed a business vehicle parked behind a partially collapsed building across from the store. Behind the wheel sat a familiar figure, Chen Chong, with his daughter, Chen Jiajia, leaning against the passenger seat, animatedly chatting away. Although the images were in monochrome, they were significantly clearer than when she had glimpsed Tianrun supermarket previously. The distance of a street separating them from the grocery store implied an expanded range of perception. Was this truly a manifestation of her psychic abilities? It seemed that Chun and his daughter were squatting across from the grocery store, likely waiting for an opportunity to scavenge. Considering the time, they had probably been there for a whole day and night. Coward, still unable to decide whether to fight or flee after such a long time. Xie Ning pouted, leisurely driving her small golden car without any urgency. The local fruit and vegetable supermarket was a place she often visited with her mother when they came to Song's residence, buying fruits for her grandparents. The establishment was quite spacious, with a supermarket area located on the upper floor. This time, her primary goal was to procure more bottled water, while selectively acquiring other items. She couldn't allow her villa to become overcrowded. Otherwise, there would be no space for the belongings that had been cleared out of her home. The space was indeed somewhat limited, Xie Ning mused. However, compared to the mere 2 square meters she had in her past life, she felt quite content with her current situation. Suddenly, several gunshots rang out ahead. Xie Ning's senses heightened. She eased off the accelerator, preparing to make a swift turn down an alternate route. She often spent her summer and winter vacations playing at her grandmother's house and was well acquainted with the nearby streets and alleys. Any small road would lead her to the vicinity of the supermarket. There was no need to charge straight ahead. Before her, a gaudy golden sports car adorned with the slogan "Unrivaled in the World" came barreling towards her. Following closely behind were several luxury vehicles, as if they were eager to announce their arrival with drums and gongs. Heads popped out of the luxury cars, each wielding a metal hammer and shouting wildly. Trailing behind them was a staggering throng of hundreds of zombies. Judging by the direction, it seemed likely that hordes of zombies from all around were converging towards this spot. Xie Ning took one look at the audacious approach of the newcomers and hastily turned into a side alley to make her escape. She couldn't afford to provoke them. Encountering such a deranged group for the first time since the apocalypse was a situation to avoid at all costs. She glanced in the rearview mirror and was taken aback to discover a small film crew following closely beside the sports car. A person stood atop their vehicle, camera in hand, eagerly capturing the exhilarating scene. Xie Ning pondered. Was she overly cautious, or were others exceptionally skilled? What was happening? Had she encountered some bizarre creature? Although her aim was precise, with a single shot that could pierce a skull, the commotion was far too pronounced. At this rate, they would soon find themselves surrounded and besieged by a horde of zombies from all sides. Xie Ning's delicate hand tightened around the steering wheel, and she pressed the accelerator, intent on shaking off these fools. Huh, those 2 little vans think they can outrun us? How laughable. Are they male or female? Let us stop and ask. A group of stylishly dressed men and women, exuding vibrancy and laughter, veered off with Xie Ning down a narrow path. She slammed the gas pedal, desperate to lose the foolish pursuers behind her. However, the little vans, no matter how hard they pressed the accelerator, could not match the speed of her powerful sports car. Zhong Xiao, the one driving the little van, seems to be a girl. They laughed. Ha ha ha. Could she possibly be a dinosaur? What a farce. Perhaps she was frightened by the horde behind us. Aha. Let us overtake her and leave her to deal with those zombies. Wang Xiao, you're so mischievous. It's just a bit of fun, haha. What's the harm? Don't take it too seriously. Ever since her abilities had advanced to the 1st tier, Xie Ning's speed and hearing had significantly improved. She could hear every word and phrase spoken by the revelers behind her with remarkable clarity. Initially, I had no intention of engaging in disputes with them. After all, they are foolish enough, and in such an environment, their longevity is questionable. I thought it best to let them fend for themselves. However, it seems they are conspiring to ensnare her. What to do? Anxiety grips Ning Ning. The only course of action is to strike first and ensnare them instead. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, resting one hand on the car window, as a multitude of metallic needles suddenly erupted from her palm, shooting towards the first ostentatious golden sports car without warning. Watch out, cried the stunning woman in the passenger seat, her long hair flowing. Yet, it was too late. The metallic needles clinked against the windshield, some deflected, while others viciously pierced the 2 front tires. With a series of explosive sounds, both front tires seemingly burst simultaneously. The driver, Mr. Zhong, was taken aback, desperately jerking the steering wheel. Despite his frantic attempts to brake, the car inevitably collided with the adjacent wall. This narrow passageway could accommodate only one vehicle, and Mr. Zhong's collision triggered a chain reaction, with the luxury cars behind him crashing one after another. The last of these vehicles even ascended onto the roof of the preceding car, flipping over and crashing against the wall. The alley erupted into chaos, filled with shouts and curses, while ironically, the heavy metal music from their car continued to blare unabated. Turn off the music, the long-haired woman exclaimed, her expression shifting to alarm as she hurriedly exited the vehicle. Ning Ning cast a mocking glance backward. Chapter 121. The boldness of talent. The series of collisions and rollovers began with the small camera vehicle trailing behind them. The photographer scrambled from his car, unwilling to part with his essential equipment. Regrettably, after just a few strides, she was overwhelmed by a horde of ravenous zombies who brought her crashing to the ground, viciously tearing at her. The young ladies and gentlemen from the luxury vehicle scrambled out, panic-stricken and disoriented. "Gather around, don't panic." A woman clad in a leather jacket and pants, her long hair cascading elegantly, approached them with an air of authority, her 10-centimeter stilettos clicking on the pavement. With a swift motion, a long-handled kitchen knife materialized in her palm. The last image that Xie Ning beheld was of this woman crushing a zombie's skull beneath her foot, her movements sharp and decisive as she dispatched the undead with grace. Armed with a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, she exuded a formidable presence. This woman was also a spatial ability user. With a surge of determination, Xie Ning pressed the accelerator and sped away from the zombie-infested alley. Whether the young ladies and gentlemen could escape the clutches of the 100 or so zombies was no longer her concern. After all, they were merely indulging in a game. Why take it too seriously? Each played their own part, even if it meant flirting with death. As Xie Ning drove her small golden vehicle, she swerved discreetly to the opposite side upon nearing the shopping center. Peering behind the half-collapsed building, she indeed spotted the business vehicle belonging to Chen Chong and his daughter. However, it lay deserted, likely abandoned while they ventured into the shopping center for supplies. The young girl leaped from her car and circled the business vehicle, discovering a few boxes of peanut butter, bean paste, chili sauce, and several cartons of fruit milk inside. It was fortunate that the individuals who nearly endangered her brother's life had not met their demise. Thus, taking a few items as compensation seemed justifiable. Xie Ning skillfully unlocked the vehicle and transferred the items into her own small golden vehicle. Upon opening the trunk, she was pleased to find 2 sealed barrels of gasoline, which she promptly added to her haul. Previously, I procured 2 barrels of fuel at the gas station, and with the 2 gifted by Xiao Gu, I now possess a total of 6 barrels. However, gasoline is a consumable, and it is only a matter of time before I must venture nearby to gather more. After completing these tasks, the young lady discreetly drove to the rear entrance of the supermarket, seeking a secluded spot to park. The zombies that had previously roamed near the supermarket appeared to have been dealt with. Xie Ning entered without incident, planning to head straight to the drinking water section on the 2nd floor. However, just as she reached the staircase, she overheard an agitated conversation. "Li Shasha is my classmate." "Dad, how could you do this? I saw it all yesterday." Chen Chong's awkward voice rose in response. "Jia Jia, don't overthink it. And certainly don't emulate her. Li Shasha's behavior is inappropriate. You should keep your distance from her. You're not considering marrying Li Shasha and making her my stepmother, are you?" "Of course not. What nonsense is this child spouting? You wouldn't abandon me to protect Li Shasha and her mother, would you? Impossible. You will always be Daddy's little princess." "Old Chen, what are you two babbling about? Hurry up, there are sounds of vehicles outside. Quickly come down and load up on fruits and vegetables. We might have visitors." With hurried footsteps, Xie Ning slipped in through the safety door, casting a disdainful glance at the departing father and daughter. What a disgrace. She flaunts herself and then denies acquaintance when it suits her. Xie Ning hastened towards the beverage section, only to find many shelves stripped bare, with bottled water completely scavenged. She could only rush to the household goods section, collecting discarded items such as soap, laundry pods, shower gel, and toothpaste. Then she meandered over to the home textiles area, where she gathered quite a few bedding sets and cozy blankets. These items would be useful for her uncle's family once they settled in the safe zone. However, she felt somewhat disheartened by the absence of drinking water. Grabbing a large fabric bag hanging nearby, Xie Ning symbolically filled it with assorted food items from the shelves and tossed in several tubes of toothpaste and toothbrushes. With the bag in hand, she strolled through the 2nd-floor supermarket area and noticed a narrow door tucked away in a corner. Leaning in to listen, she discerned no sounds from within and proceeded to unlock the door. As if her efforts had been rewarded effortlessly, she opened the narrow storage room door to reveal a towering stack of purified water boxes, each containing 1.5 liters, with 12 bottles per box, Qingtian purified water. After a quick count, she estimated there were over 200 boxes. She swiftly closed the storage room door and, with determination, moved all the boxes into the villa's dining area, neatly stacking them against the wall in a tall formation. The storage room also held an array of alcoholic beverages and soft drinks. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to collect them all, as they would benefit her uncle as well. Once she completed her task, Xie Ning pulled open the door and barely took 2 steps before a knife was thrust against her chest. "Don't move. My knife doesn't discriminate," warned a young man, his voice trembling with nervousness. "Hey, there's a fish that slipped through the net. It's a young and beautiful lady." The speaker's voice was hoarse, his nose adorned with sunglasses, and his hair meticulously styled. "What's inside?" He pushed the door open and glanced at the desolate little storage room. Turning back, he cast a meaningful look at Xie Ning. "Miss, you must be a spatial ability user, am I correct?" Xie Ning raised an eyebrow, questioning his implication. The man approached her, naturally taking the large fabric bag from her hands and inspecting its contents. "How else can one explain why you only collected such trivial items?" Xie Ning shrugged. "Take a look at the shelves and see what else is available. Finding these is quite commendable, wouldn't you agree?" "Don't be so stubborn." The young man pointed his knife towards her. Among that group below, 2 possess abilities, yet they were still subdued by our leader, Pai. "Quickly confess. Are you a spatial ability user?" Xie Ning met his gaze with an icy stare. "You finished your inspection, so may I take my leave now? There are still plenty of fresh fruits and vegetables downstairs. Wouldn't the lovely miss like to gather some? Is Pai willing?" Xie Ning chuckled softly. "Of course," he replied, his demeanor exceptionally amiable. "It would be my pleasure to befriend such a lovely lady." Xie Ning nodded slightly, acknowledging his sincere invitation. "In that case, I shall not be overly polite." She retrieved a cloth bag and counted. "Here are 7 or 8 bags. May I fill them a bit more? Perhaps with durians, melons, or cherries, if any are left." "Don't push your luck," the young man exclaimed, raising his knife in anger. However, she was abruptly halted by the imposing figure of Big Pai, who admonished her not to be disrespectful to the lovely lady. The lady was free to select whatever she could carry. "Thank you," Xie Ning replied with a cheerful nod. In chapter 122, you've discovered my secret. She had actually heard the commotion from downstairs while collecting items in the small storeroom. Initially, she intended to quietly exit after finishing her task, avoiding involvement in the ensuing conflict, but it was evident that others were unwilling to let her leave without a fight. Xie Ning found herself with no choice but to reluctantly partake in this unexpected situation. In these times, it was indeed astonishing to encounter someone who begrudged another for taking too little. Following Big Pai down the stairs, she soon spotted Chen Chong and his daughter, along with Su Yu, the vice principal, and a mother-daughter pair, all bound and seated to the side. Xie Ning's gaze lingered momentarily on Li Shasha and her mother, a chill creeping into her heart. The director of Su City No. 2 High School, Shen Wei, was conspicuously absent, likely having fled the scene, abandoning his incompetent companions. "Oh no!" Chen Jiajia, upon seeing Xie Ning, flushed with anger and glared at her. Xie Ning pretended not to notice, tilting her head to examine the fruit shelf ahead. "Shall I take some?" she inquired. "Please," Big Pai responded courteously, offering an exaggeratedly charming smile. Meanwhile, Su Yu, with her mouth gagged, glared furiously at Xie Ning as she passed by, seemingly desiring to leap at her throat in a fit of rage. It was perplexing. She was neither the assailant nor the captor, so why direct such ire towards an uninvolved bystander? Was it a manifestation of impotent fury? Xie Ning, oblivious to her surroundings, walked directly to the shelf, selecting with great care. She chose a splendid durian, placing it into her cloth bag, followed by 2 fresh melons, and a generous handful of cherries. Indeed, she showed no sign of hesitation. With 2 heavy bags in hand, she turned with a beaming smile, nodding at the imposing figure of Pai Laodao across from her, playfully implying that she could not carry any more. Pai Laodao squinted his eyes, lamenting this unfortunate circumstance. He observed Xie Ning with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, initially intending for the lovely young woman to take even more. "No need to be so courteous," he remarked. Xie Ning nodded with a smile, effortlessly making her way towards the door with her 2 heavy bags. "Thank you, but I have matters to attend to. Pai Laodao, please continue with your work." At the entrance stood 4 or 5 burly men, who, upon seeing her, turned their heads in unison to look at Pai Laodao. He smirked and stepped aside, saying, "Allow me to personally escort the young lady." The others, Siyu, Jinjiaga, and their companions, were filled with resentment towards Xie Ning, cursing her ancestors in their hearts. They had clearly seen her, yet she remained indifferent. This cold-hearted woman truly lacked compassion. They watched helplessly as she fell into Pai Laodao's grasp, unwilling to lend a hand. A heartless monster, a venomous snake. Xie Ning passed by the vociferous Jinjiaga without even a glance. The burly men made way, and Pai Laodao extended his hand in an inviting gesture, cheerfully escorting Xie Ning out. "If the young lady has no means of transport, I could arrange for someone to accompany you. Xie Ning blinked, expressing that there was no need for concern as her car was parked in the lot behind. There's no need for you to see me off, Boss Pai. Please go about your business. Oh? Boss Pai chuckled, inquiring about the young lady's surname. Since we are mere acquaintances, there is no need to delve into names. Xie Ning retorted with subtlety, leaving no room for further inquiry. Indeed, Boss Pai replied with a grin. You strike me as a forthright individual. Thus, I shall speak plainly. If you are willing, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our Iron Wolf team. Rest assured, the terms of engagement can be discussed in detail, and you shall not be treated with anything less than the utmost respect. Boss Pai trailed closely behind Xie Ning as they proceeded towards the parking lot. Xie Ning halted, tilting her head to regard him with a smile. Is this truly your intention to recruit me? She mused, lifting 2 hefty bags of fruit. As an ordinary person, I must admit I am somewhat flattered. Boss Pai's expression shifted, his smile growing ever more genial. As long as you are inclined, the conditions are entirely negotiable. Within our team, we are never short of provisions or water. Xie Ning feigned contemplation, furrowing her brow slightly as she murmured in acknowledgement, gradually nodding. Boss Pai, who had been watching her with a smile, suddenly noticed the 2 heavy bags of fruit in her hands had vanished without a trace. With a slight tilt of her head and a faint smile gracing her lips, Xie Ning mused, what shall I do now that you have uncovered my little secret? Boss Pai's pupils constricted as a perilous alert surged through his mind. He instinctively took a considerable step back. At that moment, a long, metallic spike clashed against a curved barrier before him with a sharp sound, halting its advance. P's expression changed dramatically as he blurted out, a dual-element supernatural being. A mental-type supernatural being? A hint of amusement flickered in Xie Ning's eyes. Indeed, he had not misjudged her. He had sensed that this enchanting young lady was far from ordinary. How could an average person remain so impeccably clean amidst the apocalypse? She was, in fact, a rare dual-element supernatural being, and a glimmer of envy flashed in Pai Laoda's eyes. Truly, geniuses exist in this world. He had thought himself fortunate. Having awakened his formidable mental powers shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, and, by a stroke of luck, advanced a level. He believed himself one of the few lucky ones, a child of destiny amidst the chaos. Yet, reality proved otherwise. The mental barrier, under the relentless assault of a metallic spike resembling a spider's leg, began to constrict and diminish. Why? Could it not withstand even a minute? Beads of cold sweat formed on Pai Laoda's forehead. Xie Ning regarded him with a calm smile, initially unwilling to resort to violence. However, with him clinging to her like an unyielding piece of gum, she found herself quite vexed. You, Pai Laoda exclaimed, watching the increasingly fragile arc of his barrier as his pupils constricted. Let me impart a survival rule for the apocalypse. Xie Ning stepped forward, and several metallic spikes suddenly pierced through his arcane shield. Do not incessantly pry into other secrets. Probing into matters beyond your grasp can lead to your demise. In the instant the barrier shattered, Pai Laoda turned to flee, but alas, a row of sharp metal spikes emerged beneath his feet, causing him to collapse in agony. Bloodied and bruised. How pitiful! Xie Ning gazed at him with an emotionless stare, a hint of a cold smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Did no one inform you that it is prudent for a first or second-tier psychic to steer clear of a strong assault-type ability user? Alas, you are neither 4th nor 5th tier. With a sharp hiss, several metallic spikes pierced through the neck and chest of the man known as Pai Laoda. He struggled on the metal-studded concrete for scarcely 3 seconds before his breath ceased. Chapter 123. Energy Crystal. Xie Ning's expression remained serene as she regarded the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. This marked the first life she had taken since her rebirth in this apocalyptic world. Unappreciative of her presence, he had relentlessly pursued her, demanding to know whether she possessed abilities. And so he had met his end. Should she have had the leisure to gaze into a mirror at this moment, she would surely have noticed a faint sheen of moisture gathering in her eyes. To her astonishment, she observed that the corpse seemed to grow translucent. She could see the source of energy within his chest gradually rising, ascending, and ascending still, as though drawn by some ethereal force. Instinctively, Xie Ning took a step back as a grain-sized energy crystal erupted from Pai Laoda's chest, shooting toward her. She retreated another 2 steps, watching as the crystal hovered in midair, emitting a gentle glow. Frowning, Xie Ning cautiously extended her hand, allowing the softly glowing energy crystal to settle into her palm. This first-tier psychic energy crystal appeared more translucent than the typical zombie core. reflecting on her previous life, where individuals specialized in hunting various ability users much like they hunted zombies, solely to study the energy crystals within them. A shiver coursed through her. In her mind, zombies and humans were ultimately distinct. Killing a zombie and extracting its core felt justified and devoid of guilt. However, the energy crystal holds little value for her, does it? Xie Ning pinched the energy crystal, no larger than a grain of rice, between her fingers, extending her arm to scrutinize it from a distance. Her eyes clearly reflected disdain. Handing it over to Xiaogu, the moment those 4 words flashed in her mind, she watched as the energy crystal gradually dissipated between her fingers. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, while her heart trembled as if shaken by a seismic event. So, it was indeed her who autonomously absorbed that first-tier zombie psychic crystal? With no time to thoroughly investigate the energy source within her body, she noticed several burly men rushing in from the side entrance, clutching a large bag filled with miscellaneous items. Xie Ning dashed towards the back door of the supermarket upon hearing their voices. That scoundrel Pai Lauda had been slain by this girl. Damn it. Once I catch her, I swear I will end her life. The coarse words of the burly man were abruptly interrupted as he stared wide-eyed. Reaching to touch his neck, which gushed blood, a metallic spike had inexplicably emerged from it, with blood trickling down its length. He was an attacker with metal-based abilities, not a spatial enhancer. Someone shouted in alarm, "Be careful." A metal spike pierced through his back, killing him instantly. Just as Xie Ning intended to pursue, a large blade swung menacingly before her. "You murderous fiend. I will kill you." It was a young lackey behind Pai Lauda, his eyes bloodshot as he slashed at her. Despite several attempts, he only managed to strike the walls beside her, failing to land a blow on Xie Ning, all the while pretending to be valiant and righteous, as if his hands were free of blood. Xie Ning's words dripped with sarcasm as she delivered a swift kick to the young man's abdomen. A band of thugs, banding together to intimidate a frail girl, found themselves outmatched by her resilience. Had she faltered, would her fate have been more merciful than death? The unfortunate youth crumpled to the ground, his body contorted in agony. Without hesitation, Xie Ning dashed into the supermarket, carelessly tossing apples, oranges, and pears into her large cloth bag. Behind her, the young man, still hunched over, relentlessly pursued her, shouting, "You foul woman, don't run. Drop the goods, these belong to us." Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot echoed, and a gaping wound appeared in the young man's head, causing his body to collapse with a thud. As Xie Ning turned in shock, she found a cold metallic barrel aimed directly at her. "I advise you to refrain from making any sudden movements. Bullets have no regard for their targets." A woman with flowing hair, her demeanor tense, raised her chin, indicating for one of her subordinates to step forward. The lackey swiftly approached, snatching the yellow bag from Xie Ning's grasp. Inside were fruits and biscuits, igniting a glimmer of greed in his eyes. "Yao Jia, don't waste your breath on her. Eliminate this shameless woman. Indeed, she caused our vehicles to crash in succession and led to the demise of several photographers. All the footage we captured is now ruined." Xie Ning's gaze flickered, revealing a group of 7 or 8 disheveled youths trailing behind the striking woman clad in leather. The latter, adorned with 10-centimeter stiletto heels, showcased a curvaceous figure accentuated by her attire, exuding an alluring charm. While the others appeared somewhat muddied, she radiated an exquisite beauty. Her face enhanced with a layer of whitening foundation, adorned with long false eyelashes, and her eyes lined with a deep, captivating allure. Standing amidst the crowd, there was an undeniable sense of standing out, radiating an almost dazzling brilliance. The young girl raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with sarcasm, questioning why one did not simply carry a loudspeaker and sing their way through. Such recklessness. A flicker of anger crossed Wang Qingyao's eyes. Initially, she had considered sparing the girl due to her youth, but was taken aback by the latter's audacity. With a swift pull of the trigger, a bullet was unleashed, aimed at Xie Ning's head. A sharp crack resonated through the air. The bullet was deflected by another shot fired from behind, embedding itself silently into the wall. Wang Qingyao was startled, and as she turned, she caught sight of a tall figure. In a moment's notice, the crowd heard a soft hiss, as a metallic shard suddenly pierced through the side of Wang Qingyao's neck. With a sickening crunch, it emerged from the opposite side, accompanied by a heavy scent of blood. Screams erupted, chaos ensued, and everyone directed bewildered and accusatory gazes at Xie Ning. "You killed Sister Yao. You madwoman. How could you be so heartless?" A woman cried, shaking her head in tears, retreating step by step, terrified that Xie Ning's elusive metal shard might emerge and strike her down. Did you not hear your sister shoot at my head without a word of protest? Your companion threatened to kill me, yet you remained silent about that cruelty. Xie Ning's smile was enigmatic. Your worldview revolves solely around yourselves, does it not? The woman was left speechless. Sister, are you hurt? Gu Chun, accompanied by several others, hastily approached her, with 3 muscular men in tow, who had previously attempted to flee. I am fine, Xie Ning replied, shaking her head. Casting a glance at the 3 men. What brings you here? You are being reckless, venturing so far on your own. Aunt and the others are nearly beside themselves with worry. Xie Ning touched her nose, concerned that her mother and the others would nag her, which is why she stealthily slipped away. However, there are still plenty of items here. Have your people take them all away. Xie Ning approached a trembling young man and swiftly snatched the yellow cloth bag he had taken. Where are the items? She demanded. What items? He stammered. Xie Ning delivered a sharp slap to his face, her gaze icy. The items. The young man, overwhelmed, began to frantically search his pockets, shivering as he tossed everything he could find, lighters, cigarettes, car keys, cookies, chocolates, into the bag. Chapter 124. The little rascal Xie Ning flashed him a bright, shallow smile. Live well. Hell on earth awaits you. The young man shuddered, feeling as though the girl's gaze pierced his heart like a poisoned blade. Xie Ning, carrying the rather heavy yellow bag, had just reached Lu Wei and the others when Chun Jiaga and Su Yu rushed over, furious and pointing at her. You clearly saw us just now. How could you pretend not to notice? Are you even human? Even beasts possess more conscience than you. Just as Lu Wei was about to intervene, he witnessed the young girl deliver a powerful kick that sent Chun Jiaga tumbling to the ground, nearly unable to bear the sight. I have no intention of being your stepmother. Why would I rush to please you and save you? What a joke. The whole world is not your mother. As Xie Ning's words fell, the girl beside her, Li Sha, curled up into a ball, seeking refuge in her mother's embrace while weeping softly. Su Yu, her face contorted with anger, exclaimed, You are a truly wicked girl. How can one speak in such a manner? It is known that a kind word can warm the coldest winter, while a harsh word can chill the warmest summer. Lacking the guidance of parents, allow me to impart to you the principles of navigating the world. As Su Yu advanced towards her, raising his hand, the young girl fiercely seized his arm, twisting it mercilessly. Su Yu's face contorted in agony, pleading for mercy. Let go, let go. To others, one ought to employ kind and gentle words. Yet, to cockroaches, flies, and blood-sucking mosquitoes, such treatment is all they deserve. Xie Ning's gaze turned icy as she tightened her grip on Su Yu's arm, exclaiming, Even livestock can provide sustenance for humans. What purpose do you serve? You are even inferior to them. It would be better if I sent you on your way. No, please. Su Yu's face twisted in pain as he wept. Lu Wei raised his hand, then silently lowered it, glancing at his brother, who was approaching rapidly. Gu Chen commanded, Select the best and load them onto the truck. Xie Ning reached out, lightly tapping Su Yu's face twice, saying, From now on, when you see me, you better take a detour, understand? Su Yu clenched his teeth and nodded, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed by the pain. Xie Ning forcefully pushed her back. Su Yu stumbled, cradling her arm, her eyes filled with reluctance, subdued by an inner fear. Chen Chong helped his daughter to her feet, and, noticing the throng surrounding Xie Ning, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Grab the items, let us go, Chen Chong shouted. And a pack of people surged forward like wolves among sheep, seizing whatever they could find. The members of Team A did not vie with them. As the crowd surged forward to seize the watermelons, they instead opted to gather oranges and apples nearby. When others snatched cherries, they picked up the discarded, less desirable fruits. Xie Ning, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, resolved to partake as well. If others were seizing, so would she, for after all, they were all mere common folk. And it would be regrettable to miss out. The young girl was remarkably swift in her endeavors, with 5 or 6 large yellow bags still in her possession, filling them with carefully selected honey melons, sweet melons, and small watermelons. She also grabbed 2 large durians and cherries, as well as some cherry tomatoes. The crowd, in their fervor, seized whatever they could, ultimately pushing a group of bashful young comrades aside, leaving them hesitant and restrained. Quickly move, Xie Ning urged, pointing to the several large bags beside her, her tone impatient. Load them onto the truck, and return the bags to me later. She thought to herself that this task should have been her mother's responsibility. If she harnessed the fervor of the elderly women at the square dance who scrambled for eggs at dawn, She could surely clear out the small grocery store entirely. 45 minutes later, every last item had been taken, even the final 2 leaves of vegetables, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos, marked by countless footprints. The vegetable baskets lay overturned, entirely empty. It was akin to the ravages of an invasion. Guchen couldn't help but twitch his lips, glancing at the young girl commanding the others to move the goods by the small pickup truck, stifling a laugh. She must have exerted all her strength to snatch those items moments ago. On the return journey, Xie Ning sat in the passenger seat with a cushion in her arms, gazing absently at the desolate scene outside. Was I terrifying when I was seizing those items earlier? It seemed she had taken quite a number of them today. In her previous life, she had taken more lives, hence her heart remained unperturbed. Gu Chen cast a glance at her and suddenly reached out to stroke the little troublemaker's head, initiating the contact. Had he not arrived in time to deflect the bullet fired by Wang Qingyao, the consequences would have been dire. For an ordinary person, being shot in such a medically deficient environment would subject them to immense suffering and torment. Xie Ning tightly embraced her cushion, expressing her gratitude. Moreover, that woman was far from ordinary. Gu Chun retrieved a pistol from the storage box to show Xie Ning. It was an M1911 handgun, a model that had ceased production after World War II. This particular one was a replica, with somewhat unique craftsmanship and modified magazine capacity, the source of which was unknown. Xie Ning took the gun, examining it thoroughly, and remarked that it was quite impressive. Do you know how to use a gun? Gu Chen inquired suddenly. Gu Chen. Lu Wei. I can, the young girl replied calmly as she chambered around. Lu Wei, sitting in the back seat, covered his face with his hand. This was a semi-automatic, and its manual safety was located beneath. Xie Ning discerned his intention and silently tossed the gun into a large yellow cloth bag. It served well for intimidation, in a perilous situation like today. Wielding a firearm made her feel both fierce and formidable. Gu Chen found himself both amused and exasperated. This weapon had been modified to hold 12 rounds, with an effective range of approximately 70 meters. However, the recoil was substantial, so it would be wise to use it only for show. Xie Ning nodded in agreement. She intended to intimidate, for the gun was indeed quite loud. Shortly thereafter, Wu Meng drove her little golden cup to her doorstep, flashed her a grin, waved, and hurried off. Xie Ning observed that the small golden cup was filled with an abundance of fruits and vegetables. She had no choice but to gather them in the dining room, alongside the 2 large bags of fruit she had previously acquired from the grocery store, and pile everything onto the round table. Unfortunately, these fresh produce would spoil if left outside for even a couple of days, so she had to store them properly to prevent waste. Taking a deep breath, Xie Ning stepped into her home, only to be met with an onslaught from her family, who passionately enumerated the pros and cons of her actions. After enduring the lecture, she hurried upstairs and busied herself with the 6 wardrobes for storage boxes and 2 large metal trunks that her family had already organized, cramming them into the villa's living room. She also squeezed various appliances and their accompanying batteries into the living room, filling the space to capacity, leaving little room to maneuver. With unwavering determination, she flitted down to the cellar like a diligent little bee, gathering the meticulously packed food items that everyone had already sorted. She swept them all into the dining room. The freshly prepared rice balls, meat dumplings, boxed meals, steamed buns, and other delicacies were neatly arranged in plastic containers, stacked high beside a towering wall of purified water. By the time she finished, it was nearly 6:30, and she heard Song Kursin calling for her sister to come eat. Today, many visitors had arrived in their village. Song Kursin held a bowl of rice while discussing a young team led by Zhang Xiao, who was particularly extravagant. She mentioned a watch on her wrist that supposedly cost over 200,000 to 300,000. Rumor had it that they were considering swapping it for a villa to temporarily reside in. Both Xie Ning and Song Shijun couldn't help but twitch their lips in response. Chapter 125. The rain continues to fall. Song Kursin savored a piece of spicy chicken, her expression brimming with curiosity. Director Du remained entirely unfazed, promptly assigning their team to live with a group at number 98. Before leaving, Zhang Xiao had vented his frustrations, accusing the military of seizing their fruits. Isn't that just absurd? The crowd unanimously nodded in agreement. Furthermore, today, a horde of zombies had been cleared from Building 53. It was revealed that a couple of days prior, a resident had bitten someone. Yet when the military conducted their inspection, the mother of that household had bitten someone to death, and nothing was done. They stubbornly refused entry. Song Kursin clenched her small fists, and upon returning for a follow-up inspection today, every family was found to be affected. Oh, Song Ui sighed, lamenting the chaos caused by ignorance. Today, I joined the Song family mutual aid group, where Li Dawei called for assistance in cooking, offering half a kilogram of rice each time. Families at numbers 98, 97, and 96 eagerly scrambled to accept the offer. Eventually, they approached the household of Zhu Huijin at number 98. The crowd murmured in disbelief. It seemed their third child was indeed quite cunning, bartering for half the grain while now managing to cook a large pot with just half a kilogram of rice. And there were still many eager to help. Person is truly remarkable, Ji Taiyan praised sincerely. Is there still internet available? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Song Kurson replied with a grin, thinking it prudent to join in and gather some information. The small shop at number 13 reported that someone had attempted to pry open their warehouse door last night. By the way, Uncle Gu Liang's second daughter awakened her spatial abilities today. Uncle Song Yoji cast a silent glance at his daughter and inquired, "How is it that you know everything? You truly are quite the little busybody." The second daughter of Uncle Gu Liang's family, isn't that Gu Yan? Xie Ning nodded, contemplating that. Given the prevalence of spatial abilities nowadays, perhaps she should confide in her family, making it more convenient for her to procure items in the future. After collecting so many items today, she would still have to feign nonchalance while taking a stroll with Taixian afterward. It seemed rather inappropriate to continue concealing her abilities in front of her own family. She glanced at her mother, who was also looking at her. Upon noticing her tilting her head, Song Ui could not help but smile, signaling that it was entirely up to her. If she wished to speak, she could. And if not, her mother would continue to keep her secret. Xie Ning's eyes sparkled as she cleared her throat and suddenly declared, "Actually, I awakened a small space today as well." The lively discussion about Gu Yan, the spatial ability user from Uncle Gu Liang's family, came to an abrupt halt. Ji Taixian, bursting with excitement, turned to Xie Ning and asked, "Sister Ning, have you undergone a second awakening? How large is your small space?" "Not as large as yours," Xie Ning modestly replied. "But that is still impressive." The enthusiastic fool chuckled. "After all, this is your second awakening of an ability, and your primary skill is still within the realm of metal-based defensive powers. It's only natural yours isn't as expansive as mine." "Haha. I am a genius capable of achieving 50 square meters with a zero-level space. There is no one else like me in the entire military compound." "Haha." The crowd gazed at him with blank expressions, regarding the excessively proud little rascal. Wang Zhongshuan smacked his head, admonishing, "Tone it down. We only need one spatial ability user in our team." Understood, he replied. "This is exceedingly advantageous for them." "Excellent, excellent." Song Kurson made a gesture as if sealing her lips, reassuringly declaring, "Fear not, dear sister, our lips are tightly sealed. The one who raises concerns is none other than you." Her father, an expert at dismantling confidence, promptly interjected, "Do not even dare to utter a word in your dreams. Let us all retire early tonight. We shall convene at 6 tomorrow morning for a family run. The others responded with a collective sigh. This hardly qualifies as good news. Just before bed, Xiaogu suddenly appeared to connect their courtyard wall to electricity. The family engaged him in lively chatter for a while, after which they happily retired to their slumber. At 8:30 in the evening, Xie Ning nestled in her bed, caught a whiff of her somewhat musty clothes, and made a significant decision. Tomorrow, she would indulgently use 1/3 of a bucket of purified water for a brief wash. The odor had become unbearable. The well water had grown exceedingly murky, serving no purpose other than to flush the toilet. How wonderful it would be if Xiaogu had a water-related superpower. She could simply request a few buckets from him. In the enveloping darkness, Xie Ning drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, the encroaching night gradually shrouded the desolate vegetable and fruit supermarket. Moonlight illuminated several lifeless bodies. A few drops of rain began to descend from the sky, falling softly. Outside the parking lot, two burly men along with the corpse of Big Pie stirred slightly amidst the raindrops. On the first floor, Big Pie's henchman, shot in the head, lay gaping on the ground. Wang Qingyao lay beside him, her body now entirely rigid, her pale face still wide-eyed in terror. The metallic wire around the neck had long since dissipated, leaving only a few traces of blood on either side. An unusual crackling sound of electricity emanated from Wang Qingyao's skull, accompanied by a chilling electronic voice. Scanning subject complete. Constitution, 0. Vitality, 0. Brain activity level, 0. Confirming subject has reached 0 death. Memory erasure protocol initiated. Transmission of the grand system complete. System preparing for reboot. 3, 2, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 8, 5, 3, 1. Searching for the next subject. Target locked, advancing towards the objective. A faint electronic sound issued from Wang Qingyao's mind as a finger-sized electronic spider emerged from the depths of her scalp. Glowing with a soft blue luminescence, it scuttled away with its 8 slender legs, clicking rhythmically as it made its way toward the door. Environmental monitoring complete. Continuing forward. Target distance, 3 kilometers. Estimated time, 20 minutes. The electronic spider crawled out of the entrance of the fruit and vegetable supermarket, plunging into the increasingly torrential downpour. Lightning flickered across the horizon, illuminating the vicinity of the market in a stark white glow. P and 2 burly men tilted their necks, slowly rising from the ground to howl at the luminous sky. In the nearby passages leading to the Song family pavilion, numerous scattered zombies wandered aimlessly. They stood in the rain, gazing vacantly upward, reverently receiving the cleansing of the raindrops. Suddenly, a rat's head poked out from a hole, its small red eyes glimmering. The electronic spider crawled to the western entrance of the Song family pavilion and slipped through a narrow gap. The target is 3 kilometers away, and the environment poses no danger. Thus, we shall proceed. Tap, tap, tap. The electronic spider arrived outside the wall of number 85 Songjai. An anomaly detected. A strong electric current surrounds the courtyard wall. Anomaly, anomaly. Chapter 126. You are the chosen one. The target is now 1 kilometers away. Scanning the surrounding environment. Continuing deeper underground. The distance to the target is 0.05 kilometers, and everything appears to be normal. The electronic spider crawled through the gap in the door, tapping its way up the bedside table, approaching Xie Ning's bed. The target's body temperature is normal, and the brain is in a tranquil state. The monitored subject has entered a deep sleep cycle, making docking possible. Prepare for immediate docking. 3, 2. Suddenly, the young girl on the bed opened her eyes wide, her fierce gaze fixated on the electronic spider mere inches away. This is not good. The subject has awakened abnormally. The environmental monitoring indicates a 3S level danger. Immediate retreat is imperative. Swoosh. A metallic spike landed on the bedside table, a mere 0.01 centimeters from the spider's leg. Had it not been for its swift reflexes, it would have lost a leg by now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless metallic spikes converged from all directions, forming a woven iron cage that instantaneously trapped the little spider within. The spider shrank back in the iron cage as a slender metallic spike suddenly descended from above, nearly piercing its body. Xie Ning, her expression impassive, reinforced the metallic cage, wrapping it tightly with sharp metal spines, leaving no escape for the electronic spider. The creature was gradually cornered, and with just one more spike, Xie Ning could pierce it. In terror, the spider scrambled within the confines of the metallic sphere, its 8 slender legs flailing as the electronic voice hastened its pace. Detection, danger level 3S. Docking failed. Docking failed. Preparing to upload big data. Do you believe that if you attempt to transmit again, I will dismantle you piece by piece? The environment was deemed extremely perilous, prompting a termination of data transfer. Speak. A sharp metal spike emerged from Xie Ning's hand, its cold light aimed at the spider cowering in a corner of the metallic sphere. 0.0008531. What are you? Why did you crawl out from the head of the woman with long hair? This scene was utterly revolting. Xie Ning recalled everything she had witnessed in her dreams. Feeling increasingly uneasy, 400008531 was the system. The woman with long hair, named Wang Qingyao, was my previous subject and the fortunate protagonist of this realm. Thanks to the assistance of the system, Wang Qingyao had ascended to prominence in this world. Her beauty and combat abilities were significantly enhanced, and with the aid of dimensional space, she had managed to live so lavishly in recent days. Xie Ning lifted the spider-like metallic cage with the spike in her hand, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded the spider. Let me clarify. You mean to say that this Wang Qingyao is, in fact, an ordinary person? Indeed. The subject is an ordinary individual. With a physique of 50 and combat prowess of 30, the incessant chatter of the spider was abruptly interrupted by Xie Ning. So she never possessed spatial abilities. It was you who bestowed upon her this dimensional space? Indeed, Xie Ning replied, retrieving a sleek black gun from beneath her pillow, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gazed at it. So this was also a gift from you? Scanning the item in the mall. The firearm was identified as M1911, modified version 2, with 2 rounds remaining in the magazine. Xie Ning nodded in affirmation. It all made sense now. No wonder Xiao Gu had previously found that woman peculiar. Where would an ordinary woman acquire a replica modified firearm? It turned out to be a so-called gift from the system. However, a system interface failure occurred, revealing that M1911 modified version 2 did not exist. Xie Ning let out a cold chuckle as a metallic spike emerged from her hand. Grasping a pair of slender metallic chopsticks, she plunged them into the metallic cage containing the yarn ball, deftly pinching the body of the electronic spider. The electronic spider emitted a series of high-pitched electronic noises. I wonder if strong sulfuric acid could dissolve you, Xie Ning mused, smiling as she clutched the tiny electronic arachnid, exerting a bit of force, causing it to emit more electronic sounds. Scan for future subjects. Extreme danger detected. Danger, danger. Xie Ning chuckled softly, prodding the small spider's body with the slender metallic chopsticks. Is this how you deceived her? The system was oblivious to what the subject was articulating. System? Dimension? Protagonist? Xie Ning suddenly burst into laughter. Can you believe there are still those who genuinely fall for this? Why not believe? The electronic spider emitted a curious tone alongside its mechanical hum. Only the chosen one, or the protagonist of the realm, could be selected by the system as the primary entity. Should you not feel elated? Am I truly the chosen one? Indeed, you are the chosen one. If you allow me to interface with you, the next realm's protagonist shall be you. Xie Ning burst into laughter, her mirth so intense it caused her stomach to ache. Do you truly believe I would take you seriously? The electronic spider fell silent at once. Xie Ning leaned closer, peering through the metallic cage resembling a ball of yarn, her gaze piercing as she inquired, 00008531. You are an intelligent core, are you not? How have you managed to connect to this erratic network? Are you a product of outer space? The electronic spider remained silent, feigning disinterest. You are rather intriguing, I must say. You were just counting down. 3 kilometers, 0, 3 kilometers, 0, 0, 1 kilometers. Approaching target. You are a form of intelligent navigation. Xie Ning lifted the yarn-like mass, bringing it closer as she smiled and mused. Tell me, should I release you? From her independent space, she retrieved a vial of concentrated sulfuric acid collected in her past life and placed it before the ball of yarn. Scanning. Binary inorganic strong acid capable of reacting with metals. Scanning. Danger. Extremely dangerous entity detected. Possessing a vial of concentrated sulfuric acid. Environmental threat level. Terrifying. Xie Ning laughed joyfully. You are aware of terrifying levels? Then take a guess. How much concentrated acid would it take to dissolve the peculiar metal you possess? Scanning subject. Grotesquely dangerous entity. The terror surpasses the highest level of fear. One must depart immediately, keeping a considerable distance. Xie Ning gazed at it with an impassive expression, questioning who the real pervert was. The electronic spider lay still, feigning death, and after a brief pause, harmonious electronic music emanated from its interior, producing a whimsical sound. Soon, a small white flag ascended from the spider's head. Amused, Xie Ning chuckled, shaking the yarn ball in her grasp, inviting it closer. What? She inquired. The bullets, of course. Xie Ning's eyes crinkled with laughter. Did you not mention that only 2 rounds remained in the magazine? Let us start with 100. Impossible. The electronic spider exclaimed in exasperation. The system's resources require points for redemption. You have yet to become the main entity of 00008531. Thus, you lack the qualifications to access the marketplace for exchanges. With a sigh, Xie Ning donned 2 pairs of gloves and leisurely twisted off the bottle cap. However, we can negotiate. Business may not conclude, yet civility remains. Please do not act too impulsively, dear main entity. Impulsiveness is the devil. With my current authority, I can only provide a maximum of 50 rounds. Chapter 127. Successfully acquired navigation. Xie Ning fiddled with the clinking bullets within the small box, casting a beaming glance at the electronic spider. But there are indeed 100 rounds. Isn't your authority sufficient? The electronic spider whimpered. Oh no, the devil, the devil. Let me ask you, while you linger beside me, does your so-called master, the Grand System, have the capability to conduct comprehensive surveillance on me through you? Of course. Remove yourself from that vast system at once, and ensure that no one monitors my actions henceforth. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Xie Ning now possesses a small measure of leverage and finds solace in the notion of the spiritual realm. When she closes her eyes, though her slumber may not be entirely restful, she can at least glimpse the imminent dangers surrounding her within her dreams. Should anyone covertly observe her, It is likely that her spiritual awareness would alert her to such intrusions. How could this be possible? 00008531 would never betray the great system. Born of the system, I shall remain loyal unto death. Xie Ning set the bottle cap aside and grasped the bottle. The system initiated a bug scan, requiring 5 minutes. Hurry up. I wish to sleep. The system scan concluded. Preparing to detach from the great system, countdown from 10, 9. The detachment was successful, and preparations for rebooting commenced. Inquiring whether the subject wishes to connect. It is permissible, but should you dare invade my mind, I shall dismantle you into 18 pieces. There is no need for concern. As the previous issue was due to Wang Qingyao's neural clusters being exceedingly weak, necessitating a direct brain connection. However, you are different. Your brainwaves are remarkably potent, and your mental strength is formidable, allowing for a virtual sensor connection. Formidable mental strength? Xie Ning blinked as she observed the electronic spider emanating a soft blue glow, enveloping her within. Connection countdown, 10, 9. Do not attempt any tricks, you little intellect. Xie Ning still felt a twinge of unease. At this very moment, she was utterly engrossed, concentrating her entire being within her mind. Through a haze, she could faintly perceive delicate, azure-hued threads, gradually weaving their way into her scalp. It was then that she discovered a celestial expanse unfolding before her, her mental realm vast and boundless like an ocean of twinkling stars. Countless glimmering points of light drifted within this starlit sea, converging eagerly towards a singular focal point. Deep within her consciousness, it felt as though a barrier had been shattered, prompting Xie Ning to take a deep breath and immerse herself completely in this experience. From the depths of the energy source beneath her chest, a crystalline object, approximately the size of a half-eggshell, suddenly surged forth from a swirling vortex. Within this colorless crystal, a dense nebula swirled and flowed gracefully. Is this truly my mental realm? Xie Ning gazed intently, and a flicker of joy began to blossom within her heart. At that moment, a mechanical, electronic voice emerged. Connection completed. 00008531 at your service. How do I navigate to Fanja Bridge? 00008531 is searching. Search complete. Ready for departure. The total distance is 25 kilometers. Approximately 29 minutes. Proceed straight for 100 meters. Background service engaged. Xie Ning rolled over on her bed, filled with delight. Unexpectedly, a knock sounded at the door. Her mother's voice resonated. Ning Ning, are you still awake at this late hour? Xie Ning quickly covered her mouth and shrank under the covers, falling silent. After a moment, she heard her mother muttering from outside, "This child, hurry and go to sleep." After a considerable pause, Xie Ning finally spoke. "Let me give you a name. From now on, I shall call you Future." With a yawn, Xie Ning nestled into her pillow and drifted into slumber. How wonderful it would have been to encounter you in my past life. 00008531 was so intriguing, providing a spark of life to her otherwise stagnant and dreary existence. The system was rebooting, undergoing a name change. A countdown of 3 seconds commenced. The renaming was complete. 00008531 was officially christened as Future. Scanning the host. Body temperature normal, emotions stable, everything functioning as it should. The extreme danger warning was lifted. The electronic spider seemed to release a long sigh, emitting a quivering electronic sound. It then scampered onto Xie Ning's hand, settling down. The following morning, Xie Ning abruptly rolled out of bed, furrowing her brow as she pondered whether she had merely dreamt an absurd tale the night before. She recalled rain, the resurrection of the formidable Pai Lauda and 2 burly men, and a tiny electronic spider that crawled out from Wang Qingyao's head, making its way to her home from the produce market. That rain felt distinctly peculiar. Suddenly, Xie Ning jolted upright, sensing an itch on her hand. Glancing down, she discovered a silver metallic spider perched on her skin. In a flurry, she issued a command, "Shut down." "Future is shutting down the system," came the response, accompanied by a countdown. "Stop the countdown immediately. Shut down at once. I need to change my clothes and brush my teeth." Future, as an intelligent core, could responsibly inform the host that even without shutting down, it would not be able to see. As long as the subject does not issue commands, the future will not actively seek, search, or inquire about anything. During any moment of silence, the future remains in a standby state. The subject wishes to convey that Xie Ning need not turn it off, yet the command has already been executed, leaving its words unspoken before it disconnects. Xie Ning blinks and powers on. 3 seconds later, the cold, mechanical voice of the electronic spider resonates, inquiring if there are any instructions. Power off. Power on. After several cycles of switching on and off, the electronic spider goes into a frenzy. You find this amusing, do you? Tang Sung, feeling hungry, prompts Wukong to ascend to the clouds for a glance. The southern mountains are awash in vibrant red, likely ripe mountain peaches. I shall gather some to appease Master S. hunger. Approaching Ning Ning's door, her aunt hesitates before knocking. The Bluetooth speaker blares loudly, accompanied by vivid sounds of clashing combat. Auntie Shooping, at a loss for words, raises her hand to knock and calls out, Ning Ning, it's still raining outside. Are we going out for a run? Startled, Xie Ning spits out a mouthful of pure water, not even having time to brush her teeth, and hurriedly flings open the door, urging everyone to stay indoors. Meanwhile, Lu Wei hurriedly enters the temporary base's villa hall, where 5 more individuals have developed high fevers, now isolated in separate rooms for observation lasting 1 to 3 hours. Today's outdoor mission is cancelled. All personnel are to remain at their posts and not leave their quarters. Gu Chen's expression is grave. Chapter 128, Sacrifice. Report. A civilian in the isolation room has exhibited mutations following a fever. Gu Chen and Lu Wei hurriedly made their way to the isolation room. Have you managed to control him? Do not let him bite anyone. The two of them swiftly approached the door of the isolation room, where they found several teammates restraining a frenzied man with a 1-meter-long fork. Previously bound and discarded outside the villa, they had all been dragged inside after the rain, though a few drops had still managed to land on them. The personnel from the Biomedical Research Institute had arrived. Weren't we instructed to keep the doors shut? Gu Chen said, his irritation evident as he strode towards the far end of the corridor. Wei Zhengdong, accompanied by Yu Tianfeng and Fang Jiawen, approached fully equipped, each carrying a square metal instrument case. Captain Gu, the rain contains an unidentified virus. We have conducted 3 rounds of sampling, but the viral elements lack the precision required for thorough examination, leaving the cause temporarily unknown. You must promptly inform everyone in the Song family residence to remain indoors until the rain ceases, Wei Zhengtong stated solemnly through his protective face shield. Gu Chen nodded, having already dispatched someone to the broadcasting station for immediate notification. We are in urgent need of human samples for in-depth research, Wei Zhengtong continued, his expression grave. Although this may come across as lacking humanity, the deceased are beyond help, and those who remain must continue on. I have heard that you have secured several samples. We hope to obtain one for our studies. Boss, we have managed to deal with the one inside. Su Feng, a robust middle-aged man, stepped out confidently, momentarily taken aback by the incredulous gazes from Wei Zhengtong and the others. What is the matter? He inquired in a low voice. Yu Tianfeng advanced a couple of steps. How can you waste a sample? That is an excellent living specimen. Could you provide us with some research? What kind of sample? A burly man, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, appeared somewhat agitated. After all, they were still human, weren't they? Now that they have passed away, let them depart with dignity. Wei Zhengdong swiftly positioned himself in front of Yu Tianfeng, fearing that he might be assaulted by the imposing figure. While his words rang true, scientific experimentation often requires sacrifices. Wei Zhengdong spoke earnestly, asserting that since these living corpses would inevitably face execution, would it not be more prudent to allow us to study them in the meantime? Perhaps the phrase making the most of resources might sound harsh to you. Wei Zhengtong sighed. Yet if the Research Institute could develop a corresponding control serum, might it not contribute to the survival of humanity? Xue Feng scratched his head, as a rugged man. He found it difficult to contend with the eloquence of the cultured doctor. However, he felt that these lofty ideals seemed rather unjust to the subjects of the experiments themselves. Perhaps, upon becoming living corpses, they simply wished for a bullet to grant them a peaceful departure, rather than being dissected, reassembled, and subjected to various studies. If it jeopardizes anyone's safety, it would be best to refrain from such actions. Gu Chen remained silent for a considerable time. How many individuals have been experiencing high fevers? 10 of our brothers who were on duty last night have developed fevers. There are also 2 other robust men among the crowd who are currently feverish and showing signs of potential mutation. Gu Chen took a deep breath. Go and inquire about their condition. Captain, go ahead. In the corridor, silence reigned as Wei Zhengtong's expression turned solemn, and even Yu Tianfeng ceased his chatter. Esteemed doctors, please await here, Gu Chen said, pivoting on his heel to depart. Having hastily uttered his final words, Lu Wei turned to leave, his eyes behind the lenses tinged with redness. Wei Zhengtong, Yu Tianfeng, and the others stood in the corridor, bowing deeply in the direction of their departure. Even the boisterous Feng Jiawen merely followed the doctor's lead, offering a bow without uttering a superfluous word. Scan the substance composition. Scan a household ceramic bowl. Components include clay, feldspar. Scan the raindrops within. Imbecile. Xie Ning interrupted, exasperated. Scan the raindrops within the household ceramic bowl. Primary component sulfur dioxide. PP0201 unknown elemental compound. Composition hazardous. Contact may release toxins into the human body. Static crackling noises overhead attention. All survivors of Songjai, good morning. Due to an unidentified acid rainstorm ravaging the mainland, the external environment is exceedingly perilous. We implore all survivors to remain indoors unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, villagers who have been afflicted by acid rain and are experiencing high fevers are to report immediately to Military Outpost 73 in Songjai. If any of you have relatives or friends exhibiting high fevers, please report them promptly. Concealment will not be tolerated. Trust us. We will not inflict any harm upon anyone before they transform. All survivors are advised to refrain from venturing outside unless absolutely necessary. If you must go out, please don a raincoat and carry appropriate rain gear. Those with motorcycle helmets at home may wear them as well, ensuring adequate protection. Avoid exposing your skin to the rain. Remember to exercise caution. Sister, the mutual aid group is in an uproar. Come take a look, called Song Kursen from downstairs. Xie Ning, grappling with her slightly tangled hair, sighed. She picked up a bottle of volumizing spray from the table and applied it to her hair, feeling a bit revitalized after 6 days without washing. Only then did she descend to the living room. Everyone was seated upright, forming a circle around the sofa, eagerly gazing at her as she arrived. We shall not leave this house until the rain ceases, Xie Ning declared solemnly to the group. Do not venture into the front or backyards either. Remind one another not to forget. We must not foolishly rush out for trivial items later on. Nods of agreement filled the room. Song Kursen handed her phone over, saying, Sister, quickly look. The group chat is ablaze. Xie Ning took the phone and, upon inspection, confirmed the chat was indeed in a frenzy. Lee from number 84, Zhu Jie. Can't you come and cook for us today? Just throw on a raincoat and come over. It's fine. Ping Ping and from number 98, that's not feasible. The broadcast has stated that we should not go out unless necessary. Lee from number 84. What shall we do then? We didn't have food yesterday, and there's nothing left at home. Uncle Gu Liang from number 79. If you need to cook, discuss it privately. Refrain from cluttering the group chat with irrelevant topics. Translator Qian Tao from number 75. I will inquire on behalf of our leader. What should we do now? Wasn't it stated that we would depart for the safe zone tomorrow afternoon? Is that still viable under these circumstances? Uncle Gu Liang of number 79. Silence. You little devils. How did you manage to infiltrate here? What military arrangements concern you? And do you wish to pry into military affairs? Translator Qian Tao of number 75. Oh, please, uncle, let us discuss this rationally. The small shop of Tai Zhu at number 13. Let me tell you. Who among you was the unscrupulous wretch that attempted to break into my warehouse last night? Have you been caught in the rain? Did you report to the military headquarters? I think not. I know which of you it is, hiding at home, too afraid to show your face. You must be running a high fever, and sooner or later, you shall turn into a zombie and bite your entire family to death. Uncle Guliang of number 79. Come now, Taizhu. Let us show a bit of kindness for the children. We are all from the same village. Such harsh words are inappropriate. Wang Nian of number 97. Yao Gua. Do we have any soy sauce at home? It would be splendid if Xiao Ning could bring us half a bottle. Xie Ning, upon reading this, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Isn't this Wang Nian from your second uncle's house? Indeed, Song Ku Xian nodded. What of it? They're asking you to deliver soy sauce. What? Song Yuai, filled with indignation, was about to charge out, exclaiming, this old fool is causing trouble again. Song Yaogua, visibly embarrassed, cleared his throat and said, Yuai, how can you speak of your second uncle in such a manner? It's most disrespectful. Though this brother had always been a bit eccentric throughout the years, one must still afford the elders a modicum of respect. Mother is fine. Xie Ning smiled as she continued to browse. Sister Song Fu has mentioned him. Song Fu of number 97. Xiao Ning, don't pay any heed to your second uncle's ramblings. He has become quite muddled in his old age. If there is no soy sauce, I shall prepare him rice with tea and vinegar. Village Chief Song Yofu of number 59. Everyone, please remain calm. We shall abide by the military's arrangements. Whether we stay or leave, There shall be clarity by tonight. Number 96, Huan Shilio. Alas, what are we to do? This is causing widespread anxiety. Number 53, He Dayong's mother. This is utterly inhumane and lawless. Number 85, Xie Ning has driven us, the widows and orphans, out of our home. We are being forced to dwell among the dead. There is no justice or morality left. Number 97, Song Fu. What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you? Who is He Dayong? I have never heard of your family in Song Jiej. System notification, number 53. He Dayong's mother has been removed from the group chat by the administrator. The group leader has activated a silence mode for all members. Xie Ning, feeling a sense of foreboding, glanced at the group leader's information and discovered that the leader is Lu Wei and the administrator is Gu Qin. It seems that this Gu Qin has secretly befriended Song Kersen and had private conversations with her both yesterday and just 3 minutes ago. Gu Qin, please have your sister contact me. Song Kersen, certainly. Gu Qin, she hasn't added me. Song Kersen, the internet connection is intermittent. She might not have noticed. Gu Qin, could you gently remind her? Song Kersen, I'll call her downstairs to tell her. She probably hasn't checked her phone. Xie Ning, expressionless, turned to her dear sister. Song Kersen, biting into a sausage, smiled broadly upon noticing her sister's gaze. Sister, Gu Qin is looking for you. He wants you to add him. Xie Ning had not looked at her phone for the past few days, and when she finally checked it, the battery was low. The internet connection was erratic, and she wondered when it might completely fail. Song Kersen muttered to herself. Xie Ning rummaged through her bag and retrieved a power bank, plugging it in to charge for a while simultaneously accepting Gu Qin's friend request. Gu Qin quickly sent a message. It seems that the rain may persist for 2 consecutive days, which will likely delay our planned outing. Gu Qin continued. Yes. You and Andy should stay indoors and avoid going out. I will gather some people to check on each household shortly. Xie Ning replied, be cautious. I had another dream in which I saw zombies reverently collecting rainwater. I fear that this acid rain could enhance their powers. Furthermore, the population of zombie rats is bound to surge. I believe we should broadcast a warning to everyone regarding rodent prevention. Xie Ning glanced outside at the gloomy sky. The rain continued to fall steadily, neither heavy nor light, and it seemed unlikely to cease today. Song Yoji nodded, pondering the potential consequences. I am concerned that this acid rain might trigger a rodent outbreak. Upon hearing this, Song Yui felt a shiver run down her spine and hurried to catch up. Ning, are you suggesting it could be like the rat swarm we encountered in Sioux City? It could be even more severe. Xie Ning thought of the small rats collecting rainwater, her expression turning grave. Then we should go together. Let us move. Song Yui called to her husband, Song Yui. Let's head upstairs for a while. Their main objective was to inspect the pipes. It would be best to seal the toilets as well. Xie Ning turned to Ji Tai-hsien. Do you have solid toilets? Yes. Ji Tai-hsien replied, producing 5 unopened solid toilets in one breath. Grinning at Xie Ning. How did you know, sis? He then pulled out 2 brand new ones, adding, here, I can store these in your small space for your convenience. Thank you. Xie Ning, with a blank expression, uttered her gratitude, her eyes brimming with disdain. Yet her actions were swift as she hastily moved the 2 small toilets into the living room. Song Kersen, holding one of the toilets, examined it closely, finding it rather convenient. I shall study this, she declared. There is not much to study, Song Shijin retorted, rolling his eyes as he hurried to follow. Dad, Mom, I'll join you in inspecting. Temporarily sealing the leak in the water pipe was a simple task for Xie Ning. She merely needed to embed a metal mesh into the pipe, ensuring it was secure. If the mesh was tightly woven, it would not obstruct the drainage, while simultaneously preventing any rodents from passing through. How incredibly useful, the 3 Song siblings exclaimed, their admiration pouring forth as they watched. Ning is amazing. Ning is formidable. Even Xie Ning herself felt a touch of pride. After sealing the toilet, the group proceeded to inspect all the windows, securing any that could be locked and reinforcing those that appeared flimsy with metal strips. By the time they completed these tasks, it was nearly 12:30. Exhausted and famished, they collapsed onto the sofa, feigning death. Fortunately, their grandparents had prepared a substantial meal with the remaining ingredients, cooking 2 large pots of noodles. The only accompaniments were some salted bamboo shoots and cured meat, which sufficed for the occasion. At that moment, the crackling of the broadcast echoed once again. Chapter 130, Predicament. Good afternoon, dear survivors of the Song family. After our thorough inspection this morning, we discovered a resident at number 35, Song Family Pavilion, who had been infected by acid rain and transformed into a zombie. This resident had not reported the infection, and their family chose to conceal it. Upon awakening, the infected individual unleashed a devastating attack on their family. Upon our arrival, only one young female resident remained alive in the household of number 35, which once comprised 7 members. I implore all residents of Songjai, whether you are natives or recent arrivals, to promptly inform us upon discovering anyone exhibiting a high fever. We shall implement unified isolation and management. Trust in the government and the military. We shall not impose any coercive measures upon residents who are feverish yet have not undergone any transformations. Song Yui, Song Yoji, and Song Yuyi exchanged glances. After finishing his last mouthful of noodles, Song Yaogwa sighed, lamenting the fate of the family at number 35. Is it possible that the sole survivor is young Song Shui? Is she the last of her family? Within Songjai, those bearing the surname Song constitute half of the population. And based on the news we have received over the past few days, there have indeed been numerous families of our kin that have perished. The family at number 53, which had concealed their demise, was also a family of Song, and now we face the tragedy of number 35. Alas, Grandmother Song sighed, pondering the confusion surrounding these events. Why did they not report? It has been stated that no coercive measures would be taken until it is confirmed whether one is turned into a zombie. Alas. Shuping also sighed, attributing it to a lack of trust. How bewildering. Song Yogwa shook his head in dismay, exclaiming, "Can the government and military truly harm them? Uncle Song, how could you be so naive? At over 90 years old, still so oblivious, resulting in the demise of your entire family." Xie Ning scanned the QR code for the mutual aid group and joined it. Once the group administrator lifted the mute restriction, the chat erupted into fervent discussions. Translator Qian Tao from number 75. May I inquire, dear group leader, when we might be able to depart? We are currently confined within this room, and our meager supplies are rapidly dwindling. Uncle Guliang from number 79, now renamed Uncle Justice. What nonsense are you spouting, little brat? To whom are you directing your inquiries? Do you even have a say in this matter? Silence yourself. Translator Qian Tao from number 75. Uncle. It has been many years since the War of Resistance. Why do you still harbor such indignation? We now live in an era of peace. We are all friends here. Where does this talk of little devils come from? Uncle Justice from number 79. Nonsense. No matter how many years have passed, the past cannot be forgotten. You, a wretched creature who forgets your roots, should silence yourself. Swallow Fei Fei from number 79. I support the little devil's silence. We are currently engaged in a discussion among the people. The little devils have no right to voice their opinions here. Gentle Stream from number 96. I support this. Followed by a flurry of supportive comments. Xie Ning observed with a twitching mouth. Translator Qian Tao from No. 75 sent a crying emoji. What you are engaging in is racial discrimination. Shouldn't the group leader intervene? Group leader Uncle Justice from number 79. Who are you addressing? Have some shame. The leader is currently overwhelmed with tasks. Do not disturb them. A series of comments expressing shamelessness left little translator Qian Tao speechless. Song Fu from No. 97. Let us discuss something of substance. This internet connection is erratic, and we know not when it may fail altogether. The small shop of Iron Pillars family from No. 13. Do you know who came to pilfer from my warehouse last night? Shameless wretches. They deserve nothing but misfortune. Song Fu from number 97. Uncle Song Gao. We are all of the same kin. Please refrain from using such harsh language. The small shop of Iron Pillars family from number 13. Same kin, you say? I scoff. Kin who steal are nothing but thieves, and they shall remain so for generations. 97th Serenity. Refrain from censure, lest Song Shui's tender heart be aggrieved. 13th Iron Pillars Mart. I care not for her sentiments. 'Twas her ilk who pilfered from my establishment these past days. Thieving scoundrels, devoid of shame. Lu Wei disseminated a missive, apprising all that deliberations were underway to formulate a strategy, thereby postponing tomorrow's expedition until the day after, no later than the 15th of September. 53rd, He Shufan extended an invitation to He Dayong's mother to partake in the communal discourse. 53rd, He Dayong's mother. Doth the administrator possess unfettered authority to expel members at whim? Is candor now a bannable offense? 85th, Xie Ning's entire lineage is tainted. 85th, Xie Ning disregards the sanctity of human life, oppressing defenseless widows and orphans, casting us out from 85th residence. Is there no recourse for justice? 53rd, this abode, once ravaged by annihilation, consigns us, the young and the old, to dwell amidst a necropolis. Is this fitting? Afflicted with nocturnal unrest due to advanced age. My diurnal vigor wanes. We, the denizens of 53rd, vehemently demand relocation. System notification. 53rd Dayong's mother has been expunged from the communal discourse by the administrator. The group proprietor has instituted an ingress authentication protocol. Xie Ning, vexed, beheld the spectacle. Beside her, Song Kurson, clutching her cellular device, erupted in mirth, clutching her abdomen. Impart the group's numerical designation. I, too, desire to witness this comedic spectacle, exclaimed. 84thly, esteemed Zhu, grace us with your culinary artistry this evening. I shall augment your compensation with an additional half-caddy of rice. 98th serene repose. I shall require further contemplation. 79th righteous elder. I implore you to confine discussions of culinary arrangements to private correspondence, lest you disrupt the collective harmony. Number 98, Su Baoyong. Pardon my interruption, but we've run out of provisions here. Is there anyone who could provide us with staples such as rice, flour, and oil? We're willing to compensate 3 or 4 times the value. Number 84, thinking little fairy. Su Baoyong? Could it be? Is it the Su Baoyong I'm thinking of? Are you the Su Baoyong from Us and the Stars Face to Face? Number 98, Su Baoyong's assistant. Are you a devotee of our brother Baiyang? Do you happen to have surplus rice, flour, or oil at your residence? Could you possibly deliver some to us? We'll remunerate you for it. Number 79, righteous uncle. If you're reduced to begging, please do so privately. A series of individuals then posted a meme of piercing eyes, followed by a string of 6 ellipses. Song Kurson was convulsed with laughter on the sofa. Oh goodness. Uncle Gu Liang is simply too amusing. He has the knack for stifling any conversation at any moment. Suddenly, the group fell silent. Song Kurson glanced at her phone and noticed that the group administrator had once again activated the all-mute mode. After lifting the ban, a series of laudatory remarks flooded the group. Xie Ning quietly enabled the Do Not Disturb setting and ascended the stairs, intending to cleanse herself with a minimalist ablution using 1/3 of a canister of purified water. Cleansing oneself with merely 500 milliliters of water proved to be exceedingly challenging. Xie Ning resorted to dampening a towel and meticulously wiping her body. However, she realized she had overestimated her minimalist ablution skills. It was simply insufficient to cleanse her adequately. Casting a glance at the standing smart water dispenser in the villa's living room, Xie Ning steeled her resolve and dispensed a generous glass of water to continue her ablutions. After dispensing 3 or 4 successive glasses, she managed to complete the wash, albeit barely. Upon examining the lower water reservoir of the standing smart water dispenser, she observed that it was only slightly more than half full. Chapter 131. I advise the subject to be individual. This bucket holds 7.5 liters of water, and she estimates that she has poured over 1 liter? Just the thought of it brings pain, especially considering she hasn't washed her hair yet. She ran her fingers through her hair, which still felt somewhat fluffy and soft, and murmured, "Perhaps I should wait another couple of days to wash my hair?" After a refreshing bath, she felt significantly lighter. Suddenly, lying on the bed, she commanded, "Future, check the item shop." The small silver metallic spider crawled from her elbow to her hand. The subject had no points and could not access the item shop. With a teasing smile, Xie Ning poked it and asked, "I forgot to inquire yesterday, what exactly are points?" Points are rewards that the subject can earn by completing various tasks. For example, what tasks did Wang Qingyao undertake previously? Well, the former subject, Wang Qingyao, had rather poor physical abilities and thus could only manage ordinary tasks, such as defeating 30 common zombies to earn 30 points. Points can also be gained in greater amounts by exchanging zombie cores. Xie Ning smiled at it. Is that so? As an intelligent brain, why do you require something like zombie cores? What assistance can they provide you? The little spider feigned silence. The current subject was somewhat unnerving. It wasn't her appearance that was frightening, but rather her intellect. How could she conjure such bizarre associations? Future is a system created by the deity of this dimension. This universe is multifaceted, harboring countless small dimensions akin to Earth. The 0.0008531 system, known as Future, is merely a tiny speck within this vast universe. The subject can understand it in this manner. Xie Ning chuckled coldly. I do not believe you. You are merely an artificial navigation intelligence, a remarkable creation of your scientists. I surmise you have stored countless novels and videos, fabricating lies at will. The small spider continued to feign death. What creator deity? What dimensional heroine? Such tales may deceive someone of Wang Qingyao's limited intellect, but they will not ensnare me, Xie Ning. The young girl reached out to touch the little spider that had crawled onto the bedside table. It matters not if you refuse to speak now. I shall not coerce you. Instead, I will gradually persuade you, warm your heart, and foster an openness for dialogue. Xie Ning smiled at it once more. Suddenly, the spider's electronic voice emerged, scanning subject's brain, entering active state. Subject detected, level, danger. Xie Ning regarded it with an impassive expression. You must be an extraordinary entity. If I am to perish, I shall take you with me. At the very least, I can contribute a modicum to humanity before I depart. This was the last vestige of goodwill she could muster. This advanced intellect did not seem like a product of Earth. In her past life, she had never encountered such things. If she had, it was likely due to her own ignorance. Subject, you have awakened a metal-type ability. Why do you stubbornly refuse to believe that I am the system born of this dimension? I believe you originate from a parallel space, Xie Ning mused, fiddling with one of its metallic spider legs. You are correct. The multiverse theory indeed posits the existence of infinite hypothetical spaces, and you have traversed from another parallel realm. Create your own scientist. It is likely more advanced than what we possess here. A petite spider emitted a trembling electronic sound. Absurd. I am the 00008531 system. Countless systems akin to mine exist throughout the vast cosmos. Therefore, might it be that, perhaps, there are innumerable Wang Qingjios in our midst? Entities such as yourselves, intelligent minds, parasitizing numerous Wang Qingjios in pursuit of the zombie crystal core. This core is of utmost significance. Apologies, but 00008531 is currently in a state of malfunction. A restart will require 1 minute. Countdown, 60. Xie Ning chuckled heartily, muttering to herself, how intelligent, to have been rendered inoperative by my provocation. After a minute elapsed, Xie Ning smiled and commanded, Future, power on. The future prepared for another reboot. Be mindful, I scarcely utilized the bottled concentrated sulfuric acid last time. The future completed its reboot. Greetings, primary entity. How may I assist you? It is imperative to refrain from conversing with the primary entity. Every utterance is a trap. Each word and phrase laden with pitfalls designed to ensnare the future's responses. Henceforth, commands must solely be issued by the primary entity for the future to execute. Conversation is strictly prohibited, for dialogue is far from delightful. It is, in fact, a relentless excavation of snares. Future, display the marketplace interface for my perusal. Understood, primary entity. The future is currently accessing the item marketplace. Initializing will take 1 minute. After a minute, a faint blue illumination cast itself before Xie Ning. A vast, virtual light screen of pale blue materialized in the air. The screen was as large as a substantial portion of a movie theater, remarkably clear. When Xie Ning reached out to touch an item, she could click to reveal a purchasing panel, reminiscent of online shopping, albeit with an extraordinarily minimalist interface. She gazed at the image of a small potion bottle and pondered the nature of this beauty elixir. Her predecessor, Wang Qingyao, had once redeemed it. It was a consumable that, upon ingestion, could enhance one's appearance for a week. Xie Ning was taken aback, glancing at the system's price. 100 points? You just mentioned that 30 zombies only yielded 30 points. True, but Wang Qingyao had been fortunate. She and her companions had previously slain a first-tier zombie. And upon the system's notification, they extracted a zombie crystal core. As it was their first kill of a first-tier zombie, they received bonus points. Xie Ning was at a loss for words. 100 points for this trivial item? She noted that a firearm cost merely 30 points, complete with 12 rounds of ammunition. Who would invest in a beauty potion during an apocalypse? Even if one were to possess such a system, should not the priority be to enhance one's strength and survival skills? It seemed utterly irrational. No wonder she had been deceived by the intelligent brain. Rest assured, this new beauty elixir is quite popular. Many have purchased it, came the reply. Xie Ning lifted her gaze, a smile gracing her lips. So indeed, there must be numerous individuals akin to Wang Qingyao scattered throughout, correct? The little spider abruptly fell silent. Xie Ning chose not to press further. Her mind at ease with her own insights. She casually flipped through the next page of the item shop, where she discovered a new product, M1911, modified version. 50 rounds of ammunition for 30 points. Thus, the diminutive arachnid procured 100 rounds of ammunition for her when her points were at 0, quite capable indeed. Is that all? As the system is merely rudimentary, with the principal's points at 0, the item emporium is likewise nascent. Xie Ning reached out to caress the cranium of the electronic spiderling. So, you have a task to perform. With your perspicacity, you can assuredly exploit your system's vulnerabilities to procure some points for me, can't you? The electronic spiderling. Principal, I implore you, have a modicum of decency. Please. Chapter 132. A cubic meter of dimensional space. After all, you managed to extricate yourself from your grand system by exploiting its flaws. You are undoubtedly the most resplendent of all systems. I have faith in your capabilities. Nay, you need not have faith in me, truly. Future earnestly apprised the principal. Future is incapable. The diminutive arachnid was bewildered by the alacrity with which she diverted the discourse. So, what is the principal implying? Is the matter thus resolved? The spiderling's cerebrum had yet to fully process the situation before it was already diligently assisting Xie Ning in locating the series' blind watcher, commencing with the inaugural episode. Upon the virtual projection screen, the high-definition visuals of the series materialized, and Xie Ning, akin to a rustic simpleton, widened her eyes and emitted exclamations of astonishment. Such virtual screen high technology, Ning had previously only witnessed in cinematic productions. She felt as though she had acquired a rather remarkable diminutive entity. Future, I am increasingly enamored of you. Do you possess any literary materials? Can they be imported into a local computer? Can they be imported into a tablet? How long does it take to import a tome? Xie Ning promptly retrieved a pair of tablets from the villa's drawing room. This occurrence emerged seemingly out of thin air, observed with clarity by the little spider. The fluctuations of the subject's brain waves were detected, revealing a moment prior the rapid operation of mental energy. The subject in question was identified as a spatial ability wielder. However, the spatial realm was obscured by this mental force, rendering the scan of the unknown rather perplexing. Is there something amiss with this subject? How is it that there are attributes of both metal and space, yet the spatial aspect remains elusive? The subject is undergoing a second awakening, currently subjecting itself to a comprehensive scan. The measurements indicate a physique of 80 and combat power of 150. What an extraordinary anomaly this is. Typically, combat power does not exceed physical prowess. How can this be the case? Enough of this assessment. I shall commit to daily training. I have merely been preoccupied these past few days and have not had the opportunity to exercise properly, resulting in a somewhat weakened condition. Xie Ning sighed, casually placing the tablet before the little spider. Now, please transmit the relevant courses for the second and third years of high school systematically, preferably with video explanations. At this moment, Song Kursin and Song Shijun were blissfully unaware that their sister was once again setting them up for a challenge. The future search has concluded, and the transmission is underway, requiring a brief span of time, within 5 minutes. Xie Ning chuckled softly, having just boasted about a mere minute. That minute pertained to a single book. Now, it encompasses an entire curriculum. The little spider, perceiving her sardonic expression, felt an overwhelming urge to explode. No. The little spider promptly objected vehemently. Dimensional spaces also necessitate points for exchange. To initially unlock a cubic dimensional space, one requires 10 points. You could assist me in acquiring some points through loopholes. Furthermore, I have previously dispatched numerous zombies. If you could tally those for me, wouldn't that yield points? How many zombies has the subject slain? How could this be calculated prior to the interface with the subject? Let us assume a figure of 1,000. Are you dreaming? The little spider scuttles backward, only to be obstructed by a small metal plate. 500? 30 points cannot exceed that. The little spider roars. If the system initialization takes less than a day and you allow me to leak 1,000 points, it will undoubtedly attract the urgent attention of the main system. Indeed. I was short-sighted. Xie Ning quickly apologized. It is my fault. Then let it be 30 points. You can leak a little now and then. If you sneakily accumulate, you will eventually gather 1,000 or 2,000. The future does not wish to converse with the subject. So, I now possess 30 points. Let us open the dimensional space. The electronic voice of the little spider surprisingly conveyed a hint of pitifulness. After all, the subject already possesses spatial abilities. Why then seek to open the dimensional space? Who could ever complain about having too much space, much like one would never complain about having too much money? Xie Ning blinked, expressing curiosity. She smiled and asked, "Are you going to open it?" The little spider decisively replied, "Yes." Xie Ning nearly lost her stern demeanor. What to do? This newly acquired intelligent navigation system is quite amusing. She finds herself increasingly fond of it. The future requires 1 minute to reboot, it announced. Countdown, 60. Xie Ning rested her chin on her hand, patiently watching as its blue light flickered gently. Upon completion of the reboot, it began interfacing with the dimensional space. The inaugural opening of the dimensional space requires 30 to 60 seconds. Xie Ning rested her chin on her hands, gazing with a smile at the electronic spider before her. The spatial capacity was 1 cubic meter. The dimensional space was described as follows. Foul-smelling, moldy, and decayed substances were strictly prohibited from being stored in this realm. It was also forbidden to keep livestock or poultry that were prone to odor and decay. However, aquatic products could be cultivated, and any food and water, as well as household appliances and living necessities, could be stored. Xie Ning blinked, immediately grasping the crux of the matter. You just mentioned that aquatic products can be raised. What about live fish, shrimp, and crabs? Indeed, anything that resides in water is permissible. This dimensional space seemed rather proud, emphasizing twice that foul, moldy, and rotten items could not be stored. Was it perhaps a touch obsessive about cleanliness? Xie Ning turned to sit upright, her eyes sparkling as she focused ahead. Before her now stood a transparent cube, 1 meter in length, width, and height, shimmering with a soft blue glow. This object resembled a virtual electronic space, slowly and irregularly rotating in the air, refracted by the light. It essentially provided her with an additional stout storage cabinet. Despite its modest cubic measurement, the potential for storage was quite substantial. The ability to store aquatic products sparked an immediate desire within Xie Ning to scour the nearest seafood market. Ideally, she hoped to find some fish fry or similar, which could be nurtured to reproduce over time. Given the current state of aquatic life in rivers, lakes, and coastal waters, they were likely to be increasingly threatened by viruses. Deep waters might still hold some promise, but in the impending apocalypse, venturing into unknown depths would surely become a perilous endeavor. Xie Ning glanced at her watch. It was 3 in the afternoon. Acid rain was falling, and the night ahead promised uncertain road conditions. With a furrowed brow and a sigh, Xie Ning ultimately relinquished such a perilous notion. Though enticing, self-preservation remained paramount. It would be more prudent to venture forth on the morrow. Chapter 133, Birds of a Feather Futura, Deactivate the Dimensional Space. The cube shimmered with ethereal light before vanishing into the ether. Xie Ning, captivated by its technological marvel, repeatedly requested Futura to activate and deactivate it. Her curiosity piqued. Sensing the imminent agitation of the arachnid companion, she swiftly commanded it to rest. Xie Ning retrieved the firearm from the sofa in the villa's living room. Her proficiency with firearms was not a fabrication to-end. However, it was not merely the superficial familiarity gained during military training. In the post-apocalyptic era, as a spatial ability user with a confined and unyielding space, her physique was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary individual. To remain a delicate and sentimental woman, as she had been before the cataclysm, would have ensured her demise within a mere 2 years, leaving not even a trace of her existence. Upon realizing the stagnation of her spatial ability, she diligently dedicated herself to enhancing her physical condition and resilience. In the twilight of the 2nd year of the apocalypse, she fortuitously joined the squad, where her comrades extended exceptional care, particularly the captain. An elderly veteran, devoid of any awakened abilities, possessed remarkable hand-to-hand combat skills. Xie Ning apprenticed under this venerable instructor for several years, enduring arduous training and honing her marksmanship. Her mentor once lauded her as a bloke, much to her chagrin. At that time, she sported a boyish haircut, her skin tanned by years of exposure to the elements. Dressed in a tattered casual shirt that had not been changed for several years, she appeared particularly destitute. Indeed, she resembled a rugged man, devoid of any trace of delicate femininity. Gazing at her current self, fair and exquisitely refined, she silently resolved to maintain her present appearance. Although she had once exuded an air of confidence and was admired by young girls, she shook her head, dismissing those memories. With a clatter, she straightened and approached the window, peering down. Her room lacked a balcony, and through the 2 large windows, she observed the desolate scene outside. A pair of siblings, Li Dawei and his sister, clad in deep blue plastic bags, wielding kitchen knives as they attempted to break down the door. Xie Ning descended the stairs, spotting her mother fully equipped for confrontation, clad in a raincoat, rain trousers, and boots, with leather gloves, a mask, and even a pot lid atop her head. "Mom, where are you going?" "I'm going to scold them at the door." Song Yui glanced at her daughter, noticing she seemed slightly paler than before. Xie Ning had secretly taken a shower, feeling somewhat guilty for her actions. She pretended to adjust her hair, which hadn't been washed in 6 days, and decided against going outside, wary of the rain. It's fine. Mom is fully armed. Song Yui brandished a metal knife, embodying the spirit of a warrior heading into battle. Song Shijun quickly interjected, "There's no need to engage with those two rascals. It's quite dangerous outside right now. What if you get drenched in the rain? It would be an unwarranted loss." After a moment's reflection, Song Yui conceded, about to relinquish her weapon when the cries of Li Dawei and his sister pierced the air. "Uncle Song, Aunt Song, help us. We're going to die. We haven't eaten in 2 days. Do you want to starve us to death?" Song Yaohua muttered to himself, realizing that they had come for alms, not to brawl. Song Yui was both amused and exasperated. Li Xiang cried out from outside, pleading, "Please, Uncle Song, Aunt Song, help us. We are truly on the brink of starvation." Song Yoji turned to admonish his daughter, "Look at yourself. Do you understand how difficult it is not to know how to cook? From now on, you shall accompany your aunt to learn the art of culinary preparation." Song Kursen scoffed, "Cooking rice is not that hard. I can even make scrambled eggs with tomatoes." "Uncle Song, could you spare us 50 kilograms of flour to make some pancakes?" she added. "Humph," Song Kursen retorted. "As if I would use our family's soybean oil for that. After making 200 pancakes, my arms would be too sore to lift." "Aunt, ignore her," Song Yui interjected. "Consider that 50 kilograms of flour as compensation. We can also provide you with 200 grams of pickled bamboo shoots and radish as a side dish." 50 kilograms? 200 grams? The entire Song family exchanged bewildered glances. "Your heart is quite merciless." The elders silently regarded their youngest son, Song Yui, and then their eldest daughter, Song Yui, observing that indeed, not a single family member was free from the same trait. Subsequently, Song Yui donned her combat-ready attire and exited the villa to collect the goods at the iron gate. Li Dawei grimaced as he handed her 2 large bags. Li Xiong, watching from behind, felt a pang of sorrow. Coldly, Song Yui shut the iron gate and secured it with a latch, announcing, "Come back tomorrow morning for your meals." "Aunt, could you come earlier? We're nearly starving today," Li Xiong implored. Song Yui replied with a pointed remark, "Do you think cooking is a simple task? 50 pounds of rice. And a single pot can cook a maximum of 5 pounds, necessitating 10 rounds of cooking." Naturally, they possess 2 earthen stoves, yet Song Yui remains reticent. "Surely, you do not wish to consume undercooked rice? Patience is essential for preparing steaming hot rice." With such a raucous outcry, the 2 rustic children outside fell silent. Song Yoji, fully equipped, arrived to lend a hand, grumbling yet soft-hearted, pondering why he should bother with them. "Let me take care of it." The brother and sister made their way directly to the earthen stove house in the backyard. Xie Ning cast a glance at the incessant drizzle of acid rain outside. It fell steadily, neither too heavy nor too light, and had scarcely ceased. By 6 in the evening, mother and uncle had finally finished their tasks at the stove. The family hoped for a simple meal of noodles that night, but alas, the gas stove would not ignite. It seemed they had run out of gas. Song Yui frowned, suggesting, "Shall we make do with some dry rations to fill our stomachs?" Xie Ning's mother struggled to rise, intent on returning to the earthen stove to cook for everyone. But her sister-in-law hastily intervened. "You've been busy all afternoon. Don't tire yourself further. If anyone should go, it should be me. No one else needs to." Just as Xie Ning contemplated retrieving a portable stove from the villa's living room, she heard Xiao Gu's voice from outside. Song Yoji, fully armed, dashed out to open the door. Moments later, Gu Chun and Lu Wei entered one after the other, followed by the cherubic-faced Jai Robai and the muscular Xue Feng. The 2 carried an impressive array of items inside. "Quick, bring a mop to wipe away the rainwater." "Xiao Gu, you arrived. But why bring so much stuff?" Song Yui sprang up from the sofa, her face alight with joy as she approached. "Auntie, I'm here to unpack. This box is to be discarded outside." Jai Robai donned gloves as she meticulously unboxed items. A flurry of activity surrounded her, with a group diligently mopping floors and transporting goods, creating a scene of fervent hustle and bustle. Xie Ningmu observed her family with an impassive expression as they busily fussed over Gu, their chatter incessant and somewhat grating to the ears, causing her a mild headache. Chapter 134. Like a stray dog, what is the current situation outside? The gas supply has been interrupted. I've brought over a few portable stoves and some gas canisters. Oh, that is truly splendid. Comrade Song Yui had entirely forgotten that Gu had previously provided a box of gas canisters, along with 3 boxes of eggs, a box of duck eggs, and a significant quantity of vegetables and meat. What particularly caught Xie Ning's eye were several live fish, contained in fresh water bags, flopping about energetically. It was serendipity. as she had contemplated procuring some fish to experiment with her dimensional space. Isn't the supply scheduled for 7:30? Xie Ning inquired as she approached him. Hungry, Guchen responded, turning to her with a pitiful expression. Oh dear, let us get those into the pot right away, so we can dine together. Song Yui exclaimed, her heart aching at the thought. You haven't gone a whole day without eating, have you? No matter how busy you are, you must eat before continuing to work. Indeed, without nourishment, how can one muster the strength to labor? The group chimed in, playfully nudging Ning Ning to the outer circle. Shall we prepare the fish for tomorrow? Let us have a hot pot tonight, starting with the vegetables, and then we can add some noodles. Sister, I'll go and slice the lamb and beef. Noticing the flurry of activity around her, Xie Ning quietly picked up the few live fish and announced, I'll take these to the kitchen. She swiftly entered the kitchen, clutching several bags of fish, and secured the door behind her, activating the dimensional space. The future reminded her that if there wasn't enough water stored within the dimensional space, the live fish would perish upon being placed inside. With just a few bags of water, it wouldn't even suffice to cover the bottom of the dimensional space. Was she intending for the fish to flounder and die in an arid dimension? Xie Ning pondered this and found it reasonable. A small spider crawled onto the stove. If the dimensional space began to emit a foul odor due to decay, it would close in a state of distress, requiring double the points for reactivation. Xie Ning cursed under her breath, calling it a troublesome situation. Should she simply place everything, including the water bags, inside? She decided it was permissible. Thus, she placed them in. The dimensional space began its storage process. The several water bags on the stove vanished in an instant. Within the semi-transparent, pale blue cube, the water bags reappeared. The storage of the dimensional space was complete. Scanning the dimensional space revealed 2 black fish, 2 crucian carp, and 2 bass. Was weight calculation necessary? No, she had just weighed the bags, estimating them to be around 12 to 13 pounds. Half an hour later, a group of over 10 people gathered around a round table, heartily indulging in a self-service hot pot. The table overflowed with an array of vegetables and meats, while Ji Taisien had even specially foraged broth ingredients, meatballs, and fish balls from the space, tossing them all in. The table was so crowded that they stood closely together to eat. Each person held a bowl, chopsticks raining down like droplets. They feared that if they were a moment too slow, the meat would be gone. The elderly couple relished the lively atmosphere, beaming with joy and urging everyone to eat slowly, assuring them there would be more if needed. Guchen turned his gaze towards the young girl beside him, savoring her leisurely eating manner, a sight most delightful to behold. Outside the villa, a large spotlight illuminated the premises brightly, while a gentle, persistent drizzle continued to fall. Ji Taisien retrieved an electric fan from his space, connecting it to a battery. Do you not feel the temperature rising considerably? He inquired. You're sweating from the food. Wang Zongxian jested. No, it simply feels muggy, Ji Taisien replied as he produced an indoor thermometer from his collection. Wait and see. 28 degrees? Xie Ning glanced at it, her brow furrowing slightly as an odd sensation quietly spread within her. I measured it at 25 degrees just yesterday. Given that it's mid-September, the temperature shouldn't be this high, should it? Young man, coming from Jiangyi, you might not understand, Song Yuji remarked without surprise. Here in the south, it fluctuates like this. Even as autumn arrives, we must endure the lingering heat of the autumn tiger. Indeed, it's not uncommon to see temperatures soar to 30 degrees on October 1st. It's suffocating in long sleeves. The hot pot meal concluded swiftly at 7:20. Have there been any signs of mice? Xie Ning inquired. If only they could remain as composed as my sister, she mused. Upon hearing of a mouse invasion, every household panics, almost wishing to climb to the roof. It is said that no matter how high they hide, mice can infiltrate any crevice, leaving everyone in a state of utter disarray. We must go distribute supplies, Guchen asserted. Make sure to secure all doors and windows and rest early. Do not venture out until the rain has ceased. He rose and cast a glance at Xie Ning, gesturing toward his phone. Xie Ning, with an impassive expression, glanced back at him and dismissively waved her hand. Comrade Song Yui donned his gear, intending to bid farewell to them, but was swiftly dissuaded by several voices. Song Yoji, clad in a raincoat, escorted them out. As he swung open the iron gate, a startled gasp escaped the crowd. A frail and pitiable figure in a white lab coat was crouched at their doorstep. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up at them. Who are you? Exclaimed Song Yoji, his voice laced with excitement. Lu Wei rubbed his forehead and replied, Uncle Song, this is Dr. Yu from the neighboring research institute. Only then did Song Yoji regain his composure. Oh, but why is he squatting here? Zhai Ruobai burst into laughter. Perhaps he is here to beg for food? Guchen interjected. He can't move. Yu Tianfeng, curled up in a ball, wore a distressed expression, his fluffy white hair drooping over his forehead. The hot pot smells delightful. He raised a hand. Song Yoji stifled a laugh. Little Gu, little Lu, you both go about your business. Lu Wei nodded. Uncle Song, could you please look after Dr. Yu? Perhaps give him a couple of buns to ease his hunger? Of course. Song Yoji readily agreed. This doctor. You seem to be quite an important figure. Otherwise, little Lu Wu and Ti have entrusted him to my care. Thank you, Uncle Song. We shall take our leave now. No buns, just hot pot. Song Yoji watched the four depart, bemused, then glanced down at Yu Tianfeng. Come in, we can talk further. Xie Ning and Song Kursin were preparing to assist their aunt with clearing the table when they suddenly heard a rustle at the door. Turning around, they saw Yu Tianfeng swiftly discarding his protective suit and lunging toward the round table. What are you doing here? Xie Ning's expression was marked with displeasure. Yu Shenfeng disregarded her, instead extending his hands to embrace the pot, insisting that it not be taken away, at least for the moment. Xie Ning reached out, intent on delivering a blow to his head, but Song Yui swiftly intervened. She recognized him. Was he not the esteemed Dr. Yu from that Biological Medical Research Institute? Her daughter often harbored a desire to strike him, but they could hardly afford to reduce such an intellectual to a state of folly. Chapter 135. Fever Dr. Yu. What troubles you? I'm hungry. Yu Shenfeng nearly collapsed onto the round table in a disheveled manner. The Song family exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of bewilderment, akin to that of a stray dog that had wandered into their home. Xie Ning felt an urge to pummel his head. She harbored a distaste for strangers intruding upon her home, especially those insufferable researchers. Wait, dear, we cannot afford to harm the esteemed doctor. Song Yui quickly shielded her irate daughter. Song Yoji hastily remarked, Little Lu asked me to take care of him. Just a couple of buns should suffice to keep him from starving. My dear niece, do not be upset. I will fetch him a couple of buns and let him be on his way. However, Yu Shenfeng clung to the table, or more accurately, to the large pot, resolutely refusing to relinquish his hold. Grandmother's son Mei Ying, moved by his woeful demeanor, could not help but inquire, Young man, would you like me to prepare you some noodles? Would half a kilogram suffice? The young man nodded eagerly, maintaining his grip on the pot. Just leave it here. Song Yui attempted to seize the pot from him, exclaiming, Oh dear, this is all leftover. We can discard it and prepare a fresh batch. Auntie, it's not dirty. I don't mind, he implored, turning his beautiful, phoenix-like eyes towards Song Yui with a pitiful gaze. While not unsanitary, Song Yui felt uneasy that the erudite Dr. Yu was consuming the leftovers of their entire group. Grandma's son Ming chuckled kindly, suggesting they proceed with this arrangement, as the young man seemed unperturbed. She surmised he was simply famished, and starting anew would be time-consuming. Indeed. Thank you, Grandma, Yu Tianfeng responded gratefully. Xie Ning rolled her eyes, a hint of annoyance flickering within. Xin, Jun, Xie Ning called out to her younger siblings, feigning to retrieve 2 tablets from her backpack. I've downloaded the complete high school curriculum for grades 11 and 12. Head upstairs and commence your studies. Awake early tomorrow for at-home exercises. Song Kursin and Song Shijun exchanged glances, clutching the tablets in their hands. Xie Ning cast a glance their way, clenching her fist in encouragement. Knowledge is power. Although you are exempt from the college entrance examination, you must still complete your high school education independently. Do not disappoint me. I have faith in you both. The 2 youngsters trudged upstairs, their heads hanging low. Xie Ning added from behind, Jun, I suggest you practice your wind-based abilities while studying. Use old newspapers for target practice. Be cautious and avoid damaging the walls. Song Kursin turned to observe her prodigious brother, a mischievous glint in her eyes, amused at his predicament. His ears drooped in resignation. Meanwhile, after a pot of noodles was boiled, Yu Tianfeng was already eating with gusto. Song Yaogua, taking pity on the youth, instructed his aunt to add a handful of greens, some pieces of meat, and an egg to the pot. Yu Tianfeng devoured the entire pot of noodles, seemingly resurrected, emerging from his previously listless state. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Aunt. The young man bowed in gratitude, introducing himself as Yu Tianfeng, age 25. So young, Song Yui mused inwardly, truly a remarkable talent. Fortunately, Ning didn't leave him crippled. Grandma Song nodded with a smile. There's no need for such formality, young man. Yu Tianfeng glanced at the elderly lady. Grandma, do you suffer from chronic stomach issues? The old woman was taken aback. Did Ning Ning tell you? Xie Ning felt a pang of distress. How could she have possibly divulged such personal information to a stranger? Yu Tianfeng shook his head. I possess some medical knowledge. If you trust me, I could prepare a few bottles of soothing remedies for you. Their primary function is to protect and repair the gastric mucosa and inhibit gastric acid secretion, among other benefits. You are a medical doctor? The Song family quickly gathered around him, their eyes gleaming as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. Indeed, in the post-apocalyptic world, medical resources were scarce and healthcare professionals were invaluable. The young man's face bore bruises, and he appeared somewhat unkempt, his white lab coat hanging loosely on him, while his disheveled white hair stuck to his ear. Xie Ning observed that he resembled more of a psychiatric patient than a doctor. Xiaoyu, can you truly treat Grandma's stomach ailment? Xie Ning was speechless. Her mother was quite pragmatic, immediately addressing him as Xiaoyu with such eagerness. I can, he assured. Oh, knowledge truly is admirable, Xie Ning's mother remarked with a look of envy. Xiaoyu, what else can you treat? I observe that you all appear quite healthy. Though my grandfather suffers from osteoporosis and likely has a past injury to his waist, which causes him pain during inclement weather. Grandfather Song Yao stands up with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Xiaoyu, you are remarkable. Oh, how troublesome this is for you, Xiaoyu. Do you happen to have any remedies for insomnia on your side? Xie Ning interjects, just when we finished with Xiao Gu, now we have Xiaoyu. The following day, before 6 o'clock, Xie Ning knocks on the doors of Song Shijun and Song Kursen, urging them to rise for exercise. The previous day, the family had enjoyed a lively conversation, exchanging pleasantries about Xiaoyu, and joyfully bid farewell to the esteemed doctoral graduate. By the end, Xie Ning found herself weary of their chatter. Reflecting later, she realized it was not entirely disadvantageous. The Song family is quite astute, managing to entice a medical doctor with just a pot of noodles. Initially, Xie Ning intended to train her younger siblings to run 20 laps around the villa's 4 levels, but after completing just 10 laps herself, her legs felt heavy. As for Song Kursen and Song Shijun, they had already collapsed on the stairs, unable to continue. Noticing the time, it was 8:30, and Xie Ning glanced outside at the incessant drizzle, planning to step out. However, her plans were soon entirely disrupted. Her mother was unwell. Just yesterday, Comrade Song Yui had been vigorous, capable of cooking 50 pounds of rice, but today she emerged complaining of a blocked nose. After consuming half a bowl of congee, she slumped on the sofa, lacking energy. Early that morning, the Li Dawei siblings from next door arrived to collect a debt, while Song Yoji, fully equipped, delivered several large bags of cooked rice along with some side dishes to the doorstep. Upon returning, he noticed his sister's flushed face and asked, Sister, why is your face so red? Is it? Sobbing slightly, Song Yui expressed, I just feel enervated all over and lack vitality. Xie Ning approached and touched Song Yui's forehead, her expression immediately turning grave. Mother, you appear to have a fever. Then quickly take a temperature reading. The maternal aunt became slightly flustered. Song Shijun rummaged through the drawers, retrieved a mercury thermometer, and rushed to the sofa to reassure Xie Ning, Sister, don't be alarmed. Perhaps it's nothing serious. At that moment, several exclamations and screams echoed from the opposite building 86. Rats. There are rats. How can they be so enormous? Quick, kill them. Chapter 136. Urgent dispatch. As Li Xiang turned his head to watch the commotion, Li Dawei hastily roared, Xiang, come inside quickly. Close the door. Block the windows. Still watching? The rats have already entered the neighbor's house. Li Xiang pushed him away with a look of disgust. What are you doing? This is our siblings' food supply. None for you. A woman of your age who can't even cook a meal, what use are you? Dawei. Zhao Yingying looked at Li Dawei with grievance. I'm not accustomed to the earthen stove in your house. This time, Li Dawei didn't indulge her as he had done in the past few days, and frowned as he said, You too, Xiang is right. A grown woman who can't even cook a meal. If you knew how to cook and prepare dishes, we wouldn't have had to hire Zhu Huijin to cook. Each time, we waste that grain. Indeed, that family of vampires across the street is outrageous. Do you know how much processing fee they charged us today? 50 pounds of flour. If you could make a pancake, would we have had to give away those 50 pounds of flour? Li Xiang was overwhelmed with heartache. Zhao Yingying, feeling aggrieved, tugged at Li Dawei's sleeve. Dawei, I am a woman, and considering that she is also a woman, if I cannot cook, can she? She gestured towards her rival. She simply cannot tolerate my presence. Li Dawei, however, was quite protective of his sister. Think about it. She is just a child. You are 5 or 6 years older than her. Seeing her elder brother support her, Li Xiang felt a swell of pride and raised her chin defiantly at Zhao Yingying, pouting, fuming with anger. Zhao Yingying shrugged off Li Dawei's hand. All right. Are you two siblings so resentful that I eat an extra mouthful, joining forces to deal with me, an outsider? Then I shall take my leave. With that, she turned on her heel towards the door. Alarmed by her departure, Li Dawei hurried after her, calling out, Ying, what are you doing? Why are you quarreling like a child? Zhao Yingying was infuriated. She had truly had enough of Li Xiang's constant jibes and sarcastic remarks over the past few days. Did they think she wished to stay in this dilapidated house devoid of water, electricity, and gas? If it weren't for Li Dawei's persistent pleas for her to move in and cohabit, she would never have come. She would have preferred the luxurious life in her ex-boyfriend's apartment. As she turned the doorknob, just as she was about to step outside, she suddenly spotted 2 plump rodents with glowing red eyes darting towards her feet. Ah! Zhao Yingying screamed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several large rats, initially scurrying in a straight line, abruptly changed direction upon hearing her shriek, all racing towards the Li household. Quick, shut the door. Li Dawei was exasperated with this foolish woman. In a fit of anger, he flung a coffee table towards the entrance, striking the 2 hefty rodents squarely. Each rodent was comparable in size to a small feline, its sharp claws leaving glaring scratch marks upon the ground with each grasp. Zhao Yingying, paralyzed by fear, collapsed, unable to move. Li Xiang was in a slightly better state, managing to drag his trembling legs toward the upper floor. Li Dawei roared, urging them to ascend while they still had breath, rather than becoming helpless offerings where they were. Li Dawei dispatched 2 of the plump rodents with a cleaver, but discovered a small tea table obstructing the door. 7 or 8 large rats leaped through the door's opening. But Li Dawei, with considerable strength, stood guard, felling them one by one with each strike. The situation soon stabilized, but heart-wrenching screams echoed from the adjacent Building 86. Zhao Yingying, tears streaming, was unable to walk, and could only curl up and slowly crawl up the stairs. Li Dawei, fearing the rats would infest the rice on the sofa, strenuously closed the door and hurried upstairs with the rice in his arms. Within the Songjai manor, several, even dozens, of rats of varying sizes scurried along the road in packs. Some blindly collided with Xie Ning's iron gate, only to be impaled on the metal spikes, where they writhed and squeaked. Those that attempted to scale Xie Ning's courtyard wall fared even worse, each one invariably struck by electricity, sizzling and falling from the wall, charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Xie Ning, at present, had no time to spare for them. Song Yui's temperature was measured at 39.8 degrees Celsius, and she had already fallen into a delirious slumber. The family anxiously gathered around Song Yui on the sofa. Xie Ning, comparatively composed, retrieved a bottle of purified water from her backpack, unscrewed the cap, and poured a few mouthfuls into her mother's mouth. She then took out a small towel, dampened it with purified water, and placed it on her mother's forehead. Sister Ning, allow me to remain here and keep you company, Xiao Huangmao offered. With tears in her eyes, old lady Song was assisted into the house by Song Yaogua, while Song Yoji followed closely behind to comfort the elderly couple. Although they had been enjoying themselves these past few days, their hearts were still burdened with concern for their youngest daughter, who was wandering outside. Song Yoji was well aware that, despite their silence on the matter, the couple's worry was palpable. Now, with the eldest daughter suffering from a persistent high fever and her condition uncertain, their hearts were undoubtedly heavy with anxiety. At that moment, Song Kursin found herself unable to concentrate on her studies. Sitting in Song Shijun's room, she held her phone, engrossed in the myriad of messages in their group chat. User 96 had sent a crying emoji. Oh no, the rice bag in the cellar has been gnawed open by rats. User 79 replied, Sister Chinwan, are you all alright? User 96 continued, we're fine, but what about the rice? Is it contaminated and unsafe to eat? User 79 chimed in, Aunt Chun, you should probably throw away the damaged rice. Who knows if it carries any viruses that could harm us? User 96 lamented, but it's 20 pounds. Oh, User 83 warned, I advise you all to secure your doors and windows. There's been a rat in the house across from us at number 86. Someone might have been bitten. User 79 reassured, thanks for the heads up. We've even sealed off the toilet. User 53 reported, 2 rats crawled in through the pipes. They're as big as cats. User 97 added, Yaogua, we're running low on food at home. Could you have Xie Ning or Curson bring over some buns or anything? We'll take whatever we can get. Just then, the group owner suddenly sent an urgent message. Per upper-level notification, an emergency order has been issued. We must depart immediately for Lanshan Tower Lake. To all residents inclined to evacuate with the military, kindly assemble at the west gate within the next 30 minutes. A momentary hush fell over the group, followed by an eruption of activity. 97. Golden years of bliss. Depart immediately? We haven't finished packing everything. 97. Song Fu. Grandfather, leave those items behind. 97. Golden years of bliss. Absolutely not. They are all my treasures. Not a single one can be left behind. Could we request a slight delay of 1 hour, Administrator? 79. Righteous Uncle. Song Dagong, are you even serious? Utterly irresponsible. The military is under urgent orders. Should they delay an hour for your sake? 53. He Village. He Shufan. He Shuping. Is your family leaving? If not, let us have your car. 85. Xin Ku AI Duo. Inquire with your uncle and aunt. Irritated, Song Curson's annoyance flared up upon seeing the message. 85. Xin Ku AI Duo. My dad, what do you want? Get lost. Chapter 137. One of you dies. First Administrator's notice. Acid rain is still falling outside. Please take precautions when traveling. Given the current extreme environmental conditions, residents without protective suits, masks, or vehicles, or those who have not yet completed packing, are advised not to rush. You may remain at home and wait. The 54,385th Regiment of the West City Garrison is expected to arrive in approximately 5 days to escort everyone to the safe zone. Xie Ning's phone chimed incessantly with messages from Gu Chun, but she remained seated on the sofa, holding her mother's hand, head bowed, lost in thought. The young man with yellowish hair approached Xie Ning, offering her a freshly dampened towel. Xie Ning accepted it, placing it on her mother's forehead, replacing the dry, scorching one. Song Curson rushed downstairs, exclaiming, Sister, Brother Gu Chun and the others are retreating. They want us to go with them. Xie Ning responded with a nod. Turning her head, she noticed her maternal uncle, Song Yoji, hastily donning a raincoat, protective helmet, and mask as he hurried outside. The iron gate swung open, causing several dead rats hanging on it to drop to the ground with a thud. Distant screams pierced the air. Song Yoji frowned, observing a row of pickup trucks neatly parked along the road, followed by 6 buses and a continuous stream of smaller vehicles. Uncle Song, are you ready? Gu Chen, accompanied by Lu Wei and Zhai Ruobai, stood at the entrance, anxiously inquiring upon their arrival. What is Ningning doing? Why is there no response? Song Yoji sighed, alas. Something has happened to Ningning's mother. Please, come in. Gu Chun and the others promptly followed Song Yoji inside. Upon entering the villa's living room and removing their protective gear, they beheld the young girl, her head drooping, sitting listlessly on a small stool beside the sofa, absently holding Aunt Song's hand. Gu Chun was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen the usually cool and vibrant girl looking so despondent. He frowned, staring at her hand hanging to her side, and quickly approached. Crouching beside her, Ningning, Ningning, don't be afraid. Annie will be fine. Gu Chun took her other hand, which was clenched tightly into a fist, and gently pried open her fingers one by one. Deep red marks were imprinted on her palm. Song Yoji was startled. He hadn't noticed that his niece was so anxious that she was resorting to self-harm. Throughout this ordeal, Ningning's voice remained composed, and her demeanor remarkably collected, leading everyone to believe she was the most placid member of the family. Overwhelmed with remorse, Song Yoji lamented that she was, after all, merely an 18-year-old. Do not be frightened, Ningning, he consoled. Your aunt is such a kind soul. She will undoubtedly pull through. Gu Chun turned to regard Zhai Ruobai. The baby-faced man, comprehending the unspoken request, hastily donned his protective gear and dashed outside. Moments later, he returned, escorting Yu Tianfeng and Wei Zhengtong. Trailing distantly behind them was Feng Jiawen. Wei Zhengtong, anxious that Yu Tianfeng might utter something imprudent and suffer the consequences, had rushed over to keep a watchful eye on the precious darling. Feng Jiawen, on the other hand, had stealthily followed, curious to ascertain the situation. Concurrently, inside vehicle number 6, an obese woman rose to her feet, exclaiming, Driver, why haven't we departed yet? What is the reason for this delay? Addressing a young man, she inquired, Where is your leader, Gu? Are we en route to a secure base? Will the base provide boxed meals? Is there electricity available? I have not bathed in a week and yearn to wash my hair. A cacophony of voices erupted as the occupants peppered the driver with questions. The driver, however, remained silent, resembling a statue fixed in the driver's seat. Xie Ning engaged in conversation with the woman beside her, inquiring if she desired to disembark for a moment. The woman retorted with disdain, "Going outside necessitates donning a raincoat, and re-entering requires complete disinfection. Far too troublesome. Did you not consider the implications of a long journey? I am wearing adult diapers. You may proceed on your own." Seething with suppressed anger, Xie Ning reluctantly exited the vehicle. As she approached Zhang Yang, she whispered, "If I have not returned to the vehicle, ensure they wait for me." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes dismissively. Xie Ning, clad in protective gear, exited the vehicle, followed by several middle-aged women from vehicles 3 and 4, who formed a group and proceeded forward. Upon noticing the iron gate of Xie Ning's home ajar, they ventured inside, only to be halted by several soldiers stationed at the entrance. "We merely seek to use the restroom, nature calls," an elderly aunt remarked with a smile. "Indeed, young comrades. We shall not trouble you. We will negotiate with the owner ourselves." The young comrades, unable to withstand the seasoned and shrewd elderly woman, could only watch helplessly as she slipped past them. Meanwhile, Wei Zhengtong caught sight of Xie Ning's mother and could not refrain from stepping forward. "Oh dear, sister-in-law, what has happened? Hurry, help the aunt cool down." Zhai Ruobai dragged Yu Tianfeng to the edge of the sofa, eyeing the white medicine box in his hand. "What good would cooling down do? She has contracted a virus. It's hopeless." Fang Jiawen's sharp voice echoed from behind them. "Hurry, put an end to her. She's on the verge of turning into a zombie. What are you all dawdling for? This is not the time for compassion." The shrill voice continued its relentless tirade. Lu Wei silently cursed the situation. As anticipated, her words ignited the previously subdued girl, causing her to spring up from her small stool. "Who do you want to kill?" "Who?" Xie Ning lunged from the sofa towards Fang Jiawen. Before Fang could react, the young girl had already tackled her to the ground, raining down fierce blows upon her face and nose. "Ning, let her go." Gu Qin's countenance underwent a sudden transformation upon observing that Fang Jiawen was still clad in her raincoat. "Perish," she hissed. "You shall be the first to meet your end." The young woman ferociously divested Fang Jiawen of her raincoat, flinging it with vehemence into her face. The rain-soaked garment, laden with moisture, vigorously abraded the other woman's visage. "You are now tainted. You, too, harbor the contagion. Am I now at liberty to extinguish your existence?" Upon perceiving that Zhai Ruobai was agape, poised to intercede, Xie Ning emitted a thunderous roar. "Let no ordinary soul lay a hand upon us." Zhai Ruobai, petrified, froze in his tracks. Xie Ning, clutching Fang Jiawen's tresses, heedless of her pained and terrified whimpers, unceremoniously hurled her into the rain-drenched expanse outside. Moments ago, as she clasped her mother's hand, she had been immersed in contemplation, attempting to decipher the means by which her mother had succumbed to the affliction. Her thoughts invariably gravitated toward the episode involving Li Dawei and his sister, who had entreated her mother to prepare a meal in the backyard, despite having meticulously fortified herself with comprehensive protective gear. It was conceivable that stray droplets of rain had penetrated her defenses. Her maternal uncle had also ventured forth, traversing the threshold of the doorway repeatedly, his sojourns into the rain-soaked terrain surpassing even those of her mother. Why, then, had her uncle remained unscathed while her mother had fallen prey to the malady? The answer lay in the simple fact that her mother was merely an ordinary mortal, whereas her uncle possessed the endowment of an ability. This virulent acid rain, it appeared, exerted its deleterious effects solely upon those of ordinary constitution. "Perish," she uttered, her visage devoid of emotion, as she cast a frigid gaze upon Fang Jiawen. Beneath the villa's steps, Xie Ning and several middle-aged women gaped in bewildered astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, as they beheld Fang Jiawen tumbling headlong down the steps. Sprawling into the rain-soaked earth, her form besmirched with mud, they involuntarily recoiled with a shudder. Chapter 138. Widespread indignation. Xie Ning was the first to emit a piercing shriek, her bladder relinquishing its contents as she spun around and fled. The other middle-aged women, equally terrified, joined her in a chorus of screams as they scattered. "Murder! Murder most foul!" Wei Zhengtong wore an expression of embarrassment. Could it be that his colleagues at the research institute would all perish due to their own indiscretion? If Fang Jiawen remained silent, there would be no issue at all. Yet, she chose to provoke Xie Ning, who was brimming with suppressed energy. Xie Ning silently entered the kitchen and retrieved her signature large axe from its designated space. This acidic rain was only detrimental to ordinary individuals, proving ineffective against those with abilities. What? Wei Jingtong exclaimed in astonishment. On what basis do you draw that conclusion? Xie Ning turned her head, her icy gaze locking onto him, causing Wei Jingtong to involuntarily take a step back. Without offering any explanation, Xie Ning casually donned a disposable raincoat. Neglecting to wear a mask and wielding the large axe, she strode towards the home of Li Dawei at number 84 across the street. Song Kursin swallowed hard, stating, I believe we should let my sister release the pent-up frustration within her. It should alleviate the situation. What was the source of this frustration? It was undoubtedly the insufferable siblings, Li Dawei and his sister. Without their incessant mischief, their mother would not have needed to assist with cooking. With a resounding thud, she struck their door, shouting, Li Dawei, come out. You 1T starved to death. Is missing a meal truly fatal? It is all your fault that my mother is burdened. Upon hearing the loud banging at the door, the siblings rushed to the balcony on the 3rd floor. They beheld Xie Ning, resembling a raincoat-clad assassin, relentlessly hacking at their stainless steel gate with a massive axe. Meanwhile, the residents of vehicles 3, 4, and 6 erupted in a fervor, caught up in the excitement of the unfolding scene. After thoroughly disinfecting herself, Xie Ning's face remained pale. She embellished her account of the events witnessed at Xie Ning's residence, and soon, everyone in Vehicle 6 clamored for the driver to start the engine, insisting on an immediate departure. We cannot take a person with a high fever with us. Indeed, zombies can bite. We cannot endanger everyone on this vehicle. What about Commander Gu? Hurry up and drive. Meanwhile, the occupants of Vehicles 1 and 2 were gathered by the right side glass door, observing Xie Ning as she hacked at the stainless steel gate of Unit 84. Why isn't she wearing glasses or a mask? Is she courting death? Surely, she will be affected by the rain. They recounted how several of Commander Gu's subordinates had been drenched by rain while on guard duty, with one undergoing mutation. How terrifying. Just a little rain could lead to fever and mutation? It seems so. Isn't that Commander Gu? The young man was genuinely kind, even trying to assist her, though he should not have risked himself for someone seeking death. Ning, both Song Kursin and I have told you, the Li siblings are despicable. However, Auntie is currently in a critical struggle against the virus. Could you have a bit of faith in her? Slowly, Xie Ning calmed herself, lowering her head to whisper. Will she really be okay? Fear enveloped her. She dreaded that events would unfold as they had in her previous life. In her last existence, her mother had succumbed to a group of incompetent colleagues, failing to survive even the first month of the apocalypse. Thus, upon seeing her mother develop a high fever, Xie Ning was gripped by terror. She feared her mother would not endure, that she would depart from her just as she had in her former life. With her father already gone, the thought of losing her mother filled her with profound dread. The facade of calmness was but a fragile bubble in the ocean, easily punctured, leaving behind only a residue of panic and agitation. Be still, do not fear. It will surely be all right, Guchen affirmed, nodding. Let us first relocate Andy, and we shall address the rest subsequently. Xie Ning responded lethargically with a non-committal HM. At that moment, Du Zhonggong approached with a grave expression, gesturing towards Guchen. I've heard the news from the safe zone. Those with high fevers are strictly prohibited from entering. They must remain outside for a week of observation. He cast a glance at Xie Ning, adding, moreover, the 6 vehicles are expressing significant discontent, unwilling to travel alongside those with fevers. What discontent? Guchen interjected coldly. Do they possess any authority? If they do not wish to share the journey, they can simply disembark. Du Zhonggong was momentarily taken aback. That's not the way to phrase it, Xiaogu. Then how should it be expressed? Must my decisions be validated by others? Guchen retorted. I am merely fulfilling my obligation to inform, not soliciting anyone's opinion. What a tyrannical little brat. Du Zhonggong was rendered speechless. Xie Ning tugged at his wrist. Mumbling with a lackluster tone, let us not argue. Guchen turned his head to glance at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I am not quarreling. I never do. At most, I resolve matters with a few blows. His tender tone stood in stark contrast to the icy decisiveness he had just exhibited towards Du Zhonggong, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Du Zhonggong could hardly suppress an eye roll. Then I shall consult old Wu. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Xie Ning approaching, causing her to flinch and retreat. Xie Ning strode past her without a word. Returning to the living room, Xie Ning removed her disposable raincoat. She accepted the dry towel that Song Kursin handed her, wiping her face and head, her gaze shifting towards the sofa. Wei Jingtong cleared his throat awkwardly. Doctor, you possessed a commendable capacity for psychological resilience. From the altercation that transpired in the living room to Miss Xie wielding an axe against the opposing faction. And now, Dr. Yu remained solely focused on tending to his beloved sister-in-law, disregarding everything else. Yu Tianfeng looked up and saw Xie Ning, thrusting a large package into her hands. These are my homemade fever patches. Replace one for Annie every 2 hours. Xie Ning nodded, expressing her gratitude. Ensure Auntie stays hydrated. She will recover. There is nothing seriously amiss with her. Do not be overly anxious. Yu Tianfeng cast a glance at her. At that moment, Gu Chun and Lu Wei entered from outside the villa. Xie Ning turned to the worried Song Yoji standing nearby. Uncle, take Grandpa and Grandma along with everyone else. And go with Xiao Gu and the others. Song Shijun was taken aback. What about you, sister? I will stay here with Mother, Xie Ning replied, gripping her mother's hand tightly, a flicker of concern in her eyes. No. Gu Chun and Song Yoji spoke in unison. Xie Ning turned to them. Recalling what Director Du had stated earlier, those with high fevers must be isolated for 7 days, even upon reaching the safe zone. I do not know how long my mother will have a fever or what her condition will be. Staying in an isolation tent at the safe zone may not be as secure as remaining at home. Xie Ning explained rapidly, emphasizing that this way, there would be no need to subject her mother to the jostling of travel. Song Yoji's expression grew somber. What Ning Ning said held a degree of validity. Chapter 139. The water is delightfully small. She decided to bind her mother before proceeding further. The fact that her mother had a fever caught her completely off guard, an experience she had never encountered in her previous life. Very well, Guchen nodded. Given the circumstances, moving Andy around would indeed hinder her recovery. Brother. Zhai Rabai expressed surprise, harboring a personal concern that keeping both the young lady and her mother here was rather unsafe, especially with Auntie running a high fever. Grandma Song sat nearby, dabbing at the corners of her eyes, silent yet filled with worry as she gazed at her eldest daughter on the sofa. Song Yaoguo squeezed her hand reassuringly. Do not fret, you AI will be fine. Xie Ning turned her attention to Ji Tai Xian, feeling a bit idle. Sister, you need not say a word. I understand. I will take good care of Grandma and Grandpa. Everything concerning food and necessities will be well managed. Sister, will you be all right alone once we leave? Song Kursen hesitated, searching for the right words. I will be fine, as long as Mother recovers. I can rush to join you. Ning Jia, let us leave the RV behind and take the little golden cup. Thank you for your assistance. Xie Ning nodded in agreement. Gu Chen stepped forward, gently grasping her cold hand, and placed 2 warm eggs into her palm. After we depart, do not overthink. Eat well. I shall return tomorrow to escort you and Auntie. Xie Ning obediently nodded, watching as the group departed with purpose. Wait for me. I'm not sick. Please take me with you. Fang Jiawen, seeing everyone leave, hastily donned the tattered raincoat and, disregarding everything, hurried after them. Xie Ning stood on the steps of the villa, gazing at the convoy of vehicles belonging to Xiaogu and the others as they departed one by one. The villa instantly transformed into a desolate and cold space, with only the clock on the wall punctuating the silence with its rhythmic ticking. Xie Ning hurled a long metallic spike, drawing the 2 iron gates together and remotely locking them in place. Turning around, she closed the villa door and settled onto the edge of the sofa, replacing her mother's fever-reducing patch. Mom, for my sake, you must persevere. Xie Ning felt quite satiated after consuming 2 eggs. By noon, she had unwrapped a bucket of noodles and filled a cup with hot water from the villa's upright smart water dispenser to prepare her meal. When she replaced her mother's fever patch again, she joyfully noticed that her mother's complexion had improved significantly, and her forehead was no longer as hot as before. Her heart suddenly soared with elation. Xie Ning paced before the living room sofa, gleefully rubbing her little hands together. It seemed her mother was on the verge of recovery. At that moment, her phone screen lit up. Someone had mentioned her in the group chat. 97. Has the eldest brother's family all left? How could you all leave without a word, leaving me and the 3rd brother's family in fear? 85. I'm here. 97. Xiao Ning, didn't you go with them? Are you home alone? 85. Yes, I'm with my mom. 97. Xiao Ning, do you have any food left at home? Send some pancakes over to the 2nd uncle's family to stave off hunger. Xie Ning coldly disregarded the 2nd uncle's request. His family surely had ample provisions. His sudden plea for help was transparently an attempt to deceive her. Just as she was about to set her phone down, a message from Guchen arrived. Is your aunt feeling any better? We have just arrived at the safe zone, and matters are rather hectic. I shall come over tomorrow morning. Xie Ning initially thought it unnecessary to trouble them, as she and her mother could join the comrades of the 54,385 Regiment. However, after some contemplation, she decided it would be better to head to the safe zone with Gu Chun, alleviating her grandparents' concerns, who have been unable to sleep well. Worrying about them, Comrade Song Yui awoke at 1 in the afternoon, the abnormal flush on her face having diminished significantly. As she turned to sit up, she felt an overwhelming thirst. Xie Ning handed her a bottle of water, which Song Yui gulped down eagerly. Ning Ning, where's the family? In her fevered haze, she had seemingly heard the sounds of bustling activity at home, yet upon opening her eyes, it appeared that only the two of them remained. Xie Ning recounted the events that had transpired, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at her mother. Mom, do you think you have awakened your abilities? She pointed towards her chest and abdomen, asking if her mother felt any source of energy. It seems so. With her eyes closed, Song Yui attempted to focus. And suddenly a small stream of water shot forth from her hand. The mother and daughter stared at each other in astonishment for a brief moment before bursting into joyous laughter and embracing each other, exclaiming, "We can wash our hair and bathe now." Song Yui was as exhilarated as if she had won a lottery. Half an hour later, as she gazed at a basin half filled with water, a look of sadness crossed her face. Alas, it seems that to produce enough water for washing and bathing, I must practice diligently. Dear mother, this stream is hardly larger than urine, Xie Ning replied, both amused and exasperated by her mother's lament. Mom, it is already quite impressive. In a world where water manipulators are highly valued, Song Yui nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that it was certainly better than having none at all. As long as you do not disdain it, my dear. Xiaogu has informed us that he will come to pick us up tomorrow. Is he still making the round trip? Song Yui chuckled and nodded with delight, declaring Xiaogu to be a truly wonderful child. However, all of Gu Chen's plans were abruptly interrupted by a sudden torrential rainstorm that struck in the evening. Before dawn, Gu Chen led his team to inspect the winding mountain road of Lanshan. The man pressed his lips together, gripping his phone tightly. Standing like a resilient pine at the entrance of the road, surveying the scene. The network was down. He could neither send WeChat messages nor even texts, which was infuriating. Hurry up and repair it, he commanded through clenched teeth. Zhai Ruobai and his companions were drenched in sweat, unsure whether their elder brother intended to prioritize the network repair or the road restoration. Early in the morning, Xie Ning had tidied herself up and was practicing her abilities with her mother in the living room. They waited anxiously for Xiaogu, who was supposed to arrive in the morning. Song Yui began to feel concerned, wondering if something had happened on the road. Xie Ning approached the window and glanced outside. The rain had ceased. Last night's torrential downpour likely caused a landslide on the winding mountain road, she speculated. Indeed, every time it rains in Lanshan, it leads to blockages. Song Yui sighed in relief, concluding that Xiaogu must have been unable to make it. Xie Ning picked up her phone and noted the quiet group chat, where the last message lingered from the previous day. It's all right, Mom. The network is down now. Gu Chun is probably quite anxious as well. Let us just wait. Song Yui nodded, rolling up a sleeve. Why do I feel that the weather is a bit warm? It is a tad muggy, Xie Ning frowned. I'll fetch a small fan. Song Yui waved her hand dismissively. Let us endure it for now. We shouldn't waste the battery. She muttered. Could it be that today is unusual? The speaker was heedless, but the listener took it to heart, causing a heavy stir in Xie Ning's mind. Chapter 140. The collapsing building exposed to the sun. On September 16th, the indoor thermometer indicated a temperature exceeding 30 degrees. Xie Ning poured 2 cups of warm water in the villa's living room, and the mother and daughter gulped down a substantial amount. The weather had begun to behave erratically. Xie Ning took a deep breath. The experiences from her previous life were entirely inapplicable. In her last life, from the onset of the apocalypse to its 4th year, the world was enveloped in an extreme cold and dampness. However, now, on the 9th day of the apocalypse, the power remained out, the internet was down, the water was cut off, and the temperature surged abruptly, contrasting starkly with everything from her past. Mom, let us wash out 2 clean buckets and make some mung bean soup and lemon honey water. All right. Xie Ning nodded. Do not worry, we are merely taking precautions. The mother and daughter set to work without hesitation. Song Yui continuously filled water, ensuring the 2 buckets were thoroughly cleaned inside and out. They divided their tasks. One slicing lemons for the honey water while the other used a portable stove to prepare the mung bean soup, both working up a sweat. After filling another half bucket, Song Yui collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Alas, Mom is truly getting old. I'm so useless. I can barely manage this little water. Song Yui chuckled at her beloved daughter's playful teasing. Mom, is this half bucket of water enough for you to bathe? It should suffice, but if not, I can just wipe down. Song Yui glanced at her daughter. Aren't you going to wash up? I bathed the day before yesterday. You go ahead. No wonder. Ning Ning shot her daughter a playful glare. The mother, unrestrained, expressed her frustration, having not bathed for 9 days, and felt that even the sheets had become stale during her 2-day bed rest. She remarked that her daughter seemed a bit brighter that day, having secretly taken a bath. Song Yui, both amused and exasperated, carried a bucket upstairs. After lunch, the mother diligently practiced her water manipulation abilities until exhaustion compelled her to rest upstairs. Xie Ning took a sip of the water released from her mother's abilities, finding it sweet and refreshing, akin to a mountain spring, causing her eyes to glimmer with delight. Her mother was truly remarkable. As evening fell, the indoor temperature soared to 32 degrees Celsius. Even the oblivious Song Yui sensed something was amiss. The two had little appetite, consuming only 2 small pancakes with mung bean soup before heading to bed. However, in the dead of night, they were jolted awake by a thunderous noise. Xie Ning sprang from her bed and opened the door, finding her mother in a beige tank top, wielding a metal knife at the staircase, her expression grave. At the foot of the stairs lay 2 dead mice, and beads of sweat glistened on Song Yui's forehead, suggesting they had scurried in from the stairwell. Stepping over the mouse carcasses, Song Yui descended the stairs. She had hardly slept the night before, being naturally heat-sensitive and usually needing air conditioning when temperatures reached 30 degrees. Now, with no such luxury, coupled with concern for her parents, she had tossed and turned, struggling to find sleep. Just as the outside commotion erupted, Song Yui had risen to fetch a drink, thereby being the first to hear the squeaking of the mice. The 2 women circled the staircase, which had been stripped bare, with all useful tools tossed into Xie Ning's villa living room. What was this, a water pipe? Oh. Song Yui suddenly realized that this place had once been connected to a faucet, which had since been abandoned. Xie Ning blocked the punctured water pipe with a metal plate. The mother and daughter, feeling uneasy, wandered around the house twice before they decided to peer out onto the balcony. The sound seemed to emanate from house number 86. Song Yui lifted her chin and gazed to the left, noticing the ominous darkness ahead. Doesn't that house seem somewhat problematic? It appears to be collapsing. Xie Ning's eyesight surpassed her mother's, as she quickly discerned that house number 86 had partially caved in, with the right side completely collapsed, exposing its dilapidated interior and layers of soil. No way, Song Yui exclaimed in shock. Should we go down to take a look? Xie Ning shook her head. It's too late now. It's not suitable to venture down in the dark. Let us check it out tomorrow morning. Her demeanor was not one of indifference, but rather an acknowledgement of their limitations. I suspect that the small group of rats we encountered earlier was merely a reconnaissance team. They may send reinforcements in the coming days. Song Yui was taken aback. So what do we do now? Just go back to sleep? Yes, Xie Ning nodded, stealing a glance at her mother. Mom, the physical capabilities of an ability user are generally superior to those of ordinary individuals, but regular training is still essential. If we don't rest well, how can we practice our water abilities tomorrow? Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, it is crucial to sleep when it's time to sleep, even if one has to force themselves. All right, Song Yui affirmed with a determined nod, let us rest. Tomorrow, I will continue to draw water. Before 6 o'clock on September 17th, wails and howls filled the air outside, abruptly awakening Xie Ning. She arose from her bed and, drawing back a corner of the curtains, cast a frigid gaze upon the world outside her window. Lo, a multitude had congregated before the iron gates of her abode, with yet more arriving from every direction. Alas, it was David Li and Xiang Li, once more assailing the sharp points atop their iron gate, their blows echoing with a resounding clang. Xie Ning unlatched the door, and a wave of oppressive heat washed over her. The temperature within the hall below had soared to 33 degrees. Her mother, beads of perspiration clinging to her brow, approached. Wash your face, brush your teeth, and then partake of some porridge before venturing out. The porridge was not scalding, suggesting her mother had risen betimes, perhaps around 4 or 5. It's excessively warm, Song Yui remarked, vigorously fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. Beneath the sun's blazing intensity, the temperature outside undoubtedly exceeded 33 degrees. Xie Ning consumed half a bowl of porridge, followed by a draught of diluted salt water, and declared her intention to investigate the situation outside. Song Yui, seizing a metallic blade, accompanied her daughter. The mother and daughter secured the villa door and strode toward the main gate, where, With a surge of indignation, they wrenched open the iron barrier. David Li and Xiang Li, wielding cleavers, were in the midst of their assault upon the gate. With a downward swing, David Li's blade met only air, causing him to stumble forward. Xie Ning, with a swift and forceful kick, sent David Li sprawling, his posterior landing unceremoniously beside a deceased rodent. Startled, David Li leaped to his feet, his gloved hands frantically brushing at his trousers. Song Yui, taken aback, beheld a scene of macabre horror at her doorstep, a veritable carpet of deceased rats, their lifeless forms strewn across the ground. Xie Ning, why do you mistreat my brother? Xiang Li shrieked. Did you not hear? 86 building collapsed yesterday. The village head made his entrance. Chapter 141. With importunate effrontery, what concern is the collapse of 86 building to us? It was not we who brought it to ruin. Xie Ning's mother retorted, her voice laced with fury. I perceive that you are merely idle and seeking confrontation. Li Xiang noticed comrade Song Yui brandishing an imposing 80-centimeter blade, exuding an aura of menace, and quickly took several steps back. Aunt Song, why are you being so fierce? We have merely come to discuss strategies. The village chief is here. The village chief is here. Someone shouted from the outskirts. The crowd parted slightly, allowing village chief Song Yofu to pass. With a few gray strands in his hair and a straw hat atop his head, he wore a black t-shirt that bore the marks of sweat, crystallized with salt. Despite his advancing age, he stood tall and straight, his weathered face adorned with piercing eyes. Yui, shouting, are you both all right? Uncle, we are fine. But what are these people here for? Song Yofu sighed and pointed to the diagonal opposite side. Last night, Building 86 collapsed due to a rat infestation. And now everyone is terrified, seeking your counsel. Uncle, how can you say that? Song Yui chuckled. What counsel do you need from us women? You bear no responsibility for the collapse of Building 86? Li Xiang retorted angrily. Your home is surrounded by metal spikes and electric currents. And the rats always circumvent your property, swarming 2 hours, which led to the collapse of Building 86. Don't blame the latrine for your inability to relieve yourself. A fierce old woman interjected, spitting at Li Xiang before turning to Song Yui with a smile. Yui, didn't your parents leave with the car yesterday? Is it just the 2 of you at home? Perfect. I, along with your second uncle and others, will move in with you. Song Yui was utterly bewildered, instinctively shaking her head. Isn't it rather inconvenient, second aunt? Inconvenient? How so? Wang Chui, Song Dagong's wife, retorted with a stern expression. If your parents were home, they wouldn't have suggested we vacate our residence. The village chief, Song Yofu, furrowed his brow and interjected, second sister-in-law, you are living quite comfortably in Building 97. Why the need to move? There is no need to cause unnecessary trouble. Wang Chui exclaimed with exasperation, striking her thigh. Oh, you simply don't understand. Third uncle, a horde of rats invaded our home last night. If it weren't for the strength of my 3 sons, who managed to eliminate the entire nest, our house would have been ravaged to the bone by now. Our stored rice and oil in the cellar have been gnawed at significantly. We are merely seeking a safe place to reside until the army can come to our aid. Rest assured, Yui, we will not consume your provisions. We will bring our own supplies. You cunning old woman, how adept you are at calculating. You seek refuge here simply because the Xie family's home is fortified. She shot back. This matter requires deliberation. We are all fellow villagers after all. If you can move in, why can't we? Absurd. This is my Song family's domain. My elder brother's home. You unrelated folks have no claim here. Why the contention? The village chief pondered. What should we do? The rat infestation is so severe that it compromised Building 86 yesterday. Our home may very well be next. We too demand relocation to a secure area. Yes. We wish to move to Building 85 as well. Chief, you cannot show favoritism. Indeed. Step aside, step aside. Amidst a cacophony of chaotic voices, several young individuals hastened to the doorstep of Xie Ning's residence. A woman clad in a pale blue gown, now marred with unsightly stains of black and yellow, pointed at Xie Ning and exclaimed, Zhong Xiao, come quickly, it truly is that woman. Zhong Shichong approached with a few companions, scrutinizing the mother and daughter duo with an expression of palpable disdain. Oh, you actually remained here? I thought you had a close relationship with those officers. Have they truly cast you aside? Is it because you lack appreciation for their favors? Zhong Shichong's tone dripped with mockery, unmistakably laced with derision. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Ning's mother lunged forward, delivering a swift punch to the young man's face. Xie Ning was momentarily taken aback, while Zhong Shichong doubled over in pain, clutching his face. Comrade Song Yui glanced at her fist, puzzled by the force behind her strike. Surely, this young man must be feeble, merely pretending, she thought. After muttering a curse, she remarked, I barely touched you. Does it hurt that much? Zhong Xiao, Zhong Xiao. Several of his companions rushed to support him. As Zhong Shichong lowered his hand, revealing a nose reddened from the blow, he exclaimed in a fit of rage, You insane woman. He took a cautious step back, apprehensive. Song Yui raised her fist defiantly. At that moment, a young woman, elegantly attired with a pink handbag, her long hair cascading in gentle waves and her makeup flawlessly applied, stepped forward, gingerly avoiding a dead mouse on the ground. I offer you 200,000. Let us stay for a couple of nights. The woman raised her chin slightly, speaking in a tone that brooked no dissent. We have received definitive news. The troops will arrive here around September 19th. Her demeanor exuded an air of superiority, as if proclaiming a great fortune. In total, we only need to stay for 2 nights, and we shall give you 200,000. Xie Ning remained quietly stationed at the iron gate, observing a group of fools prancing about and putting on an ostentatious show. Unable to suppress a derisive laugh, she remarked, 200,000, what a substantial sum. Just so you know, the woman tightened her grip on her small handbag and continued nonchalantly. We are the young masters and mistresses of the Zhong family from Yangqing. If you agree to let us stay for a few nights, you will surely reap the benefits later. If 200,000 is such a fortune, you ought to cherish it dearly. It could shield you from disasters and vermin. Take your 200,000 and get lost. Xie Ning smiled, a mix of mockery and disdain. My home is not a hotel, and we do not welcome anyone. Zhang Yuan's delicate features paled instantly. For 28 years, she had acquired everything with money, never once considering that one day it might prove ineffective. Leave, leave. Wang Chui pushed the ashen-faced Zhang Yuan aside, stepping forward to confront Xie Ning and her mother. Xie Ning, how can you say such a thing? What do you mean by not welcoming anyone? Are we outsiders? Huh. Your mother is an outsider, and you are merely the granddaughter of the old Song family. This house belongs to us, the Song family. Why should we not reside here? Aunt, Xie Ning smiled gently at her. If you wish to avoid a beating, you would do well to keep your distance. I will count to 3. 1, 2. Wang Chui trembled in fear, inexplicably retreating several steps, her gaze fixed on Xie Ning, the stubborn girl, whose expression seemed devoid of jest. Very well. Xie Ning smiled at her with satisfaction, her icy gaze sweeping across the gathered crowd. This is not a hotel, let me reiterate. Chapter 142. Food crisis. To those still harboring such foolish thoughts, feel free to come forth and test my skills. Suddenly, 3 sharp metallic spikes materialized, nearly striking the faces of Zhong Shichong, Zhong Yuan, and Wang Chui. The crowd that had previously clustered around Gate 85 erupted in startled cries. Hastily retreating, none dared to approach any closer. Among the throng, someone muttered, Can those with abilities bully others like this? Which elicited a chorus of agreement. Yet, these individuals only dared to murmur from a distance by the flower bed, too intimidated to approach the entrance of Xie Ning's home. Village Chief Song Yofu sighed. Third uncle understands. You are indeed capable now, but after all these years in the village, we see each other frequently. Sometimes, it is prudent to know when to withdraw. Third uncle. Can we truly blame our Xie Ning? She retorted. They perceive us as easy targets, coming to seize our home. It is indeed outrageous that they would even think of such a thing. Yet, given the current state of affairs in the village, you all have witnessed it. They merely seek refuge at your home, thinking it safer for a few days. Your words seem rather overly moralistic, Song Yui replied, exasperated. Just because everyone finds our house desirable, does that mean we must allow them to invade? Everyone believes that the two of us, mother and daughter, exude a fragrant allure. Yet must we sacrifice ourselves to please others? We are not bodhisattvas, dear uncle. Song Yui was rather taken aback by this remark from Song Yofu, shaking his head as he turned away with a sigh. Ah, dear uncle, Song Yui couldn't help but interject. Your household is secure and your granaries are plentiful. I recognize your sincere and warm-hearted nature, but it is essential to consider Aunt San and her family as well. She quietly advised her mother, for the time being, let us keep your water manipulation abilities under wraps. Song Yui shot her a glance. Mother is not foolish. Even now, managing half a barrel of water is quite the task. If we were to disclose this to our relatives, each of them would come seeking water, and I would surely be overwhelmed. Xie Ning stifled a giggle and nodded. We must always be mindful of our abilities. While it is safe now to practice extensively, we must conserve our strength for when danger arises. The mother and daughter prepared 2 barrels of mung bean soup and Job's Tears red bean soup, storing them in the villa's dining room. After a simple lunch, they retreated to their respective rooms to hone their skills. Following her daughter's guidance, Song Yui diligently practiced releasing her abilities, resting in between sessions. After several hours of arduous training, she noticed that the stream of water she conjured had thickened slightly. Now, she could effortlessly release more than half a barrel of water in one go, marking a notable improvement. However, Song Yui remained concerned, calling after her daughter. "This is cold water. You should heat it before washing. A young lady like you shouldn't expose herself to cold water for bathing." Although the temperature was quite high, she insisted on this caution. "I understand, mother." In truth, Xie Ning was not overly particular in her previous life. Simply being able to take a cold shower had been a luxury. However, since her mother had said so, she fetched 2 large cups of steaming hot water from the water dispenser in the living room and poured them into the bucket. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, Ning Ning took a refreshing warm shower and even washed her hair, rolling into bed feeling utterly clean. That night, she slept exceptionally well, only to be awakened at dawn by the distant rumble of collapsing buildings. Soon, cries and shouts shattered the tranquil pre-dawn silence. Someone was wailing from the small flower bed, shouting about murder and theft, but the commotion quickly subsided. Xie Ning turned over and sat up, rubbing her eyes. Song Yui knocked on the door and entered, saying, "Ning Ning, let us go downstairs and take a look. Something seems to have happened." Xie Ning glanced at her phone. September 18th, for 55 a.m. "I'll go with you," she replied, hastily washing her face before heading downstairs with her mother. The mother and daughter walked towards the source of the commotion, only to find the once pristine greenbelt littered with dead rats. They turned a corner and arrived near Building 98. Buildings 94 and 92 nearby had collapsed, reportedly due to a surge of rats pouring in through the underground pipes, overwhelming the area overnight as they had done to Building 86, effectively annihilating 94 and 92. Many people were scavenging around the ruins of 94 and 92, picking up anything they could find, and disputes quickly escalated into violent confrontations. At the entrance of Building 98, Grandma Zhu Huijin knelt before the flower bed, her face pale, resembling a devout worshipper, endlessly bowing to the heavens and the earth. Building 98 had been remarkably fortunate, surrounded by the devastation of the adjacent buildings. Aunt Chinwan from Building 96 imitated Grandma Zhu Huijin, clasping her hands in prayer and murmuring softly, "We have blocked the water pipes at home. They should be sealed, and once sealed, nothing can come through." Xie Ning raised her gaze and spotted a girl in a white dress, helping the feeble Miss Zhong from Building 98 out the door. Miss Zhong's complexion was ghastly pale as she incessantly complained to her brother, "Zhong Shichong, it's all your fault. If only you hadn't overslept on the 14th. We would have already reached the safe zone with the military." Zhong Shichong, equally irate, retorted, "Isn't it because you insisted on finishing your makeup before leaving?" Zhong Yeyuan stamped her foot in frustration, casting an accusing glance at her brother. Song Youfu, accompanied by his eldest son, Song Guang, approached to soothe the gathering. "For those in Building 96 and 98, if you feel unsafe, you are welcome to stay at our place in Building 59. It's only for a day, after all. The troops will arrive tomorrow." Xie Ning exchanged glances with comrade Song Yui, taken aback by the unexpected troubles instigated by their third uncle. "You must not show favoritism." "Third uncle," they remarked. Song Dagong and his wife, Wang Chui, rushed over, exclaiming, "We are one family. Those in Building 97 are also in danger. You should take us in first. Arrange for others only if there are extra rooms." Song Youfu cast an awkward glance at his second brother, suggesting, "Let us discuss this matter further." "Brother Bailiang, you can stay at our home," Li Xiang chimed in, flitting over like a butterfly and casting a flirtatious glance at a young man. However, the man merely turned to smile at Xie Ning. Following his gaze, Li Xiang turned to see Xie Ning and Song Yui standing by the flower bed and couldn't help but shoot Xie Ning a fierce glare. Xie Ning, bewildered, tugged at her mother and wandered near the collapsed Building 94. 2 adult men had already engaged in a brawl over a package of soda crackers amid the ruins, with several bystanders attempting to intervene, yet struggling to restrain the escalating conflict. Xie Ning's gaze momentarily halted. She seemed to perceive a furry hand stirring beneath the debris. At that moment, Song Yui also noticed the commotion, swiftly pulling her daughter back a step and warning the fighting men to watch their footing. The two were locked in a critical struggle, tearing at the packaging of the crackers, oblivious to the fact that they had likely reduced the contents to mere crumbs, stubbornly refusing to relinquish their grip. One of the larger men, enraged and embarrassed, threw a couple of punches, bellowing for them to let go. Suddenly, the furry hand below the soil stirred once more, violently heaving a mound of earth, and with a resounding thump, a creature emerged from the ground. A cacophony of startled screams erupted from the onlookers. Li Xiang turned to see a creature, neither human nor beast, entirely covered in fur, clawing its way up from the depths. Alarmed, he instinctively stepped back. Li Dawei shouted, pulling his sister away. The creature that had surfaced was a large rat-like humanoid. Its face adorned with several peculiar whiskers, draped in tattered strips of fabric. Its body was covered in a thick coat of fur, muscles bulging beneath. With a fierce roar, the rat man seized one of the brawling men, sinking its teeth into the other's neck. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the crowd was paralyzed with terror, screaming and fleeing in panic. The other man frantically struggled to escape the creature's grip, scrambling backward in a desperate attempt to flee, a trail of excrement following him. The soda crackers were cast aside, along with everything else. The man fled in panic, only to stumble and fall amidst the ruins, his head bloodied and broken. Yet he continued to drag himself backward, clinging to life. Song Yuei, startled, trembled as she reached for her daughter, but Xie Ning had already leapt forward, charging at the rat man. Though the creature was not tall, its entire body was cloaked in a thick layer of fur, giving it a rotund and imposing appearance. With muscular arms that spoke of great strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Ning drew her heavenly blade and struck at the creature's head. Her movements were devoid of unnecessary flourish, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Desperate, Song Yuei attempted to pursue, catching sight of the Li siblings, and shouted, Dawei, did you not awaken your powers? Come help us. We must slay this beast. Yet, upon seeing the formidable rat man, Li Dawei trembled in fear, too paralyzed to advance. Frustration boiled within Song Yuei as she noted the surrounding crowd dispersing, none willing to assist. She vented her anger. You only know how to run. You lack the courage to unite against the zombie rat. How will you survive in the future? The onlookers ignored her desperate cries, fleeing in panic, wishing they had been born with extra legs to escape faster. The rat man, struck by Xie Ning's blade, howled as blood splattered across its face. The force behind her strike was considerable, yet the creature's skull remained remarkably resilient. This indicated that the virus had indeed mutated, and the rat man was likely at a second tier of evolution. As the beast lunged towards her daughter, a fierce determination ignited in Song Yuei's eyes. In a swift motion, she rushed forward, seizing a metal knife, and without hesitation, struck at the back of the rat man's head. The metallic blade struck the iron plate with a resounding clang, merely severing a few strands of the rat man's fur, yet it provoked an immediate and ferocious response from him as he whirled around. The rat man swung a fist aimed at Song Yuei's head when, unexpectedly, a mahogany bench interposed itself, effectively immobilizing his left arm. Xie Ning leaped forward, her eyes glinting with a frosty determination. A metallic spike swiftly emerged, intertwining to form an exquisitely sharp cone that pierced directly into the back of the rat man's skull. He emitted a piercing shriek, his body convulsing violently as he howled. Good go? Xie Ning gasped, glancing at the lean, dark-skinned man who had suddenly shielded her with the bench. Guliang flashed a grin at her, urging, Sister, hurry and help. With one hand, he held a table firmly against the rat man's clawing arm. Xie Ning successfully buried the metallic spike into the rat man's head, forcefully twisting it within. Song Yuei advanced with her blade, gritting her teeth as she delivered a decisive strike, sending the rat man's head soaring, which rolled across the ground. Remarkably, the severed body exhibited a nervous reflex, shuddering for nearly half a minute before finally collapsing rigidly. The three of them were splattered with blood, appearing somewhat disheveled as they exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Dad! Gu Yin sprinted over, exclaiming, Dad, Song Ani, are you both all right? She held a half-full bottle of mineral water, urging, Quick, let us clean your faces. Is it all right for that blood to touch your skin? It's fine. We are all capable individuals with decent physical resilience, Xie Ning replied, retrieving a small pack of wet wipes from her satchel and distributing them to Uncle Guliang and her mother. Wiping the bloodstains from his face, Guliang accepted the bottled water from Gu Yin and took a swig, remarking on the increasingly abnormal heat. Meanwhile, Xie Ning was deftly extracting a crystal core from the skull of a rat man. This particular second-order core was noticeably plumper than the first-order ones. Appearing to be the size of a marble, Gu Yin shielded her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the rat man's shattered head, and inquired what Xie Ning was retrieving. Turning to show them the marble, Xie Ning explained that some zombies above the first order possess these crystal cores within their skulls. She added that they should collect them after battles, as they might prove useful in the future. Gu Yin nodded with a grimace and suggested to her father that they should also search any formidable zombies they encounter. Gu Liang readily agreed, stating that they couldn't leave these monsters in their village, lest they cause countless deaths. Xie Ning approached Gu Liang and his daughter, proposing that they search the ruins together, as there might be more mutated ratmen lurking beneath. Gu Liang wholeheartedly concurred, emphasizing the need to prevent these creatures from harming the villagers. Xie Ning walked over to the corpse of the man whose neck had been severed by the rat man. She plunged her sky blade into the deceased's head and emotionlessly said, "Let's go." She harbored no lofty sentiments, nor was she concerned about the safety of others in the community. Her sole motivation was the possibility of collecting more crystal cores. She had already examined 2 or 3 dead rat carcasses on the ground, but none contained crystal cores. Perhaps they had not yet evolved to the first order. Or perhaps these repulsive zombie rats simply didn't possess crystal cores at all. Xie Ning, Song Yui, and Gu Liang's aunt's daughter. Upon investigating the ruins between buildings 94 and 92, unearthed 4 or 5 diminutive rat-like beings from the depths below. "Isn't that my younger sister?" Gu Yin gasped in horror, recognizing one of them. Have these individuals been transformed by rat bites? In Chapter 144, Mental Foreknowledge, Song Yui experienced a sudden surge in awareness, much to Xie Ning's delight. She deftly plunged her blade into the skull of a rat creature, precisely locating and extracting the crystal core. Observing her daughter's actions, Xie Ning's mother attempted to emulate her for quite some time, managing to extract one core with great difficulty. "Why am I so slow?" Xie Ning chuckled, explaining that it was merely a matter of practice. The more one attempted, the easier it became. An hour later, the quartet had vanquished a total of 6 rat creatures. After confirming the area was secure, they ceased their efforts. Gu Liang's uncle accepted only 2 crystal cores, and Xie Ning did not insist on the remaining 4. The subsequent 6 rat beings were all of the first tier, lacking the formidable resilience of the initial one, thus making them simpler to dispatch. As Xie Ning and her mother made their way home, they encountered their third uncle, Song Youfu, leading a group towards their residence at number 59. The 2 women exchanged glances, letting out a sigh. At that moment, a woman carrying a child broke away from the group, following Song Youfu. Stumbling towards Xie Ning and her mother, she halted the others in their tracks, drawing their attention. "Miss Xie, might you be so kind as to shelter my daughter and me for a day or 2? Zhu Huijin implored, clutching her child tightly. Her eyes filled with yearning as she looked towards Song Yui and Xie Ning. "We can bring our own food and water. We wouldn't want to impose upon you. It is just my daughter and I, both of us women, making it rather convenient for us. I assenti it." "Xiao Zhu." Song Yui looked at her with a troubled expression, confronting such a significant matter. "Have you consulted your husband and mother-in-law?" At that moment, Lu Pe, clad in a pair of tattered cloth shoes, hurried over in a fit of rage. In front of Xie Ning and Song Yui, Lu Pe seized Zhu Huijin's hair, pulling it mercilessly. "You shameless harlot, I will beat you to death. What are you doing holding that child? You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune, a wretched creature incapable of bearing a son. Ever since you entered our family, we have been plagued by ill fortune." Seeing this, Song Yui rushed forward to intervene. "Lu, please, do not act this way. Why are you pulling Xiao Zhu's hair? Let us speak amicably." Lu Pe glared fiercely. "This is a family matter. As an outsider, you have no say in it. This shameless wretch has been with 2 other men. That our family, the Wands, tolerates her is already generous. And she dares to stir trouble." Lu Pe struck her daughter-in-law across the face, spitting as she continued her tirade. In desperation, Song Yui called out, Zhu Huijin's husband. "Xiaowan, come here. Xiaowan, please persuade your mother. She should not treat your wife this way. We are all family. Why can't we discuss matters civilly?" Holding her daughter, Zhu Huijin struggled against the old woman-esque grip, but received several blows, causing her daughter Chi-Chi to wail in her arms. Frustrated, Song Yui exclaimed, "If you must strike, then do so, but why frighten the child? This is truly unacceptable, Lu." With alacrity, Zhu Huijin thrust Kiki into the arms of the impassive Xie Ning. Releasing a barrage of slaps upon the elderly woman, she seized her hair, initiating a fierce altercation. The intensity of her actions suggested a history of domestic strife between the two. You wretched hag, just like your good-for-nothing son. Both of you are nothing but scum. Where were you when I was being violated by that brute? You didn't even dare to resist, only groveling and begging for mercy. Are you even human? Do you deserve to be called human? Zhu Huijin pinned the old woman to the ground, raining blows upon her face, eliciting cries of anguish. I'm the one who does all the chores, the laundry, the cooking. And you old crone, you just lie around all day, complaining about aches and pains. Are you even human? People die at 92, 94, but why won't you just die? You're the one who deserves to die? Kiki, cradled in Xie Ning's arms, erupted into sobs. Xie Ning, as if holding a burning ember, gazed impassively at the child, awkwardly patting her back. Song Yufu, in a flurry of urgency, pulled Zhu Huijin's husband away from the brawling women. For goodness sake. Zhu Huijin's mother-in-law, prostrate on the ground, trembled with rage as she clutched the clumps of hair torn from her scalp. That vixen, that harlot, she muttered. They should divorce her, divorce her. Zhu Huijin's husband knelt to assist Lu, his mother, pleading, Mom, can't you talk to Huijin like civilized people? How can we live like this when you're always fighting? Zhu Huijin, indifferent to the mother and son, strode directly to Xie Ning, suddenly grasping her hands tightly. Miss Xie, I am capable of anything. Would you consider sheltering us for a few days? I implore you to show a modicum of compassion. Just this once, please? Xie Ning shivered, her gaze penetrating deeply into Zhu Huijin's eyes. In that fleeting moment of contact, a hazy vision surfaced in her mind. Zhu Huijin hanging lifeless in her home, her mother wearing a countenance of distress as she held Chi in a daze. Startled, Xie Ning immediately withdrew her hands from Zhu Huijin's grasp. Aunt Song, could you assist us, please? Help us, a mother and daughter in need. Seeing that Xie Ning remained unmoved, Zhu Huijin broke down in tears, collapsing to her knees before Song Yui. Having just engaged in a scuffle with Granny Lu, her hair and clothes were in disarray, and her sorrowful weeping and kneeling painted a truly pitiful picture. Song Youfu, unable to bear the sight of Xie Ning and her mother, spoke gently. Ning, Yui. Why not offer them a temporary refuge? There is ample space in the house, and since both are women, it shouldn't pose any inconvenience. Song Yui found herself in a dilemma. Third uncle, please do not impose such a burden. Our lifestyles differ, and living together may prove to be rather challenging. Aunt Song, please help us, help little Chi. She is merely 2 years old and very well behaved, Zhu Huijin implored, presenting her daughter to Song Yui. The little girl cried pitifully, her cheeks flushed with distress. Song Yui, witnessing this, felt a pang of compassion. Why must the conflicts of adults bring harm to the innocent child? She sighed. With a sigh, Song Yui turned to her daughter, whose face was an unreadable mask. This decision isn't mine to make. We must consult with Ning. Before her mother could continue her rambling, Xie Ning interjected with a firm refusal. The cacophony of wails and curses ceased abruptly, and Song Youfu, catching sight of the chilling expression on his eldest daughter's granddaughter's face, couldn't help but shudder. Xie Ning effortlessly hoisted Zhu Huijin, who was kneeling on the ground. Miss Zhu, Xie Ning said, patting her gently and gazing at her intently. It's better for a child to live with their mother. Though times may be tough, you can persevere. Can't you? Zhu Huijin felt a sudden jolt of unease, as if Xie Ning had seen through her deepest intentions. Chapter 145. Indeed. It can be absorbed, but how was that conceivable? Could Xie Ning truly know what she was planning deep down? Song Youfu stood there awkwardly, casting a troubled glance at Zhu Huijin and her family. He wondered if he had been too hasty in inviting the residents of buildings 98 and 97 to stay at his house. Zhu Huijin bit her lip, clutching her daughter tightly, a wave of resentment washing over her. Why was the world so callous? Why was no one willing to help her? With their means. If Xie Ning's family were willing to help raise Chi, her future would undoubtedly be brighter. But she was unwilling. The young woman's heart was so hardened. It seemed nothing could soften her steely resolve. Zhu Huijin wept as she cradled her daughter, overwhelmed by exhaustion and yearning for respite. If she could endure, how could she bear to entrust her daughter to others? The sound of her sobs echoed, a harbinger of misfortune that seemed to have brought desolation upon the Wan family. Standing nearby, Zhong Shichong observed the commotion with crossed arms, scoffing softly. Look at her, so indifferent even to her neighbors. Yet you all speak of seeking refuge in her home, as if you fear your demise isn't swift enough. Zhang Yayuan bit her lip. If only you had risen on the 14th, we. Enough. Zhong Shichong snapped at his sister. Zhong Yeyuan, I have tolerated you for long enough. Why do you not mention how your makeup mishap delayed us while you incessantly berate me? The younger men around them shrank back, hesitant to interject. Su Buliang stepped forward. Addressing the agitated Zhong Shichong, Zhong Xiao, Zhong Xiaojia, let us refrain from further discord. Our priority is to arrange accommodations swiftly. After all, the troops will arrive tomorrow. We need merely reach the safe zone. With teary eyes, Zhong Yiyuan turned to the gentle and dignified man beside her and nodded. Let us go. Zhong Xiao, Zhong Xiaojia harbor no ill will towards you. Su Buliang continued, attempting to soothe the irked Zhong Shichong. In truth, we are all anxious. And such urgency can lead to a sharper tone. Zhong Shichong begrudgingly acknowledged Su Buliang's words with a nod, falling silent. The group, each lost in their own thoughts, followed the village head, Song Youfu, to their temporary lodgings at number 59. Upon entering the living room, Xie Ning gazed up at the large ceiling fan, unable to suppress a shiver that coursed through her. With a guilty nod, Comrade Song Yuai conceded that her wavering stance had indeed placed her daughter in a difficult position. Mother, Xie Ning began, her gaze fixed intently upon her mother, a solemn air about her. I beheld Zhu Huijin's lifeless form in our very living room, leaving her daughter, Chi-Chi, in your care. What? Song Yuai exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, a look of utter consternation washing over her features. Surely not, she uttered after a long pause. Gu's premonition proved accurate. Xie Ning, guiding her mother to the sofa, continued, I have awakened to an ability within the realm of mental faculties. Mental perception and precognition are likely manifestations of this psychic aptitude. As Zhu Huijin grasped my hand, I sensed her innermost thoughts. The vision I witnessed, her hanging, was likely a premonition of what was to come. Mother, I implore you to heed the crux of my words. Xie Ning exclaimed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Yes, I understand, Song Yuai replied, wiping away the beads of perspiration that had formed on her brow. Mother almost found herself caring for another child. My back simply couldn't bear it. But rest assured, daughter, when you have children of your own, I will be more than capable of caring for them. Ah, my daughter is so beautiful. Surely my future grandson will be beloved by all. Xie Ning, gazing at her mother, felt a sense of speechlessness. Her thoughts were wandering far afield. Mother, you have no son-in-law, Xie Ning stated, shattering her mother's fanciful reverie. How far-fetched, she muttered, conjuring up grandsons out of thin air. Xie Ning, retreating to her room, closed the door behind her and sat cross-legged on her bed. She retrieved the pouch containing the crystalline cores, extracting the largest of the secondary cores and examining it between her fingers. A crystalline nucleus rose between her fingers, releasing a wisp of ethereal white smoke that swiftly transformed into a fine powder, settling into a disposable plastic cup she had prepared in advance. She subsequently procured a second and a third nucleus, sensing a burgeoning sensation of foreign energy within her. With her eyes closed, she attuned herself to this energy, initiating an assault on the first barrier of foreign energy. This arduous process consumed a full 4 hours, extending an additional hour compared to her previous endeavor from 0 to 1. Xie Ning opened her piercingly clear eyes, glancing at her phone to check the time. It was 15 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. She leapt from her bed, stretching her limbs and rotating her neck. Feeling her body grow increasingly agile and buoyant, her jumping ability enhanced, and her speed seemingly improved in subtle ways. The physique of a second-tier ability user had notably strengthened compared to before. With a flick of her wrist, Xie Ning sent a metallic sphere soaring through the air, only to leap and catch it before it could touch the ground. Goodness, it was a weighty little iron ball, remarkably solid. She rolled it in her hands, a sense of inexplicable joy bubbling within her. If her body could continuously absorb crystalline nuclei in the future, might it not imply that her ascent in ability could be somewhat easier than others? Wiping the sweat from her brow, Xie Ning tugged at her damp collar, pondering how her mother was faring in her training. She rummaged through the living room of her villa, retrieving a cooling silk mat to place on her bed, and set up a small floor fan, connecting it to a battery to direct a fierce gust of air towards herself. It was still sweltering. She wondered about her grandmother and the others. Would the heat pose a risk to ordinary people? In her previous life, during the 4 years leading up to the apocalypse, many ordinary individuals perished in the damp, frigid temperatures without adequate means to keep warm. Now faced with unpredictable high temperatures, Xie Ning furrowed her brow. A resounding bang echoed from the neighboring room, startling Xie Ning, who rushed out and flung open her mother's door. To her astonishment, her mother appeared drenched, looking utterly bewildered as she turned to face her. Ning, I've just mastered a new skill, she exclaimed, and in an instant, a large water sphere hurtled towards the bewildered Xie Ning. Refreshing, isn't it, my dear? Chapter 146. A transformation in the villa. The concept was that if the water could boil, it would, and if it could freeze, it would do so as well. However, her mother, Song Yui, felt that such an idea was beyond her capabilities. Mother, how many water spheres can you conjure at once? I can manage 5 at a time. About this size, which is the extent of my current strength. If they are smaller, I could easily handle 17 or 18. Xie Ning nodded in agreement. Please create the water spheres for me to collect. Let us avoid wasting them as we did before. The deluge had drenched her from head to toe, akin to taking a shower. With a look of curiosity, Song Yui formed a massive water sphere and gently pushed it towards her daughter. Can you really contain this? Won't your little space be flooded as if by an ocean? Xie Ning flashed a subtle smile at her mother before responding. In the future, open the dimensional space. A radiant cube, glowing with a blue luminescence, appeared, exuding an aura of advanced technology as it shimmered in midair. Now, let us retrieve those bags of fish. With a swift motion, several bags of fish materialized on the bedside table, ready to be stored within the water sphere. Xie Ning turned to her bewildered mother, who seemed at a loss for words, and smiled encouragingly. Mom, could you create another large water balloon? Oh, Comrade Song Yui nodded promptly, swiftly forming another sizable orb of water with a flick of her hand. Now let's store this ball as well. The little spider emerged from the sleeve of Xie Ning's garment, its electronic voice leisurely declaring, dimensional storage complete. At that moment, the fluorescent azure cube suspended in midair was already 2/3 enveloped in the extraordinary water, shimmering with a glistening blue luminescence. Satisfied, Xie Ning nodded. Now, let us store the fish. Dimensional storage in progress. 2 black fish, 2 crucian carp, 2 bass. Dimensional storage complete. 3 empty bags appeared atop the nightstand. Adhering to her principle of waste not, want not, Xie Ning transferred the bags to the dining table. Only then did Song Yui timidly close her mouth. Ning. Is your space truly this advanced in technology? What happened to all the beef, lamb, and pork we stored earlier, along with the freezer? Xie Ning tilted her head in contemplation. Mom, I will share a secret with you, but please do not speak of it to anyone else. In truth, I possess 2 spaces. This one is merely a smaller version. Song Yui suddenly realized. Oh, the small space you mentioned earlier to me is not this one then? Correct. Comrade Song Yui understood, pointing at the little electronic spider lying motionless on Xie Ning's hand. And what is that? With a tender expression, Xie Ning affectionately patted the little spider's head. It is a pet I have raised. The little electronic spider quivered slightly, its mind racing. Mother, please provide me with another orb of water. I wish to store it in the other small space. Xie Ning gently patted the little spider and said, in the future, close the dimensional space. Song Yui gazed upward at the spinning cube, which suddenly vanished into thin air, unable to suppress her astonishment. As Xie Ning conjured the final large water sphere, Song Yui exhaled deeply. Dear daughter, had I known you required water, I wouldn't have squandered 2 sizable water spheres just now. I merely intended to hone my skills. Song Yui pouted. This water sphere, despite its imposing appearance, lacks any significant impact. It would surely be ineffective against zombies. Moreover, if you could produce large blocks of ice, we could certainly find some solace during our rest. Xie Ning transferred the water sphere into her portable villa. Instantly, Song Yui discovered her life's purpose, nodding vigorously in agreement with her daughter. Indeed, my dear. Your considerations are remarkably thorough. Yes, ice blocks. My goal is to create ice blocks. This dreadful weather grows increasingly unbearable. If I can manage to make a few large ice blocks for your room, you will sleep much more comfortably. Without hesitation, Song Yui closed the door and energetically resumed her practice of water manipulation. After drying off and donning a refreshing nightgown, Xie Ning began to carefully examine her portable villa. It must be said that her earlier hasty glance had already left her astounded. Now, as she scrutinized it more closely, her astonishment deepened. The entire area on the left side of the first floor, adjacent to the staircase, had been entirely unlocked. This included the kitchen beside the dining area and the large storage room adjacent to the staircase. Eagerly, Xie Ning glanced at the double-door refrigerator in the kitchen. Suffice it to say, the refrigerator had long been crammed full by Mom. A row of produce racks in the corner was also laden with a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables. Two small freezers nearby, upon inspection, revealed an array of frozen meats, frozen shrimp, and frozen shrimp meat. Xie Ning quietly averted her gaze, inwardly praising her mother's prowess. Mom was indeed a compulsive hoarder. Coupled with employee discounts, Xie Ning's mom couldn't restrain herself whenever she saw something cheap, wanting to bring it all home. This included things like an automatic noodle maker, which usually just gathered dust, a small ice maker, bread maker, microwave, oven, steamer, any modern appliance that caught her eye. Mom would buy. Xie Ning glanced at them, twitching her lips, and quickly closed the kitchen door to avoid further inspection. Any more, and she felt she might burst with laughter. What she once considered her mom's extravagance, she now saw as her capability. She quickly composed her gleeful smile and got down to business. She moved the various medical devices, such as wheelchairs, oxygen concentrators, and blood glucose meters, along with boxes of medicine and items collected from the small pharmacy, all piled haphazardly in front of the living room TV cabinet, to the newly unlocked storage room on the first floor. Afterward, she also transferred the 6 large wardrobes for storage boxes and 2 large tin boxes that her family had packed, all to the storage room on the first floor. Finally, she moved all kinds of appliances from her maternal grandma's home, along with storage batteries, into the room as well. Only then did the living room of the portable villa feel much more comfortable. At last, it was no longer crammed to the point of suffocation, with almost no room to set foot. Originally, their home contained little in the storage room, save for 2 large cabinets filled with everyday essentials that her mother had stockpiled. Her mother had previously jested that once she had children, she would transform the storage room into a playground for them. Xie Ning found her mother's dreams rather fanciful. With the world in such disarray, who had the leisure to indulge in romance, marriage, and childbearing? Now, as she surveyed the storage room, she noted the 6 cabinets neatly aligned against the wall, with a plethora of items stacked within. Overall, it was not overly cramped. There was still room to accommodate more goods in the future. She beamed with satisfaction as she took a leisurely tour around. On the first floor, aside from the gym, the washroom, and 2 guest rooms, everything had been unlocked. However, what delighted Xie Ning even more was that the second floor, which housed both her and her mother's bedrooms, had also been fully unlocked. Gazing at the abundance of items in her walk-in closet, she felt a wave of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. She was reminded of a frigid winter in her past, standing outside someone's door in tattered jeans, her shoes filled with icy water. It pained her to recall that moment. Even with a thick down jacket wrapped around her, warmth had been elusive. The story of the little match girl felt all too real. She had often envisioned the moment she would reunite with her father, yearning to ask him if he could understand the sensation of freezing to death outside while staying in a house that was perpetually spring-like, basking by the fireplace and savoring bread with jam. That golden light, reflecting off the villa's glass, appeared so cold and unfeeling. In addition to unlocking her and her mother's bedroom on the second floor, a spacious terrace was now also available for use. Yet, she had begun to harbor doubts about whether the extraordinary abilities of this second-tier space could truly enhance so remarkably. After the recent reconnection, she was almost certain that she had likely ascended to the 3rd tier. Perhaps her previous life had been too tragic, and this lifetime was bestowing upon her special privileges? The young girl gazed at the orb of water suspended in midair, guiding it into the large water tank beside the terrace. When the water sphere descended, the tank showed little change. The mass of water transformed into a gentle stream, merely accumulating a small amount at the bottom. The flora on the terrace thrived remarkably well. When Xie Ning constructed this expansive terrace, she had ensured the installation of an automatic irrigation system. Once the schedule was set, the sprinkler would activate at the designated time, releasing water automatically, although the water tank needed to be replenished regularly. Aside from her beloved flowers and plants, her mother had also cultivated a small vegetable garden nearby, filled with pots of leeks, celery, lettuce, carrots, bean sprouts, scallions, and garlic, among others. There were also several pots of cherry tomatoes, kumquats, dragon fruit, and strawberries. Though the tomatoes were somewhat diminutive and the strawberries had yet to bear fruit, it was still a modest consolation in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Xie Ning felt a sense of admiration for her mother. At least they never had to purchase scallions or garlic when preparing meals at home. After joyfully surveying her immediate surroundings, Xie Ning stepped back and smiled innocently. Xie Ning, let us watch a show, that one. I have a date with a zombie. An enormous virtual screen materialized before her. Xie Ning wandered about the house, practicing her proficiency in metal-based abilities while simultaneously observing the grotesquely exaggerated face of the zombie on the large screen. Setting aside the sweltering heat, everything appeared to flow smoothly and beautifully. How hideous! Xie Ning gazed expressionlessly, then hurled a metallic spike which lodged itself in the ceiling, her body following suit as she ascended into the air. The mother and daughter duo practiced their supernatural abilities, slipping into a frenzied state until the clock struck 7, when the growling of their empty stomachs reminded them it was time for dinner. Song Yui, while serving her daughter a portion of braised pork, chided her. "You didn't even have lunch, and when you came to find me this afternoon, you didn't mention it. I nearly forgot myself." Stubbornly, Xie Ning nibbled on a meat floss bun, knowing full well that such a meager snack would not suffice to quell her hunger. "You should eat more," Song Yui urged, cradling the bowl in her hands, suddenly sighing. "I wonder how your grandparents are faring. With the temperatures soaring so high, what are they to do? For ordinary people without extraordinary abilities, survival in such heat must be exceedingly challenging." Xie Ning sighed in response. "They will adapt in due time. Humanity possesses immense latent potential. Perhaps we ought to place our faith in Grandpa and Grandma." That night, a torrential downpour collapsed much of the recently repaired road. Fortunately, the workers had evacuated in time, and there were no casualties. Gu Chun stood at the entrance of Lanshan Road, his expression grim, nearly crushing his phone in frustration. "Repair the road," he gritted through clenched teeth. "It must be completed within 3 days. We need to increase manpower." At 11 o'clock that night, Xie Ning was jolted awake by a cacophony of earth-shattering screams. Initially, she feared that another building had collapsed, but upon peering through the window, she saw the relentless rain, and the structures appeared intact. It was as if the night sky had been pierced, unleashing a torrent of misfortune upon the world. The screams seemed distant, filtering through the rain and mist faintly. It was the 13th building that had met with disaster. Standing on the balcony, Li Xiang gazed into the distance. "How can you discern details from so far?" Zhao Yingying retorted, rolling her eyes. "Banging around in the middle of the night, disturbing everyone. What kind of sister-in-law barges into her brother and sister-in-law's room at this hour? Such provincial women lack decorum and understanding." "You comprehend nothing," Li Dawei snapped, exasperated. "Xiang is incredibly skilled now. She awakened her visual-based ability some time ago. Her perception is acute, and her vision extends far. If she asserts something is amiss with Building 13, then something undoubtedly is. Behold, from this vantage point, I can observe events within a 500-meter radius," Li Xiang proclaimed triumphantly. Jealousy gnawed at Zhao Yingying, yet she retorted acerbically, "Of what use is that? It merely grants you slightly clearer vision than the average person. It doesn't compare to your elder brother's strength-based ability. In a crisis with zombies, can keen eyesight ensure survival?" Li Xiang glared fiercely at Zhao Yingying. "It's certainly superior to possessing no abilities whatsoever." "Dawei," Zhao Yingying exclaimed, pounding the bed in vexation. "Enough, enough," Li Dawei interjected wearily, turning to his sister. "Xiang, what's happening at Building 13? Isn't that the location of Tai Zhu's family shop?" Indeed, a multitude of individuals are collaborating to demolish the shop's entrance, pilfering a considerable quantity of merchandise, Li Xiang observed with fascination. Tai Zhu's father has emerged with a blade, attempting to hack at the throng. "How fascinating, truly fascinating. Well, what's transpiring?" Li Dawei inquired, peering at the obscure expanse in the distance, where only a faint glimmer flickered amidst the nocturnal gloom. His vision was inadequate to discern any details. "Xiang, your visual ability is truly remarkable," Li Dawei chuckled and remarked, "to think one can see so far. Quickly tell me what is happening." "I spotted Chen Wan with several men surrounding Iron Pillar Dad. They were robbing him." Li Xiang pressed against the glass, witnessing Iron Pillar Dad's head being struck until it bled. "This is serious," Li Dawei gasped. "There is something wrong with this ring." Suddenly, Li Xiang said, his eyes betraying a hint of terror. They all fell into the rain. "It's over. They're going to turn into zombies." Li Dawei shuddered, pulling his sister away from the window and swiftly drawing the curtains, as if those individuals drenched in the rain would soon charge into their home. "Brother, I have a bad feeling about this." On the morning of September 19th, Xie Ning was awakened by the distant roars of zombies. She initially thought that her slumber was merely a continuation of the rendezvous with the undead. Upon opening her eyes, she found her bedroom enveloped in darkness, the 2 layers of curtains blocking any light. Xie Ning rolled out of bed and approached the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to peer outside. Her gaze abruptly freezing. With her keen eyesight, she could clearly discern a zombie loitering at her doorstep. As the creature turned its head, Xie Ning saw a large gash in its skull, its remaining eye nearly falling from its socket, and remnants of flesh clinging to the corners of its mouth. It was utterly revolting. Xie Ning swiftly lowered the curtain and placed a hand over her heart. Suddenly, she paused, turning to look again at the zombie by the iron gate. Mom! Mom! Comrade Song Yui, fully armed, burst through the door, declaring, "Don't be afraid, daughter. There's a zombie at the entrance. I'll take care of it. Mother, come and take a look. Doesn't this resemble Uncle Tai Zhu and Uncle Song Gao?" Song Yui paused, swiftly tugging aside a curtain. Below, a male zombie was repeatedly slamming against their iron gate. Though the spikes embedded in the gate caused him to inflict wounds upon himself with each attempt. Yet, the creature remained oblivious, driven solely by the scent of human flesh. Song Yui's expression darkened as she scrutinized the scene, seemingly recognizing the resemblance. How could this be? Oh dear, could something have happened to the Song Gao family as well? Did you hear any commotion last night at 11? What commotion? Song Yui's face was filled with confusion. Mother practiced her water manipulation abilities all night, filling no fewer than 7 or 8 buckets, and then collapsed into sleep. Xie Ning interjected, "Last night, there was another disturbance in the village, and it seems to have originated from Uncle Song Gao's little shop." Drawing the heavenly blade from her spatial pocket, she stated, "I shall go deal with it. Perhaps it would be best to let Mother handle it." Song Yui hesitated. "Did you hear the heavy rain last night?" "No, I didn't." Xie Ning fell silent, realizing that her mother had indeed enjoyed an uninterrupted sleep. "This rain must be problematic. Be cautious as you descend." With the blade in hand, Xie Ning made her way downstairs. As the mother and daughter reached the entrance, Song Gao had already turned and dashed towards the home of Li Dawei. Xie Ning flung open the door, only to catch a glimpse of the zombie's retreating figure as it entered Li Dawei's yard. Song Yui covered her mouth, suppressing her voice. How could he run so swiftly? He used to stagger, barely able to take a few steps without nearly toppling over. His speed has increased. It must be due to the rain these past few days. A profound sense of unease weighed heavily on Xie Ning's heart, akin to a heavy stone. The successive, abrupt downpours threatened to exacerbate the deterioration of humanity's living environment. Intense heat, viral rainfall, and scarcity of potable water and sustenance were collectively curtailing the human lifespan. Yesterday's deluge, undoubtedly, spawned countless more zombies. With the human population dwindling and the zombie ranks swelling, the spatial confines available for human survival and activity would only continue to diminish. Li Dawei, adorned in rain gear and with pot lids strapped to his chest and back with hemp rope, presented a peculiar sight as he burst forth from the villa's entrance. Xie Ning observed him wielding an iron mallet, striking at the zombies with ferocious intent. A modicum of respect for the simpleton stirred within her. After all, since the cataclysmic outbreak, few dared to venture out alone, cleaving through zombies. Dawei, safeguarding the women of his household, had ventured out solo to slay zombies, exhibiting a semblance of manhood. Song Yui muttered softly, seemingly lost in thought, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xie Ning turned to grasp her mother's hand, reassuringly stating, "Mom, Ning Ning will protect you. We need no one else. What does a father matter? Ning Ning is strong enough. Ning Ning and Mom have no need for that man's protection." Having dispatched the zombified Song Gao, Li Dawei cast a sidelong glare in their direction, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? It's all your fault, damaging our iron gate. Now zombies can come and go as they please." Song Yui, nonplussed, retorted, "Who's even looking at him?" "Brother," Li Xiang exclaimed as he burst through the door, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Brother, I saw over a dozen zombies heading towards number 59. Xie Ning cast a glance at Li Xiang, inquiring, "Your awakened ability is visual-based? The distance to number 59 is not insignificant." Li Xiang shot a glare at Xie Ning, dismissing her concern. "What should we do now?" Li Dawei tightened his grip on the hammer. "What else can we do? We need to help. Brother, that rain from yesterday must have turned the robbers on the 13th into zombies." Li Dawei urged his sister to flee. "If everyone in the neighborhood turns into zombies, we won't stand a chance." Song Yui was taken aback. She hadn't realized that Dawei possessed such awareness. As she watched the siblings dash past her, she raised a hand, but Li Dawei and Li Xiang shot her a disapproving look. "Be quiet." With that, they sprinted away, leaving Xie Ning with a blank expression as she lowered her hand and pressed her lips together, silently walking to the yard across the street. I had intended to inform them of this, Xie Ning thought, clutching the dirty crystal core in her hand, contemplating whether to have her mother wash it with a bit of water. Song Yui genuinely admired her daughter's composure as she rummaged through the messy debris. "Dear, let us visit your third uncle," she suggested, still feeling uneasy. Third Uncle Song Yofu was a kind-hearted man, known for taking in numerous people during the apocalypse. Although he only provided shelter for a day or two until help arrived, he was undeniably a rare beacon of kindness. Xie Ning nodded in agreement. "Let us go?" Since they had to continue residing in the village, they could not allow it to become a paradise for zombies. Dawei was right. A decrease in the living would bode ill for them. When the mother and daughter arrived at number 59, a fierce melee was already underway within the villa. A limping zombie pounced upon a young man, sinking its sharp teeth into his throat with a vicious bite.